At the Chen family gathering, someone playfully inquired of Chen Jingpei, Peige, what does your first kiss taste like? After a brief moment of contemplation, Xuan Zhi recalled that sun-drenched, languid afternoon when a timid girl had fed him a slice of peach. With a wicked, rebellious smile and a provocative gaze directed at the girl sitting beside his cousin, devouring a peach, he pronounced slowly, peach-flavored. Chen Jingpei. Is it too late to abstain from peaches now? No one knew that they had once been madly in love. Chen Jingpei versus Chen Jingpei. Couple name, Feng Zhi Chenhun. Wealthy and handsome gaming company tycoon, ex-delicate, and beautiful first-tier journalist. Chapter 1. The Ex-Girlfriend. Those familiar with Chen Jingpei are well aware of his allergy to peaches. Yet, unbeknownst to many, he harbored a secret addiction to them. The aroma in his room must be peach-scented, the toothpaste in his bathroom must be peach-flavored, and even the pet pig he kept at home was named Peach. All of this can be traced back to a former girlfriend who had an insatiable fondness for peaches. However, this wretched ex-girlfriend had deceived him 5 years ago, stealing his first kiss and his first night, only to discard him afterwards. He had once sworn vehemently that if he ever encountered her again, he would ensure that her future children bore the surname Chen. Yet, 5 years later, when she reappeared in his life, Chen Jingpei found himself wishing to strike his own face repeatedly in frustration. For this accursed ex-girlfriend was now involved with his cousin, Chen Yunzi. As he glanced at a photo secretly snapped by a younger cousin in the family group chat, Chen Jingpei was filled with an anger that made him grind his teeth in the office. A certain cousin, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, continues to extol her virtues. She is so exquisite, Zhe's girlfriend, resembling a celestial fairy. Even grandmother cannot help but smile broadly at the sight of her. I can assure you, grandmother must have already envisioned her as a granddaughter-in-law. In August, the peaches of Feicheng reach their peak ripeness. The long streets and narrow alleys are filled with cheerful laughter and joyous voices. Here, there is no terror or chaos, no echoes of war, nor any signs of homelessness or displacement. Everything here embodies tranquility and safety, a testament to the gentle passage of time. From now on, consider the Chen family residence as your own home. You are welcome to come anytime. As she was engrossed in examining the photos she had taken, a warm and reassuring voice suddenly descended from above. Chen Jingpei paused, raised her gaze, and met Chen Yunzi's weathered yet eternally clear eyes. She gently nodded, "All right, thank you." Her tone was overly indifferent and distant, prompting Chen Yunzi to smile knowingly and tease her. Thank whom? Chen Jingpei, perhaps still unaccustomed to the term of endearment, fell silent for 2 seconds before awkwardly responding, "Thank you, Uncle Yunzi." Chen Yunzi, aware of her strong-willed nature, decided to take a step back and said, "Let us go, I will introduce you to the family." Family? Chen Jingpei gazed at the imposing gates of the grand residence, never daring to dream of having family. Her biological uncle perished during a peacekeeping mission, and her mother remains missing. She had long since lost her family. As night fell, the Vega star shone exceptionally bright. The Chen residence buzzed with life and merriment. The servants set the banquet table beneath the fragrant osmanthus tree in the courtyard. Chen Jingpei was brought by Chen Yunzi, naturally sitting beside him. The two of them were a match made in heaven, and those oblivious to the situation would readily assume they were RO. Romantic partners. Zeech, aren't you going to introduce us? Should we refer to her as sister-in-law from now on? Or, before a certain cousin could finish his inquiry, a nearby chair was abruptly kicked aside with a show of arrogance. The cousin clicked his tongue in mild astonishment, turning to the newcomer with confusion. Peige, have you consumed a bundle of explosives tonight? Why are you so irate? I must inform you, that chair you just kicked is not just any ordinary seat, it is an antique from our great-grandmother's dowry, a cherished relic. If you damage it, shut up. Chen Jingpei cast a cold glance in his direction, fully revealing the destructive tendencies of a spoiled heir. It's merely a broken chair, hardly worth a few virtual coins. Indeed, within the Chen family, he was the first to defy the household rules. The elders had long regarded him as a wayward son. Upon hearing the long-missed familiar voice, Chen Jingpei felt a jolt of surprise, her gaze lifting from the tantalizing plate of salt-preserved peaches on the table. In an instant, she was caught off guard by a pair of enchanting, almost overwhelming, peach blossom eyes. Chapter 2. Misunderstanding with just a glance. Chen Jingpei hastily averted her eyes. It turned out he was also from the Chen family. How unfortunate. Chen Jingpei composed herself, feigning calmness as she picked up a bamboo skewer and prodded the peach to eat. The peaches had been pitted, sliced into wedges, soaked in salt water, and sprinkled with sour plum powder, offering a unique flavor. She maintained her facade, pretending not to recognize him, as she ate the peaches with an air of nonchalance. Chen Jingpei felt a surge of discomfort, yet he had to endure it. After all, he valued his reputation. He could never allow anyone to discover that he had been rejected by this woman. There was not even a word of explanation. She had unilaterally ended their relationship, and he had not consented to it. The atmosphere fell silent for a moment. One of the younger cousins resumed the conversation, introducing himself to Xuan Zhi. "Hello, sister-in-law. I am Chen Jingpei, the sixth in line among the Chen family's younger generation, currently studying at Peige Aviation University. My aspiration is to become an outstanding pilot. What about you?" "Xuan Zhi." "Xuan Zhi?" Chen Jingpei touched the bridge of his nose, clearly misinterpreting her name as someone had done before. Xuan Zhi smiled faintly and patiently clarified. "Xuan, as in mutual understanding. Zhi, as in the bitter orange of the south and north." "Oh," Chen Jingpei exclaimed, enlightened. "What a beautiful name." This exchange undoubtedly evoked memories from 5 years ago, and with Chen Jingpei's earlier address of sister-in-law, Xuan Zhi did not deny it. At that moment, Chen Jingpei felt as if he were being pricked by tiny grains of sand lodged between his toes, causing him immense discomfort. Finally, as if to vent his frustration or perhaps to ensure she vividly remembered their initial encounter, he spoke with a tone of reckless bravado. "Since it is our first meeting, allow me to introduce myself as well. My name is Chen Jingpei." The Chen signifies clandestine affairs, while Jing represents the vastness of the world. The Pei suggests the elegance of clothing. Xuan Zhi harbors serious suspicions that he is toying with her, particularly when he mentions the phrase about the vastness of the world. Do not inquire why. The answer lies in the literal interpretation. Xuan Zhi is reluctant to engage with him. Yet the presence of so many onlookers compels her to acknowledge him, forcing a dry smile and a nod. "Yes, hello." She then resumes her enjoyment of the peach. The atmosphere once again descends into a brief silence. Chen Jiasa perceives Chen Jingpei as a conversation terminator. He had been conversing pleasantly with Xuan Zhi. But then he interjects with his cryptic remarks, creating an impression akin to an illicit affair. His inquiry strikes at the core of the matter, as Chen Jingpei is also curious about how Xuan Zhi came to know Chen Yunjia. After all, with Chen Yunjia's role as a diplomat, he is perpetually occupied, leaving little room for romance. Chen Yunjia raises his glass, taking a sip of wine, yet his gaze lingers on Xuan Zhi, responding only to part of the question. Mentioning a mere 20 days of family leave, Chen Jingpei seizes upon a key phrase, "You both." Perhaps Chen Yunjia, after a long journey, is fatigued. Or perhaps he is merely addressing mundane inquiries, lacking the gravitas of a press conference. He responds with a casual nod. Chen Jingpei completely misinterprets the situation, downing a shot of strong liquor in one go. Subsequently, his mind spirals with uncontrollable thoughts about the countless nights Xuan Zhi and Chen Yunjia have spent together abroad over the past 5 years. And tonight, Xuan Zhi might very well find herself in Chen Yunjia's bedroom. This is intolerable. In a fit of unresolved anger, Chen Jingpei summoned the housekeeper, instructing him to tidy the room as he intended to spend the night there. His quarters were adjacent to Chen Yunjia's bedroom. Chapter 3. The flavor of peaches. The Chen family of Peige is an illustrious lineage, steeped in nobility. Since the time of their ancestors, the descendants of the Chen family have consistently served in government positions, with several notable forebears leaving indelible marks upon history. In contemporary times, the scions of the Chen estate continue to uphold family traditions, diligently serving their country, each excelling in the political arena. However, Chen Jingpei, from a young age, strayed from the path of his forefathers, indulging in a life of leisure and frequently collaborating with his less scrupulous friends to devise video games. During his high school years, he was cast out by his elders, compelled to fend for himself. Yet, Chen Jingpei proved to be resolute, boldly declaring upon his expulsion, "There are myriad ways to serve the nation. When I become the wealthiest man in Peige, I shall acquire funds to research rockets and spaceships." Now, having transitioned from the age of 17 in high school to 27 this year, he not only fulfilled his promise of becoming Peige's wealthiest citizen but also ascended to the upper echelons of the global wealth rankings. As Xuan Zhi savored the succulent peach flesh, she listened intently to Chen Jingpei's recounting tales of their family's illustrious figures. Upon hearing anecdotes from Chen Jingpei's youth, she gently furrowed her brow, inevitably recalling the night she and Chen Jingpei shared intimately. He had whispered sweet nothings in her ear, saying, "Zhi, once I become the wealthiest man in Peige, I shall orchestrate a grand wedding for you." She had playfully inquired, "How long must I wait for that?" To which he replied, "Within 5 years." At that time, he was 22, and she was 20. However, just 5 days later, she ended the relationship herself. It was not due to a lack of belief in his abilities, but rather, as she pondered, by the time he became the wealthiest man, she may not be the one standing beside him as his bride. As the wine circulated, the conversations among the Chen siblings became increasingly diverse. Ranging from poetry and literature to astronomy and geography, and then shifting from national affairs to matters of the heart. Amidst the lively discussions, a younger cousin, perhaps experiencing the stirrings of first love, playfully inquired, "Dear brothers and sisters, what does your first kiss taste like? I heard someone say that a first kiss has a flavor. Is that true?" Chen Jingpei and the little cousin were seated not too far apart. He could easily reach out and tap her on the back of her head. "At your tender age, you should focus on your studies instead of pondering such profound questions. Perhaps only Zheji truly understands." His implication was clear. Apart from Chen Yunjia, who had a girlfriend, the rest were all still single. The little cousin scratched her head and pouted. "It can't be that only Brother Zhe understands, right? I believe Brother Pei knows as well. After all, he's already 27. The 27-year-old Chen Jingpei could only respond with a slight acknowledgement of having some experience. Chen Jingpei grinned and encouraged her. "Then, if you have the courage, why not ask Brother Pei?" Before the little cousin could respond, he himself felt an eager curiosity about whether Chen Jingpei truly understood, as he suddenly recalled that Chen Jingpei seemed to have a fiancée. With this thought, Chen Jingpei's anticipation heightened, and he interjected excitedly, "Brother Pei, what does your first kiss taste like? Share it with us." The taste of a first kiss? Unexpectedly, Chen Jingpei dared to pose such a question to him. Chen Jingpei pondered briefly, involuntarily recalling 5 years ago, on a warm, lazy afternoon when Xuan Zhi shyly bit into a peach and fed it to him. His throat subtly constricted. A wave of vengeance surged within him. With a mischievous and rebellious smile, he directed a provocative gaze at Xuan Zhi and pronounced deliberately, "The flavor of peach." Chapter 4. Discomfort at this declaration, an uproar ensued. "Peach flavor?" Chen Jingpei exclaimed first, incredulously questioning. "Peige, aren't you allergic to peaches?" "Indeed." Chen Jingpei chuckled coldly, his tone laden with ambiguity. "It nearly cost me my life." The life he referred to was not due to his allergy to peaches, but rather from the kiss bestowed by Xuan Zhi that almost proved fatal. Xuan Zhi choked slightly. The peach flesh she was chewing suddenly lodged in her throat, refusing to go down. Chen Yunjia, ever observant, noticed her distress and pushed a cup of warm water towards her, inquiring gently, "Are you choking?" "Eat slowly." Xuan Zhi nodded begrudgingly, lifting the cup to her lips and taking a few sips, all the while avoiding any glance at Chen Jingpei. However, Chen Jingpei remained unperturbed, patiently swirling with her, curious to see how long she could maintain her composure. "Miss Xian, how long have you known my brother?" Chen Jingpei intended to strike directly. Having weathered numerous storms abroad over the years, Xuan Zhi had cultivated a remarkably steady demeanor. She calmly set down the glass cup and replied, 10 years. 10 years. Chen Jingpei was momentarily taken aback, for it had only been 5 or 6 years since he and Xuan Zhi had first met. Yet, she had known Chen Yunjia for a decade? This implied that she had been acquainted with him long before their paths had crossed. "You knew my brother when you were just 15? Chen Jingpei felt a twinge of jealousy. He then observed her with a smile dancing in his eyes, gently swirling the wine in his glass, exuding an air of enigmatic understanding as he savored the moment. He refrained from revealing what he had perceived. The irony was that, although Xuan Zhi had not mentioned her age that evening, Chen Jingpei had effortlessly deduced from her statement about the 10 years that she was merely 15 when they met. Furthermore, if he had not misheard, he had just mentioned that his first kiss tasted of peaches, and Xuan Zhi happened to have a fondness for peaches. Such evident connections made him ponder whether, as her uncle, he should embellish the tale a bit. Chen Yunjia contemplated this quietly. Xuan Zhi met Chen Jingpei's increasingly cold gaze with a calm smile, retorting, "Is there a problem with knowing someone at 15? Internally, Chen Jingpei felt a swell of resentment. Yet outwardly, he maintained an air of nonchalance. "It's fine, no problem at all. I simply didn't expect my brother to be so sentimental." "He is indeed quite sentimental," Xuan Zhi replied, not intending to provoke Chen Jingpei, but it was the truth. In Chen Yunjia's heart, there existed a girl he had cherished for an exceedingly long time. However, to Chen Jingpei's ears, this sounded painfully ironic. He felt like a fool, having been with her for merely 7 months, yet he was ensnared by her affections, loving her with an intensity that felt all-consuming and inescapable. In the end, he derived not the slightest pleasure, only to endure her praises for other men and their unwavering devotion. Feeling the weight of despair, he excused himself to smoke a cigarette. His chest felt constricted, and Chen Jingpei could no longer bear to remain, seeking solace in the quiet of the night. His gaze discreetly followed him as he strolled to the far side of the osmanthus tree, leaning languidly against its trunk, the cigarette perched nonchalantly between his lips. With a slight downward glance, he flicked the lighter, releasing a plume of smoke that hung in the air like his sorrowful thoughts. Chen Yunjie, feeling equally fatigued, nodded in agreement. Very well, I shall accompany you. Chapter 5. Extremes. Just as Chen Jingpei took his third drag from the cigarette, Xuan Zhi and Chen Yunjie rose simultaneously to depart. Jealousy contorted Chen Jingpei's features, and he lost all desire to continue smoking, discarding the half-burnt cigarette onto the bluestone floor, pressing the tip of his shoe down with quiet force. Once Xuan Zhi and Chen Yunjie had moved out of earshot, he leisurely followed them through the floral gate. The Chen residence was a traditional courtyard, adorned with white walls and gray tiles, comprising 4 sections. The younger generation of the Chen family resided in the 3rd and 4th courtyards, with Chen Jingpei and Chen Yunjie sharing the 3rd courtyard. Their bedrooms, 2 in number, were situated on the eastern side, closely adjacent to one another. The interior was lavishly decorated, exuding elegance. The doors were wide, constructed entirely of floor-to-ceiling glass, allowing for an unobstructed view of the room's contents when illuminated, provided the curtains were drawn back. However, by the time Chen Jingpei ambled over, the curtains in Chen Yunjie's room had been drawn tightly, rendering everything within invisible. He was agitated, forcefully pushing open the door to his bedroom, just as he was about to angrily strip off his clothes to take a shower and cool his temper. He suddenly noticed that the light in the guest room on the west side, directly opposite his bedroom, was illuminated. Moments later, he saw Xuan Zhi stepping out of the bathroom, clad in a silky white nightgown. She approached the floor-to-ceiling window, seemingly intending to draw the curtains. But when she inadvertently caught sight of him, she froze for a moment. Chen Jingpei was equally taken aback, surprised that she was not sharing a bed with Chen Yunjie. Was she feigning innocence, or was she aware that he intended to stay the night, thereby igniting her desire for him? After all, Chen Yunjie was 33. A full 8 years her senior, and in that regard, he surely would be more than capable of satisfying her. Contemplating this, Chen Jingpei felt a surge of relief and deliberately took his time undressing before her. Rogue, Xuan Zhi finally snapped, regaining her composure as she abruptly pulled the curtains shut. Chen Jingpei watched the light dim in the room across from him, a wave of frustration washing over him. He crumpled his clothes into a ball and tossed them into the trash bin, then sauntered into the bathroom, letting cold water cascade over him. As the water flowed, a sense of twisted absurdity enveloped him. He realized how foolish he had been to preserve his chastity for this wretched and unworthy woman for 5 long years. And this same wretched woman had likely been entangled with Chen Yunjie countless times. Did her first kiss and her first night mean nothing to her? Even if it meant severing ties with Chen Yunjie and facing opposition and condemnation from her entire family, she remained unfazed. The following day, as dawn broke, a few little sparrows flitted about on the rooftop. Chen Jingpei did not draw the curtains all night, his intentions pure and simple. He wished to see at the first light of dawn whether Xuan Zhi had arisen and opened the door. However, fate had other plans. Instead of catching a glimpse of Xuan Zhi, he was met with the sight of Chen Yunjie emerging from her bedroom. Chen Jingpei was taken aback. Had Chen Yunjie spent the night there, or had he stealthily slipped in during the night? At this moment, Chen Jingpei could no longer contain his anxiety. He observed Chen Yunjie hurriedly exiting the courtyard, seemingly in a rush to attend to some urgent matter. Seizing the opportunity to be alone with Xuan Zhi, he suppressed his simmering anger and jealousy and approached the guest room across the hall, knocking gently on the door. His voice betraying a tenderness he could not conceal. "Zhi, come out." His tone was as enchanting as ever. Xuan Zhi particularly cherished the way he tenderly called her name upon waking. Zhi, Zhi. Yet now, she felt no inclination to embrace that affection. She had no desire to engage further with him. Unperturbed, Xuan Zhi sat leisurely at the tea table, savoring the local delicacies of feiqing, sweet, glutinous rice balls made with yellow soybean flour, accompanied by a bowl of traditional peanut soup. This breakfast had been procured by Chen Yunjie early in the morning, as she had not eaten much the previous night. Around 3 or 4 in the morning, her stomach began to grumble incessantly, prompting her to call Chen Yunjie to inquire about breakfast timings. Upon learning of her hunger, he had promptly risen to fetch her a meal. Thus, the scene of Chen Jingpei witnessing Chen Yunjie hastily leaving Xuan Zhi's room came to pass. Xuan Zhi. This scoundrel is utterly obsessed with bestowing his surname upon her. Has he lost his mind? Xuan Zhi felt a wave of nausea wash over her as she discarded the glutinous rice balls made of yellow soybean flour and stepped outside. Is there something you require, Mr. Chen Jingpei? Her expression remained indifferent and frosty, Yet due to her shorter stature, she found herself compelled to raise her gaze to meet his. Chen Jingpei stood at an impressive height of 187 centimeters. She had previously kissed him by standing on his foot and reaching up on her toes. A vivid memory surfaced in her mind, causing Xianzhi's gaze to inadvertently drift downward, where she noticed Chen Jingpei was barefoot, having forgotten to don his slippers, leaving his soles dusted with grime as he approached from across the way. Xianzhi, at a loss for words. She had no desire to engage in such trivial conversations with him so early in the morning and attempted to close the door once more. However, Chen Jingpei was quick to intercede, halting her movement with urgency. You must clarify today why you ended our relationship without reason. Was it because you sought to align yourself with Chen Yunjia that you cast me aside? His eyes darkened with burgeoning ire as he recalled how, 5 years prior, Chen Yunjia had gained notoriety within the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, captivating countless young women with his striking looks, sharp intellect, and prestigious family lineage. And what of him? Despite his own handsome features and wealth, he had never revealed to Xianzhi that he belonged to the Chen family. Thus, perhaps in the realm of familial status, he had been outmatched by Chen Yunjia, for when given the choice, who wouldn't desire a partner of unparalleled family prestige? Xianzhi found herself compelled to halt. What are you babbling about? My decision to part ways with you has nothing to do with Uncle Yunjia. You do not seek the reasons within yourself. What did you just call Chen Yunjia? Chen Jingpei interrupted her, asking if she referred to him as uncle. Huh, how amusing, Chen Jingpei laughed. Is this the new trend? No longer calling him brother affectionately, but instead opting for uncle? You all certainly know how to have fun. Chen Jingpei, you truly are unwell. Xianzhi retorted through gritted teeth. You are absolutely right. I am indeed unwell, Chen Jingpei admitted, his eyes bloodshot, yet he fiercely suppressed the urge to embrace her. I have been afflicted by lovesickness for a full 5 years. Each day, I survive on the scent you adore. Do you have any idea? Do not feign ignorance with me, Chen Jingpei. Xianzhi displayed a chilling demeanor. Do not indulge in both the feast and the gaze at the kitchen. I am not a mere plaything in your romantic games. Besides me, how many women are there out there? You can count them in your bed. With that, she forcefully locked the door, regardless of whether it would pinch his hand. Chen Jingpei was left bewildered by her words. All of his first experiences were with her. He had no entanglements with any other woman. Chapter 7. Where to go? Chen Jingpei pondered and could not recall any involvement with another woman, except for recently. He had made an exception to sign a female celebrity as the global ambassador for Chongjing Technologies game. Could it be that Xianzhi saw this news and mistakenly believed he was pursuing the celebrity? But that could not be right. She had broken up with him 5 years ago. So, perhaps he inadvertently did something 5 years ago that led her to misunderstand? Xianzhi opened the door. If indeed it was a misunderstanding that led to his petulant departure, he would certainly not allow such an absurd misconception to persist. Please elucidate for me. Which woman do you believe I am involved with outside? Even if you wish for my demise, at the very least, grant me the clarity to understand it. Who, precisely, am I entangled with? When Cici. Xianzhi's faint voice drifted from within the room. Chen Jingpei was momentarily taken aback. When Cici. Chen Jingpei wished to clarify, but at that moment, a servant happened to arrive to tidy up the courtyard. Xianzhi, having not heard his explanation, assumed his silence was acquiescence, and her heart sank even further. The weather today was gloomy and overcast. Chen Jingpei's actions had thoroughly soured Xianzhi's mood, prompting her to send a WeChat message to Chen Yunjia. Uncle, I wish to rent a place outside right now. She could no longer bear to stay here. Upon reading this message, Chen Yunjia furrowed his brow and inquired with concern, Are you not comfortable here? His expression deepened in thought as he absently rubbed the edge of his phone, pondering something for several seconds before typing a response. I have an apartment in Jiahu Bay. You should move there for the time being. Xianzhi politely declined. I prefer a place closer to my workplace. Chen Yunjia replied. Jiahu Bay has convenient transportation, with buses and subways available, and we have a car at home. It takes only about 10 minutes to reach the newspaper office. Xianzhi fell silent. Chen Yunjia urged. Listen to your uncle, Aji. Xianzhi wrestled with her thoughts. I understand, uncle. Good. She pressed down on her phone, sinking into the sofa. Her eyes were undeniably stinging with unshed tears, yet not a single drop would fall. Perhaps she has endured an abundance of joys and sorrows. Xuan Zhi, oblivious to the passage of time, was roused by the sudden sound of Chen Yunjia's voice from outside the door. She hastily rose to open it, saying, Please wait a moment. I need to fetch my suitcase. Chen Yunjia appeared perplexed, questioning her urgency. He had not indicated that she was to move today. Xuan Zhi dragged her suitcase out, reasoning that she would inevitably reside there, so she might as well begin to acclimate today. She would never divulge to him that her intent was to avoid encountering Chen Jingpei. After a brief silence, Chen Yunzi ceased his inquiries and assisted her in pulling the suitcase. Observing this scene from the opposite room, Chen Jingpei emerged, casually inquiring, "Brother, where are you headed?" Chapter 8. Averse to retracing steps, the voice echoed from the hallway. Chen Yunzi lifted his gaze, first glancing at Xuan Zhi, who, with her eyelashes gently lowered, busied herself with the red cord of her camera, appearing rather indifferent. Jiahubei? Chen Jingpei was no stranger to Jiahubei, for he resided there. "Are you moving there?" he speculated, eyeing the suitcase at Chen Yunzi's feet. Indeed, Chen Yunzi did not conceal the truth, though he refrained from elaborating. Merely stating a rather disconcerting remark to Chen Jingpei, "Xuan Zhi is not accustomed to living here." With that, he grasped the suitcase and exited. To reach Jiahubei from the Chen residence, they would pass by the Chongqing Technology Company. Chen Yunzi's car led the way, with Chen Jingpei's Bugatti trailing closely behind. Chen Yunzi gazed through the rearview mirror, a faint smile gracing the corners of his lips as he inquired of the silent passenger beside him, Xuan Zhi. "Do you know Ape?" A hint of laughter escaped his throat, leaving him to ponder. Is it true, or is it not? Xuan Zhi, her fingers entwined with the red strap of her camera, directed her gaze towards the buildings outside, immediately spotting the tallest structure in the city center, the Chongqing Technology Tower. A heaviness settled in her heart. She was not lying. She knew him. "Have you talked?" Chen Yunzi asked once more, his tone shifting to one of a stern father. "When?" "At the age of 20. Xuan Zhi took the initiative to continue. "He has a fiancée, so I ended it with him." "A fiancée?" Chen Yunzi furrowed his brow, acknowledging that he indeed had one. Yet, it seemed. He paused, contemplating for a moment, realizing that the situation regarding his fiancée was rather complicated. It could be said she was a fiancée, yet also not. Why? Xuan Zhi's heart tightened. Was it because they had yet to officially become engaged? No. Chen Yunzi glanced at the rearview mirror, noting that Chen Jingpei's Bugatti was closely tailing them. He sighed. "I am uncertain how to explain. If you truly wish to know, it would be better to ask him directly." To ask him directly. Xuan Zhi lowered her head, clutching the slightly worn safety pendant, her dark lashes casting a shadow over her eyelids. A self-deprecating smile graced her lips as she revealed a delicate, beautiful tear beneath her eyes. The next intersection would lead them to the Chongqing Technology Company. Chen Yunzi gazed at the resplendent whale logo atop the building, seemingly inspired, as though he wished to awaken Xuan Zhi to a profound realization. With a weighty tone, he remarked, "Ape is unlike the rest of us brothers. He will not conform to the family's dictates regarding marriage or career." "What about you, uncle?" Xuan Zhi casually inquired. "Me?" he pondered. Xuan Zhi nodded earnestly, fixing her gaze upon him. "If the family were to arrange a marriage for you, would you accept?" Chen Yunzi offered a bitter smile. "You should already know the answer, Aji." Silence enveloped Xuan Zhi, for she indeed understood the answer. Yet, was it worth it? "She shall never marry, and I shall remain forever unmarried." Chen Yunzi gazed into the distance, declaring, "This is my sole chance to stand against the family." Xuan Zhi felt her eyes moisten, but her affections had always been directed towards my uncle. "Uncle Yunzi, you mustn't remain so stubborn. Did she send you to persuade me?" Chen Yunzi's demeanor suddenly turned icy. "If that is the case, tell her to abandon any hopes. She has no right to deprive me of my love for her." Xuan Zhi fell silent. Realizing his tone had been rather harsh, Chen Yunzi softened slightly. "Forget it. This matter is between her and me. Do not involve yourself. From now on, live well in Feiqing, indulge in some sweets, and do not be so bitter." Xuan Zhi's eyes glistened, and forcing a smile, she replied, "All right, I understand, uncle." Chapter 9. The family's pig must eat. 20 minutes later, at Jiahubei. Jiahubei is divided into the southern district, which features high-rise residential buildings, and the northern district, which consists of standalone villas. Chen Yunzi's residence is situated in the southern district, on the 27th floor of Building 5, affording a picturesque view of the lake. Although he does not frequently stay there, he ensures that a housekeeper visits regularly for cleaning. He can choose any bedroom he desires for rest. His uncle's home is, after all, his own sanctuary. As Chen Yunzi stepped through the entrance, he paused at the foyer, saying, "All right." Xuan Zhi responded in kind, yet with a sense of discernment. Opted for the smallest secondary bedroom. However, this modest room boasted a grand circular glass window, offering a stunning view of the vibrant city center, including the towering Chen Jingpei's Whale Technology Building. Particularly at night, the building's whale logo at the pinnacle comes to life in a breathtaking 3D holographic projection, gracefully navigating through the starry expanse, creating a truly awe-inspiring spectacle. Chen Jingpei seemed to perceive something beyond the surface, smiling as he remarked, "I thought you would prefer the lake view." In truth, when she made her selection, she had not noticed that the window provided a view of Chen Jingpei's whale technology company. She simply felt that this smaller bedroom would not overshadow her presence. Indeed, Chen Jingpei did not dispute her choice. He then glanced at his watch and suggested, "Shall we go out for dinner? We could also stop by the mall to pick up some essentials. We seem to be out of shower gel, shampoo, and other necessities." Xuan Zhi nodded thoughtfully, saying, "Let me make a list first. Otherwise, I might forget what to buy at the mall." "Take your time. There's no rush." Chen Jingpei replied patiently, heading to the observation balcony to await her. Xuan Zhi opened her mobile notes and began to compile a list of essentials needed from the bathroom. At that time, she often accompanied Chen Jingpei on shopping trips, and she had a penchant for drafting a shopping list. However, Chen Jingpei would never allow her to dawdle over it. He would typically say, "Just tell me what you need, and I shall be your memoranda." Consequently, every time she wished to purchase something, she would first convey her desires to Chen Jingpei, who would effortlessly retain all the information after a single recounting. In the afternoon, dark clouds loomed ominously, casting a heavy gloom upon the sky, yet not a single drop of rain fell. Chen Jingpei sat brooding in his office chair, his aura suffused with tension. The cigarette between his fingers burned and extinguished, only to be rekindled again, each stick reduced to mere stubs left languishing in the ashtray. A testament to his ire. His secretary, Qi Jian, had seldom seen him in such a volatile state and cautiously inquired, "Is there an issue with this report, Mr. Chen?" "No issues," Chen Jingpei replied in a cold voice, lighting another cigarette. "You may leave now." Upon hearing this, Qi Jian felt a wave of relief wash over him. But just as he was about to exit the office, Chen Jingpei unexpectedly called him back. "Please procure some peach yogurt and a peach tiramisu for me." Qi Jian halted in surprise. "Are you going to eat them?" "My pig shall eat," Chen Jingpei retorted, his expression impassive. Qi Jian remained astonished. "Your pig eats such delicacies?" Chen Jingpei shot him a frosty glance, his voice laced with iciness. "What, does my pig not deserve to dine well?" "Not at all," Qi Jian stammered. Qi Jian is truly a tragic figure. Upon receiving a cold, piercing glare from Chen Jingpei, he nearly stumbled out of the office in a frenzied rush, declaring his intention to go buy something immediately. Chapter 10. Setting the trap before long. The sky erupted with a low rumble of thunder, and rain began to cascade down from the ominous clouds in a torrential downpour. However, as the downpour intensified, traffic on the roads became congested, forcing his Bugatti to crawl at a snail's pace. After nearly half an hour of this sluggish progress, the rain gradually subsided and the roads cleared. Yet, as he awaited the traffic light at the intersection near Jiahubei, he fortuitously spotted Chen Jingpei's vehicle idling in the lane to his right. He lowered the passenger window halfway, allowing some raindrops to infiltrate the car, which he paid no heed, and simply called out to Chen Jingpei, "Brother." Chen Jingpei had likely noticed him earlier, as he too rolled down his window and inquired whether he would like to join them for a hot pot dinner at home that evening, hosted by Xuan Zhi. Qi Jian was aware that Chen Jingpei had purchased a villa in Jiahubei. Initially, he intended to decline and avoid further complications. Yet upon noticing Xuan Zhi's small face turned away, her back to him, a twist of emotion stirred within him. The more he wished to provoke her, the more he seemed to antagonize himself. "Fine," he replied with surprising ease. "I'll bring over a couple of bottles of aged liquor." Having said that, he raised the window and, just as the light changed, pressed the accelerator, speeding away. Xuan Zhi watched the audacious silhouette of his car as it swept through the gates of Jiahubei, and only then did she belatedly realize, furrowing her delicate brows. She turned to Chen Jingpei and asked, "Does he also live in Jiahubei?" "Yes," Chen Jingpei confirmed slowly with a faint nod, his tone gentle. "He resides in the northern district. If you ever feel bored staying at home alone, you can always drop by for a visit." Xuan Zhi felt a twitch at the corner of her mouth, a compelling urge to laugh, and could not help but exclaim, "I believe you were trying to set me up, uncle. You are fully aware of my relationship with him, yet deliberately invited him over for hot pot. Is there anyone else who would behave like this? If my uncle Xianjun were still around, he would have undoubtedly punched Chen Jingpei in the face. How could you?" Suddenly, she noticed the discomfort on Chen Yunji's face. "I apologize. I should not have compared you to my uncle." Lowering her head, Xuan Zhi offered her apology. You are not at fault, Chen Yunjia replied with a bitter smile. It is I, as your uncle, who has not fulfilled my duties adequately and overlooked your feelings. I am sorry, Zhi. Xuan Zhi curled her fingers on her knee, regretting her earlier words. I do not mind at all, she hastily reassured him. It is just that I do not wish to make things awkward for you. Sharing a meal with Chen Yunjia is not a significant issue. Her words were somewhat contradictory, and Chen Yunjia could not help but chuckle, the bitter smile fading away, replaced by a radiant expression as he promised her, if a Peige dares to bully you again, I will certainly give him a solid punch. Xuan Zhi fell silent, not responding further, as she contemplated that she would never allow Chen Jingpei another opportunity to mistreat her. At 6 o'clock, the rain ceased, and the sky had not yet fully darkened. The doorbell rang on the 27th floor. While Xuan Zhi was in the kitchen preparing the hot pot dipping sauce, Chen Yunjia walked over to answer the door. Outside stood Chen Jingpei, holding 2 bottles of exquisite red wine in his right hand and, in his left, 2 portions of peach yogurt and peach tiramisu he had bought for his pet pig. Do not inquire why he brought these 2 items here. Simply put, his pigs do not deserve to eat. Chapter 11. Allergy at the dining table. The hot pot bubbled enthusiastically. Xuan Zhi presented the meticulously prepared dipping sauce, tailored to Chen Jingpei's preferences: sesame paste, crushed peanuts, soy sauce, vinegar, small chili peppers, minced garlic, and cilantro. Despite the vibrant atmosphere, a sense of discontent lingered within him. Drawing upon the warmth radiating from the pot, he irritably unbuttoned 2 buttons of his shirt collar, then proceeded to open a box of peach yogurt with a sense of self-inflicted torment, taking a bite of its contents. Xuan Zhi gazed at him in astonishment, fully aware that Chen Jingpei was acutely allergic to peaches. However, his allergic reaction was not as overt as others. He did not break out in hives, but rather, his back and sternum would flush a vivid crimson, followed by an unbearable itch that would plague him throughout the night. She recalled having previously teased him, suggesting that peaches were not his allergen, but rather akin to an aphrodisiac for him. Quickly averting her gaze, Xuan Zhi pretended to ignore the situation and picked up the communal chopsticks, retrieving a slice of lotus root to dip into the sauce. At that very moment, Chen Jingpei's back and sternum began to itch. Yet, he exhibited no signs of discomfort, maintaining his composure as he leisurely uncorked a bottle of red wine. Pouring a glass for Chen Yunjia frowned and, with an air of confusion, asked him, what prompted this sudden change in behavior? Both Chen Jingpei and Xuan Zhi momentarily failed to comprehend the meaning of his words, exchanging bewildered glances. Chen Yunjia's gaze fell upon the box of peach yogurt, and he rephrased the question that Xuan Zhi was also eager to pose. Aren't you allergic to peaches? Why are you indulging in them? Is life not precious? His words carried a double entendre, which Xuan Zhi understood. Chen Yunjia comprehended as well, yet, given Xuan Zhi's desire to avoid further entanglement with Chen Jingpei, he refrained from pressing the matter, merely suggesting, if it itches, apply some aloe vera gel first. You bought it today. It's in the bathroom, so fetch it yourself. The mention of the bathroom invariably stirred the imagination of a man drowning in jealousy. Chen Jingpei felt a suffocating heaviness in his chest, yet he persisted. Dismissing the discomfort as trivial, he wouldn't perish from it. To be frank, aloe vera gel would hardly alleviate his allergic reaction. What he truly yearned for was Xuan Zhi. For ever since she had fed him a slice of peach 5 years ago, he seemed to have developed an immunity to all allergy medications. Very well, just drink less tonight, Chen Yunjia remarked, ceasing further dialogue. He raised his glass, clinking it against Chen Jingpei's in a mere gesture before downing it in one gulp. Alcohol can both assuage and exacerbate sorrow. Perhaps Chen Yunjia was reflecting on the words Xuan Zhi had spoken earlier, pondering the girl he loved but could not have, and his best friend. He could not help but consume glass after glass, as if trying to drown his thoughts. Brother, you should also drink less, Chen Jingpei cautioned, placing a hand on his glass to halt the flow. I am fine. I haven't had a peaceful night's sleep in ages. Allow me to revel in intoxication tonight. With such resolute words, Chen Jingpei could no longer deter him, and reluctantly joined in, sharing a few drinks with him. Xuan Zhi paid them no mind. After all, their combined ages could very well make them her fathers, rendering any oversight unnecessary. Xuan Zhi. Chen Jingpei leaned on the dining table, a smirk of sarcasm gracing his lips. Are you so eager to see me gone that you can hardly wait to rendezvous with Chen Yunjia in the throes of passion? Chen Jingpei. Xuan Zhi fumed. You are utterly shameless. Am I not? Chen Jingpei suppressed the discomfort coursing through him, leaning closer, his tone dripping with lasciviousness. Dare you claim you have not shared a bed with Chen Yunjia? Chapter 12. The madman Xianxi certainly had the audacity to deny it. Are you conceding by default? Noticing her lack of rebuttal, Chen Jingpei's eyes glowed with a feral intensity, as if he yearned to crush her entirely. Xianxi regarded him with a frigid demeanor, deliberately provoking him. Who I choose to bed is none of your concern. You are not the only one who can juggle a fiancée while entertaining a girlfriend. When have I ever juggled a fiancée and a girlfriend? Chen Jingpei seethed, gripping her delicate jaw. Chen Xianxi, I advise you to cease fabricating pathetic excuses for your fickle affections. Huh? Xianxi retorted with a scornful smile. Am I the one making feeble excuses? Dare you assert that when Xi is not your fiancée? When Xi? Again with when Xi? Who informed you of this? Chen Jingpei's grip on her chin slackened slightly at the mention of her name. Yet, Xianxi felt her heart shatter with that very motion. Her voice turned frostier. Does it truly matter who told me? Of course it matters. Chen Jingpei tightened his grip on her chin, expressing his desire to eliminate these absurd misunderstandings. Tell me, who informed you of this? Xianxi found it laughable. His fiancée had personally come to confront him, and he dared to claim it was a mere misunderstanding? Personally confronting? Chen Jingpei pondered these words. Are you referring to Wenshani? And who is Wenshani? Xianxi retorted. How many fiancées do you have? I have no fiancé. Listen carefully. Chen Jingpei solemnly declared, even if there were, it would only be a childhood engagement arranged by my parents. But when Cici, you are already so intoxicated that you are incoherent. Chen Jingpei, Xianxi interrupted, I do not wish to hear more from you. We have broken up. And you need not explain further. I wish you a lifetime of happiness and may you have children soon. With that, she attempted to rise from her seat, but was firmly restrained by Chen Jingpei. Will you let go already? Xianxi glared at him in anger. If you don't release me, I will scream. Go ahead, scream. Chen Jingpei, consumed by madness, gazed intensely at her soft, red lips, his body yearning and restless, hoping her cries would reach Chen Yun's ears. Xianxi felt as though she might explode with fury. Let me reiterate, Chen Yunza is my. Just as the word uncle surged to her throat. She was unexpectedly fed a piece of peach mousse by Chen Jingpei. Xianxi paused. Immediately, Chen Jingpei gradually inclined his head, slowly inching closer to the corner of her lips. Chen Jingpei, if you dare to touch me, I absolutely. Absolutely what? He lifted her chin, his fingertips seemingly casually brushing against her lips. Xuanzhi's heart raced as she declared, I will ensure you become infamous, condemned by the entire world. A muffled chuckle escaped Chen Jingpei's throat. Despite being on the verge of losing control due to his allergies, he maintained an air of detachment. Oh, I almost forgot. You are a journalist, a master of crafting narratives. I'm even more curious to see how you would tarnish my reputation. Surely you wouldn't accuse me of infidelity? Wouldn't that render my brother's head green enough to gray sheep? Chapter 13. Breaking Point. Chen Jingpei was notorious for his debauchery and sharp tongue, never hesitating to speak his mind. No matter how composed Xuanzhi remained, he had a way of breaking her resolve. Taking a deep breath, she reminded herself not to engage with a mad dog, yet Chen Jingpei only pressed further, brazenly stating, Tonight, I shall provide you with ample material. I willingly offer myself to your ruin. With that, he adeptly lifted her leg from the chair, effortlessly pulling her into his embrace, cradling her with a tenderness that seemed to penetrate to her very bones. You've lost weight, Azai. You must eat more from now on. The long-awaited embrace was as wide, strong, warm, and reassuring as ever. Xianxi had endured a tumultuous existence for so long. Even though her heart had been forged into steel, it was still vulnerable to the gentleness of a fleeting moment. She found herself utterly defenseless, irresistibly drawn to his essence. Yet, reason ultimately triumphed over emotion. She resolutely forced herself not to fall into the seductive snare he had woven, for once ensnared. She would be met with profound wounds and an unending cycle of psychological torment. She did not wish to become like her mother, lost in thought. Her body was suddenly spun around with great force, and Chen Jingpei audaciously pressed her against the wall beside Chen Yunji's bedroom. Chen Jingpei, have you lost your mind? Xianxi's heart raced, and she warned him with a suppressed breath, You had better not do anything foolish here. Not here? Chen Jingpei carefully chose his words. And under the dual influence of alcohol and an allergy, his utterances became increasingly inappropriate. Then come to my place? The bed is spacious. You can roll around as you please. Chen Jingpei, you are insufferable. Xianxi felt her ears flush with heat, her instinct urging her to slap him. Yet at that moment, a soft sound emanated from Chen Yunji's door, prompting Xianxi to hastily transform her intended slap into a shove, forcefully pushing Chen Jingpei away. With her back still pressed against the wall, She resembled a child caught trying to sneak a sweet, not daring to glance at Chen Yunzhi even once. Chen Yunzhi's gaze shifted to her face, noticing the crimson hue of her ears, but he refrained from questioning her further. Instead, he averted his gaze and strolled into the kitchen for a drink. Chen Yunzhi was inclined to chastise him for his self-inflicted misery, but observing the flush on his throat, it was evident he had endured much, leading him to merely sigh and retreat to his room to fetch something. In the master bedroom and bathroom, Chen Jingpei shed his shirt, revealing a large expanse of crimson spreading from his back down to his abdominal muscles, sternum, and Adam's apple. Had this been in his childhood, he would have scratched his back until it bled. Yet after nearly 5 years of torment and suffering, his tolerance for itching had reached a level incomprehensible to ordinary individuals. "Brother, I can't apply the lotion evenly on my back. Could you lend me a hand?" Chen Jingpei called out to Chen Yunzhi at the bathroom door, evidently intending to provoke him. After several calls with no response, and noticing that Xuan Zhi had yet to enter the master bedroom to sleep, he casually donned some clothes and set out to find her. He searched the kitchen, dining room, and living room, but found no trace of her. As he headed toward the study, he noticed a light on in a guest room. Xuan Zhi. The door was slightly ajar, not fully closed. "Are you sleeping here?" Chen Jingpei pushed the door open, just in time to see Xuan Zhi retrieving clothes from her suitcase to hang in the wardrobe. She assumed he had gone to Chen Yunzhi's bathroom to fetch the aloe vera gel and would leave afterward. Xuan Zhi continued hanging her clothes, disinterested in engaging with him. "Tell me, what exactly is your relationship with Chen Yunzhi?" Chen Jingpei grasped the hanger in her hand. However, Chen Yunzhi's mother had no siblings. "How could there be such a niece as you?" Chen Jingpei appeared incredulous. "I acknowledge him." Xuan Zhi snatched back the hanger. "Acknowledge him? How so?" Chen Jingpei questioned, perplexed. While helping her hang up her clothes, he had heard of acknowledging godfathers and brothers, but never of acknowledging uncles. "He is a close friend of my biological uncle." Xuan Zhi divulged only this much, primarily to avoid revealing to Chen Jingpei that her biological uncle had sacrificed his life during a peacekeeping mission 5 years ago. On the day she parted ways with him, all misfortunes and calamities seemed to converge upon that singular moment. "Your uncle? I have never heard you mention him." In truth, Chen Jingpei had not delved into Xuan Zhi's familial background. She had merely confided in him that she came from a single-parent household, lacking a father and having only her mother. Her surname was derived from her mother, and she had no knowledge of her father's name. At that time, he could not bring himself to inquire further and instead comforted her with the promise that when they married, she would take his surname, thus granting her a complete family. She agreed. It was rare for Chen Jingpei to listen so calmly. After a moment of silence, Xuan Zhi spoke. "Because, when I was 15, he went abroad for peacekeeping. I never mentioned it to you." "And how is he now?" Chen Jingpei asked, sensing a hint of melancholy in her tone. "He is doing quite well," Xuan Zhi replied, forcing a smile, achieving first-class merit. Chen Jingpei's voice faltered as he observed the tears stubbornly brimming in her eyes, his heart nearly shattering. He embraced her tightly, whispering, "It's all right, Zhi. If you wish to cry, do so freely in my presence. There is no need to be strong." When he was not consumed by madness, his tenderness was unparalleled, surpassing even the vastness of the stars and the seas. Xuan Zhi buried her face in his chest, acknowledging that she had once again succumbed to her feelings. In the early morning, before the sun had risen, the room was shrouded in a dim light. "After our rest, do you wish to sneak away once more?" Chen Jingpei's voice was irresistibly seductive, each word laced with allure. Xuan Zhi regretted having cried herself to sleep in his embrace the previous night. Fortunately, he did not take advantage of the situation. He merely held her throughout the night. "What if I chose to stay?" Despite knowing the true nature of Xuan Zhi and Chen Yunzhi's relationship, Chen Jingpei felt a lingering discomfort. How dare he lay a hand on me? After all, she is not his girlfriend. Chapter 14. Do not touch her again. Whether Chen Yunzhi would confront Chen Jingpei remained uncertain to Xuan Zhi. She was acutely aware that if he lingered any longer, uncontrollable events were bound to unfold. At this moment, Chen Jingpei's breath was fervent, his chest radiating heat. One could only imagine the extent of his restraint from the previous night. "I am quite parched and wish to have some water. Might you allow me to rise?" After shedding numerous tears, her throat felt parched. "I shall fetch it for you," Chen Jingpei replied, displaying an earnest willingness, perhaps a habit cultivated long before, proving to be an exemplary bedside attendant. Before Xuan Zhi could voice her refusal, Chen Jingpei, trained in his attentiveness, swiftly rolled out of bed and exited the room to procure water. Xuan Zhi felt that lingering in bed for even a moment posed a risk, prompting her to hastily follow him. However, halfway into the living room, she abruptly halted. Chen Jingpei had also come to a standstill in the living room, where Chen Yunjia was already seated at the coffee table, leisurely sipping coffee and enjoying a breakfast pastry. "Good morning," Shi feigned composure. "Morning," Chen Yunjia replied, his tone grave, seemingly oblivious to Chen Jingpei's presence, yet pointedly inquiring of Xianji. "Did you sleep well last night? Did you sleep well?" Xianji bit her lip, feeling a sense of conflict. She contemplated boldly confessing that her sleep had been quite troubled. However, just as her lips parted slightly, Chen Yunjia suddenly rose, his fist charged with a fierce energy and a menacing aura, aimed directly at Chen Jingpei with unrestrained ferocity. Clearly, Xianji's response held little significance. "Perhaps you should act like a decent human being." Chen Yunjia's gaze was shrouded in cold shadows, and this punch served as a warning in his capacity as Xianji's uncle. Taken by surprise, Chen Jingpei collided with a white sculpture behind him, a metallic taste of blood staining the corner of his mouth, which he carelessly wiped away, revealing a vivid red. Xianji was taken aback. Once she regained her composure, she hastily exclaimed, "Uncle, you've misunderstood him. He didn't do anything to me last night." Chen Yunjia appeared to hear nothing, stepping forward to seize Chen Jingpei by his collar, continuing his admonition. "I care not for your past with Xianji, but from this day forth, you best keep your distance from her." "What authority do you have to stop me?" Chen Jingpei retorted with a sardonic smile, the blood at the corner of his lips resembling a crimson rose held by a vampiric noble, wild, enchanting, and treacherous. Chen Yunjia tightened his grip, declaring, "I am her uncle, and I stand against your entanglements with her. If you truly care for Xianji, you must first resolve your engagement with your fiancée. Xianji is a virtuous girl from a respectable family, and she is my beloved niece. I will not allow her to suffer even a hint of emotional distress. Not even from you, Chen Jingpei." But how could Chen Jingpei bear to let Xianji endure any suffering? He fiercely grasped Chen Yunjia's collar, bloodthirsty as he declared, "What do you mean by fiancée? You know better than anyone. What reason do I have to justify or negotiate? I never claimed I would marry her." Nonsensical relics of ancestral marriage agreements. Chen Jingpei, infuriated, cursed, "You all uphold your lofty principles of loyalty and righteousness, while I am reduced to a mere pawn to promote your hollow virtues. You should direct that anger at your father. This engagement was not my doing." Chen Yunjia replied with calm indifference, "I can grant you a year to resolve this matter. After all, the Wen family is quite formidable. However, if the situation remains unresolved within the year, I shall immediately arrange a blind date for Azhi." His words bore a hint of provocation in this world. "There are many men superior to you. Azhi deserves better." "A year?" Chen Jingpei scoffed, forcefully tossing Chen Yunjia's collar aside. "You truly underestimate my capabilities. I could annihilate the Wen family in an instant. I care not for your antiquated connections." His bravado was considerable. Chen Yunjia released his collar, brushing off the fabric. "I shall await the outcome." The living room fell into a serene stillness. Beside the white sculpture, Chen Jingpei's expression appeared somewhat despondent. As Xianji slowly processed their exchange, she noticed blood trickling from the corner of Chen Jingpei's mouth, and his cheeks were becoming increasingly bruised. With compassion, she offered, "I will fetch some medicine to tend to your wounds." "That is unnecessary," Chen Jingpei coldly declined. "I have no desire to endure another blow." The implication is that, starting today, as long as the engagement with the Wen family remains intact, he will honor his promise and refrain from approaching her. However, just before departing, he also made a vow to Xianji, "I shall marry you with utmost integrity, ensuring you endure not a shred of grievance." In the secondary bedroom, Xianji sat in a daze before the circular glass window for an entire afternoon. Although the words spoken that morning by Chen Jingpei and Chen Yunjia lacked detail, she managed to piece together the circumstances. Essentially, Chen Jingpei indeed has a fiancée, one arranged by his father, whom he has no affection for. Yet, this is a family alliance, intertwined with the family's honor and reputation, making it seemingly difficult for him to extricate himself. No wonder 5 years ago, when Sisi was so audacious. With a sigh of frustration, Xianji exhaled, gazing out at the distant whale technology building, yearning for the night to descend once more. Eager to witness the shimmering silver whale soaring freely amidst the stars and the sea. A gentle knock echoed, accompanied by Chen Yunjia's voice, "Azhi." He stood outside the door, observing her for a couple of seconds before finally asking, "Are you upset with me for taking liberties?" She had been cooped up in her room all afternoon, neglecting her meal. Xianji shook her head. "No, I was merely contemplating how wonderful it would be to understand his true feelings. Yet, uncle, you know my mother once found herself ensnared in a similar triangular relationship. I do not wish to follow in her footsteps. Chen Yunjia felt a weight in his heart, remaining silent for 2 or 3 seconds, as if he wished to speak, yet feared causing her further pain. However, after a tumultuous internal struggle, he gently inquired, Zhi, have you ever considered seeking out your father? No, Xianji replied without a moment's hesitation. I have no desire to know who he is. Uncle Xianji instructed me not to search for him and forbade me from doing so. He is unworthy of being my father. Chapter 15. The daughter of the Wen family from the earliest of memories, Xianji had lived in Peige with her mother and uncle. Peige, a coastal city, thrived on its maritime industry. Her grandfather was a captain, often away at sea for extended periods, while her grandmother, a former opera singer, frequently traveled for performances. Tragically, more than a decade prior, her grandfather's ship sank, leading to her grandmother's profound sorrow and ultimately her demise. At the tender age of 12, Xianji was just beginning middle school when her uncle was already serving in the military. Her mother, who had always struggled with her mental health, completely unraveled following the loss of her parents, often speaking incoherently about grievances and curses, lamenting that every debt has its debtor, and the old which shall not die a good death. Xianji remained oblivious to the identity of the old, which her mother condemned. She could only comprehend that thereafter, her mother no longer recognized her, often cradling her face and weeping, saying, My Cici, oh, my poor Cici. Years later, during her 15th year, coinciding with her crucial entrance examinations, her mother suddenly appeared quite composed, stating that she would accompany her to the testing site. Filled with joy, Xianji performed exceptionally well. However, upon completing her exams and emerging, her mother had vanished without a trace. Despite exhaustive searches, she could not be found. The police received a lead suggesting that her mother had traveled to Feiqing, yet after that, it was as if she had simply evaporated, leaving no further evidence of her existence. However, it was in that very year that her uncle was assigned to a peacekeeping mission abroad, entrusting Chen Yunjia with the responsibility of transferring her to a high school in Feiqing. While she pursued her studies, she also sought her mother, yet no news ever surfaced. Xianji had long been aware that her father had abandoned both her and her mother due to the complications of a troublesome fiancé. This was a tale her mother often recounted as a bedtime story during her childhood, even though her mother's mind had begun to falter. She never revealed her father's name. Out of curiosity, she had once inquired, only to receive an eerie chuckle from her mother, who would divert the conversation to unrelated topics. He is cultured and refined, with virtues concealed like a hidden gem, as gentle as the moonlight and the breeze. Quite handsome indeed. In the northern district, within the villa, a domestic robot wandered about the living room, its electronic voice calling out, Peach Pig, come for a bath. Peach Pig, come for a bath. It was summoning the pet pig, Peach, cared for by Chen Jingpei. Peach was an authentic miniature pig, small in stature but round from indulgence, and it relished rolling in the mud of the villa's garden. Especially after yesterday's rain, it emerged today covered in mud, leaving a trail of hoof prints across the villa's pristine floor. The domestic robot had been specifically designed by Chen Jingpei to tend to the pig. Peach was rather intelligent, likely due to its prolonged companionship with the robot, as it could understand its commands. With a little grunt, Peach responded and trotted into its designated bathroom, joyfully nudging the water in the bathtub with its snout, creating delightful bubbles. Yet today, despite the bed's ample comfort, Chen Jingpei lay there for the entire afternoon, feeling an inexplicable discomfort. He rubbed the corners of his mouth, the medicated patches on his cheeks having faded some of the bruising. Yet a lingering frustration remained in his heart. Why should he be bound by that wretched ancestral token of a marriage alliance? As long as he took Xianji to obtain a marriage certificate and become a legitimate couple, who could challenge him? However, Xianji might not be willing. Chen Jingpei, feeling increasingly vexed, picked up his phone and aimlessly scrolled through his WeChat friend list, eventually landing on Xianji's contact. He paused. She had long since blocked him, yet he couldn't bring himself to delete her. She truly had a knack for tormenting others, wrapping arsenic in alluring and beautiful candy wrappers. A sight to behold, yet inedible. The more he thought, the more he regretted behaving like a gentleman the previous night. She had been so tenderly nestled in his embrace. Hello, Mom, is Dad home? Chen Jingpei called his mother, Zhang Liani. We'll talk when he arrives. He did not wish to let his anger spill over onto Zhang Liani. Hearing his indifferent tone, she couldn't help but frown, saying, "Pei, you haven't come to have dinner with me in such a long time. Will you come over tonight? I'll ask Aunt Shui to prepare a few of your favorite dishes. You can share any worries with me." Chen Jingpei, lacking any enthusiasm, replied, "Maybe another day. But she is not your girlfriend," he added coldly. "How can she not be? Everyone says so, don't they? Just because they say it does not make it true. Ms. Zhang, please refrain from meddling in matters that do not concern you." Zhang Linyi felt a pang of sadness and guilt, perhaps recalling the marriage proposal she had unilaterally arranged for Chen Jingpei. "Pei, do you resent your mother? I cannot make decisions for you." Zhang Linyi could not help but shed tears, lamenting that Cici was unfortunate, and her mother understood her distress. However, Pei, Shani was also a wonderful girl. Cici had yet to fully mature, and it was uncertain whether she would ever be the one you desired. "Enough, cease your words." Chen Jingpei clenched his fists tightly. "In any case, regardless of which daughter of the one family it may be, I shall never marry. Abandon this notion." Zhang Linyi wept uncontrollably, pleading, "Pei, must you make it so difficult for mother? Each time you act this way, it pains her deeply. You feel pain? And what of me? From the moment you brought me into this world, you curtailed my greatest freedom. Why do you not consider whether I might be in pain?" He continued, "If I am never to wed the girl I love in this lifetime, none of you shall find happiness." With that, Chen Jingpei abruptly hung up the phone. Chapter 16. Your Peach Has Fallen. The night was quiet, rendering it easy to feel empty and lost in thought. Xianji's mind was flooded with memories of the moment spent with Chen Jingpei 5 years prior. However, an awkward incident had transpired during that time. She had purchased a bag of dumplings and a few snow peaches at the supermarket. Upon reaching her doorstep, as she dug into her bag for the keys, the bag inexplicably tore, and 2 large snow peaches tumbled forth, rolling into Chen Jingpei's entrance. He stood at the threshold, initially intending to close the door, but a peach had wedged itself in the way, forcing him to halt. Startled, he retreated a couple of steps, as if fearing the peach might bite him, and called out to Xianji, "Hey, your peach has fallen." Xianji hurriedly apologized and quickly picked it up. Chen Jingpei coldly remarked, "There's still one inside." The other one had nearly rolled into the living room, a vigorous little peach racing about. Xianji felt hesitant to enter the home of a stranger, particularly a man. So she weakly inquired, "Could you please help me retrieve it?" Left with no words, she steeled herself, dashed inside to grab it, and swiftly exited, only to dart back into her own home, clutching her fluttering heart and locking the door behind her. Perhaps it was because Chen Jingpei was exceedingly handsome yet exuded an air of danger, a kind of peril that could ensnare one's very soul upon locking eyes with him. A few days later, she encountered Chen Jingpei again. However, as she crossed the overpass after exiting the subway station, she sensed that someone was trailing her. She hastily descended the overpass and made her way to the main road near her neighborhood. Yet, the individual continued to follow closely. The vicinity surrounding her residential area was serene, almost nurturing in its ambience, with abundant greenery and scarce vehicular traffic, occasionally punctuated by a few passing cars. Not a single figure could be seen within a 500-meter radius. As Xianji observed the dim streetlights ahead, she contemplated sprinting away when, suddenly, a car's headlights slowly illuminated her from behind. The vehicle moved at a leisurely pace. At that moment, she remained unaware of the man's identity. Yet her heart inexplicably sank into a profound sense of security. The person tailing her abruptly turned and fled. Xianji yearned to express her gratitude to Chen Jingpei, but it felt as though he was merely illuminating her path, or perhaps he was not. As she observed him with his car window ajar, one hand firmly grasping the steering wheel while the other held a lit cigarette, it was evident that his smoking had caused him to decelerate. Her conjecture was soon validated. As she approached the security booth, a mere 50 meters away, he hastily finished his cigarette and accelerated past her with audacious skill. Intriguingly, their paths seemed to cross frequently. Yet no words had ever been exchanged between them. One day, having purchased a young peach tree sapling to plant at home, she fortuitously encountered him in the elevator. His vehicle was parked in the basement, and he had ascended from the first underground level. She stepped silently inside, the elevator already set to the 21st floor. The atmosphere was quiet, the floor numbers shifting slowly, and in that confined space, Xuan Zhi felt her breath become disordered, her heart racing almost to the point of bursting from her chest. The faint scent of tobacco wafting from him reminded her of the time he had driven her home. She pressed her lips together, eager to utter something, yet before she could speak, he suddenly remarked, "I still don't know your name." Startled, she paused, momentarily believing she had misheard, and looked up at him. He was tall, and when his gaze descended upon her, It resembled that of a nobleman surveying his cherished rose, exuding an indescribable tenderness. "What is your name?" he inquired. "Xuan Zhi." Chen Jingpei's expression was somewhat nuanced. Xuan Zhi sensed a misunderstanding and softly clarified, "Xuan Zhi." As in unspoken understanding, NG, from the saying Southern Orange, Northern Tangerine. Chen Jingpei's lips curled slightly in a knowing smile, as if he comprehended. "All right, I'll remember that." Just then, the elevator doors slid open, and Xuan Zhi swallowed the question she had intended to pose regarding his name. As they walked down the corridor and stood before their respective doors, Chen Jingpei suddenly introduced himself. "I am Chen Jingpei." "Huh?" Xuan Zhi responded a beat late. Chen Jingpei mimicked her phrasing, saying, "I am Chen Jingpei." The Chen in my name is the same as in the idiom an unexpected twist, while Jing signifies capital city, and Pei is unrelated to clothing. Xuan Zhi. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and she inexplicably felt he was teasing her. "Oh, all right, I shall remember that." Xuan Zhi imitated his manner of speaking. However, Chen Jingpei continued, "Since we have exchanged names, we are acquainted now. I would like to remind you of something. I am allergic to peaches. Earlier, as you entered the elevator, the peach sapling in your hand accidentally grazed my skin, and I am now experiencing an allergic reaction." Upon hearing this, Xuan Zhi apologized. "I am so sorry. I did not notice that earlier. I truly apologize. I have some anti-itch ointment at home. May I fetch it for you?" Without further thought, Xuan Zhi hurried inside to retrieve the ointment. "This works quite well," she said, handing it to him, promoting it more effectively than a vendor. "A single application alleviates the itch." Chen Jingpei glanced at the label, noting it was specifically for insect bites. He couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and irritation, but refrained from commenting, saying instead, "All right, thank you." Yet, he might have already harbored ulterior motives towards Xuan Zhi at that moment. "I might not be able to reach my back." Xuan Zhi froze momentarily, observing her deep blush. Chen Jingpei retracted his playful tone, "Just teasing you." However, from that point onward, their interactions grew increasingly profound. Chapter 17, Watching a Movie. The following day, sunlight cascaded through the panoramic glass, gently resting upon a modest coffee table adorned with a peach-scented aromatherapy bottle, a few books, and a bouquet of flowers. Xuan Zhi had risen early, sitting absent-mindedly before the table, idly polishing her DSLR camera, lost in thought. It was not that Xuan Zhi was particularly bored. Rather, she had spent a restless night preoccupied with thoughts of Chen Jingpei. Where should they go for a stroll? A walk would be a welcome distraction from her incessant thoughts of him. Chen Yunze was also uncertain about their destination. Yet recalling the recent family group chat that had been abuzz with discussions about a highly acclaimed film, he suggested, "How about we go to the movies?" Movies? Xuan Zhi blinked, realizing it had been quite some time since she had last seen one, leaving her unaware of the current state of the domestic film industry. "Are there any new releases?" she inquired. "I heard Jia Sei mention a captivating fantasy film. I will ask him for the title." Chen Yunze responded by picking up his phone and opening the family WeChat group, tagging Chen Jias. "Arthur, which fantasy film were you referring to?" Chen Jias quickly replied, excitedly asking, "Zij, are you taking Xuan Zhi to the movies?" "Yes," Chen Yunze affirmed. "Great." Chen Jias continued, "So, when are you going, and to which cinema?" "I can't help but want to see it again." Chen Yunze replied, "Jaya Lake Cinema. We are heading there now." "Ah, you're going right now?" "Zeg, you're rather unromantic." "But it's morning, and the earliest screening is at 10. Under the fervent recommendation of Chen Jias, Chen Yunze and Xuan Zhi decided to watch The Immortal Catastrophe. It was indeed a critically acclaimed masterpiece. Despite having been released for half a month, every screening remained fully booked. Chen Yunze and Xuan Zhi found themselves seated towards the back, with another person occupying the space between them. There were no alternatives, those were the only two seats available. However, as the film commenced, the individual in the adjacent seat had yet to arrive. Approximately 5 minutes into the movie, that person finally sauntered in. The theater was dimly lit, with Xuan Zhi seated in row 7, seat number 7, and Chen Yunze in seat number 9. As the individual walked past Xuan Zhi's seat, she was absorbed in the plot, wearing her 3D glasses, and paid no heed. It was not until the tall figure passed directly in front of her that her heart inexplicably quivered. To her astonishment, it was Chen Jingpei. "What a coincidence, brother. You're here to watch the film too?" Chen Jingpei turned his head, addressing only Chen Yunze, seemingly oblivious to Xuan Zhi's presence. Perhaps it was due to Chen Yunze's admonition to keep his distance from Xuan Zhi that he chose to act as if he had not seen her. Chen Yunze was somewhat taken aback by Chen Jingpei's appearance, inquiring, "What brings you here? Surely, You didn't rush over after seeing the group chat, did you? But how could you have secured seats so fortuitously? Chen Jingpei chuckled lightly, the injury at the corner of his mouth gradually healing. With an air of arrogance, he declared, "Today, I have reserved all the theaters in Feiqing, bringing my staff along to enjoy the film. However, upon noticing in the group chat that you were also coming, I specially arranged 2 seats for you." Chen Yunjia, Xuan Zhi, almost forgot he's the richest man in Feiqing. Indeed. Wealth allows one to act with impunity. You certainly have a knack for choosing the right moment. Chen Yunjia remained calm and unperturbed, regarding his behavior as rather childish. Chen Jingpei was no fool. He lounged languidly in his seat, retorting, "You certainly have a talent for crashing into auspicious days." Chapter 18. Yearning to steal a handhold, Chen Yunjia silenced himself, unwilling to engage in this trivial dispute any further. However, Chen Jingpei showed no signs of letting the conversation dwindle, casually chatting away. "The female lead of this film is our newly signed game spokesperson. Isn't she stunning? Such a pity she is already married. Otherwise, I would have certainly introduced her to you." Chen Yunjia raised a cup of hot cocoa to his lips, instinctively tuning out his voice. Chen Jingpei continued, "This film appears to be a heart-wrenching tale of love between celestial beings and mortals. Perfect for couples who are clearly in love yet forced apart." Xuan Zhi. She understood now. His roundabout way of speaking to Chen Yunjia was undeniably meant to emphasize that very line. A wave of heaviness washed over her heart. And as her gaze returned to the grand screen, she found her focus utterly shattered. Her peripheral vision consistently lingered on Chen Jingpei's hand, which stretched over the armrest of her seat, as if yearning to steal a hold of hers, yet hesitating. In the end, she realized she had lost track of the film's plot, only aware that the female lead was exceptionally beautiful, and the male lead was remarkably handsome. As the movie concluded, Xuan Zhi and Chen Yunjia rose to leave the theater. Chen Jingpei indeed seemed to have brought his company's employees to the cinema. At that moment, he and his secretary walked towards another exit, not joining them in the elevator. Chen Yunjia noticed that Xuan Zhi appeared to be in low spirits and suggested they go for dessert. Xuan Zhi had always found it hard to resist sweet treats, especially those peach-flavored cakes and beverages. "Sounds good," she replied, following him into the elevator. However, just as the doors were closing, she suddenly said, "Uncle, I wish to start working at the newspaper next week." Chen Yunjia furrowed his brow, questioning the urgency. "Isn't it better to take some time to relax? I've grown accustomed to those busy days. I find it hard to be idle." She subtly concealed the truth, not daring to admit that her thoughts were consumed by Chen Jingpei, prompting her desire to work as a distraction. Chen Yunjia respected her decision but, after a moment of contemplation, remarked, "Actually, the day before yesterday, my mother mentioned that she would like you to work at the television station." Xuan Zhi replied, "But I've already contacted the editor-in-chief of Feiqing Daily, as you know. Moreover, I interned there before, and I am quite familiar with the environment. The editor and colleagues are all very easy to get along with." "I understand. However, my mother believes that if you work at the television station, she could look after you more closely." Chen Yunjia's mother is a host. He sighed softly, conceding, "All right, let us not dwell on it. Whatever you choose to do, I will support you. If it becomes too much to bear, just tell your uncle. I will always be your safe haven." Xuan Zhi nodded, though her heart felt somewhat burdened by the weight of his kindness. After all, they shared no blood ties and were neither relatives nor friends. Moreover, the girl he cherished was profoundly enamored with her uncle, Xian Jun. She often felt an overwhelming sense of indebtedness to him, uncertain of how she could ever repay him in this lifetime. Chapter 19. Shin and I on the 15th of August, Xuan Zhi officially commenced her duties at the newspaper. Though she had merely been an intern 5 years prior, her time spent studying abroad and her experience working in the press office of the embassy where Chen Yunjia was stationed had significantly enriched her profile. Following the outbreak of conflict and terror attacks in Langhua, she fervently petitioned to accompany a peacekeeping unit once led by her uncle, Xin Jun, to the front lines for coverage, resulting in the publication of several influential articles. Thus, with the accumulation of her experiences over the years, she had shed the naivety of her early career and emerged as a figure marked by poise, composure, and professionalism, coupled with an unwavering acumen for discerning newsworthy events. Consequently, when she stepped into the newsroom, her colleagues momentarily paused, taken aback, and after a considerable wait, a familiar female colleague finally exclaimed, "Ah, it's Gigi." I thought a celebrity had mistakenly wandered onto the set. With a graceful smile, Xuan Zhi's voice was sweet as she replied, "Long time no see, Mengjia." Meng Jie had previously guided her through the intricacies of journalism, imparting invaluable knowledge. Pausing her work, Meng Jie approached, saying, "Last night, the chief editor mentioned in the work group that a new colleague would be joining us. I never imagined it would be you. This is splendid. I shall once again enjoy peaches every day." Xuan Zhi was amused by her jest, waving her empty hands. "I didn't bring anything today." "All right, understood. I won't hold it against you today." Meng Jie teased her playfully, then added, "The editor-in-chief arrived quite early today. She's in the office, so hurry and report to her." The editor-in-chief, Ms. Shen, was a remarkably accomplished woman, yet she exuded a warm and approachable demeanor. She was exceptionally tolerant, rarely exhibiting anger, if ever. Even when mistakes occurred at work, she would calmly correct them without raising her voice at her subordinates. She believed that losing one's temper not only failed to resolve issues, but would also lead to the formation of crow's feet. However, today, as Xuan Zhi approached the door of her office, she was taken aback by the thunderous roar emanating from within, unsure of whom Ms. Shen was reprimanding. "Let me tell you, Shen and I, in this profession, who isn't working hard. You've only been here for 2 days, and you're already complaining." Miss Shen's voice was fierce. "It's because of the heat that I want you to witness firsthand how arduous the miner's work is. Otherwise, you will never learn to appreciate and be content, spending your parents' hard-earned money gallivanting with your idle friends. I was engaged in racing, not merely idling about." Shen and I retorted defiantly. After taking a sip of tea to temper her anger slightly, Ms. Shen replied, "In any case, you must diligently stay here for your internship. Just because your parents cannot manage you does not mean I cannot." Furthermore, she added, "If you find it challenging to complete the editing and reporting alone, I sought someone to guide you, but I require no assistance." Shen Niren, true to his name, is indeed rebellious and tenacious. "I shall accomplish this alone." Perhaps he fears that the presence of another would hinder his ability to shirk responsibility. However, editor-in-chief Shen tossed a press release at his face. "You believe you can manage this alone? First, take a look at the abominable photographs you captured. They resemble mere mosaics. And this draft, what utter nonsense. Even a pig could produce a better piece than this." Shen Niren, indignant, retorted, then summoned the head pig to write it. With that, he slammed the door behind him in a fit of anger. Xuan Zhi stood outside the office, unable to evade the collision, as he stormed past her. Chapter 20. "I can teach you." Shen Niren, in his fury, did not offer an apology for the impact, merely casting a bewildered glance at Xuan Zhi before departing. She rubbed her slightly sore shoulder, choosing not to hold his actions against him. The office door remained ajar, and editor-in-chief Shen picked up the fallen press release. Xuan Zhi politely knocked on the door, prompting Shen to look her way and chuckle softly. "Come in, you've caught me in an amusing predicament." Her remark alluded to Xuan Zhi witnessing her scolding her younger brother like a fierce tigress. Xuan Zhi smiled gently, replying, "I just arrived," implying that she had neither heard nor seen anything untoward, preserving Shen's image in her mind as poised and dignified. Shenhua laughed heartily. "Well then, come in and take a seat. It's of little consequence that you witness this. It's merely that this hopeless brother of mine has nearly driven me to an early menopause." Editor-in-chief Shen, in her 40s, appeared exceptionally well-maintained, while her brother, seemingly in his early 20s, looked to be around 22 years of age. Xuan Zhi refrained from continuing the conversation, recognizing that it was ultimately someone else's domestic affair. Beyond her judgment, her demeanor remained gracefully elegant, akin to the fragrance of orchids, as she settled slowly onto the sofa in the leisure area. Shenhua diverted the topic, personally brewing a pot of tea and engaging in casual pleasantries with her. Xuan Zhi, composed and unperturbed, shared her experiences and observations from her years abroad. However, when the discussion turned to the ravages of war, Shen and I unexpectedly entered the room. "Where do you want me to go for reporting today? Hurry up and tell me," he said, displaying impatience towards Shenhua, indifferent to the presence of others nearby. Shenhua's temper flared instantly. "Shen and I, it's working hours now. Please mind your attitude." "Fine." The esteemed editor-in-chief Shen and I retorted sulkily. "Please give your orders. Which section of the news should I cover today?" The Feijing Daily had various sections including political news, social news, sports news, financial news, and entertainment news. Every Monday afternoon, a regular meeting was held to select topics. And today happened to be Monday. Yet, seeing Shen Ni's unyielding demeanor, Shenhua was unwilling to let him off lightly, opting to assign him to cover social news, compelling him to dig deeper. Shen and I stormed off in frustration. Observing Shenhua's displeasure, Xuan Zhi completed her employment form and handed it to her, saying, "I'll get started then." Shenhua nodded. "All right, Your workstation is next to Guoming's. I've tidied it up for you. Your work ID is in the drawer. Thank you. In the external reporting department, Guoming was out on an interview, and Xuan Zhi found her workstation. Shen's desk was also adjacent to hers, separated by a partition. At this moment, he stood there fiddling with his camera and notepad. Upon noticing Xuan Zhi approaching, he inquired, "Are you also a new intern?" "Not really," Xuan Zhi replied, feeling somewhat awkward, especially since she had overheard Xinhua criticize his writing as being utterly dreadful. Not at the moment. I have other matters to attend to." Xuan Zhi smiled politely, declining his invitation. Shen and I, unfazed, continued to stuff various snacks and drinks into his black backpack, jesting. "With such beauty, why would you choose to be a journalist? This profession is hardly suited for anyone." Xuan Zhi sensed his underlying hostility and chose not to engage with him further. Shen and I packed an assortment of food and drinks, along with sunscreen and other travel essentials. Resembling a traveler more than a journalist, Xuan Zhi's lips curved slightly as her gaze fell upon the open drawer, where a blue lanyard ID card was prominently displayed, clearly stating, "Feiqing Daily Reporter, Xuan Zhi." Chapter 21. Connections. In the afternoon, the company convened promptly for a regular meeting to discuss article topics. Xuan Zhi opted to cover social news. However, Xinhua instructed her to take charge of a political news interview the following day, to which Xuan Zhi did not object. Yet, this decision seemed to encroach upon someone else's territory. Upon exiting the conference room, a male colleague, who had been responsible for political news, expressed his discontent with Shen's decision. Though he did not dare voice his grievances during the meeting, he walked behind Xuan Zhi and remarked sarcastically, "Political news is already a competitive field with limited opportunities, and now it's even worse with a connection-based hire. Soon, we may not even get to share the leftovers." Xuan Zhi did not recognize this male colleague. He must have joined the company after her return from abroad. However, he did not name anyone directly, and Xuan Zhi chose to disregard his remarks as mere background noise. On the contrary, Shen and I found the term connections particularly offensive, believing he was being indirectly insulted. Enraged, he seized the collar of the male reporter and exclaimed, "Whom are you insulting? What are my connections? I am not lounging about like a second-generation wealthy heir, feasting on your family's resources." Shen and I was already brimming with frustration that had no outlet, and now he had fortuitously come across an unfortunate scapegoat. The male reporter, named Ding Tao, had only recently transitioned from an assistant to a full-fledged reporter, and Shen's inexplicable aggression left him rather taken aback. He quickly retorted, "You are mistaken. I'm not talking about you. If it is not me, then who could it possibly be?" Shen and I tightened his grip, insisting, "I am the only one with connections in this company. If you truly hold disdain for me, feel free to expose me in print rather than lurking in the shadows and gossiping." Ding Tao fell silent. Although Shen and I was the brother of Xinhua, he had also commenced his career as an intern and had no justification to fabricate stories about him. His dissatisfaction was directed at Xuan Zhi. After all, the upcoming Jingfei high-speed rail was a highly significant news event that would influence future professional evaluations. Thus, he felt resentment towards Xuan Zhi, questioning why someone so new to the profession should be afforded such fortunate opportunities. Meanwhile, at her workstation, Xuan Zhi brushed off Ding Tao's scornful remarks, diligently perusing information in preparation for the next day's writing. Guoming sat at her desk, organizing the freshly drafted news article, when she suddenly exclaimed, "This man is truly despicable and revolting. Not only is he simultaneously dating 2 girlfriends, but he also frequently indulges in debauchery at nightclubs. It's simply intolerable." As she spoke, she leaned over to ask Xuan Zhi, "By the way, Zhi, do you have a boyfriend?" Xuan Zhi had previously been in a relationship with Chen Jingpei, a secret known to no one. Indeed, she was currently unattached. At that moment, Shen and I approached and fortuitously overheard the conversation. A sardonic smile crept across his lips as he teased, "Is it because you're too beautiful that no one dares to pursue you?" Xuan Zhi replied casually, unsure whether she was denying her beauty or the notion that no one dared to chase her. Shen and I, however, did not dwell on such complexities. He simply recognized that both of them were single, which presented him with an opportunity to pursue her. This day was relatively unhurried, and Xuan Zhi finished work on time. Observing this, Shen and I hastily submitted his article to the editorial department for review, and then quickly caught up with Xuan Zhi, inquiring, "Where do you live? Would you like a ride?" He was an avid motorcycle racer, typically arriving at work on his heavy-duty bike, and when it rained, he drove his modified Ferrari. "No, thank you," Xuan Zhi replied, as she had driven herself in Chun Yunji's understated vehicle. Shen and I, undeterred by her refusal, playfully remarked, "You have no idea how many girls wish to ride on my motorcycle or sit in the passenger seat, yet I've never allowed anyone. You are the first." His intentions were unmistakably clear. He sought to pursue Xuan Zhi. However, she had never been one to toy with someone's affections and promptly extinguished his hopes, stating, "I'm sorry, but I already have someone I care for." Chapter 22. Occasionally wandering at night, the evening temperature had dropped a few degrees compared to the day. Chen Jingpei, finding himself with idle time, sat in the dining room engrossed in the study of recipes, preparing to make grilled meat. Xuan Zhi nestled in the chair opposite him, her bowl of grilled gluten still unfinished, when he playfully piled a full plate of grilled meat slices in front of her, as if treating her like a little guinea pig for his culinary experiments. The meat, marinated in secret seasonings, was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, exuding a delightful aroma. Xuan Zhi praised it profusely, astonished at how delicious it was for his first attempt at cooking. "Uncle Yunza, you are truly a gourmet hindered by your diplomatic career." Receiving such high praise, Chen Yunza felt a wave of warmth wash over him. "If you enjoy it so much, then indulge tonight. Who knows when I will have the opportunity to cook for you again." Xuan Zhi lifted her head in confusion. So soon? Her tone was calm, but deep down, she felt a twinge of reluctance. Wasn't there a 20-day holiday? They had only passed the halfway mark. All right. Xuan Zhi nodded obediently. There's also Chen Yunza hesitated, but Xuan Zhi, gazing into the complexity of his eyes, awaited his continuation. "What else is there?" "Nothing, just eat." He offered her 2 mushrooms. In truth, he longed to tell her that if she could not suppress her feelings for Chen Jingpei, she need not hesitate to seek him out without any concerns. In the early hours of the morning, before dawn broke, Chen Yunza boarded a private plane bound for the kingdom of Luo. The vast house was left with Xuan Zhi, solitary and alone. He remained deeply unsettled. Just before boarding, he sent a message to Chen Jingpei via WeChat. Chen Jingpei, already plagued by insomnia, found himself even more restless upon reading Chen Yunza's words. Allowing him to patrol the night, while forbidding any closeness, was nothing short of tormenting him to madness. Chen Yunza thought, then perhaps you should not go. Perhaps he suddenly realized that such a suggestion disrespected Xuan Zhi and lacked seriousness. After speaking, he casually donned a jacket and stepped outside. The corridor on the 27th floor was eerily quiet, with the soft morning light filtering through the windows, casting a hazy silhouette of the tall man. The doorbell was within reach, yet Chen Jingpei hesitated, lifting his hand several times but ultimately refrained from pressing it. It was still early, and Xuan Zhi might not yet be awake. As he contemplated this, he instinctively reached into his pocket, hoping to retrieve a cigarette to alleviate his restlessness, only to realize he had hastily left without any. He resorted to his phone to pass the time. Unbeknownst to him, the world outside grew increasingly bright, and he lost his last vestige of patience. He pressed the doorbell forcefully twice, pouring all his grievances and longing into that act. Chapter 23. Do not go mad again in the kitchen. The aroma of yogurt pudding and toasted bread wafted from the oven. A blender whirred, producing a sweet peach smoothie. Xuan Zhi poured it slowly into a shaker. At that moment, an urgent ring of the doorbell echoed from the living room. She hesitated briefly, holding the shaker as she savored the smoothie, then strolled to the entrance to check the electronic peephole installed on the front door. Suddenly, the figure of Chen Jingpei appeared before her, unannounced. Her heart skipped a beat. She remained silent and did not open the door. Chen Jingpei pressed the doorbell again. Xuan Zhi gazed at him through the display screen. Today, he donned a casual white shirt, exuding a sporty vibe. His hair, slightly tousled, bore a rebellious charm. With a small tuft at his forehead, a remnant of his recent awakening, curling upwards ever so slightly, embodying a relaxed nonchalance. Truly, he was blessed with a flawless, sculpted visage, rendering any hairstyle he chose to adopt utterly appealing. While Xuan Zhi inwardly scoffed, an impulsive desire surged within her to fling open the door and embrace him. Yet, she hesitated, fiddling with her fingers, and activated the intercom on the smart display, struggling to inquire, "What brings you here so early?" A voice, cool yet tender, emanated from the smart security door. Chen Jingpei paused, his finger hovering above the doorbell, and gently coaxed, "Please open the door. I have something to discuss with you." This was merely a pretext, for he was utterly consumed by longing. If he did not pull her into his arms and kiss her fervently, he feared he could not endure for long. Xuan Zhi was well aware of his character. He would never relent and allow her to open the door. However, she still needed to rush to the high-speed train station to report on a news story, leaving no room for prolonged exchanges with him. Ultimately, she had to step outside. Thus, She coldly provoked him. "There is nothing left to discuss between us. Please refrain from disturbing me any further." After a prolonged silence, the doorbell ceased to ring. Xianxi assumed Chen Jingpei had departed, and her gaze through the display screen confirmed the emptiness of the long corridor outside. The inaugural high-speed train ceremony was scheduled for 8:30 a.m., and the clock now reads 7:25 a.m. She hastily gathered her belongings and prepared to leave. Yet, as she briskly approached the elevator hall, she abruptly halted in her tracks. As Chen Jingpei had not yet departed, he stood there waiting for the elevator. "Where are you headed?" he inquired, noticing the camera she was holding. As she approached, he discerned the words Feiqing Daily emblazoned on her work ID, an establishment where she had previously interned, of which he was aware. "I shall escort you," he offered, momentarily suppressing the urge that stirred within him, consciously maintaining a distance of half a meter from her. However, in Xianji's eyes, the mad beast was most adept at masquerading as a harmless gentleman, only to pounce when her defenses were lowered. Indeed, in the next moment, before Xianji could utter her refusal, the elevator doors opened. She stepped inside, intending to hastily close the door behind her. Yet, Chen Jingpei seemed to perceive her intentions. Striding in after her, he seized her slender wrist, pinning it against the elevator wall, enveloping her within his imposing presence. Gazing down upon her like a sovereign surveying his realm, Xianji could not help but swallow hard, her right hand gripping the safety clasp on her camera. Fearful that a moment's lapse might cause it to slip and shatter, thereby jeopardizing her assignment for the day. "Chen Jingpei, do not lose your mind again. Release me at once." Her heart raced uncontrollably. Should he draw any closer, she would be compelled to capitulate entirely. "I still have to go to work. Do not waste my time." The elevator was, in fact, descending slowly, rendering any notion of delay moot. Yet, she feared that once in the underground parking garage, Chen Jingpei might confine her and prevent her from leaving. Even reminiscent of days gone by, the anticipation of a kiss before work lingered. Chapter 24. Yearning. Xianji's lips were exquisite. Chen Jingpei found himself at a loss for words. He could only describe the sensation of kissing her as akin to pressing one's lips against a peach blossom drenched in sweet nectar, delicate, soft, and irresistibly sweet, lingering in the mouth and inducing an intoxicating addiction. His Adam's apple subtly bobbed, the flames of desire unmistakably evident in his gaze, making it clear that he could not possibly wait until they reached the underground garage to kiss her. Suddenly, he lowered his head, his nose boldly brushing against hers. The distance between their lips mere millimeters, yet deliberately halted, suppressing the chaotic and heated breaths, teasing her into taking the initiative. "Do you wish to kiss me?" His voice was excessively seductive, reminiscent of freshly picked peaches simmering with aged pine snow, an unspoken bond of tenderness that caused Xianji's ears to blush slightly. Ultimately, she found herself lacking in resolve. Such a gentle provocation reignited her longing for his kiss, leaving her unable to forget. She instinctively wanted to close her eyes, but suddenly, with an untimely ding, the elevator doors opened on the 15th floor, and two children, around 8 or 9 years old, rushed in. Her mind instantly cleared, and she hurriedly extricated herself from Chen Jingpei's embrace, retreating to the farthest corner. Chen Jingpei, not wanting to set a poor example before the children, had to suppress his restless thoughts and stood quietly to the side. However, after merely 2 seconds, he leaned closer to Xianji, whispering softly in her ear, "Were you longing for it just now?" "Xianji," she pressed her lips tightly together, refusing to admit it. Chen Jingpei appeared to be in a cheerful mood, his eyes twinkling with a smile as he gently fiddled with the safety buckle on her camera. Such a reaction was quite understandable. After all, it had been far too long since they had experienced something similar. "Silence," he said, as Xianji attempted to interrupt with words that were too harsh for her ears. "Please, do try to behave like a decent person." Her voice was low and cold, her gaze seemingly fierce, yet it held no power to intimidate Chen Jingpei. Nevertheless, it did not deter him from embracing his role as a dutiful partner. "Very well, I shall strive to be a good person." The two children standing in front of them turned their heads in unison upon hearing his words, casting him a peculiar glance from top to bottom, as if pondering. "Is he not a person?" Noticing their unwavering gaze, Chen Jingpei unexpectedly remarked, "If we had continued to be well, our child would likely be around this age now." Xianji fell into silence, neither affirming nor denying his statement. As the elevator arrived at the ground floor, Chen Jingpei had somehow seized her camera, using it as leverage. "Ride with me, and I shall take you to work." With her camera in his possession, Xianji found herself with no alternative but to concede. "I need to go to Jingfei High-Speed Railway Station." To Jingfei high-speed railway station? And then what? Chen Jingpei leaned closer, fastening her seatbelt. Do you need to go to the capital? Your hometown? Yes. Would you like to visit? For some unknown reason, Chen Jingpei's mood turned slightly somber. A glimmer of tears seemed to pass through Xuan Zhi's eyes as she replied, Indeed. However, without exiting the station, she merely passed through, gazing at the Sea of Peige. Her grandparents resided within that vast expanse. Alas, there was no one at home. The house of her grandparents had remained vacant for an eternity, devoid of inhabitants. Furthermore, it was a workday. Perhaps she would visit when time permitted. In the midst of her thoughts, she suddenly remembered the multitude of photographs of her mother, uncle, and her childhood that lay untouched at home. Chapter 25. Purchasing tickets at the Jingfei high-speed rail station. A throng of journalists had gathered, including those from the Peige television station and various newspapers. When Xuan Zhi and Chen Jingpei arrived, it was already 5 minutes past 8. Coincidentally, the dignitaries attending the high-speed rail operation ceremony also arrived at that very moment. The reporters immediately raised their cameras, eager to encircle and capture the moment. Chen Jingpei's vehicle was parked behind those of the officials. Upon noticing several dignitaries emerging from their cars, Xuan Zhi quickly seized her camera, snapping a few candid shots through the car window. Subsequently, as she attempted to open the car door to alight, she was abruptly halted by Chen Jingpei, who insisted, Hand me your ID card. Why do you need my ID? Xuan Zhi asked, bewildered. To purchase the ticket, he replied. Purchase a ticket? Why do you need my ID for that? She questioned, her confusion deepening. Chen Jingpei clarified, Without your ID, how am I to buy the ticket for you? Xuan Zhi finally grasped his intention, realizing she did not need to buy a ticket, as a separate carriage had been reserved for journalists to cover the news. But I wish for you to accompany me in the business class, she murmured. Xuan Zhi's lips twitched slightly, feeling that he was merely being obstinate. If he wished to occupy a business class seat, he could do so on his own accord. She had work to attend to and no time to engage in idle chatter. However, a sudden thought crossed her mind. Chen Jingpei lowered his eyelids, rummaging through the armrest compartment to retrieve his wallet, extracting his identification card. His voice drifted off as he expressed a desire to accompany her to Peige to see the sea. Xuan Zhi's heart fluttered once more. Chen Jingpei was not angry. He had intended to follow her, but suddenly spotted a very familiar face among the leaders coming to attend the operational ceremony. He hesitated momentarily, contemplating whether he should alight from the vehicle. Meanwhile, Xuan Zhi was preoccupied with capturing footage and conducting interviews, unable to divert her attention to search for Chen Jingpei's figure. Once she entered the carriage and settled into a window seat to organize her notes, she couldn't help but wonder if he had indeed followed her. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, she found herself unable to resist the urge to step out and investigate. To her dismay, as she suspected, Chen Jingpei had not managed to secure a business class ticket. Or perhaps, he simply did not come at all. A wave of melancholy washed over her. Xuan Zhi was unsure of what she truly yearned for. She had resolved to no longer entangle herself with him. Yet the absence of his presence caused her chest to tighten, making it difficult to breathe. At that moment, a tall figure suddenly loomed over her, accompanied by a rebellious voice that pierced the air. Hello, you seem to be occupying my seat. Xuan Zhi's heart skipped a beat as she quickly looked up, only to find Chen Jingpei, his face partly obscured by a mask, his intense gaze fixated on the male journalist seated beside her. Xuan Zhi was taken aback. Is this really permissible? Indeed, the wealthiest individual in Peige exhibits an undeniable aura of dominance and capriciousness. Chapter 26. When Jinlang. Perhaps intimidated by the stack of exorbitantly priced high-speed train tickets in Chen Jingpei's possession, the male reporter's lips twitched uncontrollably several times before, as if possessed. He seized his camera and stormed off, muttering under his breath, grasping a handful of grass. Is that not the illustrious Chen Jingpei of Peige? Grasping grass, he actually chose to take the high-speed train. Grasping grass, grasping. This is a headline-worthy scoop. Upon recognizing Chen Jingpei, the male reporter was instantaneously engulfed by a surge of excitement. He hastily raised his camera, snapping photos of Chen Jingpei's retreating figure before the other journalists could catch on. As he felt the chill of Chen Jingpei's indifferent gaze, he quickly redirected the camera, feigning interest in the scenery outside the window. Almost forgetting that unauthorized publication of Chen Jingpei's private activities would result in catastrophic consequences, he felt a twinge of fear and instinctively distanced himself. The sky was exceptionally azure. The landscapes passing by outside the window unfolded like exquisite paintings. Xuan Zhi sat sideways, basking in the sunlight, silently editing notes on her phone. Chen Jingpei gazed at her distant silhouette, eager to establish a conversation but uncertain of how to initiate it. In a playful act, he mischievously tugged at the adorable little hair tie in her ponytail. A slight sensation of pull emanated from the back of her head, and through the sparse reflection in the window, Xianji noticed Chen Jingpei idly toying with her hair. She promptly lifted a hand and deftly pinched his wrist bone. Chen Jingpei felt no pain at all. Instead, he gently inquired, "What are you writing?" "Wen Jinlang. Did you just interview him?" Chen Jingpei instinctively asked. "Huh." Xianji was perplexed by his reference. This. Chen Jingpei did not mention the name directly, but instead wrapped his arm around her side, his fingertip prodding her phone screen. Landing on the 3 characters of Wen Jinlang. "You interviewed him?" "Not at all." Xianji frowned slightly. "Is there an issue?" "Among all the leaders present today, Wen Jinlang was the foremost, delivering a speech. Thus it was only natural that he represented the other leaders in the press release. Although Xianji had only come to know of Wen Jinlang today, he radiated an air of elegance, approachability, and warmth. He is from the Wen family. Chen Jingpei had initially been reluctant to bring it up, but refraining from doing so felt equally unsatisfactory. The Wen family? Xianji was momentarily taken aback. Chen Jingpei lowered his voice, "My father's close friend." In other words, he is the father of Wen Cici. Earlier, in the car, it was only upon seeing Wen Jinlang that he hesitated about whether to alight. The father of Wen Cici. A sense of inexplicable heaviness settled in Xianji's heart. "So, he is your father-in-law?" Xianji stated it as a certainty. "Not at all," Chen Jingpei denied. "That engagement is completely non-existent. Once we arrive in Peige, I will explain it to you properly." "No need. You need not clarify anything to me." Upon hearing Wen Cici's name, Xianji felt a swell of frustration. "You two truly are a match in terms of social standing." As she finished speaking, her expression remained impassive as she gathered her belongings, intending to interview other passengers in a different carriage to alleviate her negative emotions. Chen Jingpei, perceiving her motives, seized the opportunity to envelop her in his embrace from behind, resting his chin on her fragrant shoulder, his masked nose gently brushing against her earlobe as he softly murmured, "Let us not quarrel today, shall we?" In chapter 27, titled Gazing at the Sea, he loosened his grip, allowing her to bite him. Chen Jingpei's tone was mischievously languid. Continuing to nuzzle her sensitive earlobe with his nose, his hands audaciously tightening around her slender waist. A sharp breath escaped him, unprepared for the intensity of her bite. "Ah Ji, if you bite so fiercely, what shall I do when we are wed? How will you slip the ring onto my finger if you were to sever it?" He jested through gritted teeth. Chen Jingpei could not suppress a chuckle, retorting, "It appears I must wear slippers every day post-marriage, just to showcase my wedding ring." Seeing him still in the mood for playful banter only fueled Xianji's irritation, prompting her to bite down harder, until she tasted the metallic tang of blood. The pain shot through him, yet he remained steadfast, not loosening his grip in the slightest. Eventually, it was Xianji who succumbed to fatigue, ceasing her struggle. Chen Jingpei, satisfied, tightened his embrace further. Xianji, akin to a porcupine stripped of its quills, turned her face toward him, nestling against his chest, yet stubbornly declared, "Just this once. And never again. You must not entangle me further." Chen Jingpei chose silence, offering no response. The next stop was Peige. The scenic views along the way reveal the distant azure coastline, accompanied by the unique blue and white architectural style of the seaside town of Peige, standing in orderly rows, providing a profound sense of relaxation and healing. As, "Look at the sea," Chen Jingpei gently beckoned her. Xianji, nearly dozing off in his embrace, replied lazily, "Are we there yet?" "Almost there." Chen Jingpei felt an inexplicable tightness in his throat, perhaps due to the long absence of her speaking in such a tone. Upon hearing this, Xianji rubbed her eyes, lifted her chin, and gazed out the window. Before her lay a soothing expanse of blue, the Sea of Peige. Her eyes swiftly glistened with moisture, and she couldn't help but rub them again. "Should we go take a look?" Chen Jingpei inquired softly, leaning closer to her ear. Xianji shook her head. "Next time." Chen Jingpei respected her decision. Yet, he hesitated momentarily before slyly asking, "When will that next time be?" "I'm not sure." Xianji responded, picking up the camera resting on the small dining table, aiming it at the glass window and the sea beyond, capturing a few shots for keepsake. Chen Jingpei placed his hand over her delicate fingers that held the camera, pressing the shutter for her, saying, "Is it that you Haven made plans? Or do you simply not wish for me to accompany you?" "Both," Xianji candidly admitted. Chen Jingpei chuckled in exasperation, feeling utterly at a loss. You truly are something. Xianxi. Xianxi maintained her aloof demeanor. Do not attach your surname to me any longer. In the future, I may end up marrying someone named Zhang, Li, or Xin. Chen Jingpei. Zhang, Li, or Xin. A pang of heart-wrenching pain surged through his ring finger, yet he continued to feign a carefree, nonchalant attitude. How fortuitous. My mother bears the surname Zhang, my grandmother is a Li, and my paternal grandmother is a Shun. Whichever surname you prefer, I can easily accommodate your choice. Xianxi replied. I have a penchant for the surname Fin. Would you consider it? Chapter 28. Once again cast aside, Xianxi's lips parted slightly, intending to utter more, yet at that moment, Chen Jingpei's phone rang. She was compelled to press her lips together, redirecting her focus to the camera, capturing the distant seagulls, ships, docks, and containers outside the window. Chen Jingpei retrieved his phone, glancing at the caller ID. It was Qi Jian calling. Presumably, he wished to report on work matters. So he answered the call. To Xianxi's dismay, her photographing paused abruptly. She remained ensnared in Chen Jingpei's embrace, and as he conversed on the phone, she could distinctly discern the voice on the other end. It was a woman, one whose voice sounded vaguely familiar. Perhaps it was when Cici. A wave of discomfort surged through her chest, prompting Xianxi to extricate herself from Chen Jingpei's grasp, fabricating an excuse to depart. I need to use the restroom. Chen Jingpei had no grounds to detain her. However, once he ended the call and regained his senses, he realized that Xianxi had taken her camera and bag with her. Xianxi proceeded to traverse through other compartments, not heading to the restroom nor disembarking at Peige station. A wave of passengers exited, followed by a new influx. Alone on the platform, Chen Jingpei searched in vain for Xianxi, experiencing the sting of rejection once more. Damn it! His eyes glowed with a blood-red fury as he clenched his phone tightly, filled with a desire to unleash his wrath upon the ancestors of the person who had called. 2 hours later, in Feiqing, Shanglan District, a white Bugatti charged aggressively through the gates of the Wen family villa. The security guard on duty promptly seized the intercom to inform the housekeeper, young Master Jingpei has arrived. Upon hearing this, the housekeeper hurriedly exited the main building to welcome him. Just as Chen Jingpei opened the car door, before he even set foot outside, the housekeeper launched into an enthusiastic monologue. Are all the elders of the Wen family present? Chen Jingpei's gaze remained icy. A slight smirk graced his lips as he replied ambiguously, that's good if they are. Upstairs, in the bedroom, the sound of items crashing echoed intermittently from within. Aunt Sue, the housekeeper, cautiously pushed open the ajar door and called out, Miss Shani. Did you hear? From now on, you must address me as Miss Cici. Yes, Mississippi. Cici. Aunt Sue's voice was low and subservient, humbled to the dust. When Shani finally allowed herself a smirk, reveling in the superiority of the title, before exasperatedly commanding, clean up all this rubbish. Of course, Aunt Sue hurriedly entered the room to tidy the mess, nearly forgetting her purpose for coming upstairs. By the way, Mississippi. Cici, young Master Jingpei has arrived and is currently downstairs. Upon hearing this, when Shani felt a mix of joy and anger. Why didn't you say so earlier? You truly have no discernment. Aunt Sue's eyes immediately welled with tears, deeply missing Madame Bei. If Mrs. Bei had given birth to a daughter, she certainly would not have displayed such arrogance. Unfortunately, Miss Yushi is already. Chapter 29. The cancellation of engagement. Upon discovering his true intentions, old lady Wen's expression hardened instantly, and she retorted with displeasure. This marriage proposal was undoubtedly orchestrated by your Chen family. As the wedding date approaches, you suddenly wish to withdraw. What kind of advantageous arrangement is this? Let me make it clear. Even if your grandmother were to come and beg on her knees, this engagement would not be rescinded. Our Wen family is not a small household to be trifled with by your Chen family. Chen Jingpei leisurely sipped his tea, a hint of scorn playing at the corners of his lips. But the intended bride was Wen Cici, not Wen Shani. Yet, Cici has already passed away. Old lady Wen, consumed by fury, retorted, it was your father who personally agreed to extend the engagement to Shani. This matter leaves no room for you to go back on your word. In that moment, the disdain on Chen Jingpei's lips deepened. Then let my father father another son to marry. I will not acknowledge this engagement. You, old lady Wen was nearly driven to faint with rage. You may choose not to acknowledge it, but it is not your decision. Besides, Wen Cici can hardly be considered the eldest daughter of the Wen family. She has long since passed, and her mother, both mad and deluded, has been divorced from my father for some time. So what does that imply? Chen Jingpei's gaze turned cold, silently observing the blood-red jade pendant hanging around Wen Shani's neck. The edges of the shattered jade have been polished to a smooth sheen, taking on an irregular form with a delicate traditional character inscribed upon it. This was once worn by Wenxiqi during her chubby childhood. He had glimpsed it in an album of photographs lovingly curated by his mother. Since Wenxiqi was merely 2 years old at the time of his birth, many memories of their playful moments together were gleaned through the images preserved by her. After all, by the time Wenxiqi turned 3, Chen Jingpei let out a cold laugh. Do you not find it pitiful to occupy what does not belong to you? Furthermore, his voice trailed off momentarily, a wicked smile creeping upon his lips. Wearing something that once belonged to Wenxiqi, are you not afraid of having nightmares at night? Ah, perhaps due to the sinister tone of Chen Jingpei. When Shani suddenly shrieked in horror, clasping her ears. Wen Jinlang and Pan Jiyun descended from the 3rd floor via the elevator, and upon reaching the foyer, they were met with the sound of Wen Shani's ghostly wails. Wen Jinlang felt a surge of irritation rising within him, yet under the weight of some unspoken pressure. He was compelled to assume the role of a benevolent father. What is it, Nini? Who is bullying you? Upon hearing Wen Jinlang's voice, Wen Shani wept more pitifully. Dad. It's Jingpei Gu who is tormenting me. He wants to break off our engagement. You must stand up for me, Dad. Quickly call Uncle Chen, or else. All right, do not fret. Father will have a proper discussion with Ah Pei. There is nothing to discuss, Uncle Jean. Chen Jingpei was unyielding. Today, I shall state it plainly. I will not acknowledge this engagement. Even if you summon my father, it will be of no use. At worst, I shall sever our father-son relationship. Chapter 30. Tasting the wine brewed by brother in the afternoon at the newspaper office. She submitted her completed news article for editorial review and lay out before wandering to the tea room to brew a cup of fruit tea. Shin and I followed closely behind her, unabashedly declaring, I pondered all night yesterday and find myself still very much inclined to pursue you. Although you may already have someone you favor, I believe these sentiments are not mutually exclusive. Emotions are quite mysterious. Perhaps one day you will realize that I am rather charming and might develop feelings for me. Xianji remained silent. Shin and I pressed on. I am earnest in my intentions. This is the first time I have felt such an instant attraction to a girl. Will you consider it? I'm afraid not. Xianji replied, maintaining her cold demeanor. I do not favor relationships between siblings and juniors. Shin and I paused momentarily, indignant as he countered. How can you know you wouldn't like it if you've never tried? You have no idea how appealing younger partners can be, both fierce and tender. I assure you, one taste will leave you addicted for life. Xianxi responded, is this how confessions are made nowadays, so brazenly? The aroma of dried fruit wafted from the tea as she took a delicate sip, her expression unfazed, as if she had weathered countless battles. Having sampled the wine brewed by my brother, who would still be intoxicated by a younger man's tea, Shin and I felt as though he had been struck by a million blows, and, feeling disgruntled, asked directly, are you implying that those older are more experienced? Or that the person you like excels in that regard? The topic, evidently, was becoming increasingly absurd. Xianxi deemed it unnecessary to explain herself further and intended to slip away. Suddenly, Shin and I stepped forward, obstructing her path, and teasingly remarked, the fact that you can articulate such thoughts surely indicates a lack of practical comparison. Why not give it a thought and see if you might want to try with me? I believe that once you have tasted the tea brewed by my younger brother, you shall no longer yearn for the wine crafted by my elder brother. Oh my, openly engaging in office romance. Guoming happened to pass by the pantry and interjected, be careful, or I might report this to editor Shin. Xianxi chuckled lightly, gracefully walking out and linking her arm with Guoming's, using the moment to extricate herself from Shin Ni's relentless pursuit. After they had distanced themselves, Guoming inquired, does he have feelings for you? Xianji replied, that should depend on the individual, right? Each person's character is distinct, one cannot generalize. Her earlier dismissal of Shin Ni's advances regarding sibling relationships was a deliberate tactic to dissuade him entirely, as her heart was irrevocably occupied by Chen Jingpei, leaving no room for anyone else. After all, Chen Jingpei had once been her first love at first sight, and she had loved him earnestly and profoundly. In the past, in the present, and even in the future. Regardless of the circumstances, she preferred to avoid entanglements with the younger ones, particularly with someone like Shin and I. A reckless scion unlikely to invest genuinely. He would merely toy with her affections for a few months at most. Guoming continued to express her views, to which Xianji nodded in agreement without contesting. Can you believe it? A super typhoon is set to hit Face City the day after tomorrow. Guoming took a few steps when her phone suddenly received a typhoon warning notification. Is that so? Xianji immediately picked up her phone to check. This year's ninth typhoon, named Deer, boasts a maximum wind force of 15 levels. Chapter 31, Self-Made. Shenlan District. When Shani resolutely refused to return the marriage token to Chen Jingpei. Consequently, Chen Jingpei decided to forego it as well, but before departing from the Wen family, he uttered a remark that sent Wen Shani into utter despair. Shortly thereafter, a white Bugatti sped away, leaving a trail of icy desolation. Enraged, Wen Shani immediately began to throw things in a fit of rage. Wen Jinlang wore a sullen expression. Perhaps he felt vexed or could no longer bear to remain in that household, so he hastily left under the pretense of being busy with work. Pan Jiyun, seeing that Wen Jinlang consistently refused to stay overnight, was consumed by profound resentment. Thus, she could only vent her frustrations on Wen Shani, scolding her, "Look at your pitiful state. How many times have I advised you? If you wish for Chen Jingpei to marry you, you must employ your intellect and devise ways to keep him. What good does it do to cry and make a scene at home? It only serves to irritate your father." After being chastised, Wen Shani felt even more aggrieved. In a fit of anger, she hurled a precious ceramic piece to the ground, her eyes reddening as she rushed to the elder matriarch, crying out, "Grandma, you must help me. All I desire in this life is to marry Chen Jingpei. If I cannot marry him, then I have no desire to live." Upon hearing this, Wen Shani was filled with immense joy and quickly inquired, "What method, Grandma?" "Whale Technology Company." Qi Jian stood silently beside him, maintaining an air of reticence throughout. Chen Jingpei casually offered a seat to him, his tone languid and relaxed. "Please, have a seat, Secretary Qi." Qi Jian, however, dared not comply, for he had committed an egregiously foolish mistake that very morning. He should never have allowed Wen Shani into the company, nor should he have inadvertently facilitated her call to Chen Jingpei. "Mr. Chen, I feel it is imperative for me to clarify that it was Miss Wen who seized the phone when I was unprepared. I did not willingly hand it to her." When he called Chen Jingpei, his intention was solely to inform him that Wen Shani had come to the company seeking guidance on how to handle a matter. But he did not foresee her snatching the phone from him. "Write a 3,000-word reflection," Chen Jingpei insisted. Since he had brought it up, Chen Jingpei was bound to impose some form of punishment. Qi Jian thought to himself, fervently wishing he could slap his own face for his blunder, contemplating whether he might negotiate to offset the penalty with his salary. "You have indeed reminded me," Chen Jingpei mused, twirling the pen in his hand with a smile that appeared harmless. "In addition to the deduction from your year-end bonus, you shall also write a 3,000-word reflection." Qi Jian was left speechless, refraining from further dissent, his heart silently praying that Wen Shani would not cross his path again at the company. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly confront her at every opportunity, regardless of her father's status as a provincial leader. Anyone who caused him to forfeit his bonus and face the humiliation of writing a reflection would be considered an irreconcilable enemy. As evening descended, the sky was ablaze with fiery hues of rose. With nothing pressing to occupy his time, Chen Jingpei decided to take a stroll through the technical department. At that moment, the technician responsible for activating the holographic projection of the Qingjing building's logo each evening had fortuitously initiated the projection ahead of schedule. Chen Jingpei suddenly recalled something and told the technician, "Tonight, let us change the projection." The technician, perhaps not grasping his intention, appeared bewildered. Chen Jingpei sat down at the computer and decided, "I shall create it myself." Chapter 32, Surveillance. Each night, Xuan Zhi had grown accustomed to gazing through the circular glass at the projection of the Whale Technology Tower before drifting off to sleep. However, this evening, after finishing her bath and settling down at the coffee table, she waited a considerable time, yet the lively silver whale gliding toward the starry ocean never appeared. A sense of emptiness washed over her, as if something vital had been severed from her heart, leaving her adrift. Perhaps a typhoon was brewing thus. While Xianji was lost in these thoughts, a sudden burst of pink luminescence illuminated the top of the distant tower. Moments later, a cartoonish little pig, clutching a peach, comically rolled into view. Xianji exclaimed in disbelief. Has the whale transformed into a pig? Nevertheless, she found tonight's projection rather amusing. With a light heart, she climbed into bed, refraining from delving deeper into the notion that this projection had been crafted by Chen Jingpei specifically for her. It was not until the second, third, fourth, and fifth nights, with each evening presenting a different romantic scene, that Xianji gradually realized Chen Jingpei had been secretly enveloping her in affection and care during the quiet hours of night, accompanying her through the long stretches of solitude and loneliness. But that was a story for another time. The following day, upon waking, the sky was shrouded in gray, and the temperature had plummeted several degrees. The wind began to howl, heralding the imminent approach of a typhoon. Before beginning her workday, Xuan Zhi secured the doors and windows, and in accordance with the property management's notice, stocked up on clean water, ensuring that her power bank was fully charged to guard against any unexpected power outages at home. Having completed this series of preparations, she slung her camera over her shoulder and stepped outside. Today, unencumbered by Chen Jingpei's presence, her commute to work proceeded with remarkable ease. Yet the stark contrast in her circumstances heightened her sense of dislocation. At Peige television station, after Liang Yu finished recording the morning news, she exited the studio only to be halted in her tracks by a familiar voice. Teacher Liang. It was Chen Jingpei. According to family tradition, he ought to have addressed her as Aunt Liang, yet due to her role as a host, many preferred to refer to her as Teacher Liang, a habit he had adopted since childhood. Liang Yu, graceful and poised, never made a point of correcting such informalities. No. He came to fetch the spare key from Chun Yun's household. Didn't Teased mention it to you? Liang Yu, busy with her daily tasks, found it impossible to keep track of every trivial detail and inquired, "What did Ace say?" "Zij asked me to collect the key," Chen Jingpei responded. "Oh, right. How could I forget?" Liang Yu exclaimed, a look of realization crossing her face. "The key is in my lounge. I'll fetch it for you now." "All right." Chen Jingpei followed her to the lounge, where Liang Yu promptly retrieved the electronic key from her bag and handed it to him, adding a thought-provoking remark. "Sometimes I truly find it perplexing what Ace is thinking. Just look at how lovely Gigi is, yet he insists on treating her like a niece. Ape, you must keep a vigilant watch over Gigi, ensure that she does not entangle herself with ambiguous men. Andy has taken quite a fondness for her." The electronic key, held tightly within my palm, suddenly felt as though it bore the weight of 1,000 pounds, and a wave of heaviness washed over Chen Jingpei, prompting a slightly restless utterance from his throat. "All right." Chapter 33. A noble lineage. The sky loomed dark and ominous, while the trees lining the road swayed incessantly. Early risers, uncles and aunts alike, hurried to the market to snatch up fruits and vegetables. As Xianji entered the newspaper office to clock in, Ding Tao deliberately raised his voice to converse with another male reporter. "People like us, who endure the daily grind of buses and subways, might as well start from the Stone Age. We could scarcely afford even a single model of a commuter vehicle. Some of those born with a silver spoon merely descend to experience life, blissfully unaware of the true struggles of society." His words seemed to carry an air of derision, though it was unclear whom he was targeting. While it may have sounded as though he was insinuating that Xianji, who commutes daily in her understated million-yuan luxury car, was somehow out of touch, the ostentation of Shun Ni's grand motorcycle and Ferrari far eclipsed her vehicle's grandeur. Thus, Xianji chose not to interpret his vague and sarcastic remarks as aimed at her. Without bothering to grab his card, he flung his black backpack onto Ding Tao's desk and, gripping Ding Tao's collar in indignation, exclaimed, "I have warned you before, a man should be forthright, not a cunning coward lurking in the shadows to gossip. Even if I were to arrive at the office in a multi-million-yuan sports car to experience life, what business is it of yours?" One should refrain from projecting their own inadequacies onto others in a futile attempt to find balance by undermining them. I strongly advise against repeating such foolishness. Should there be a next time, I shall not hesitate to unleash my wrath upon you. Ding Tao, in a state of distress, barely had the chance to utter a word of explanation when Chen Ni abruptly released him and hurriedly rushed to intercept Xianji, who was preparing to leave for a news assignment. Xianji was already aware of the situation, having received a phone call from Shunhua prior to her arrival at work. Very well, she acquiesced without any objection and proceeded towards the elevator. Chen Ni, brimming with excitement akin to a pampered hound, eagerly followed in her wake. At that moment, another male reporter nudged Ding Tao's arm with a mischievous grin, remarking, "Tao, you seem rather oblivious. Just look at how the heir apparent lavishes attention on the golden offspring. There must be some underlying intrigue at play. It would be wise for you to temper your comments in the future. Otherwise, should the golden offspring whisper sweet nothings, you might find yourself bereft of a place to lament, as they monopolize the headlines of significant political news. Moreover, it's merely a report on high-speed rail transit. There is no need to dwell on it incessantly. Your focus should be on securing interviews with provincial political conferences and prominent political figures, broadening your horizons." This male reporter, responsible for the sports channel, seemed to lack awareness of the competitive landscape, as he merely offered sardonic commentary, oblivious to the multitude of seasoned journalists specializing in political reporting who were far more qualified for such assignments. Thus, it was not that he was unwilling to broaden his horizons, Rather, he felt a sense of grievance, believing that Xuan Zhi, on her very first day at work, overshadowed him. In the elevator, Chen and I glanced at his phone to check the time and inquired, "Have you had breakfast? Let us first head to the cafeteria for a bite, and then—" "I have already eaten at home," Xuan Zhi interrupted him, her demeanor distant. "If you haven't eaten yet, you should go ahead." Chen and I replied, "I rarely have breakfast. My primary concern is that you do not go hungry." Xuan Zhi suddenly regretted agreeing to Xun Hua's request to take him on news assignments. Chen and I was clearly intertwining personal feelings with their professional collaboration. Chen and I. Xuan Zhi called his name with unexpected seriousness. His eyes sparkled with anticipation as he awaited her next words. Xuan Zhi's gaze was frosty as she said, "I hope that your desire to learn how to write well is sincere, and that you have asked editor Xun to allow me to mentor you, rather than harboring ulterior motives for wanting to work alongside me." Chen and I, unperturbed, retorted, "What if I do have ulterior motives? What can you do about it? In that case, I regret to inform you that I will not teach you, and you should not follow me." Xuan Zhi's tone was as cold as ice, a promise she was resolute to keep. Chen and I, perhaps fearing the situation would become too tense and jeopardize any opportunity for camaraderie, reluctantly conceded, "All right, fine. I will not develop feelings for you. My sole focus is on my career and writing well. I have completely lost interest in romantic entanglements. You may regard me as a sister. Will that suffice?" Xuan Zhi did not respond, yet she did not prevent him from continuing to follow her. Chen and I observed her meticulous demeanor, finding it irresistibly charming, and couldn't help but inquire, "However, could you describe the person you admire? At least let me know in what aspects I fall short of him, apart from age. Is it height, looks, or perhaps financial prowess?" This query faded into silence, destined to remain unanswered by Xuan Zhi. Sensing the moment, Chen and I promptly sealed his lips. Subsequently, as Xuan Zhi retrieved her car keys to start the engine, he swiftly opened the rear door and nimbly slipped inside. Xuan Zhi took her place in the driver's seat and turned to him, asking, "What about your own car?" Chen and I, with a tenacious demeanor, replied, "I prefer not to drive. Fuel prices have soared, and my sister has left me with mere pocket money." To secure a ride with Xuan Zhi, he exaggerated his plight. Xuan Zhi, disinterested in exposing his ruse, thought that as long as he behaved properly, she wouldn't truly reject his presence. Just as he had suggested, treating him as a sister would suffice. Chapter 34. The young reporter. The vehicle meandered towards the quaint alleyways. Chen and I leaned forward, surveying the nostalgic tenement buildings, and curiously asked, "Who are we interviewing here?" Xuan Zhi, without glancing at him, retrieved her camera, opened the car door, and positioned herself beneath a wall marked for demolition, capturing the essence of urban life through her lens. Chen and I watched as the drizzly sky released a gentle rain. He hurriedly picked up an umbrella from the seat and followed her, sheltering her from the impending downpour, saying, "It looks like rain is on the way." With the typhoon approaching, rain was inevitable. However, the current light drizzle, easily scattered by the wind, was so insubstantial that it barely registered. The umbrella handle brushed against her shoulder as Xuan Zhi stepped back 2 paces, drawing the hood of her outer garment over her head. Emotionlessly, she suggested, "Let us divide our tasks. You can interview at the street shop, while I will head towards the residential building." Chen and I felt that she was indeed quite difficult to pursue, yet the more challenging she appeared, the more he found himself infatuated with her. Much like his passion for racing, failing repeatedly yet rising with renewed vigor. "All right," he acquiesced. Chen and I, mindful of boundaries, folded the umbrella and refrained from drawing closer. But he was left pondering what exactly he was supposed to interview about. He remained unaware of the specific subject Xuan Zhi intended to explore. As she walked into the alley, her voice floated on the wind, ethereal and fleeting. "Focus on the typhoon theme. Let your creativity flow." Chen and I thought to himself, what a lonely question. He felt a mix of irritation and amusement, bewildered as to why he had developed feelings for such an unromantic woman. Yet, he couldn't help but wonder about the brand of shampoo she used, for it was sweet and fragrant. The old tenement building, aged and on the brink of demolition, held a deep-rooted significance for many of the older residents who had lived there since childhood. They cherished every brick and blade of grass, reluctant to leave their beloved home. Consequently, the process had dragged on. And even as the building was marked with warnings against approaching due to its dilapidated condition, the residents continued to gather in the crumbling corridors, setting up tea tables, playing chess, and engaging in leisurely conversations about trivial matters. Despite the impending threat of a powerful typhoon, they seemed unprepared to undertake any defensive measures. "Hello, ma'am. I am a reporter from Feicing Daily. May I interview you? Downstairs, there sat an elderly lady, her hair elegantly arranged in a bun, stooped over as she operated an antiquated spinning wheel. Upon noticing her, Xuan Zhi approached to inquire. The old woman, perhaps hard of hearing, struggled to comprehend. What, dear? Give me a hug? No, dear lady. I am a reporter from Feicing Daily, and I would like to interview you, if I may. Xuan Zhi presented her press badge for the woman's inspection. Despite her hearing impairment, the old woman recognized the characters, exclaiming, "Ah, a reporter." She then lifted her face, adorned with a multitude of wrinkles yet exuding warmth and kindness, and smiled. You wish to interview me? Indeed, dear lady, Xuan Zhi replied with a cheerful nod. Is that all right? Of course, of course. The old woman appeared somewhat excited, rubbing her hands on the embroidered skirt she wore. She then offered a small wooden stool to Xuan Zhi, saying, "Sit here, dear, don't stand." "Thank you, dear lady," Xuan Zhi responded politely as she took her seat. The old woman beamed with delight. "Now, ask away, dear. What would you like to know?" Xuan Zhi retrieved a recording pen from her bag and formally began. "Good day. Dear lady, are you aware that a powerful typhoon is expected to make landfall in Feicing tomorrow?" "What? Who is crazy?" At that crucial moment, the old woman's hearing faltered again. "Typhoon." Xuan Zhi decided to write down the question. The old lady glanced at the words on the paper and replied, Oh, I understand." Xuan Zhi continued to write while inquiring. "So, the tenement buildings here have been designated as dangerous. But haven't the relevant authorities relocated you to a safer location? What dangerous building?" Chapter 35, Twisted Ankle. The old woman appears quite agitated, dismissing the nonsensical ramblings of those so-called experts. This building, if only it were to undergo some renovations, could stand for another century, she asserts, gesturing towards the warning sign of the dilapidated structure hanging on the wall. All these frivolities are merely a ploy to hasten our departure. However, Xuan Zhi hesitates, gazing at the rain-soaked, darkened walls and the tangled mess of electrical wires. She delicately inscribes, "But if relocation were to occur, wouldn't you be able to move to a more comfortable place? Why not embrace it? You wouldn't understand, child." The old woman's eyes suddenly glisten with moisture. "The young folk have all moved to the prosperous districts, leaving behind us a handful of lonely elders. Our attachment to this place is sentimental. No one wishes to leave. Yet, with the typhoon approaching, the electrical wiring here poses a significant safety hazard. Has the neighborhood committee come to inform you of the need to evacuate?" Xuan Zhi remains concerned about this issue. Upon finishing her thoughts, the old woman resumes her spinning. After exchanging a few more words with her, Xuan Zhi ascends the stairs to interview other elderly residents. The rain begins as a fine mist, gradually coalescing into a steady downpour, accompanied by flashes of lightning and rumblings of thunder, cascading down from the dark clouds. The bougainvillea lining the streets are battered, petals strewn across the ground. Xuan Zhi dashes through the rain towards where she parked, but as she passes through a narrow alley, a large, dark rat suddenly bolts out. She is unable to evade it, slipping slightly beneath her feet. Though she manages to regain her balance and avoid a complete fall, she nonetheless twists her ankle painfully. The sensation of pain radiated from her right ankle to the cerebral nerve center. Xuan Zhi inhaled sharply, her steps unsteady and laborious as she dragged herself towards the vehicle. "It's nothing," she declared, opening the rear door and handing him the car keys, inadvertently twisting her ankle in the process. "You drive. Chen and I took the keys." A note of concern in his voice. "Is the injury serious? Let me take you to the hospital." "Not necessary," Xuan Zhi replied, confident that her leg was not so fragile. "A little massage will suffice. If worst comes to worst, I'll apply some topical ointment for bruises. There's no need for a hospital visit." Dressed in loose-fitting athletic pants that barely grazed her ankles, Chen and I could not ascertain the extent of her injury. He sighed in resignation. "All right, there's a pharmacy ahead. I'll go buy you some medicine." "Not needed," she reiterated, and then, opening the center console, she declared with an air of finality, "I have some essential oil." Chen and I was nearly at a loss for words. Essential oil for bruises? Really? Though uncertain of its efficacy, Xuan Zhi knew that the oil provided a refreshing coolness that could momentarily alleviate the pain. More importantly, she wished to avoid entangling Chen and I in any form of prolonged connection. Chen and I seemed to grasp her intent, letting out a resigned chuckle. "You truly leave me no opportunity to show my concern. How is it that you possess such a stubborn and challenging disposition?" Xuan Zhi lowered her beautifully curled eyelashes, damp strands of hair framing her face, as a crystalline droplet glided down her porcelain skin to the line of her jaw, silently disappearing into her neckline. Like the cool bomb gently absorbed by the ankle, it seeped in quietly and meticulously. Suddenly, Xuan Zhi softly uttered, "My central axis has long been uprooted by another." Chapter 36. Green. The rain blurred the windshield, as the wipers tirelessly swept away the curtain of rain. A journey to the newspaper office that should take merely 30 minutes had been cruelly prolonged by a 2-hour traffic jam. The pain in the ankles, once soothed by the soothing oil, had not diminished in the slightest. Rather, it had grown increasingly fiery and swollen. Stuck in a lengthy line of vehicles, they could neither advance nor retreat. Chen perhaps felt suffocated to the point of sprouting, frequently lifting his gaze to glance at Xuan Zhi through the rearview mirror. As he observed her diligently engrossed in her work, he could no longer suppress the urge to capture her concentrated demeanor in a photograph for his personal album. Yet, he felt a pang of reluctance to keep her beauty concealed, yearning instead for the entire world to know just how captivating the girl he adored truly was. In a moment of impulse, he sent the photograph to a WeChat group comprising thousands of members, a gathering of enthusiasts from various fields. Some reveled in racing, while others delighted in piloting fighter jets. Although they were not particularly close in reality, their bond had flourished over years in the online realm, engaging in playful banter and camaraderie. Thus, he was eager to seek advice from this band of like-minded friends. "Brothers, I am finished, utterly smitten. I wish to embark on a romance." Accompanying Xuan Zhi's photo, Chen swiftly followed up with a line of text. Moments passed. In the group, someone marvelously inquired, "Wow, who is that stunning lady?" Chen raised an eyebrow with a sense of pride. "I'm currently pursuing her. Please, lend me some advice. I'm stuck in traffic with her in the car. What can I do to make her heart flutter?" An occasional participant, Fish, chimed in, "Seriously? With your exceptional driving skills, do you still need our guidance?" Chen replied, "Let us be serious. While I excel at driving, it doesn't imply I possess the same prowess in courting women, particularly someone as aloof as her. I'm utterly at a loss." Guatian, munching on a snack, remarked, "I just did a divination for you. The timing and setting are perfect for romance in the car." Chen Arthur, the fighter pilot, interjected. Chen Arthur, what do those question marks signify? Arthur, I genuinely believe you're in trouble. Chen what do you mean? Arthur, literally what I said. Chen opting not to delve deeper, confessed, "Indeed, I feel like I'm in dire straits. I like her immensely. I believe my sister dragging me to intern at the newspaper was a divine intervention to facilitate our meeting." Arthur quipped, You're really doomed. You have no chance." Zay, someone is pursuing Xuan. It seems he wants to do something with Xuan. With evidence at hand, Zay, you might be in for a surprise. By chance. Chen Jingpei, who had just entered the group chat, suddenly felt as if a verdant hue was blooming above his head. Chapter 37. Getting in the car as evening approached, the rain poured down like a torrential downpour. The wind tugged at the edges of pedestrians' clothing, turning their umbrellas inside out. Chen Jingpei's car was parked patiently in the lot outside the newspaper office, waiting for Xuan Zhi to finish work. Sitting at her desk, Xuan Zhi had just finalized the main title of her news article and was helping Xuan revise his draft, teaching him how to distinguish between subjects and predicates, as well as reminding him of the essential elements of a news report. Xuan appeared diligent and eager to learn, showing no signs of impatience throughout the process. Perhaps this was the power of love. Even though his affection was unreciprocated, he found joy in it. "Xuan Zhi, which brand of shampoo do you use?" he asked, leaning in closer, inhaling the faint, sweet fragrance that emanated from her hair. Overwhelmed by his feelings, he could not help but inquire. Xuan Zhi paused, lifting her gaze to look at him with a cool expression. "What did you just call me?" "Waji," Chen replied, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Oblivious to any impropriety. "I heard an old lady on your recording call you that, didn't she?" "She called me Wazi, not Waji," Chen corrected him, emphasizing her words. "You are not allowed to call me that." Chen, however, responded playfully, "But I think Waji is quite endearing. How about I call you Xuan instead?" Xuan fell silent, tossing the partially revised draft back at him. Seeing his attitude of acknowledgement, she reluctantly resumed helping him with the corrections. However, even if she were asked 100 times, she would likely never disclose her secret. Really, it's unnecessary. As Xuan concluded her statement, a female journalist responsible for financial news entered. Clutching a rain-soaked umbrella with a broken frame, her face aglow with excitement, she eagerly addressed her colleague, Xiao, at the adjacent workstation. "Do you know whom I just spotted?" "Who did you see?" Xiao inquired, her focus on editing a news video for the Peige Daily app, a venture developed by their newspaper. The financial journalist could hardly contain her exuberance. I saw the president of Qingjing Group. His car was parked right downstairs, an exclusive limited edition Bugatti Veyron. It's so cool and impressive. Xiao Xiao rolled her eyes. Did you actually see the president of Qingjing Group, or merely his car? With a radiant smile. The financial journalist replied, it was pouring, so I couldn't see clearly. But I am certain he must be inside the vehicle. I need to clock out and try to run into him. Xiao Xiao, unyielding, doused her enthusiasm. You must be imagining things. We've tried numerous times to invite him for an interview, and he has always declined. There is no way he would come here. You should set aside your daydreams. It's true. If you don't believe me, come and see for yourself. The financial journalist insisted. Xiao Xiao countered, I still have to work overtime tonight. And you need to stay and help. What? A typhoon is approaching, and we still have to work overtime? The financial journalist felt deflated. Xiao Xiao pouted slightly, gesturing for her to glance towards Xuan Zhi's direction. We are still quite fortunate. Just look at our colleagues who cover social news. If a typhoon were to make landfall in the dead of night, they might have to crawl out of their warm beds at a moment's notice to rush to the front lines. Upon hearing this, the finance journalist felt a sudden sense of equilibrium. Meanwhile, Xuan Zhi, who had intended to complete her tasks and clock out on time, found herself unexpectedly captivated by their conversation, causing her to hesitate in leaving. It wasn't until her colleagues gradually departed, leaving only the editors on the evening shift engrossed in their work, and Chen and I, who stubbornly lingered nearby, that she finally glanced at the time. It was already 9 o'clock in the evening. She mused that if Chen Jingpei were indeed waiting for her at the office, he likely wouldn't possess the patience to linger from dusk until this late hour. He must have left by now, holding on to a glimmer of hope. Xuan Zhi finally clocked out. Upon hearing the commotion, Chen and I, roused from his slumber at his workstation, immediately grabbed a large umbrella and dashed after her. Xuan Zhi's gait was still somewhat limping. As she stepped through the revolving door of the lobby, the wind and rain assaulted her fiercely, prompting her to lower the umbrella to prevent the ribs from snapping under the force of the gusts. The parking lot was dimly lit, and through the heavy curtain of rain, Xuan Zhi could scarcely discern any vehicles. Teacher Xuan, must you be so stubborn? I assure you, I won T-bite. Chen and I said, sheltering her with his large umbrella alongside her petite floral one. Just stand here patiently while I retrieve the car. Two individuals stood facing each other, a large umbrella shielding a smaller one, creating an exquisitely romantic tableau, particularly from the vantage point of someone in a sports car. Their posture resembled that of lovers clandestinely sharing a kiss beneath the sheltering canopy. Chen Jingpei's eyes flared with indignation, turning a vivid shade of green as he pressed the accelerator with fervor, vehemently breaking through the layers of rain that veiled the scene. Storming towards the couple in a fury, the intense glare of the headlights illuminated the surroundings, prompting Xuan Zhi to lift her gaze toward the source of light, only to be met with the sight of a familiar, pristine white Bugatti, exuding an astonishing aura of power, coming to a halt directly in front of her. The wheels splashed through the puddles, drenching her shoes. Xuan Zhi's shoes and pant legs were also soaked, leading him to curse vehemently. Are you blind? Driving so close. Are you trying to provoke an accident? With that, he attempted to pull Xuan Zhi towards the parking lot. At that moment, the window of the white Bugatti lowered halfway, and a voice, cold and piercing as the night rain, emerged from the driver's seat, commanding, get in. Chen and I was taken aback, recognizing the man inside the car as the wealthiest individual in the city, Chen Jingpei. But wait, to whom was he directing that statement? Chapter 38. The nightlight umbrella. With Chen Jingpei's appearance, the world around seemed to fade into mere backdrop. In an instant, she felt her capacity for thought dissipate. Her hands, as if possessed, obediently opened the car door, and she gracefully slid into the passenger seat. The sentence remained unfinished as her gaze met Chen Jingpei's chillingly distant eyes, causing a lump to form in his throat, rendering him abruptly silent. In the next moment, he could only watch helplessly as Xuan Zhi vanished into the inky darkness of the rain-soaked night alongside that ostentatious supercar. Xuan Zhi fell silent, suddenly overwhelmed by a twinge of regret for the impulsive decision to board his vehicle. Is he pursuing you? Chen Jingpei inquired, though his tone remained composed. A tempest of jealousy brewed within him. Upon hearing this, Xuan Zhi felt an additional wave of irritation wash over her, prompting an uncharacteristic response. So, are you insinuating that you and he are engaged in some sort of flirtation? Did you kiss just now? Absolutely not. Xuan Zhi refused to acknowledge anything that had not transpired, and certainly would not confess to inciting his jealousy. There is neither flirtation nor a kiss, she asserted firmly. Chen Jingpei believed it imperative to clarify this matter. Both? He pressed. Neither, Xuan reiterated with unwavering conviction. Then what was the purpose of being so close just moments ago? Chen Jingpei's mind was besieged by the vivid image of a grand umbrella shielding a smaller one, his jealousy rendering him nearly unrecognizable. It was hardly conceivable that they were merely admiring a glow-in-the-dark umbrella. Xuan, enraged, she bit her lip, suddenly realizing that she need not explain herself so thoroughly. Thus, she adopted a dismissive stance, think what you will. Even if something were happening, it would be none of your concern. With that, she turned her gaze to the window, presenting him with an exasperated view of her back. Chen Jingpei's temper flared in response, yet her childlike defiance diffused his anger. Fine, whatever you choose to do is your business, he conceded, pausing briefly before adding with a mischievous smirk, but do ensure you can withstand tonight. Just don't inadvertently end up with me. Xuan felt a tremor in her heart, just as she was about to inquire about the meaning of his words. She suddenly realized that the path he was taking did not lead to Jiahubei. She quickly changed her question, asking, "Where are you taking me?" "To see a doctor." Chen Jingpei replied, deviating from the expected course of conversation. A look of confusion crossed Xuan's face. "Why see a doctor? Does your foot not hurt?" Chen Jingpei countered softly. However, if one listened closely, they could discern the hidden concern in his words. Xuan gently pinched the corner of her garment, somewhat astonished. "How did you know?" It seemed she had not mentioned her ankle pain to him. Chen Jingpei, in a playful manner, replied, "Just a hunch." In truth, he had noticed her limping out of the revolving door of the newspaper office, indicating that her right ankle was likely sprained. Xuan was briefly taken aback. Is that even possible? There are so many tricks up your sleeve. Nevertheless, regardless of how he had come to know, her emotional defenses were gradually being dismantled by him. Inch by inch. Chapter 39. Allergic Agentions Pharmacy. The Jin family is renowned in the city of Ni for their illustrious history in medicine, with their pharmacies established across the nation. When Chen Jingpei was a child and suffered from a peach allergy, he was treated with the medicinal concoction prepared by the Jin family. Though it did not completely eliminate his allergen, it significantly alleviated his symptoms from the root. As a result, when he encountered peaches again, the worst he would experience was a slight redness on his back and sternum. However, after meeting Xuan and having her feed him a slice of peach, no medication for his allergy seemed effective against him anymore, suppressing the life-threatening thoughts. Chen Jingpei calmly opened the car door, allowing the stormy winds outside to temper the flames of his heart. Only after that did he step out and circle around to the passenger's side, unyieldingly lifting Xuan into his arms and carrying her into the pharmacy. With her face nestled against his chest, she did not once lift her gaze from him as they entered the pharmacy, had her injuries examined by the physician, and underwent the soothing process of applying ice and ointment. The physician, seemingly well acquainted with Chen Jingpei, handed him the meticulously prepared packets of external and internal medication, teasingly remarking, "What have you done to this young lady? Why do you hold her so tightly, refusing to let her have a glance?" A smile danced in Chen Jingpei's eyes as he grasped the medicine bag emblazoned with the Zhan's pharmacy insignia. He tightened his embrace around Xuan, declaring with a tenderness that seemed to seep into his very bones, "There's no helping it. I've spoiled her too much." Indeed, had he not kept her securely wrapped in his arms, preventing her feet from touching the ground, she would never have become so accustomed to clinging to him. As for her burying her face in his chest throughout the ordeal, it was merely due to her exhaustion from a long day, too weary to lift her head. At Jiahubei, after a brief nap in the car, Xuan felt her fatigue diminish significantly. Her demeanor bore a striking resemblance to that of a heartless woman who uses a man and then discards him. Yet, Chen Jingpei remained unperturbed, directly taking her fingers and pressing them against the fingerprint lock, testing each one meticulously. Although he possessed an electronic key in his pocket to unlock the door, he was reluctant to let her know. Flustered by his actions, Xuan was ultimately compelled to input the password and verify her fingerprint. Chen Jingpei's clever ruse succeeded as he lifted her leg and carried her into the house. The entrance light flickered on, illuminating the living room. I felt a throbbing pain in my head. Xuan suddenly became flustered and began to speak incoherently. Chen Jingpei, not paying close attention, inquired about the source of her discomfort. "My head." Xuan forced herself to maintain the facade, claiming that her head ached, possibly due to the injury on her foot. Chen Jingpei, without a hint of skepticism, suppressed his own desires, gently placed her on the sofa, and said, "You should lie down for a moment. I will prepare some medicine for you." Xuan instantly felt remorseful and tugged at his shirt sleeve, softly stating, "It's quite late. Don't overexert yourself. You must not have had dinner yet, right? There are ingredients in the fridge. Let me bake you some cheesy risotto. After saying this, she attempted to rise. But Chen Jingpei pressed her back down, insisting, lie still, I will cook. In the past, when they were together, he often prepared meals for her. She chose to remain silent, allowing him to tend to her. Meanwhile, taking advantage of his busyness in the kitchen, she slowly made her way to the bedroom for a warm bath. By the time she emerged from her leisurely soak, Chen Jingpei had already prepared a generous portion of cheesy risotto for two and had also concocted a bowl of thick herbal decoction. At that moment, her headache had transformed into a genuine affliction. Frowning, she strolled into the kitchen and opened the refrigerator, hoping to sip some peach juice to soothe her queasy throat, only to discover that the juice she had consumed earlier that morning had diminished significantly. "Did you drink my peach juice?" she exclaimed, shaking the nearly empty bottle and turning her gaze towards Chen Jingpei. With a huff of annoyance, she proceeded to gulp down the remaining juice. Chen Jingpei chuckled, and despite the flush of embarrassment creeping up his throat, he remained unfazed. She averted her gaze, pulled out a chair, and sat at the dining table. Symbolically, she took a couple of bites of the cheesy baked rice, and then, with great care, held the steaming bowl of medicine, cautiously sipping the bitter and pungent herbal concoction, forcing herself to swallow it down. At that moment, Chen Jingpei suddenly stated, I have already called off the engagement. Chapter 40. An elusive reality. Xuan paused in her action of drinking the medicine, momentarily at a loss for how to respond, staring blankly at Chen Jingpei. Observing her silence, Chen Jingpei assumed she was rendered speechless by the bitterness of the herbal brew. He then opened a jar of preserved peach slices, mashed 2 small pieces, and placed them in her mouth, intently stating, there is something I wish to clarify with you. What is it? Xuan's gaze dropped slightly, her red lips pressed together, the sweet peach slice resting delicately between her tongue and teeth, while her ears subtly flushed with warmth. Chen Jingpei watched her intently, fearful of missing any fleeting expression. I want to clarify my relationship with Wen Sisi. The name Wen Sisi, regardless of how many times Xuan heard it, always struck a sensitive chord within her. Nevertheless, she urged herself to remain calm and listen to his explanation this time. Otherwise, this knot in her heart might trouble her for a lifetime. Oh. Xuan replied with a flat tone, lifting the medicine bowl again and sipping intermittently. In a heavy-hearted tone, Chen Jingpei continued. Wen Sisi passed away when she was merely 2 or 3 years old. A profound shock coursed through Xuan's heart. Passed away? The individual you referred to 5 years ago must have been her half-sister, Wen Shani. Chen Jingpei slowly explained to her, Wen Shani had always aspired to usurp Wen Sisi's position and often fantasized about bearing the name Wen Sisi herself. Yet, I have clearly seen her school badge, which distinctly bore the name Wen Sisi. Xuan vividly recalled the day when Wen Sisi came to visit, clad in the prestigious uniform of Feiqing Noble Academy, with a badge prominently displaying the 3 characters of her name. She is delusional. Chen Jingpei scoffed coldly, believing that merely changing her name to Wen Sisi would compel me to marry her. So, who is the betrothed chosen by your parents? Is it Wen Sisi or Wen Shani? A heaviness settled in Xuan's heart, yet in a sense, doesn't it still count? Whether it is Wen Sisi or Wen Shani, both are tied to him by a marriage contract. Not at all. Chen Jingpei's anger began to simmer. I have never acknowledged this engagement. Do you acknowledge Wen Sisi? If she hadn't passed away, would you have married her? For reasons unbeknownst to her, she suddenly felt an urge to provoke him. No. Chen Jingpei sensed her jealousy and said earnestly, I only love you and wish to marry you. My father said the same to my mother. A glimmer of tears flickered in Xuan's eyes, mingled with a chill of irony, yet ultimately, he abandoned my mother. Your father is your father, and I am myself. I cannot possibly be like your father. Chen Jingpei felt a growing fire of agitation within him, perhaps due to an allergic reaction. Or perhaps it was the sight of tears welling in Xuan's eyes that stirred a restlessness in him, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of heartache. After all, it appears to be the first instance where Xuan earnestly mentioned her parents. Trust me, will you? Chen Jingpei leaned closer to her, reiterating, moreover, I have formally severed ties with the Wen family and will no longer have any involvement with them. I shall marry you with the utmost integrity, ensuring you will never suffer again. As he spoke, he attempted to kiss her soft, tender lips. Let us reconcile, shall we? Suddenly, his lips pressed down slightly more. Yet he maintained a perfect restraint, merely grazing the corner of her mouth, leaving a tantalizing sensation. Chapter 66. The Peach of Restraint. Chen Jingpei timely called her. Are you off work? Come over to my place directly. He stood in the cloakroom, idly toying with an exquisite, luxurious gemstone anklet. I have purchased many outfits for you. Come and see if you like them. Xuan Zhi was well aware of his intentions, but chose not to confront him directly, replying, "Oh, understood." Nevertheless, he had indeed enjoyed buying her clothes in the past, as well as various hair ties, clips, bags, jewelry, and shoes. She had once speculated that he treated her like a character in a nurturing game. After all, who else would have a boyfriend who insisted on their girlfriend wearing different outfits every day? Eventually, her suspicions were confirmed. Later, the Chen Jing company released a sweet and indulgent otome game, and Chen Jingpei himself had mentioned that the inspiration for developing this game stemmed from her. So, is it not true? Yet by the time that game's initial testing operation commenced, she had already parted ways with Chen Jingpei. Reflecting upon it now, there are numerous regrets. The moonlight is gentle and the breeze is crisp, filling the room with a warm ambience. Xuan Zhi dons the pure and alluring silk nightgown personally chosen for her by Chen Jingpei, holding a towel to wrap her damp hair. Through the mirror, she can distinctly see the blush blooming on her ears. Meanwhile, Chen Jingpei maintains an air of composure as she reclines on the sofa, adjusting the angle of the standing intelligent temperature-controlled hairdryer. He then tenderly applies the white peach essence oil to the ends of her hair. Xuan Zhi is at a loss for words and simply raises a finger to gently poke at his Adam's apple, half-jokingly declaring, "If you continue to neglect your own well-being, I shall abstain from peaches starting today." While she had heard of quitting smoking, drinking, and sugar, abstaining from peaches was a first. Chen Jingpei can't help but chuckle at her remark, pinching her wayward finger and explaining, "It's merely a slight allergy. It won't be too bothersome. Besides, I brush my teeth daily with peach-flavored toothpaste, so I've long since adapted to this mild itch. However, if you truly care, you could offer me some relief." Xuan Zhi. She deliberately turns her head to one side, saying with a feigned indifference, "I don't care about you." Moments later, taking advantage of Chen Jingpei's distraction, she suddenly wraps her arms around his neck, propping herself up and teasingly inviting him to kiss her. Chen Jingpei's restraint nearly crumbled entirely. Following her movements, his right hand glided across her back, grasping her delicate waist, lifting her effortlessly as he bestowed upon her a passionate kiss, sucking, nibbling, and devouring, until her porcelain skin bore faint purple marks. Only then did he, in a husky voice filled with reluctance, admonish her, "In the future, do not take advantage of your physiological period to play with fire." Knowing full well his utter inability to resist her, she deliberately tormented him. Observing her compliance, Chen Jingpei carried her out of the master bedroom, gently inquiring, "Shall we check if the butler has prepared the meal?" The butler was, in fact, a robot. Each day, fresh fruits and vegetables were delivered by a company, all managed by this mechanical steward. "Your robotic butler is quite remarkable. If it were transformed into a bionic entity, it would surely turn the world upside down," Xuan Zhi mused. "Really?" She blinked, her starry eyes shimmering with disbelief. "Indeed," Chen Jingpei nodded, recalling to lift her sleeping robe slightly. "At the right time, I shall take you to see the Whale Institute." Furthermore, he paused, teasing her with suspense. Xuan Zhi, her heart racing, pressed him, "What else?" Chen Jingpei chuckled indulgently, pinching the tip of her nose with a single hand. "During the winter exhibition, I shall arrange for you an exclusive interview." When his wife refrained from being coy, he had no choice but to shamelessly pursue her. Chapter 41. Reconciliation. A kiss that was almost imperceptible, yet tantalizing to the heart. Xuan Zhi unconsciously bit her crimson lip, secretly savoring the warmth Chen Jingpei had left at the corner of her mouth. Subsequently, she tilted her head slightly back, creating a small distance between her and his soft lips. Chen Jingpei sensed her lack of vehement resistance and brazenly closed the distance between them. Xuan Zhi found herself ensconced in her seat, with no avenue for retreat and utterly incapable of countering his advances. Breathless, she managed to utter, "Chen Jingpei, you mustn't act recklessly. I haven't even agreed to rekindle." Before she could finish, he lifted her from the chair and pressed her against the wall. Outside, the wind howled and rain poured relentlessly. Inside, the atmosphere crackled with tension, igniting like dry tinder, especially between a man and a woman, long separated and now alone together. The situation became utterly uncontrollable. "Zhi," he murmured, his eyes ablaze with desire. He carried Xuan Zhi from the dining room to the sofa in the living room. Yet his yearning remained unquenched. "Shall we move to the bed?" Xuan Zhi, dazed by his kisses, hardly registered his words and simply responded to his trailing tone, "All right." In the dead of night, Typhoon number 9, dubbed Milu, made landfall, wreaking havoc across the city of Fei. Xuan Zhi's phone lay quietly charging on the nightstand, devoid of any notifications from the newspaper office regarding assignments. However, prior to this, she had received a message from Chen and I told my sister you sprained your ankle today, so you can rest at home tomorrow. You don't need to come in. I've already taken care of your leave. Yet, at that moment, Xuan Zhi was blissfully unaware, nestled in Chen Jingpei's embrace. Deep in slumber, it was he who heard the notification sound and took it upon himself to check her message. Unfortunately, her phone was password protected. Fortunately, her password was not difficult to decipher. It was still set to his birthday, 1019. Why do you cherish me so, yet still have the heart to cast me aside? Chen Jingpei lamented, gazing helplessly at the WeChat interface. Xuan Zhi, perhaps stirred by the sound in her dreams, responded groggily. Chen Jingpei tightened his embrace around her. Her soft, lazy voice ignited a flame within him, yet he struggled to maintain composure. Were it not for her injured ankle, he would never have considered halting his advances tonight. What are you peering at, Chen Jingpei? Xuan Zhi suddenly opened her eyes, noticing him holding her phone, scrolling through its contents. Although he had other means to acquire the information, he preferred hearing it directly from Xuan Zhi, believing it to be far more meaningful. Oh, the blush on Xuan Zhi's cheeks had yet to fade as she read aloud. 187-1019. Chen Jingpei. Even the phone number reflects your height and birthday. And what about you? Xuan Zhi replied, caught between sleep and wakefulness. Chen Jingpei, unable to restrain himself any longer, pressed his lips against hers, whispering, I still have the same number, unchanged. He feared that if he were to switch it, he might miss her call. Yet in these 5 years, she had resolutely refrained from reaching out to him even once. Let us reconcile, shall we, Aji? Chen Jingpei yearned for her answer. Chapter 42. Moving into Chen Jingpei's villa as dawn approached, the rain continued to pour relentlessly. The air conditioner in the bedroom had unknowingly ceased its operation, and Xuan Zhi, cocooned in Chen Jingpei's warm embrace, awakened from the heat. Chen Jingpei, did you turn off the air conditioning? It's so hot. I did not. Chen Jingpei was equally tormented by the heat, particularly the burning sensation in his chest that had plagued him throughout the night. It appeared there had been a power outage. As he spoke, he seized a magazine from the bedside table and fanned her gently. Xuan Zhi had initially contemplated opening the window to invite the fierce winds inside. But upon witnessing the torrential rain, coupled with Chen Jingpei serving as her manual fan, she abandoned the thought, murmuring softly, I wonder how long this power outage will last. Upon hearing her words, Chen Jingpei seized the opportunity to suggest, why not come stay with me? Ah? Xuan Zhi raised her head from his embrace, looking at him as if he were foolish. Isn't your place experiencing a power outage as well? Not at all, he replied confidently. His villa was equipped with state-of-the-art smart home technology and a backup generator, rendering the possibility of a power outage non-existent. Skeptical, Xuan Zhi asked, really? We live in the same district. It's hard to believe that your villa wouldn't suffer from a blackout. Unless, of course, it's due to your financial prowess? You'll find out for yourself if you come with me. Chen Jingpei coaxed her step by step. However, Xuan Zhi hesitated, saying, Uncle Yunza asked me to help him watch over the house. The mention of Chen Yunza prompted Chen Jingpei to recall Liang Yu's admonitions, and he felt a pang in his heart, a sentiment he found rather unpleasant. His home will naturally have another woman to look after it in the future. You need not concern yourself with him. As he spoke, he paused, extending his hand to reach for his phone. What time is it? The sky outside was so dark and overcast that she could hardly discern whether it was morning or evening. Chen Jingpei restrained her fidgeting hands and said, You need not go to work today. Shenenai has already arranged for your leave. Leave? Xuan Zhi was taken aback, gently shifting her injured ankle beneath the covers. But my foot seems to be feeling better. Even if it doesn't hurt, you must still prioritize rest. Chen Jingpei was resolute in ensuring she did not go to work, especially at such a tender moment when they had finally reconciled and were entwined in bed. All right, given that Xuan Zhi was held so closely by him, escaping was not an option. I'll make a call to inform the editor-in-chief myself. Typically, such matters could be communicated through the director of the news department. Yet Chen and I had chosen to escalate the issue to his sister. Thus, Xuan Zhi had no choice but to personally call Shen Hua to explain the situation, followed by notifying the work group. At that moment, an incongruous voice interjected. Xuan Zhi glanced over to see Ding Tao. He sarcastically remarked, It's a typhoon today. The newsroom is bustling, yet someone is allowed to take leave and enjoy a lazy day at home. How enviable for us mere office workers. Shen and I, visibly irritated, retorted. What's wrong with me taking leave and sleeping in? If you're dissatisfied, you may take an extended break as well. Who's stopping you? All you do is complain. Xuan Zhi paused her typing, unable to stifle a laugh. Chen Jingpei rested his chin on her fragrant shoulder, inhaling the subtle scent of peach from her hair, and, casting a glance at her phone screen, inquired in a husky voice, "What are you looking at that brings you such joy?" "Oh, nothing much," she replied. Xuan Zhi concealed her phone, wishing to keep the considerable ambiguity surrounding her from her colleagues' awareness, merely observing her coworkers exchanging cold jokes. However, Chen Jingpei perceived it as a display of affection from a young suitor. Xuan Zhi tightened her grip on her phone and, in a moment of inspiration, deftly shifted the conversation to divert his attention. "Aren't you supposed to help me pack for my move to your place? I need to brush my teeth." With no retort to offer, Chen Jingpei resigned himself to the domestic role of tidying her clothes. Yet, after a brief while, he suddenly called Peige, instructing him to procure this year's latest haute couture shoes, bags, and clothing to fill the wardrobe of the house. Peige was taken aback, but dared not inquire further. Fearful of incurring the wrath of having to write a self-reflective essay, he meticulously noted the shoe sizes and clothing dimensions Chen Jingpei relayed to him, as well as the skincare products from the Xie family's coveted Mystique line, along with an array of exquisite jewelry and accessories. Was it not as if she had saved the galaxy in a past life? Which woman could possibly be so adored? Surely, it could not be for a pet pig at home. Gazing at the bill with an astronomical sum capable of encircling the Earth and reaching the moon, Peige lamented for the first time his gender, wishing he were a woman to bask in such fortune, howling in despair. Chapter 43, The Mistress North District, Villa. Upon arriving, Xuan Zhi realized that the entire expanse of the North District garden belonged solely to Chen Jingpei. The sports car smoothly descended into the basement, and the fingerprint-locked elevator whisked her directly to the third floor of the villa. "My dear, where did you spend the night?" The language system of the robot is remarkably sophisticated, capable of searching through a lexicon and then articulating phrases based on the context of reality. "Who is this?" The robot tilted its head slightly, standing at the doorway of Chen Jingpei's bedroom, and curiously performed a full body scan on Xuan Zhi. After a brief pause, as if its database had momentarily lagged, it finally exclaimed in astonishment, "Is this the mistress?" "The mistress has finally appeared." Xuan Zhi was taken aback. 5 years ago, when she was with Chen Jingpei, she had never encountered this robot. Why was it calling her the mistress today, upon its first arrival? Could it be? A wave of jealousy washed over her as she glanced at Chen Jingpei, pondering if it addressed every female as the mistress. "For so long, I have been unable to recognize your presence, and your identity information has remained locked in my archives. It is only today that I have been officially activated," the robot explained. Skeptical yet intrigued, Xuan Zhi inquired, "What is my name?" "Xuan Zhi," the robot recited flawlessly, the tacit understanding of Xuan Zhi from the saying Southern Tangerine. "Northern Orange. The master mentioned that your favorite fruit is peaches." Xuan Zhi felt a rush of emotion. It seemed that he had quietly concealed his affection for her within the fabric of his life. Suddenly, her nose felt a bit sour, and she lowered her gaze, no longer doubting. Could it be that this robot has attained sentience? It certainly knows how to ask questions, Xuan Zhi mused, finding it quite amusing. She decided to share earnestly, "I traveled to the Luo Kingdom." "The Luo Kingdom?" The robot's head tilted slightly, as if searching for information regarding the nation of Luo, a place frequently plagued by terrorist attacks and turmoil. "Mistress, why do you venture into such perilous locations? Is it because there are more delectable little wolf dogs than your master?" Silence. Before the last syllable faded, Chen Jingpei shot a cold glare, prompting the robot to hastily mark its mouth with a red cross. However, after merely 2 seconds, it resumed, "Is it not true? You often claimed that the mistress was abducted by other little wolf dogs. You also mentioned that the mistress ran away after taking your first kiss and your first night." Sensing its misstep, the robot quickly added, "I must accompany Tao Zhu to watch cartoons now, so I shall not disturb you and the mistress any longer." With that, it slipped away as if greased, vanishing in an instant. Xuan Zhi stifled a smile that threatened to break free and teasingly remarked to Chen Jingpei, "So, you truly mind that I took your first kiss and your first night?" Chen Jingpei. Xuan Zhi, suddenly playful, stepped barefoot onto his foot, feigning a kiss while drawing back, igniting the moment with, "What if I were to sleep with you and then cast you aside again? Wouldn't you? You dare." Chen Jingpei tightened his grip around her slender waist, leaning down to bite her soft, red lip, forcefully silencing her with a cold threat, "Dare to abandon me again, and you'll see." Chapter 44. Remember to leave a 5-star review noon. The typhoon rampaged through like a rampaging deer, suddenly veering towards Peige. The winds weakened, and the rain subsided. However, the roads in the old city area had been rendered impassable by the heavy rain since last night, necessitating the use of a hovercraft to rescue dozens of elderly individuals trapped in the high-rise buildings. When Xuan Zhi stumbled upon this news video, it was already 2 or 3 hours after being tormented by Chen Jingpei. She lay languidly in Chen Jingpei's embrace, her fingers tirelessly scrolling across the screen. Chen Jingpei seized her phone, playfully grasped her soft, delicate fingers, his gaze harboring a smoldering desire that had yet to be extinguished. I have already placed the order. It should be arriving soon. Huh? Xuan Zhi was momentarily perplexed, questioning what was on its way. Just as the words left her lips, the doorbell rang sharply. Chen Jingpei strode to the door, revealing a robot accompanied by a small piglet at the threshold, with the latter being tethered by the robot. Chen Jingpei promptly slammed the door shut, leaving the robot on the outside. The robot, perplexed, raised its mechanical arm to touch its square head and curiously inquired of the piglet, "Did I say something wrong?" The piglet nudged the robot a couple of times, seemingly affirming its query. Subsequently, it dashed away, dragging the robot along to frolic in Chen Jingpei's study, in the master bedroom. Upon seeing Chen Jingpei enter with an exquisite gift bag, Xuan Zhi finally realized what he had ordered. Her cheeks flushed instantly, warmth spreading from her neck all the way to her toes. During the previous 2 or 3 hours spent in tumultuous conversation with Chen Jingpei, the lack of safety measures at home had left him somewhat unprepared. Just as his thoughts began to settle, an untimely ring-tone pierced the air. It was Chen Jingpei's phone. Resting precariously on the pillow, the screen displayed the name of the caller, Ms. Zhang. Without hesitation, Xuan Zhi picked it up and handed it to him. In such a tense atmosphere, Chen Jingpei had no desire to take any calls. He snatched the phone and abruptly ended the call, stating to Xuan Zhi, "It's my mother calling. It can't be anything good." Oh, he surely had his reasons for such a dismissal, and Xuan Zhi would not press him to play the dutiful son. However, mere seconds after he hung up, Zhang Liani called again, persistently, several times. Eventually, Chen Jingpei, now exasperated, decided to turn off his phone. Witnessing this, Xuan Zhi felt a pang of guilt and cautiously remarked, "Is this really appropriate? What if your mother has something urgent to discuss?" Chen Jingpei slowly began to unwrap the gift bag, a cold smile playing on his lips as he replied, "What urgency could she possibly have? It's undoubtedly about the Wen family's decision to withdraw from our engagement, which is why she is so anxious to reach me." Oh. Xuan Zhi's mood inexplicably sank, realizing she had neglected to ask him whether his unilateral decision to break off the engagement had any validity. Xuan Zhi. Chapter 45, Composure. After Chen Jingpei's explanation the previous night, Xuan Zhi found that the name Wen Shiqi no longer provoked such sensitivity within her. Chen Jingpei, with a flicker of her eyelids, cast a shadow of delicate lashes upon her enchanting under-eye circles, exuding a sense of fragility reminiscent of a glass figurine. "Do you know why I am so concerned about your betrothal to other women?" Xuan Zhi spoke in a single breath, delivering 22 words without pause. This was a clear indication of her vexation. "Because my father once had a marriage pact with his childhood sweetheart. Even after he unilaterally annulled the engagement and secretly wed my mother, becoming a legitimate husband, he was incessantly entangled with his former fiancée." As Chen Jingpei leaned in to kiss her, her words interrupted him, darkening his gaze with displeasure. He transformed the kiss into a bite, playfully punishing her by nipping at the corner of her lips. "Do not equate me with your father. Neither Wen Shiqi nor Wen Shani can be deemed my fiancée. We have not partaken in any formal engagement ceremony. However," she retorted, "but individuals from your esteemed lineage." "Enough, Chen Zhi." Chen Jingpei intensified his grip on her lips, frustration evident in his tone. "What is it that you truly fear? Do you believe my capabilities cannot rival the Wen family? Or do you think I do not love you enough?" "Neither." Xuan Zhi's voice softened. "I merely fear that I might end up like my mother, driven to madness." The latter part of her sentence rolled around in her throat, ultimately left unspoken. Chen Jingpei only caught a fragment of her words, mistakenly interpreting them as a lack of fervent devotion towards him. A wave of unease washed over him, prompting him to release her and suggest, "Let us take a moment to collect ourselves." With that, he grasped his lighter and exited the bedroom, retreating to the study to smoke. In the study, the robot and the peach pig were frolicking merrily when they suddenly sensed Chen Jingpei's entrance. Without a moment's hesitation, the robot audaciously remarked, "Master, you have arrived so soon?" No wonder the mistress ran off with another young wolf. Chen Jingpei. Indeed, Xuan Zhi was squatting in the cloakroom, busying herself with her suitcase. Chen Jingpei's heart fluttered in alarm. "Are you leaving again?" We have barely settled in, and now you wish to abandon me? Xuan Zhi did not meet his gaze. Preoccupied with folding her clothes. I need to calm down. Folding clothes to calm down? Could it be that, amidst her task, she planned to slip away the moment he was distracted? Chen Jingpei, filled with frustration yet powerless, forcibly lifted her from the floor, cradling her in his arms as he soothingly murmured, I was wrong. I should not have left you to cope alone in such a manner. As she parted her crimson lips, words failed to escape, and the next moment, all that emerged was the sound of her swallowing. Chen Jingpei embraced her, guiding her to sit upon his lap, showering kisses upon her lips, earlobe, throat, collarbone, and shoulder, trailing downward. Meanwhile, an explosive piece of news surged online. Feiqing's wealthiest, Chen Jingpei, will be engaged to the esteemed Wen family's daughter, Wen Shani, on September 9th. Breaking, following closely was another headline. Last night, Chen Jingpei was seen embracing a mysterious woman at the Zhen's pharmacy, suspected of purchasing pregnancy-preserving medicine. Breaking. Chapter 46 trending on Weibo. Comments section. What on earth is happening? The daughter of the wealthiest individual and a provincial leader is getting engaged? One might fear that she could command the winds and clouds in Feiqing, wielding immense power. My friend upstairs, you should first investigate Chen Jingpei's family background before speaking. Even if he does not marry the daughter of the provincial leader, he can still exert influence in Feiqing. Ah, so he is indeed set to wed the daughter of the provincial leader. No wonder the newly released gaming equipment from Chongjing Technology is so exorbitantly priced. Is the betrothal gift to be in the hundreds of billions? It seems they are relentlessly extracting wealth from us, the lower-tier wage earners. If you lack the funds, you need not partake. No one is compelling you. This young lady speaks a harsh truth, but it resonates deeply. Alas, another name has been crossed off my list of potential husbands. The last one to be crossed off was Meng Fanyan. I implore President Xie to remain steadfast and not be lured away by those little vixens. Sister, your courage is commendable. To dare to dream of the three titans of Feiqing, Jiqing, and Niqing is no small feat. Not only that, I even harbor aspirations for the S family in Peiging. Ha ha, how amusing. Is there a particularly handsome heir in the S family? Ladies, do you not find that Wen Shani is utterly unworthy of Chen Jingpei? My goodness, you are still here idly chatting. Hurry and check out Chen Jingpei's other trending topic. It is bound to be sensational. I have just seen it. Chen Jingpei was spotted purchasing prenatal vitamins while embracing a mysterious woman. However, her face remains concealed, and it could indeed be Wen Shani, which might explain the urgency of the engagement. Yet, if it is Wen Shani, why not simply register their marriage instead of holding an engagement ceremony? Such is the meticulous nature of noble families. The traditional steps of matchmaking, proposal, engagement, and marriage cannot be overlooked. As I observe that young woman, she bears no resemblance to Wen Shani. I concur. Ha ha ha. If she is not Wen Shani, then the scandal would be even greater. Discussions online are fervent. Xuan Zhi and Chen Jingpei remain oblivious to the situation. As dusk gradually envelopes the day, Xuan Zhi, wearied by Chen Jingpei's antics, begins to doze off when an abrupt ringtone pierces the tranquility, startling her awake. Who could it be? The phone rests on Chen Jingpei's bedside table, and Xuan Zhi, too exhausted to reach for it, weakly inquires. Chen Jingpei retrieves it, glancing at the screen with a tone devoid of warmth. It is Shen and I. Should I answer? He could easily silence the call, but Shen and I is a colleague. He must separate personal desires from professional obligations. Xuan Zhi, feeling drowsy, nods in agreement. Perhaps it's an urgent matter from the newspaper office. Reluctantly, Chen Jingpei presses the green answer button and activates the speakerphone. Shen's slightly anxious voice immediately fills the quiet room. Teacher Xuan Zhi, it seems you have made the trending topics. Are you aware? Xuan Zhi. Her mind clouded with fatigue, half closes her eyelids and softly asks, what trending topic? Weibo. Shen's voice trembles slightly. Did you go to Zhen's pharmacy with Chen Jingpei last night? The video circulating on Weibo is of poor quality, and he cannot be certain if that woman is indeed Xuan Zhi. Nevertheless, it is a fact that Xuan Zhi undeniably entered Chen Jingpei's sports car last night. Oh, is something the matter? Xuan Zhi did not intentionally conceal anything. Shen and I tightly clenched his fist, urging, you should check Weibo for yourself. Chen Jingpei is about to become engaged to the daughter of a provincial leader. Don't be foolish enough to think that a tycoon would fall for a common girl. He is merely toying with you. Wake up. Furthermore, under no circumstances should you foolishly bear his child. Do you hear me? Xuan Zhi. Chen Jingpei. Chapter 47. Distress. After a moment of silence, Chen Jingpei decisively ended the call. Xuan Zhi took several seconds to process Chen Ni's words. She fixed her clear gaze upon Chen Jingpei, wondering if she had misheard, and sought confirmation once more. Did Chen and I just say that I trended on Weibo? Or was it that you were engaged to the daughter of a provincial leader? Due to her aching and weakened body, her mind felt somewhat muddled. Chen Jingpei felt a flicker of unease, but did not prevent her from logging onto Weibo. Xuan Zhi quickly located the trending topics. As her eyes fell upon the news of Chen Jingpei's impending engagement to Wenshani, she froze in shock. A chilling sensation surged silently from her feet to her heart, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. Chen. She parted her lips, intending to call Chen Jingpei's name, but her throat suddenly felt as though it were stuffed with cotton, rendering her unable to utter a single word. Chen Jingpei noticed her distress and hurriedly drew her into his embrace, gently stroking the flushed corners of her eyes, asking softly, "What's wrong?" Perhaps it was the warmth of her fingertips that stimulated the tear glands, causing Xuan Zhi's tears to unexpectedly cascade down her cheeks. With a hint of sarcasm, she remarked, "Congratulations, you are about to become a groom, the prospective son-in-law of the Wen family." As her cool tears touched his fingertips, Chen Jingpei's heart raced, prompting him to softly reprimand her. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Ultimately, he managed to maintain a semblance of calm as he handed her the phone, saying, "You may as well see for yourself. The media is reporting your engagement to Wenshani." Taking the phone, Chen Jingpei was taken aback to discover that the Wen family had resorted to leveraging public opinion to exert pressure on him. Yet, it was evident that they had miscalculated their strategy. After all, when it came to manipulating public sentiment, he was more than capable of crafting elaborate tactics. However, he cast a glance at Xuan Zhi, who had buried herself under the covers, feeling reluctant to expose her to the storm of public scrutiny. Alas, exhaustion overwhelmed her. And after only a few minutes of cocooning herself in the blankets, she succumbed to sleep, burdened by frustration and grievance. She slumbered deeply until the world outside grew dark. Upon awakening and checking Weibo, she found that all related entries had been suppressed and erased, as if nothing had ever transpired. Without needing to ponder, Xuan Zhi instinctively knew that Chen Jingpei had resolved the situation. Feeling a slight lift in her spirits, Xuan Zhi finally rose to seek out Chen Jingpei. However, he was nowhere to be found in the cloakroom, the bathroom, or any of the rooms on the third floor. His presence eluded her. Yet, his phone remained abandoned on the bedside table. He might be downstairs, she mused, taking the elevator down to the first floor. To her surprise, as soon as she stepped out of the elevator, she was met with a furious and authoritative reprimand. "This marriage proposal is already settled. You cannot simply withdraw at your whim. Do not presume that just because you are currently the wealthiest individual in Feiqing, you can act with impunity. I must inform you, you wretched boy, that daring to challenge me is simply courting misery. How can you claim that Shani is unworthy of you? In terms of family background, appearance, and education, how does she fall short? Do not be so oblivious to your fortune that you pursue women of dubious lineage and questionable character." Upon hearing this, Xuan Zhi hastily halted, pausing in the doorway. Chapter 48. Another breakup. Subsequently, Chen Jingpei's father, Chen Huiding, uttered some words that Xuan Zhi lacked the courage to hear. Seizing the moment before Chen Jingpei noticed, she dragged her suitcase out through the basement exit. The electricity had been restored. She sat alone in the dim light before the panoramic glass, vacantly gazing at the towering skyscrapers outside. The silver whale projection on the Jean Whale building had not appeared again tonight, likely due to the typhoon, which meant no holographic display for the entire night. At that moment, she felt destined to be alone for a lifetime, without the love of parents or the support of relatives. She mirrored the type of woman Chen Huiding had described, of ambiguous lineage and dubious standing. After all, she had no knowledge of the noble blood flowing through her veins. Otherwise, how could her mother, an educated and graceful beauty, have been driven to madness by her father's family? Surely, her blood must be tainted, unworthy of someone like Chen Jingpei, whose lineage is pure and esteemed. Only when Shani, the daughter of a prominent family, the noble offspring of a provincial leader, could be perfectly matched with Chen Jingpei. Destined to be together, a match made in heaven. We should break up. Xuan Zhi's mindset exhibited a certain rebelliousness, yet her jealousy was palpably excessive. Unable to suppress her emotions any longer, she resolutely picked up her phone and unilaterally declared the end of their relationship once more. Perhaps this was the briefest reconciliation in the annals of history, as just a day had passed before they parted ways again. Chen Jingpei could hardly have anticipated such a turn of events. The bed lay empty, its disarray indicative of their passionate entanglement. Yet Xuan Zhi's figure was nowhere to be found. A chill ran through his heart. Before he could even check the wardrobe, his phone, resting on the bedside table, lit up with a notification. Xuan Zhi had sent a WeChat message. We should break up. Those 5 cold, unfeeling words echoed the indifference of years past. Damn it. This fickle woman had indulged in intimacy and then walked away. The robot, programmed to respond to Chen Jingpei's departure, dutifully ascended the stairs to tidy the room. It swiftly replaced the soiled bedding with a fresh set and gathered the discarded clothes strewn across the floor into the laundry basket. Upon inspecting the contents of the gift bag delivered by the courier that day, it counted 1, 2, 3, 4 items were missing. The robot mused to itself, realizing that the mistress had fled because her partner was too hasty, but rather because he was too passionate for her to endure. On the 27th floor, Chen Jingpei pressed the doorbell multiple times, but Xuan Zhi remained unresponsive. Reluctantly, he used the electronic key to unlock the door. The living room was engulfed in darkness. Xuan Zhi might have been hiding away in her room, asleep. Chen Jingpei refrained from switching on the lights, relying on the feeble glow of his phone screen as he silently made his way to the guest room. The door was locked, unable to be opened. She. Chen Jingpei was at a loss, gently knocking on the door, coaxing her. Open the door. She. Xuan Zhi's heart raced, thinking she was seeing a ghost. Chen Jingpei? The room was illuminated by a sleep light, and she stuffed a pillow into her embrace, her gaze fixed intently on the closed door, questioning. How did you get in? She was aware that he had rung the doorbell just moments ago. Yet she had no idea he had stealthily made his way to her bedroom door. The door wasn't shut properly. Chen Jingpei fabricated an excuse. Could you come out? We need to talk. The smart door was programmed to close and lock automatically, and Xuan Zhi did not believe she had neglected to secure it. Regardless of whether Chen Jingpei's words were true or not, she had no inclination to investigate. Instead, she maintained a frosty demeanor, her expression taut as she retorted. There is nothing to discuss. With Wen Shani in terms of family background, appearance, and education, you are a perfect match. Do not be blind to your fortune, meddling with someone like me, whose family background is ambiguous at best. Chen Jingpei was momentarily taken aback, hesitating to ask, did you hear what my father said? Xuan Zhi did not deny it, her nails digging deep into the pillow, crumpling it in her grip. Your father spoke the truth. Fighting against him is merely inviting suffering. Love not blessed by parents seldom ends well. I wish you and Wen Shani eternal unity, a harmonious home, and may you soon be blessed with children, with a lineage that flourishes. Are you trying to stab me with words? Chen Jingpei was pierced by her words, each one a sweet torment that made his insides bleed. Xuan Zhi, perhaps weary from the conversation, buried her head in the pillow and muttered, you should leave. I no longer wish to see you. Chen Jingpei, in a fit of rage, felt an overwhelming urge to tear the door off its hinges and retorted, you only know how to evade. You never consider facing this with me. How can you be so cruel? You clearly care so much yet insist on pushing me away to others. What is your heart made of, Chen Xuan Zhi? It's made of sand, she replied coldly, her words leaking from her like a sieve. Is this answer satisfactory to you? Chapter 49. Weakness made of sand? Leaking at a poke? What kind of logic is that? Chen Jingpei rubbed his temples in distress, finding her reckless words both infuriating and amusing. He decided to lie on the couch in the living room, waiting for her to emerge in the morning for work, confident she would eventually open the door herself. The sound of his footsteps, unrestrained, echoed distinctly in the stillness. Upon hearing what seemed to be Chen Jingpei's departure, Xuan Zhi buried her head deeper into her blanket, smearing her rebellious tears onto the pillow. The following morning, the sky was shrouded in dark clouds, and the rain fell softly. After tidying her room, Xuan Zhi leisurely opened the door to prepare breakfast, only to find Chen Jingpei sleeping on the couch. He must have been exhausted. She stood beside him for several moments, and he remained oblivious. However, as she returned with a blanket, Chen Jingpei suddenly awoke. His gaze fell upon the quilt she held in her arms, and a smile involuntarily tugged at the corners of his lips. Is that for me? Xuan Zhi was suddenly overwhelmed with regret, her expression stern as she said, you are overthinking it. I merely took it out to air. Chen Jingpei remained silent. Had it not been for the torrential rain outside, he might have almost believed her. Without a hint of hesitation, Xuan Zhi tossed the quilt onto the sofa and turned to the kitchen to toast some bread. Chen Jingpei was truly torn between love and resentment for her. He followed her into the kitchen, seizing the moment while she spread condensed milk on the bread, wrapping his arms around her slender waist from behind, and proposed. Let us marry, Zhi. Xuan Zhi's heart fluttered violently, causing her to inadvertently smear the condensed milk onto the plate. If we obtain a marriage certificate, the Wen family and my father will be unable to. Impossible. Xuan Zhi coldly pried his hands apart. I cannot marry you. I made myself abundantly clear last night. A love that lacks the blessing of elders is doomed to an unfortunate end. Chen Jingpei dismissed such notions, believing that love was solely theirs to define, and their happiness was theirs alone to determine. There was no need to agonize over the opinions of others, nor did they require anyone's blessing. Yet, Xuan bitterly smiled. You speak so lightly because you have never experienced the shadows of another's marriage. What do you mean? Chen Jingpei wrapped his arms around her once more. Xuan felt a tightening in her throat, for she had grown up under the shadow of her mother's marriage. I have never told you this, but the reason my mother divorced my father was that she was driven to madness by the torment inflicted by him, his family, and his fiancée. It has not escaped my mind that 5 years ago, the very day when Shani sought you out was also the day my uncle perished in Ligua. Yet, I have never summoned the courage to share this with you, for you are entangled with a rather troublesome fiancée. Thus, do you comprehend the depths of my concern? Tears cascaded down my hands, shattering like blossoms. Xuan endeavored to suppress her sobs. Perhaps you truly believe that once we are wed, your father and the Wen family will no longer wield influence over us. However, often, that which we hold most dear becomes our most fatal vulnerability. My mother is my father's Achilles heel, and as a consequence, she was driven to madness. Then, pausing mid-sentence, Xuan turned to face him, her eyes shimmering with tears, and asked, Am I also your weakness? You ought to realize that once your vulnerability is grasped by another, they can compel you into actions you would rather avoid, including, like my father, marrying his fiancée. This was something her mother had ranted about during her episodes, claiming that her father had forsaken her and her mother, marrying his fiancée, all in an effort to protect them. Chapter 50. Astonished. At the pinnacle of the Whale Technology Building, in the office, Peige entered with an order form. Scrutinizing Chen Jingpei's somber expression, tentatively, he spoke, Mr. Chen, the clothing items you requested have been delivered to Jiahu Bay by the shipping company. Please let me know if there is anything else that needs to be supplemented, and I shall. No need, came the curt reply. Chen Jingpei coldly interrupted him, stating that no matter how many items were purchased, no one would wear them. Peige pondered silently, wondering why he had been instructed to buy so much the previous day if no one was going to wear it. He hesitated to inquire about the woman who had accompanied him to the Zhen's pharmacy the night before, questioning whether she was not a person at all. I shall attend to other matters, Peige said, gently placing the form before him. Chen Jingpei merely glanced at it before discarding it into a pile of documents. At that moment, his phone rang, displaying the caller ID, Zhen Yin, the heir of the Zhen medical family. What could he possibly want to discuss? Chen Jingpei switched to speakerphone, his tone laced with sarcasm. Zhen Yin chuckled softly, his voice reminiscent of peach blossoms basking in the March breeze, teasing. I was thinking about your finances. Chen Jingpei, having been unceremoniously dismissed by Xuan earlier that morning, had no inclination to engage in banter. He retorted sharply, Is the Zhen family on the verge of bankruptcy? Zhen Yin paused for a moment, twirling a vibrant herb in his fingers, his demeanor still poised and gentle, countering. You should focus on your own affairs. Your house is nearly collapsing. Chen Jingpei continued to type away at the keyboard, expressionless as he edited game code. Choosing not to respond, Zhen Yin then dropped a bombshell. The Wen family has sent someone over today to request access to the pharmacy's surveillance footage. Upon hearing the name Wen, Chen Jingpei's fingers hesitated momentarily. Access to the surveillance footage? More precisely, the young lady from the Wen family was willing to pay 2 million to obtain the footage of you carrying that girl into the pharmacy. Zhen Yin was the physician who had assisted Xuan with her leg injury the night before. However, he had initially come merely to inspect the pharmacy, only to unexpectedly encounter Chen Jingpei and personally attend to the case. Did you provide her with the information? He inquired. Astonished that Xuan's words from this morning had proven accurate, the Wen family was indeed hastily seeking to exploit his vulnerabilities. How could I possibly provide her with that? Zhen Yin sampled the flavor of the herbs, revealing no pretense about his ambitions. I am currently in the process of developing a new medicine. Should you be inclined to invest generously, I could assist you in erasing the records. You certainly have the audacity, Chen Jingpei replied, continuing to edit his code. Unless that girl holds little significance for you, in which case, I might as well earn a couple of million to cultivate more medicinal herbs. His intention was merely to tease Chen Jingpei, yet the latter took him seriously. Very well, I shall grant you 5 billion. So you can develop additional medicines for the benefit of society. Zhen Yin responded, I am truly flabbergasted. It seems that girl is of utmost importance to you. The realization dawned upon him, and he feigned distress. It appears that I must incur the wrath of the higher-ups for your sake. Should the time come when they render our Jin family pharmacy unable to survive in Feiqing, you must lend us your support. Enough. You may leave now, Chen Jingpei retorted, uninterested in further banter, and abruptly ended the call. He then extracted a cigarette from the pack, ignited it, and took a couple of puffs, seeking solace from his vexation. He contemplated the necessity of concealing his vulnerabilities, at least for now, until he reached an understanding with Xuan Zhi. He could not allow his father or the Wen family to discover her identity. Chapter 51. The Enchantress. It was noon at the newspaper's cafeteria. Xuan Zhi had skipped breakfast and only just arrived to order a bowl of plain congee accompanied by a small plate of vegetables, sitting alone in a corner. Shen Nishiwen spotted her and, with audacity, approached to share the table. Observing her modest meal of congee and greens, he inquired, "Teacher Xian, why are you eating so lightly today? Is your stomach unwell?" Xuan Zhi responded dismissively, offering no further explanation. Her lack of appetite stemmed from the previous morning's conversation with Chen Jingpei, after which she had unceremoniously expelled him from her abode, not permitting him a single word in defense. Upon reflection, however, she regretted her treatment of him. After all, he had done nothing wrong. The fault lay in her own lack of courage to confront their situation together, preferring instead to evade it. Yet her father had made it clear, the engagement between the Chen and Wen families was a foregone conclusion, one from which he could not simply withdraw. This was not a nation governed by the whims of capitalist magnates, despite Chen Jingpei being the wealthiest man in Feiqing and ranking amongst the elite globally. What difference did it make? Could he truly stand against the formidable influence wielded by his father's central authority? If he inadvertently provoked his father's wrath, seeking to undermine his gaming company, could he genuinely handle the repercussions with ease? At merely 27 years of age, he had not yet consumed as much salt as his father. Compounded by the weight of his father's power, how could he possibly contend? To echo his father's own words, it would be akin to courting disaster. Observing Xuan Zhi's distracted demeanor, Chen Ni hesitated for a moment, noticing the absence of others nearby. He could not restrain himself from lowering his voice to inquire, "Xuan Zhi, what exactly is your relationship with Peige? Is it true that he is engaged? Will you continue to entangle yourself with him?" Xuan Zhi hesitated, momentarily taken aback by Xuan Ni's deliberate inversion of Chen Jingpei's name. "Peige. Are you referring to Chen indeed?" Chen Ni replied cautiously, perhaps fearing the ears of onlookers. "You previously mentioned having someone you care for. It is him, isn't it?" Chen Ni was acutely aware of his overstepping, but found it impossible to suppress his concern for her, to nurture his affections, to wish her well for a lifetime. If he truly becomes engaged to another woman, please do not foolishly become his mistress or anything of the sort. No matter how handsome or wealthy he may appear, you must not belittle yourself. Moreover, you must not fall into the melodramatic tropes of those cliché idol dramas. Signing some sort of contract to be his companion for a few years, only to be cast aside with a sum of money upon his marriage. Such scenarios are utterly detestable, leaving one heartbroken and wounded. And as for the young lady from the Wen family, she is not someone you can afford to provoke. Chen Ni's voice was barely above a whisper, barely audible unless one leaned in closely. "I have received word that since last night, she has been in contact with the studio that captured those candid photos of you and Chen Jingpei, intending to expose the vixen in his arms. However, the studio's footage is exceedingly blurred. She has now turned her attention to Zhan's pharmacy, seeking to retrieve surveillance records. You must truly be cautious. I once attended an elite school with her. She was my senior, rather haughty and domineering." Xuan Zhi maintained a calm demeanor, unfazed by the situation, as she had never made an appearance in the pharmacy. Even if Wen Shani could connect her to her current form, there was little for her to fear. After all, she was no longer the naive girl of 5 years ago, ignorant of Chen Jingpei's family background and true intentions. Therefore, should Wen Shani dare to provoke her again, she would not hesitate to deliver a couple of resounding slaps. Otherwise, she would truly inherit the Chen surname. Chapter 52. Meeting the in-laws. The rain had persisted for over 10 days, finally giving way to clear skies at the beginning of September. Since that day, Chen Jingpei had not sought her out again. However, one peculiar detail nagged at her every morning. She noticed that the cushions on the living room sofa seemed to have been rearranged, as if someone had lain upon them during the night. Could it be that she had encountered something sinister? Xuan Zhi shuddered at the thought. Yet, emboldened, she meticulously adjusted the cushions and captured a photograph as evidence, planning to compare it the next day. When she awoke to conduct her comparison, it appeared that whatever malevolent presence had read her thoughts, for it did not appear. Perhaps she was merely overthinking. A sense of inexplicable disappointment washed over her, and after some time, she remembered to check the surveillance footage at the entrance. At that moment, Chen Yunzi happened to initiate a video call. She eagerly opened the video, exclaiming, "Uncle." In the distant land of Lugua, it was 4 in the morning, 3 hours behind Feiqing. "You're still awake at this hour?" Xianxi remarked, assuming he had been up all night. "That's quite all right," she added, fabricating a reassurance to allay his concerns. "Oh, very well." Xianxi's heart was, in truth, filled with resistance. Yet she could not bring herself to disregard his earnest intentions. Observing her despondent expression, Chen Yunzi could not help but chuckle, remarking, "It's not as if you're about to meet your in-laws, so why this long face?" Xianxi nestled into the sofa, picking at the patterns on the cushion. Her voice barely above a whisper. "Didn't you just say that all the elders would gather for a meal this year? What about Chen Jingpei's parents?" She left her sentence unfinished, but Chen Yunzi understood her implication. He chuckled softly again and teased, "Are you feeling nervous?" "Not at all," Xianxi denied. "I simply do not wish to meet his parents." Chen Yunzi reassured her, "You and Ape have not made your relationship public. Your families are unaware of your past connection. Moreover, you will be attending the gathering as my niece, and with my parents there to protect you. No one would dare to bully you." He continued, "Do not impose too much pressure on yourself. Besides, Ape's mother is actually quite amiable. Once you meet her, you will see." With a heavy sigh, Xianxi expressed her discomfort. "She is too persistent. She has been waiting for 5 years. If Uncle Xian were aware, he would surely be heartbroken." "All right," she resolved, committing it to memory. The video call concluded, but the engagement date of Chen Jingpei and Wen Shani seemed to be set for September 9th. Chapter 53. A slap in the face. The sunlight after the rain was particularly blinding, piercing Xianxi's eyes painfully. Ultimately, it was the sight of the September 9th date on the calendar before she left that caused this discomfort. It even led her to irrational thoughts, speculating that Chen Jingpei had not come to find her because he was busy preparing for the engagement ceremony. In a state of despondency, Xianxi made her way to the newspaper office, seeking solace in her work once more. However, as she stepped into the elevator, she overheard a female colleague from the finance team spiritedly proclaiming to 2 other women, "I knew Chen Jingpei would never become engaged to Wen Shani. You can see it for yourselves now." This morning, Chen Jingpei personally refuted Wen Shani's claims on Feiqing television. All the public transport, airports, and train stations displaying rolling screens have been dominated by his exclusive interview. It is utterly astonishing. Wen Shani must be devastated. Now, the entire nation is aware of how Chen Jingpei publicly contradicted her. "Ha!" A colleague clad in a misty blue dress chimed in. Standing at the back of the elevator, Xianxi felt a jolt in her heart and immediately retrieved her phone to check Weibo. Indeed, the hashtag Chen Jingpei contradicts Wen Shani topped the trending list, accompanied by a striking purple explosion emoji. With trembling fingertips, she tapped on it, lowering the volume. Chen Jingpei's refined figure appeared on the screen. The host inquired, "It has been said that you and Miss Wen Shani were engaged since childhood." "No," Chen Jingpei replied, his voice cold and stern. "There is no engagement with the Wen family." The host, momentarily taken aback, quickly grasped the situation, realizing the interview was concluding. With a polite smile, he smoothly transitioned to a more official topic, delivering a few generic closing remarks. The video frame froze, and an unbidden bloom blossomed within Xianxi's heart. A sweet sensation lingering at the corners of her mouth, dispelling all gloom and despondency. It turned out that he was not preparing for an engagement ceremony. Rather, he was exhaustively striving to provide her with a sense of security through various means. Yet, had he contemplated the repercussions of his actions? Not only had he thoroughly offended the Wen family, but he also risked inciting his father's wrath. A pang of unease gripped her heart. And she suddenly regretted allowing him to fight this battle alone. She ought to be braver, to courageously step out of the shadows and face it alongside him. As autumn's chill began to settle in, Xianxi and Shen'ai visited the Baolu Mall to investigate the matter, and indeed, they found it to be true. The lowest-priced mid-autumn gift box started at 688 yuan. However, the sales assistant explained that this year's Supreme Mid-Autumn gift box did not contain genuine mooncakes, but rather mooncakes carved from jade, imbued with collectible value, and limited in quantity to only 500 boxes worldwide. The assistant further remarked that if citizens wished to purchase mooncake gift boxes, there were options available, with the highest price not exceeding 500 yuan. Upon hearing this, Shun and I scoffed, remarking, "What is the point of all this extravagant display? Beautiful, yet inedible." Remembering Chun Yun's advice, Xuan Zhi happened to be at the mall and decided to look for some persimmons. After wandering around for 2 or 3 laps without success, Shin and I, upon learning of her desire to buy persimmons, offered, "I know an old brand that sells delicious persimmons. Let me take you there." All right. Chapter 54. The Rabbit Lantern, Longding Street, number 521, Granny Hu's Persimmon Shop. As Shun and I led the way, he began to introduce the delights of Granny Hu's persimmons, all of which are naturally sun-dried. My grandfather has a particular fondness for her persimmons. Strolling along the festively adorned, retro streets, Xuan Zhi appeared somewhat distracted, her gaze lingering on the charming lanterns sold at the artisan shops, while couples in traditional Han attire brushed past her. Perhaps it began when her uncle enlisted in the army, or during her mother's mysterious disappearance, or maybe following her breakup with Chen Jingpei. "Do you like it?" Shin and I suddenly inquired. "No, I don't like it. I'm just casually looking around," Xuan Zhi quickly interjected, urging him to halt his steps. "Let us go buy some persimmons." With that, she led the way towards Granny Hu's persimmon shop. Shin and I observed her aloof silhouette, Riley muttering to himself, "It's not that you don't like it, but rather, I am not the person you desire." 15 minutes later, Xuan Zhi emerged with several beautifully packaged boxes of persimmons. Leaning against a wall, Shun and I fiddled with a rabbit-shaped lantern, and upon seeing her, he hurriedly stuffed the lantern into his black backpack. Then, with a courteous demeanor, he approached her. "Are they heavy? Let me carry them for you." "No, they're not too heavy," Xuan Zhi replied coolly, but as she spoke, she handed him 2 boxes, saying, "These 2 are for your grandfather." Shin and I. He dreaded this particular form of persuasion from her. "All right then, thank you, Teacher Xuan Zhi." In the bustling twilight streets, the 2 exchanged tokens of affection, seemingly intimate, just as they were spotted by Chen's younger cousin, who had come to shop after school. "Hey, isn't that Sister Xian? Her name is Chen Xinyu." However, the Chen family tends to rely on evidence to speak. From a distance, she spotted Xuan Zhi but refrained from approaching to greet her, so as not to disturb her. Instead, she raised her phone and quickly snapped a few photos to send to the family group chat on WeChat. She then hastily typed, "I am at Longding Street and saw Sister Xian on a date with a boy. Cousin Yunja is in trouble. He spends all day working and doesn't keep a close eye on his little wife." To this day, aside from Chen Jingpei, the other cousins remain unaware of the relationship between Xuan Zhi and Chen Yunja, who were actually uncle and niece. At that moment, Chen Jingpei was attending a charity gala. And by the time he glanced at the messages in the group, 2 hours had already passed since Chen Xinyu posted those photos. His expression immediately darkened as he stared intently at the image where Shun Ni's had given Xuan Zhi a rabbit lantern, while Xuan Zhi's lips appeared to curve into a smile, casting a hue of vibrancy over her surroundings. Damn it. If he continued to indulge her like this, he would surely find himself unexpectedly becoming a father. Chapter 55. Entertaining Children on the Night of the Mid-Autumn Festival. Someone had brought a plethora of rabbit lanterns to the Chen family residence. Chen Xinyu gazed in astonishment. "Brother Pei, why have you brought so many rabbit lanterns? Are you trying to entertain the children? Hang them on the tree," Chen Jingpei replied with a stoic expression, as he tossed an entire basket of rabbit lanterns beneath the century-old osmanthus tree in the courtyard. Upon hearing this, Chen Xinyu was filled with delight. "Are we hanging them on the tree to make wishes? I will go call Sister Xian out to make a wish together." Xuan Zhi had arrived at the Chen residence quite early today and was currently in the meditation room, engaging in heartfelt conversation with Grandma Chen, while the other elders of the Chen family had yet to arrive. "Sister Xian, Brother Pei has purchased an abundance of rabbit lanterns, blue, green, purple." "Oh, why are there green ones?" "Never mind that for now. Let us hasten to hang the lanterns and pray for blessings." Chen Xinyu rushed in, conversing with herself. "Hanging lanterns?" Xuan Zhi turned her gaze, her breath inexplicably quickening, perhaps due to having not seen Chen Jingpei for nearly half a month, save for a brief glimpse on video a few days prior. She missed him. Indeed, Brother Pei acquired numerous lanterns, claiming he wished to hang them on the osmanthus tree to pray for good fortune. Chen Xinyu cheerfully approached, linking her arm, suggesting, "Let us make a wish. It is quite effective." Xuan Zhi was skeptical yet hesitated, pondering whether to join in. Fortunately, Grandma Chen interjected, "Go have some fun, and while you're at it, pray for the family's happiness and health." Since Grandma Chen had urged it, Xuan Zhi felt compelled to agree. "All right, Grandma." In the courtyard, beneath the moonlight, before the osmanthus tree, Chen Jingpei stood tall, hanging the glowing green rabbit lanterns upon its branches. Xuan Zhi thought to herself, it was undeniably a romantic scene. Yet gazing at the abundance of green rabbits, she could not shake the feeling that Chen Jingpei was subtly mocking something. Brother Pei, why do you exclusively choose the green ones to hang? Chen Xinyu voiced Xianji's sentiments, expressing her preference for the yellow and pink ones, pouting as she added. With so much green, one might mistakenly believe someone in our family has been wronged. At this, she quickly covered her mouth. Perhaps recalling the incident from the previous evening when she had encountered Xianji on a date with another boy on Chongqing Street. Could it be that it was intentionally arranged for my cousin Yun Zitong? Yet, Yun Zitong has not made any statement regarding this matter. Contemplating this, Chen Xinyu selected a pink rabbit lantern and a yellow rabbit lantern from the basket and handed them to Xianji, inquiring, by the way, Sister Xian, are you really Brother Zhe's girlfriend? Ah, so it's my uncle? Chen Xinyu suddenly realized she had made a significant blunder yesterday. No wonder Yun Zitong felt so at ease leaving her alone in Feiqing. Go fetch a ladder, Chen Jingpei interjected suddenly, casting a glance at Chen Xinyu, clearly intending to send her away. Chen Xinyu, who had just begun her high school journey, was still quite naive regarding the intricacies of romantic entanglements, failing to perceive any underlying tension between Chen Jingpei and Xianji. Without a second thought, she hurried off to the storage room to find a household chair. In an instant, beneath the osmanthus tree, only Xianji and Chen Jingpei remained, along with a basket of colorful rabbit lanterns. The household staff busily prepared for the Mid-Autumn Festival banquet, oblivious to the unfolding scene between the two. Chen Jingpei, holding a green rabbit lantern, approached her. Xianji instinctively retreated until her back met the branches of the osmanthus tree. Startled, she lowered her gaze. Observing the interplay of their shadows on the bluestone bricks, his tall and elegant figure intertwined with her delicate silhouette, an intimate and ambiguous entanglement. Then, she heard his voice, irresistibly alluring, as he asked, "Can you reach it? Would you like me to hold you?" Chapter 56. Embrace the shadows on the bluestone bricks drew nearer, closer still, until they were mere centimeters apart, with Chen Jingpei's hand poised to rest upon her waist. Xianji inhaled sharply, apprehensive that he might be playing with fire, and hastily interrupted, I can hang it myself. No need for your assistance." With that, she stubbornly circumvented him, selecting a lower branch of the osmanthus tree, and tiptoed, straining to hang one of the pink rabbit lanterns. Chen Jingpei watched her leap and stretch several times to reach the branch, simultaneously feeling a mix of irritation and amusement. He decided to stride over and effortlessly lifted her into his arms, leaning in to quietly admonish her. "You truly are a source of worry." As he drew closer, Xianji caught a whiff of the peach scent emanating from his shirt collar. Her cheeks suddenly flushed, a rosy hue creeping to her ears. She gently struggled, pleading, "Let me go, don't let the elders see us." It was nearly 8 o'clock, and Zhang Liani and Chen Huiting should be arriving soon. She merely wished to selfishly enjoy a reunion dinner with his family. Chen Jingpei, aware of the situation, coaxed, "Finish hanging the lanterns first, and I shall set you free." Upon saying this, he handed her the green rabbit lantern he held. Xianji, unable to refuse, reluctantly hung his green rabbit alongside her yellow one on a higher branch. "Have you made a wish?" Chen Jingpei teased, playfully squeezing her soft waist. Holding on a little longer, Xianji instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck and nodded obediently. "I have." "What did you wish for?" "I wished for the Chen family to enjoy happiness and health for generations to come." This was her prayer for Grandma Chen. With a chuckle, Chen Jingpei couldn't help but laugh. Xianji gazed into the gentle moonlight reflected in his eyes, curiously asking, "What are you laughing at?" "Nothing in particular." Chen Jingpei found himself irresistibly drawn to her, longing to kiss her, yet he restrained himself, suddenly realizing that it seemed only the brides of the Chen family would offer such prayers. Xianji pondered, "Does this mean she has been tricked by Grandma Chen?" Chen Xinyu finally brought over the ladder, but for some reason, her little face remained flushed. Initially, Xianji thought she was merely overheated from moving the ladder. It wasn't until Chen Jingpei was called away by his cousins to the game room that Chen Xinyu dared to inch closer to Xianji and whispered, "Sister Xian, I saw everything." "Saw what?" Xianji asked, adjusting her camera to capture the rabbit lanterns adorning the osmanthus tree, particularly the two that hung alone, one yellow and one green, which stood out vividly. "I saw." Brother Pei, Chen Xinyu, at the tender age of blossoming emotions, blushed deeply as she continued, "Holding you." Xianji nearly fumbled her camera. "You saw that?" The second uncle she referred to was none other than Chen Jingpei's father, Chen Huiting. Xianji was quite taken aback. Why was she willing to conceal this from Chen Huiting? "As for Brother Pei's leg, I absolutely will not tell second uncle." "Go ahead and be with Brother Pei," she encouraged. Xuan Zhi responded. Chen Jingpei, picking at her nails, continued to express her thoughts. In truth, we all dislike when Shani. Why? Chen Jingpei replied. Because her mother is exceedingly wicked. She caused great suffering to Wen Jinlong's ex-wife. You may not be aware that Peige's true fiancé was named Wen Cece, who tragically passed away at a tender age. My mother speculated that perhaps she was harmed by Wen Shani's mother. However, these remain mere conjectures, devoid of any substantial evidence. A sense of inexplicable tension gripped Xuan Zhi's heart as the jade piece charm entwined around her camera felt exceptionally cold against the autumn night breeze. Even the 3 delicate letters inscribed upon it exuded a chill. Yet, she had never truly pondered what those letters, WXX, represented. Chapter 57. Crab shelling at 8:15, the moon hung gracefully above the osmanthus tree. The elders of the Chen family arrived in pairs. Xuan Zhi adjusted her camera, preparing to capture a photograph of Chen Jingpei and Grandma Chen in front of the tree. However, at the moment she pressed the shutter, several elders crossing the flower gate inadvertently entered the frame. Liang Yu, elegantly linked with Chen Maoyang, led the procession, followed closely by Zhang Liani and Chen Huiting. Behind them were Chen Jingpei and her parents, along with other relatives. Upon spotting the parents of Chen Jingpei, Xuan Zhi felt a flutter of nervousness and concentrated her gaze on Liang Yu and Chen Maoyang. As they approached, she politely greeted them, saying, "Hello, Uncle Chen. Hello, Teacher Liang." When she arrived in Feicheng at the age of 15, it was Chun Yunza who taught her to address them in this manner. Liang Yu was gentle and poised, her affection for Xuan Zhi unmistakably evident. As she drew near, she cradled Xuan Zhi's head tenderly and remarked with concern, "My dear girl, why have you grown so thin again? Have you not been eating properly?" If Ace were to find out, he would undoubtedly feel heartbroken. He must eat a little more later. Very well, Teacher Liang. Xuan Zhi nodded obediently. In the midst of their conversation, her peripheral vision caught sight of Chen Jingpei emerging from the game room. At that moment, Chen Huiting, standing behind Chen Maoyang, was instantly filled with rage. Nearly jabbing his finger into Chen Jingpei's nose, exclaiming, "You scoundrel, how dare you show your face here for a meal?" Yesterday was supposed to be the day of his engagement to the Wen family, but due to Chen Jingpei's recent public refutation on television, the entire city was in an uproar. This not only disgraced the Wen family but also tarnished his own reputation. Moreover, when Jean Lang had just called, informing him that Wen Shani had been refusing to eat or drink for several days, the doctor diagnosed her with mild depression, and if this continued, she might even contemplate ending her life. When Jean Lang further insisted that the Chen family must provide an appropriate resolution within 3 days, otherwise, the matriarch of the Wen family would reveal the token of their engagement, leading to the Chun family's complete loss of prestige among the prominent families, which would also adversely affect the future prospects of the Chen heirs. When Jean Lang concluded with a heavy heart, "We have been classmates for decades and have weathered countless storms together, so our bond is undoubtedly profound. However, Ape's actions this time are truly excessive. Even if he harbors no affection for Shani, he should at least leave her some dignity. She is, after all, a young girl, sensitive and unable to withstand such overwhelming public scrutiny and criticism. I have only one daughter, Huiting." The last sentence echoed with a sense of profound helplessness. Chun Huiting once witnessed, amidst the biting cold atop Chongling Mountain, the heart-wrenching scene of him weeping over the portrait of his daughter, Wen Cece, whose innocent smile radiated joy. He lamented, "Huiting, our Cece is too delicate. She can no longer become your daughter-in-law. We shall never be in-laws." In that moment, his eyes brimmed with tears, and he vowed, "Cece is already recognized as my daughter-in-law. I shall inscribe her name into the Chun family genealogy. Should Ape wish to marry, I will conduct a wedding ceremony with Cece's spirit first. Cece will forever be our Chun family's daughter-in-law and always Ape's wife. We shall always be in-laws." Later, upon learning of this, the elder madam urged Wen Jinlang to persuade Chen Huiting to transfer the betrothal token to Wen Shani. However, Chen Huiting did not genuinely intend to compel Chen Jingpei to marry Wen Shani. It was merely the sentiment of the moment that led him to believe that if the Chun and Wen families could not unite, it would ultimately be a profound regret. This has culminated in the current predicament. "Do you wish to sever our father-son bond? How dare you show your face here, you beast?" Chen Huiting vented his anger. The matriarch, distressed for her grandson, furrowed her brow and retorted, "Beast, beast? Is he not also your offspring? If you hadn't meddled with the relationships, we wouldn't be entangled in such trivial matters. Day after day, you only count my grandsons and hurl insults, yet you never reflect on whether you have erred. If I were to force you to marry someone you do not love, Would you be content? The grandmother's poignant inquiry pierced through, reminding him that holding a position of authority does not grant one the right to impose tyranny upon one's own flesh and blood. I informed Huaiting that if Peige does not favor this marriage, then it should be withdrawn. I refuse to believe that the old matriarch of the Wen family would dare to force a union. People who are married sometimes end up divorced. And my grandson and her granddaughter have merely engaged in a childhood betrothal. They have yet to even share their birth dates. What can she accomplish by wielding the ancestral tokens of our family's alliance? Those are merely trifles, akin to child's play. If she treasures them so dearly, I could easily present her with more tomorrow. I truly refuse to be cowed. Grandmother Chen's ire grew with each word. Ordinarily, she devoted herself to piety, wishing to avoid entanglement in domestic affairs. However, as Chen Jingpei persistently resisted this engagement, she felt compelled to lend him her support. She had always been rather submissive towards Chen Huaiting. Thus, Chen Huaiting had no choice but to restrain his anger and refrain from reprimanding Chen Jingpei for the time being. Liang Yu adeptly intervened, urging, "Come now. Let us eat. We mustn't let our dear Zhi go hungry. Look at this child." She was just frightened to the point of sweating. She turned to her second uncle. "You really ought to temper your temper. One day you might scare off my future daughter-in-law." Laughter erupted at her words, beginning with Chen Mo Liang and soon joined by the other elders. As the atmosphere grew increasingly harmonious, Xianji finally exhaled in relief, wiping her clammy palms, genuinely concerned for Chen Jingpei. Yet she dared not openly glance at him. It was only when Liang Yu invited her to sit at the elders' table for dinner that she was able to comfortably nestle beside Chen Jingpei to enjoy the crab. Chen Huaiting could scarcely fathom that the woman his son longed for was currently seated unabashedly before him. "Peige, please help your aunt peel a few more crabs for Zhi," Liang Yu declared without a hint of reservation. Chen Jingpei, struggling to find a suitable excuse to serve Xianji, found Liang Yu's intervention fortuitous. No longer needing to suppress his impulses, he diligently peeled plate after plate of succulent crab meat, filling her bowl generously. "Eat more," he encouraged. "Oh, all right, thank you," Xianji replied. Her ears tinged with crimson as she obediently lowered her petite head to indulge in her meal. As she savored each bite, Zhang Linny, sitting opposite, suddenly addressed Chen Huaiting. "Huaiting, don't you think Zhi's brows and eyes bear a striking resemblance to Beibei's?" Chen Huaiting paused, holding his wine glass, and cast a glance at Xianji. Not perceiving any similarity, he retorted, "Nonsense, they look nothing alike." "But I believe," Zhang Lianyi continued, halting as she scrutinized Xianji more closely. The more she looked, the more she found the resemblance undeniable. Unable to contain her curiosity, she inquired, "Zhi, how old are you this year? Are you from Feiqing?" Chapter 58, Group Photo 25? Zhang Lianyi's heart tightened suddenly, as she had assumed Zhi was at most 22 or 23. That would make her 2 years younger than Peige. Cici was also 2 years younger than Peige. However, being from Peicing did not align, as Beibei hailed from Jiqing. Yet, Cici had long since passed, making it impossible. "What do your parents do?" Zhang Lianyi pondered for a moment, her curiosity leading her to ask further. "My parents." When asked about the topic they least wished to discuss, Xianji lowered her gaze in self-doubt, her fingers tightly gripping the chopsticks. "Ms. Zhang, you are not trying to find me a daughter-in-law, so why ask so many questions?" Chen Jingpei noticed her anxiety and intervened. Zhang Lianyi remained silent. "Chen Huaiting, beast, mind your tone when speaking to your mother." "Enough, why are you arguing again?" Liang Yu's voice was both gentle and commanding as she addressed Zhang Lianyi and Chen Huaiting. Zhi's household registration is in Peicing, and she comes from a single-parent family. Her uncle, Xianjin, was once the most valued and capable subordinate of Mo Liang. Unfortunately, he sacrificed his life 5 years ago while on a peacekeeping mission in the Lugua. With a half-joking yet sincere tone, she added, "To be honest, if it weren't for A's utter lack of insight in taking such a remarkable and beautiful girl as his niece, I would have considered marrying Zhi into our family as a daughter-in-law." Xianji, surprised by Liang Yu's unexpected thoughts, she discreetly glanced at Chen Jingpei. He had not been drinking that evening and was currently expressionless while sipping apple vinegar. She understood that he was displeased again. As the banquet was coming to a close, Grandma Chen suggested taking a family photo for remembrance. Xianji volunteered to be the photographer. However, Liang Yu urged her to join for the group photo and handed the camera to the butler. Xianji obediently nodded, "All right." She quietly stepped aside, secretly wishing to stand beside Chen Jingpei. Yet, doing so would be too conspicuous. The elders were seated side by side, while the younger generation stood in the second row. With the grandsons, all tall and long-legged, positioned at the back. If she were to deliberately stand beside Chen Jingpei, would it not be an open secret to all? Sister Xian, come over here, Chen Xinyu suddenly called out to her. She glanced over, noticing Chen Xinyu standing in the center of the second row, with Chen Jingpei positioned right behind her. Honestly, at that moment, she nearly envisioned the names of her future son and daughter. Never mind. She decided against being overly sentimental and gracefully made her way to Chen Xinyu's side. Chen Xinyu was smiling brightly, giving a peace sign to the camera. Meanwhile, Xianji found herself unsure of where to place her hands, allowing them to dangle at her sides. Suddenly, however, her left hand was gently grasped from behind. It was Chen Jingpei's hand, causing her heart to race with an exhilarating thrill. Peige. Chen Jiaser inadvertently glanced down, catching sight of this moment, nearly gasping in surprise. Fortunately, he quickly covered his mouth and nose, pretending to sneeze, achoo, achoo. The row of cousins behind them had all noticed, and soon the sneezes spread like wildfire. The elders seated nearby remained oblivious, merely hearing the chorus of sneezing and chiding. Why is everyone catching colds? I told you all to exercise more, yet no one listens. How can you defend the country if you are so fragile? You are even weaker than the girls. He. The granddaughters in the second row exchanged knowing smiles, blooming like flowers. Only Xianji's cheeks flushed crimson, captured in the photographs by the butler's dimming eyesight. Meanwhile, Chen Jingpei stood tall and composed, exuding an air of elegance and dignity beneath the luminous moonlight, as if he had never stirred his own heart, nor disrupted another's. Chapter 59, The Little Swan. The lively sounds of laughter gradually faded away from the long alleyways. The bustling Chen family estate returned to its tranquility. Only when the cars of her elders departed one by one onto the main road did Xianji retrieve her keys, unlock the car door, and settle into the vehicle she had driven. Just as she was fastening her seatbelt, Chen Jingpei leaned against the stone sculpture by the entrance, extinguishing his cigarette, and approached her car. With his slender fingers, imbued with a faint scent of tobacco, he delicately lifted her elegant chin, murmuring softly, "Come sleep at my place tonight." His voice, tinged with the raspiness of smoke, was deep and compelling. She found herself caught in the heat of his gaze, noticing the faint redness in his eyes, unable to suppress his overwhelming desire. It felt like an irresistible invitation, yet a silent plea. "I don't want to," she replied, fumbling with her seatbelt, clicking it into place with a resolute snap, her tone cold and unyielding. "We've broken up, so let's not sleep together anymore." Chen Jingpei. Her contradictory words provoked him, igniting a wild urge within him. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that her stubbornness was all that remained of her fortitude. Thus, he bent down, lifting her chin a fraction more, his lips brazenly brushing against the corner of her mouth, teasingly nibbling. "Don't deny it. You think of me every night. I've indulged you for half a month, and my patience is running thin." In his words, there was a hint of possessiveness as he pried open her lips. "Don't force me to confine you, Aji." She was a proud and free little swan, and he was reluctant to cage her as a gilded canary. Yet, should she continue to be disobedient? The tip of her tongue was suddenly pressed down with force, as his fervent kiss delved deeper. Xianji's long lashes trembled gently, fearing that he truly intended to ignite a conflagration at the entrance of the Chen family estate. After uttering those words, as Chen Jingpei withdrew his form, she hastily ignited the engine and pressed the accelerator, vanishing in a flash. Chen Jingpei stood there, chuckling helplessly, already aware that she would not be so compliant. Upon returning to Jiahu Bay, it was well past 11. After finishing her shower and emerging from the bathroom, she sat before the low table with a hairdryer in hand, attempting to dry her hair. Suddenly, as the silver whale of the Chongqing building soared past the bright moon in the night sky, it erupted with a resounding boom, bursting into a shower of fiery blossoms. Shortly thereafter, the dazzling display coalesced into a message, "Happy Mid-Autumn Festival," directed towards the 27th floor. Xianji? The 27th floor? Is that the very floor where she resides? Xianji stared blankly for quite some time, her lips involuntarily curling upwards, her heart brimming with an uncontainable sweetness that almost rivaled the moonlit night. This scene was indeed soothing. Unable to resist, Xianji captured the moment in a photograph and sent it to Chen Yunzi, who was far away in the country of Luo. "Uncle, look. The moon here is so round tonight. Is the moon on your side also round?" Chen Yunzi stood by the window of his office, gazing at the recently risen full moon. However, his vision grew increasingly blurred, uncertain whether it was the dew on the window or the mist forming in his eyes. He gently pressed the voice message button. It is round. The person he was particularly concerned about was named Sun Ning. Xuan Zhi did not engage in further conversation with Chen Jingpei. She set down her phone and drifted into sleep until the midnight hour, when an intense thirst suddenly overtook her. Forgotten on the low table, the thermos cup remained empty. She had no choice but to open the door, contemplating retrieving some peach juice from the refrigerator in the kitchen. However, just as she took a couple of steps outside, she suddenly heard faint noises emanating from the living room sofa, akin to the restless movements of someone unable to find solace in sleep. Xuan Zhi immediately gasped in shock, holding her breath as if the corridor's motion sensor lights had been frozen, failing to illuminate the darkness. Who is it? A mix of fear and an audacious resolve surged within her, and she steadied herself, calling out, "Who's there?" Chapter 60. Another glass of peach juice in the ancient alley and bustling streets. Laughter and joy gradually faded away. The once crowded Chen family residence returned to its tranquil state. Only after watching the vehicles of her elders depart one after another onto the main road did Xuan Zhi finally take out her keys, unlock the car door, and settle into the vehicle she had driven over. Just as she lowered her head to fasten her seatbelt, Chen Jingpei leaned against the stone sculpture by the entrance. Extinguishing his cigarette, he strolled towards her car. His slender fingers, tinged with a hint of tobacco, slipped through the window to gently lift her delicate chin, whispering, "Come sleep at my place tonight." His voice, imbued with the remnants of smoke, was both husky and deep. Xuan Zhi found herself ensnared by his intense gaze. Noticing the slight redness in his eyes, betraying an uncontainable desire, it felt simultaneously irresistible and pleading. "I do not wish to." Xuan Zhi fumbled with her seatbelt, clicking it into place with a resolute snap, her tone icy and unyielding. "We've broken up. There is no need to sleep together anymore." Chen Jingpei. Provoked by her contradictory words, Chen Jingpei felt an urge to act recklessly. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that the only thing she remained stubborn about was her own voice. Bending down slightly, he elevated her jawline just a fraction, his delicate lips unabashedly brushing against the corners of her teasing mouth, nipping and nibbling gently. "Do not dare to say that you do not think of me every night. After indulging you for half a month, my patience has become rather finite." Within his words lay a hint of a fragile obsession as he pried open her lips. "Do not force your brother to keep you caged, Aji." She was a proud and free-spirited little swan, and he could not bear to confine her as a gilded canary. Yet, if she continued to defy him, his lips suddenly pressed down with fervor, the kiss deepening as it explored further. Xuan Zhi's long eyelashes trembled lightly, fearing he might truly ignite a fire right at the entrance of the Chen family estate. Upon uttering his words, as Chen Jingpei stepped back, she swiftly ignited the engine and pressed the accelerator, vanishing in a flash. Chen Jingpei stood there, a helpless smile gracing his lips, well aware that she would not be so obedient. Upon returning to Jiahoan, it was already past 11. After taking a shower in the bathroom, she emerged with a hairdryer in hand, sitting at the low table to dry her hair. Suddenly, as the silvery wail of the whale building soared past the moonlit night, a resounding explosion erupted, showering the sky with a cascade of fiery blossoms. Immediately following, the dazzling display coalesced into a line of words. "Happy Mid-Autumn Festival." From the 27th floor. Xuan Zhi. The 27th floor? Is that the very floor I reside on? Stunned, she remained frozen for quite some time, her lips involuntarily curving upwards, a sweetness within her heart that she could scarcely conceal, almost matching the brilliance of the moon tonight. This scene was undeniably healing. Unable to resist, Xuan Zhi captured the moment, sending it to her uncle, Chen Yunzi, who was far away in the country of Luo. "Uncle, look, the moon here is so round tonight. Is the moon on your side equally full?" Chen Yunzi stood before the office window, gazing at the recently risen moon, his vision growing increasingly hazy. Whether it was the dew on the glass or the mist forming in his eyes, he could not discern. He gently pressed the voice command, saying it's full. The person he was particularly concerned about was named Sun Ning. Xuan Zhi did not engage in further conversation with Chen Yunzi. She set down her phone and fell asleep until the middle of the night, when an intense thirst suddenly awoke her. Having forgotten to refill the thermos on the low table, she had no choice but to open her door, contemplating a trip to the kitchen to fetch some peach juice. Yet, just a few steps into the hallway, she was startled by a faint sound emanating from the living room sofa, akin to someone tossing and turning in restless sleep. Xuan Zhi immediately held her breath in alarm, as if the motion sensor lights in the corridor had frozen, failing to illuminate. "Who is there?" she inquired. A mix of fear and a surge of courage coursing through her. Chapter 61. Not familiar with him, we only pass through this world once. We ought to love with fervor at least once. Perhaps it was this sentiment that struck a chord in Xuan Zhi's heart, drawing her once more into the tender, yet domineering kiss of Chen Jingpei. When she awoke the following day, she could not help but feel a pang of regret. Chen Jingpei, it seems you did not take precautions last night. The flush in Chen Jingpei's throat had faded, and he gently massaged her waist, murmuring, "Nothing will happen. I was very careful last night." Had it not been for the lack of supplies in her room and his complete loss of control, it would have been impossible for him to neglect precautions entirely. Now that the situation had reached this point, further words were futile. Xuan Zhi could only silently pray for no unforeseen consequences. Subsequently, perhaps her devoutness moved the bodhisattva, and shortly thereafter, a sudden cramp seized her abdomen. Her menstruation had commenced. Xuan Zhi remarked, "Well, this spares me from taking medication." However, Chen Jingpei would likely disapprove of her resorting to pills. Xuan Zhi rose and made her way to the bathroom. It was still early, barely past 6 in the morning. After dozing for about 3 or 4 minutes, she abruptly exclaimed in exasperation, "From now on, it can only happen once a month." Chen Jingpei tightened his embrace around her, perplexed by her words. "What do you mean by once a month? What do you think?" Xuan Zhi shot him a glare as she opened her eyes. Chen Jingpei, realizing belatedly, chuckled lightly. "All right. I will try my best." As he spoke, he placed his warm palm over her abdomen to alleviate her discomfort. "Shall I prepare some porridge for you?" A man who had been self-reliant since childhood understood the essence of nurturing through culinary endeavors. Xuan Zhi nodded in satisfaction. "Yes. I want that kind of porridge that is rich yet not too thick, with distinct grains of rice." Chen Jingpei smiled wryly. After all, he had chosen this wife, and regardless of her quirks, he would indulge her whims. Half an hour later, a bowl of porridge that was both rich and distinctively grainy was ready. Noticing potatoes, eggs, and vegetables in the refrigerator, Chen Jingpei skillfully fried some potato pancakes. Xuan Zhi sat at the dining table, gently stirring her porridge and reflecting that having a boyfriend by her side was quite pleasant. He could fan her in summer and warm her bed in winter. It was indeed a worthwhile investment. "Is it hot? Let me feed you." As the potato pancakes were served, Xuan Zhi found herself lost in thought, appearing somewhat dazed. Chen Jingpei instinctively took the porcelain spoon from her hand and scooped a spoonful of porridge, offering it to her, urging her to open her mouth. Xuan Zhi initially wanted to protest that she was not a 3-year-old child in need of feeding. However, just then, Editor-in-Chief Chen sent a voice message, momentarily diverting her attention, and she obediently accepted the porridge into her mouth. Chen Jingpei alternated between feeding her porridge and pancakes, while Xuan Zhi listened to the voice message. Editor-in-Chief Chen inquired, "Zhi, are you familiar with Chen Jingpei?" At that moment, with porridge being fed to her by Chen Jingpei, Xuan Zhi was at a loss for words. She glanced at him, but he appeared oblivious to the conversation, calmly stirring the porridge in his bowl. She hesitated before gently pressing the voice message button to ask, "Is there something you need, Editor-in-Chief?" Xuan Zhi held the porridge Chen Jingpei offered once more and earnestly sought his opinion, asking, "Is this acceptable?" Unable to decipher his meaning, she ground her teeth and, with a pang of guilt, lied to Shenhua. "Editor-in-Chief, I am not well acquainted with him." Shenhua remained silent for a few seconds before responding. "He is the cousin of Chun Yunza. One might not regard the monk-s face, but would certainly consider the Buddha-s. Could you attempt to make contact?" Shenhua was aware of Xuan Zhi's relationship with Chun Yunza, but was oblivious to her connection with Chen Jingpei, as Xuan Zhi had kept the matter under wraps. Pretending to be reluctant, Xuan Zhi replied, "I shall do my best to give it a try." After sending the message, she lightly kicked Chen Jingpei from beneath the table, asking, "So, what do you say, CEO? Shall we?" Chen Jingpei chuckled with a hint of mischief. "If you were willing to meet twice a month, I might consider it." Xuan Zhi. Chapter 62. A lack of romantic sensitivity in typical circumstances. Young couples or spouses would engage at least 3 to 5 times a week. However, Chen Jingpei's proposal of meeting only twice a month was already quite restrained. Nonetheless, Xuan Zhi refused to indulge him, retorting, "Spare me the nonsense about power dynamics. If you wish to accept the interview, then do so. If not, then so be it. I'm not part of the finance team, and I don't need to chase after you. Besides, there are plenty of celebrities to choose from. I needn't cling to you. I find the heir of Zhen's pharmacy to be an excellent candidate for an interview. If it were up to me, I would focus on interviewing him instead of you, who merely contributes to the addiction of youth through gaming." Chen Jingpei. It seemed that the previous night's exertion had been insufficient. allowing her to maintain the energy to retort with such fervor. With a resigned gesture, he pressed his brow and uttered, "Very well." Xuan Zhi thought he had acquiesced. But to her surprise, his next words were, "Indeed, the air of Zhen's is a more suitable interview subject. You might encourage your colleagues to shift their focus." Xuan Zhi. This was truly infuriating. The tactic of provocation had failed. After a brief moment of speechlessness, she decided to disregard it. Raised her hand to take a tissue and wipe her mouth, conceding to his wishes. "Very well, I shall be on my way to work." Chen Jingpei was overwhelmed by an urge to strangle her. Observing the melodramatic idol dramas where the female protagonist often concedes to the male lead's various demands when in need, he found it perplexing that she chose a different path. Would it truly be fatal to plead with him a little more? This infuriating and unromantic woman. Chen Jingpei felt a surge of dissatisfaction as he grasped her slender arm, his tone grave. "During your menstrual cycle, refrain from wandering about. Take the day off and rest at home." Xuan Zhi retorted. If everyone were to feign delicacy and take leave during their periods, it would surely provide certain companies with an additional reason to avoid hiring women. Chen Jingpei, bemused, replied, "Who else would make such a fuss as you do?" "There are plenty," she asserted, being a journalist who had encountered numerous eccentricities. "All right then, I concede to your point." Ultimately, Chen Jingpei found himself at a loss with her stubbornness and, pinching the fabric of her thin clothing, said, "I will escort you. Please put on a warmer coat to avoid catching a chill." However, Xuan Zhi intentionally countered him. "There is no need for you to accompany me. We are not that familiar. If a colleague happens to see us, I would have no excuse to redirect their attention." At the heart of it, she was annoyed by his earlier attempt to engage her in a power play reminiscent of capitalist transactions. His cautious demeanor laid bare his submissive disposition. Stifling a laugh, Xuan Zhi raised her chin in a haughty manner, responding with a nonchalant, "I will decide based on my mood." Yet, given her role in covering social news and the considerable workload at the Peige Daily, she opted for an alternative form of leave. For instance, the approach to paid leave at the year's end, or the rare occasions when she can take a respite on weekends during less hectic times. Today, she had intended to rest, but after arranging an interview with a nonagenarian veteran from Huangdong village a couple of days prior, her plans were altered. The traffic on the road was severely congested, and as Xuan Zhi navigated her vehicle at a snail's pace, a black sedan gradually approached in the left lane. Matching her speed, casually she glanced over and noticed a young man in a white shirt in the driver's seat, his gaze distant and hollow, reminiscent of a lifeless puppet staring vacantly out the window. In that fleeting moment, Xuan Zhi felt an inexplicable pang in her heart, as if it were being gripped and twisted mercilessly by some demonic hand, sending shivers of pain coursing through her. Chapter 63. Like her uncle Xian Jun, the boy's features bore an uncanny resemblance to her uncle Xian Jun. However, this lad appeared frail and significantly younger than her uncle, likely not exceeding the age of 25. She yearned to steal another glance, yet the left lane began to clear, and the black sedan accelerated, swiftly veering at the upcoming traffic light and racing towards the Shenlan District Bridge. It seemed but a fleeting moment, dissipating like smoke in the wind, leaving no trace behind. No matter how alike he appeared to her uncle Xian Jun, he could never truly be him. 40 minutes later, Huangdong Village, situated on the outskirts of Fei City. The entire village bears the surname Huang, and due to the numerous naturally formed caves surrounding the hills, it is aptly named Huangdong Village. Upon entering Huangdong Village, one encounters a grand archway, marking the entrance to the village. Here, many elderly men and women gather leisurely to engage in gossip, discussing who among the villagers has received a son-in-law today, or how many puppies were born to a dog yesterday, all becoming delightful topics of conversation. Consequently, many young girls in the village tend to avoid passing through this area, opting instead to take the route around the back of the village. For if they were to walk past, they would undoubtedly find themselves subjected to scrutiny regarding the color of their toenail polish or the number of piercings in their ears. Occasionally, even the dogs would take a detour, wary of the villagers' chatter, fearing they might recount on which day and in which alley they spotted it frolicking with a neighbor's female dog. Xuan Zhi, new to the village, followed the navigation route to the entrance of Huangdong Village. The elderly men and women gathered at the archway, upon spotting an unfamiliar car approaching slowly, craned their necks in anticipation. One of the women, savoring the leftover 5-nut mooncake from the previous night, chimed in, "Could it be the daughter of the village head? I heard she recently bought a car and a house in the city and has even taken a city boyfriend. It doesn't seem like someone from our village." "The village head's daughter is not nearly as beautiful," another woman interjected. Oh, you must be mistaken. A girl transforms significantly. She changes every year. I've also heard she is now selling lipsticks and facial masks in some live streaming room and has been dressing quite charmingly, retorted the woman enjoying the mooncake. As she spoke, Xianji's vehicle came to a gentle halt before her, with the window partially lowered, politely inquiring, "Good day, ma'am. Could you kindly direct me to the village committee?" The navigation had only guided him to the archway, leaving the route unfinished. Xianji had no choice but to seek assistance in finding the way. The lady, who was enjoying a 5-nut mooncake, seemed either nervous or flustered. As several bits of nut tumbled from her grasp, she promptly raised her hand, gesturing towards a branching road, and said, "Continue down this path for another 200 meters, and you will see the building adorned with a row of red flags. That is the place. There will be signs at the entrance." "Ah, understood. Thank you, ma'am." Xianji expressed her gratitude, rolling up the window and gradually steering towards the village committee. The mooncake lady, fixated on the car's emblem, clicked her tongue in disapproval, muttering, "What a pity. They've earned money yet cannot even recognize their own father's office building." With that, a throng of onlookers, comprised of the local elders, followed suit towards the village committee, eager to spectate. Xianji thought to herself, "Surely, they are not intending to eavesdrop on my first-hand information?" Chapter 64. The pathway adjacent to the village committee stood a modest nursing home, a sanctuary for the elderly who lacked offspring to care for them or preferred not to reside with their children. The nonagenarian veteran whom Xianji intended to interview resided there. After greeting the village head, she was guided by a caretaker from the facility. The caretaker led her through a courtyard adorned with phoenix trees, remarking, "Grandpa Huang suffers from Alzheimer's disease. At times, he forgets even his own name. Interviewing him may prove to be somewhat challenging." Xianji was well aware of this issue. Her journey to Huangdong village was a serendipitous twist of fate, sparked by a post she chanced upon on Weibo regarding Alzheimer's disease. Intrigued by a comment from a fellow user, she felt compelled to delve deeper. The commenter recounted, "In our village, there is an elderly gentleman suffering from Alzheimer's. During my summer volunteer stint at the local nursing home, I noticed he spends his days sketching maps. Though the places remain a mystery to me, I've heard he was once a soldier stationed at the northern Tibetan border. I sense he holds a wealth of stories." This comment, seemingly overlooked by many, prompted Xianji to privately inquire about the commenter's city of residence. With the generous assistance of this delightful user, she established contact with the village committee of Huangdong. As September arrived, the flamboyant petals of the phoenix trees had fallen, casting a mosaic of dappled sunlight upon the ground. Groups of elderly individuals gathered beneath the trees, seated on benches or by the flower beds. Grandfather Huang sat alone in his wheelchair. Upon her first glimpse of him, Xianji noted, just as the commenter had described, that he was holding a sketchbook, attempting to draw maps with a certain disarray. The caregiver approached him gently, saying, "Grandfather Huang, a journalist wishes to interview you. May I proceed?" In fact, they had already sought his consent during their earlier communication. Yet there lingered a concern that he might forget within the span of 2 days. Yes, Grandfather Huang nodded vigorously, appearing to be in good spirits. With his approval, the caregiver wheeled him to a stone table, while Xianji retrieved her recorder and camera from her bag. The caregiver discreetly stepped away to attend to other matters. Xianji settled onto the stone bench and initiated the conversation. "Grandfather Huang, what are you drawing?" "The painting of the road." Grandpa Huang's weathered and murky eyes, when uttering these 2 words, faintly sparkled with a hint of brilliance and vitality. Upon hearing this, Xianji tilted her head, scrutinizing his artwork. She observed the towering mountains, perilous and shrouded in ice and snow, and inquired, "Why do you paint the road? To go home?" Xianji couldn't help but tighten her grip on the recording pin. "Isn't your home right here?" Noticing his silence, she decided to rephrase her question. Then, "What road are you depicting?" "Yaoji Mountain," Grandpa Huang replied, his thumb brushing over the majestic peaks, trembling as he spoke. "Where is Yaoji Mountain?" she asked, having never heard of such a name. "Where indeed?" Grandpa Huang suddenly seemed to lose his train of thought, turning the question back to Xianji. "Do you know? Can you take me there? I wish to see it." "What do you wish to see?" Xianji followed his lead with her inquiry. Grandpa Huang's voice softened, and in that moment of lowered gaze, the profound sorrow within him moistened the paper, blurring the image of the treacherous mountains in the ice-encrusted sky. At last, Xianji comprehended the true meaning of the road he had painted. Chapter 65. A Strict Boyfriend. It was midday, the sun blazed fiercely. Just as she parked her car, a thunderous roar echoed as Shen and I, riding a heavy motorcycle, drifted to a stop before her vehicle. "Teacher Xianji." Where have you been for interviews without me? He exclaimed. I thought you were on vacation, Xuan Zhi replied calmly. Chen and I removed his helmet, saying, I intended to take a break, but my sister wouldn't allow it. However, I can leave work early this afternoon. My friends and I are heading to the night racing track at Chongling Mountain. Would you care to join us for some fun? It is said that atop Chongling Mountain lies a spring of eternal life. Should we take a moment to explore it? No, I must write an article. Xuan Zhi always has numerous excuses for refusal. Chen and I's lips twitched slightly. Can't you find a different way to decline? It's always about writing articles. Oh. Xuan Zhi appeased him, rephrasing her words. My boyfriend is rather strict at home. Chen and I. After a moment of speechlessness, Chen and I inhaled deeply, biting down on his molars, and asked, Are you certain that your relationship with him is entirely normal? Have you been coerced into signing any contracts? Furthermore, although he publicly denied his marriage to Wenshani that day at the television station, it does not necessarily imply that he genuinely harbors affection for you. With his wealth, he might merely be seeking novelty. In this world, there is no tycoon or capitalist who is truly devoted. You seem quite knowledgeable. Have you been discarded by a capitalist before? Xuan Zhi remarked languidly. Chen and I nearly choked on his indignation. I am speaking earnestly. So am I. Xuan Zhi replied in a tone neither warm nor cold, yet she bore no real malice, for her intentions were ultimately for her own good. You do not know him well. I was with him long before he became a billionaire. You are not permitted to speak ill of him, or I shall be displeased. Chen and I. How infuriating. Why does even the tone of your defense for him stir such emotions within me? Fine, as long as you are happy. Chen and I slung his black backpack over his shoulder, concealing the turmoil within, yet with a boyfriend, one must also maintain their own social circle. Accompany me to Mount Chongling. It is not an escapade of infidelity. Consider it a gathering for journalism, for we, as racing enthusiasts, have a plethora of stories to share. For instance, one could craft a headline proclaiming, Rebellious youth spirals into abyss while racing down Mount Chongling. Such a topic would undoubtedly garner significant attention. Xuan Zhi fell momentarily silent, then retorted with her sharp tongue, You have the audacity. Let me witness your plunge first. Chen and I laughed with a mischievous air, then accompany me tonight. Xuan Zhi, disinclined to engage in further banter, hoisted her bag and made her way to the lobby. Chen and I trailed behind, persistently chattering, Teacher Xuan Zhi. You cannot be so easily managed by men. It is merely a trip to the mountains for some respite, not an endeavor of moral corruption. Besides, my friends also take their girlfriends along, and there are several single ladies in attendance, not just boys. Moreover, Mount Chongling attracts numerous visitors at night. You truly could gather news there, I assure you. Is that truly the case? Chen and I exclaimed, his excitement akin to that of a young lover. Let us agree upon this. Do not retract your words later. At that moment, he felt grateful to be merely an intern, allowing him to openly cling to her. Yet, Xuan Zhi coldly replied, I never said I would go with you. Her intention was to join Chen Jingpei. Chen and I lamented. The words of my sister are not mere expressions. They are lethal, a poisonous rose that pierces the heart. No one stop him. He wishes to plunge into the abyss. At just the right moment, Chen Jingpei called her. Are you off work? Come directly to my place. In the cloakroom. Chen Jingpei idly toyed with an exquisite and lavish gemstone anklet, having procured a plethora of garments for you to peruse and discern your preferences. Xuan Zhi was well aware of his ulterior motives, yet chose not to expose him on the spot, merely acknowledging his intentions with a subtle, oh, I see. However, he had indeed taken pleasure in adorning her with new outfits, as well as an array of hair ties, clips, bags, jewelry, and shoes. She had once speculated that he treated her as a character in a nurturing game. For who else would have their boyfriend insist that they don a different ensemble each day? Ultimately, her suspicions were validated, as it became evident that the inspiration for the highly popular Otome game, Chen Jing Company, stemmed from her very essence. Yet, by the time the game's initial operation commenced, she had already parted ways with Chen Jingpei. Reflecting on this now, she felt a profound sense of loss. Amidst the tranquil moonlight and gentle breeze, the room radiated warmth. Xuan Zhi adorned herself in the delicate silk nightgown personally selected by Chen Jingpei, cradling a towel around her damp hair. Through the mirror, she noticed her earlobes blushing with a rosy hue. Meanwhile, Chen Jingpei maintained an air of feigned propriety as she leaned against the sofa, adjusting the angle of the standing smart hairdryer. With meticulous care, he applied white peach essence oil to the ends of her hair. At a loss for words, Xuan Zhi merely raised a finger and gently poked his Adam's apple, playfully retorting, If you continue to disregard your own well-being, I shall. Starting today, abstain from peaches. Having heard of quitting smoking, drinking, and sugar, she had never encountered the notion of abstaining from peaches. Chen Jingpei couldn't help but smile at her, pinching her wayward index finger and explaining, "This is merely a slight allergy. It won't be too bothersome. Besides, I brush my teeth daily with peach-flavored toothpaste, so I have long since acclimated to this mild itch. However, if you truly care, you may offer me some relief." Xuan Zhi, feigning indifference, turned her head to the side and retorted, "I have no concern for you." Yet, mere moments later, seizing an opportunity when Chen Jingpei was distracted, she swiftly encircled his neck with both hands, propping herself up to provocatively entice him into a kiss. Chen Jingpei's self-restraint nearly crumbled as he responded to her movements, his right hand gliding over her back to grasp her delicate waist, lifting her effortlessly into his embrace. Their kiss deepened, a fervent exchange that left faint bruises upon Xuan Zhi's porcelain skin, prompting him to hoarsely admonish her, "In the future, do not play with fire during your period." Knowing full well his susceptibility to her charms, she continued to tease him. Observing her compliance, Chen Jingpei carried her out of the master bedroom, softly suggesting, "Shall we see if the butler has prepared the meal?" The butler, an advanced robot, handled the daily delivery of fresh fruits and vegetables from the supply company. "Your robotic butler is quite remarkable. If it were to be transformed into a humanoid, it would indeed be revolutionary," Xuan Zhi mused. "Is that true?" she inquired, her eyes sparkling with disbelief. "Indeed," he affirmed. Chen Jingpei nodded thoughtfully, recalling to lift her nightgown and suggesting a visit to the Whale Institute at an opportune time. Furthermore, he paused, teasingly withholding information. Xuan Zhi, anxious and curious, wondered what else there could be. Chen Jingpei, with a tender smile, raised a hand to gently pinch her nose, assuring her that during the winter exhibition, he would arrange an exclusive interview for her. When his wife did not indulge in her usual charms to coax him, he had no choice but to shamelessly pursue her attention. In the restaurant downstairs, a robot had prepared a sumptuous feast of 8 dishes and a soup. Xuan Zhi gazed at the table laden with sweet and sour pork, orange-flavored chicken wings, pan-seared steak, cheese shrimp, and her favorite peach syrup, and remarked, slightly incredulous, "Can we possibly finish all of this?" The robot swiftly responded, "Any leftovers can be fed to the pig. We shall not waste food." "You need not worry, mistress." With a soft grunt, the pig, named Taozhu, nestled beneath the dining table, responding in kind. It then meandered around Xuan Zhi's legs. Resting her chin on her hand and tilting her head in confusion, Xuan Zhi looked at Chen Jingpei, pondering why he chose to keep a pig as a pet when most people typically opted for cats or dogs. "Oh, right, I almost forgot," she suddenly realized. "You were born in the year of the pig, 1995. That meant his birthday was just around the corner." As her thoughts wandered, Xuan Zhi contemplated aloud. "What do you wish for on your birthday next month?" "To obtain our marriage certificate and then to have a daughter as beautiful as you, my dear mistress," he replied. A sentiment that had been his annual birthday wish. The robot interjected, "Thus, it must be the birthday gift the master desires most." Chen Jingpei remained silent. Xuan Zhi, with a hint of embarrassment, glanced at Chen Jingpei and remarked, "If you wish for such a gift, I cannot provide it. At least not at present." As she gazed at Xuan Zhi, who seemed lost and entranced, she felt that if she did not bear him a daughter in this lifetime, it would be an affront to nature. Yet, in the next moment, she heard him speak with warmth and elegance. "A mere certificate or having both a son and a daughter pales in comparison to your presence by my side. The gift I have yearned for, from the very beginning, is nothing but you." The robot, perhaps overwhelmed by the sentiment, hastily took Peach Pig outside to frolic in the garden. Xuan Zhi gently sipped the warm peach syrup, her eyes sparkling with delight. "Then I shall not prepare a gift for you." Just moments ago, she had impulsively thought to give him a daughter. Chen Jingpei felt as though he had missed an astronomical opportunity. However, seeing her playful demeanor, he knew she was not being serious. Rubbing his temples, he decided to end the conversation. "Let us eat, finish your meal, and then retire for the night." Little did he know, there was a fleeting moment when Xuan Zhi had genuinely contemplated obtaining a marriage certificate with him. The following day, a breeze swept through, scattering flower petals in shades of yellow, green, blue, and purple along the winding path, with a few half-yellow, half-red petals drifting down onto the balcony of the master suite. Xuan Zhi and Chen Jingpei were oblivious to the passage of time, lost in a slumber so profound that the alarm intended to rouse them seemed to have been silenced by Chen Jingpei himself. She extended her hand to nudge him awake. "Chen Jingpei, where is my phone?" "On the sofa," he replied, his long legs entwining around her petite frame as dawn broke, urging her to indulge in a little more sleep. Seeing his languid demeanor, reminiscent of a monarch neglecting his morning court, Xuan Zhi inquired, "Aren't you busy? I see other CEOs rising at 4 or 5 in the morning to work. Which CEO do you know that rises at such an hour?" Chen Jingpei retorted, feeling a slight discomfort at the suggestion. "Did you observe this from beneath his bed?" Xuan Zhi, slightly embarrassed, touched her nose and muttered, "Forget I said anything." Chen Jingpei gently cradled her head, lowering his voice. "None of the people I know are early risers. Take Xia Lan, for instance." "Please don't mention me," Xia Lan interjected. On the same day, a post titled "Grandpa Huang Paints the Road" surged to the top of the trending list on Weibo. The title, unadorned and unremarkable, attracted over 70,000 likes and shares within mere hours from morning to noon. The comments section erupted with fervent discussions sparked by his perspective, igniting a minor wave of enthusiasm. Subsequently, a self-media blogger shared an article mocking the piece, criticizing, "How could such a prominent newspaper as the Peige Daily disseminate false news without verifying the authenticity of the events? This matter involves not merely an ordinary piece of social news, but rather delves into the realm of historical warfare. It is evident that this was penned by a novice journalist, whose exaggerations lack any semblance of logic. Once a news story becomes contentious, everyone seeks to capitalize on the ensuing attention. Thus, the tale spread rapidly, with one person relaying it to 10 and 10 to 100. Numerous bloggers hastily reposted Xuan Zhi's article, offering sharp critiques, adopting an air of superiority as if they were esteemed judges. Moreover, even colleagues nearby engaged in veiled mockery. A prominent figure in this mockery was Ding Tao, who had long harbored grievances against Xuan Zhi. Today, he finally seized an opportunity to throw her under the bus. With a twisted smile, he remarked, "Some individuals are merely gilded on the outside while rotten within. Relying on their connections, they fabricate news without restraint. Unable to cover even the city's news, they still find the time to wander to the suburbs, perhaps to clandestinely rendezvous with men, concocting a few articles to fulfill their work obligations." However, the editor-in-chief who approved this piece must have been bewitched, allowing such a farcical and insipid article to be published. Indeed, with the Chen family's influence, one can act with impunity. It was only through overhearing a conversation between editor Shen and Xiao Xiao that he discovered Xuan Zhi's connection to the Chen family, which explained why she was so exalted by the editor-in-chief. Xuan Zhi furrowed her brow slightly, unable to shake the suspicion that he might be practicing some form of esoteric art. Otherwise, how could he be so cryptic and sardonic all the time? Tao Ge, after a moment of contemplation, felt it necessary to confront him directly. "If you still consider yourself a man, then act with integrity. Stop indulging in petty gossip about my background. My name is Xuan Zhi, and while I do have some connection to the Chen family, that does not justify your relentless criticism of me. When I was reporting on the front lines, you were likely just a novice intern. Rather than wasting energy on slandering others, you would be better off dedicating yourself to crafting impactful reports. I find that the logic in your articles is hardly superior to that of Shen and I." Ding Tao, caught off guard by Xuan Zhi's bold retort, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. His complexion shifted from pale to greenish to a deep purplish hue, ultimately darkening to a shade akin to that of liver. In a fit of rage, he seized the manuscript from the table and stormed out. Xuan Zhi remained unfazed, opening her voice recorder to edit a new article. Halfway through her writing, a WeChat message suddenly appeared. It was from editor-in-chief Shen. She instructed, "Come to my office. The Central Propaganda Department has taken notice of your news article." Chapter 69. Difficulties. The fact that even the Central Propaganda Department was paying attention to the matter indicated that it had indeed made a significant impact. However, the department did not criticize Xuan Zhi's article. Rather, they issued a formal statement. "The situation is severe and requires verification." Upon receiving this message from editor-in-chief Shen, Xuan Zhi briefly considered the gravity of the situation and mentally prepared herself to bear the consequences alone. However, within the confines of the editor's office, today, Shen Hua donned a moon-white qipao, exuding an air of grace and elegance as she sat serenely in the reception area, delicately sipping fragrant tea with her jade-like fingers. Xuan Zhi hesitated for a moment, sensing that the calmer Shen Hua appeared, the more significant the matter at hand must be. "Come in quickly. Why are you just standing there?" The gentle summons from editor-in-chief Shen sent a shiver down Xuan Zhi's spine. Had she not previously witnessed Shen Hua's fierce demeanor, she might have felt more at ease. Clearing her throat with a faint cough, Xuan Zhi walked in. Editor-in-chief Shen had brewed a pot of osmanthus oolong tea, its color a harmonious blend of green and golden hues, with an aroma rich and intoxicating. As Xuan Zhi approached the tea table, the fragrance enveloped her. "Do sit down and enjoy," Xinhua said, her lips adorned with a vintage red hue, radiating a bright smile as she lifted the white jade teapot to pour a cup for her. Xuan Zhi, shedding her reservations, settled opposite her and took a gentle sip from the teacup. Xinhua's eyes sparkled with delight, reminiscent of a mother who eagerly awaited her daughter's marriage. As she beamed, "Zhi, you may be receiving an award for this." Xuan Zhi replied, slightly taken aback. "An award?" Xinhua nodded, informing her. "The gentleman you interviewed, Grandpa Huang, may very well be the last surviving hero of the 127th Regiment. And Yaogu Mountain truly exists. It is merely the indigenous name used by a small village in the northern border region, known to very few outside." "The 127th Regiment?" Xuan Zhi furrowed her brow, unable to recall Grandpa Huang mentioning it. "Editor-in-Chief, how did you come to know this?" "Just received a call from above, and they revealed a few details," Xinhua responded. Xinhua's ascension to this position undoubtedly reflects his extensive network. However, the matter at hand has yet to be thoroughly verified, so it is prudent to refrain from publicizing it for the time being. The publicity department will dispatch administrative personnel tomorrow to conduct an investigation, and I would like you to escort them to Huangdong Village. Continue to follow up diligently, ensuring that no other media outlets exploit any gaps. Understood. Since we are to remain discreet for now, Xuan Zhi refrained from further inquiry regarding the 127th Regiment. She pondered that a simple online search might yield some information. However, to her surprise, there were no records pertaining to the 127th Regiment available online. At that moment, after Xinhua concluded his statement, he recalled another matter. "Oh, by the way, have you been in contact with Chen Jingpei?" Just as Xuan Zhi was about to take another sip of her hot tea, the mention of Chen Jingpei caught her off guard, causing her to sip too hastily and inadvertently burn her tongue. She let out a soft hiss, her beautifully long and curled lashes casting delicate shadows upon her eyelids, trembling subtly in response to her flustered emotions. "I have been in contact." "And what did he say?" Xuan Zhi, with a pang of guilt, gently shook her head. "He did not agree." Xinhua sighed in resignation. Indeed, this young master of the Chen family proved to be quite challenging. However, Xuan Zhi then added, "He mentioned that he would prefer to discuss it after this winter when Whale Technology hosts the Bionic exhibition." She slightly altered Chen Jingpei's original words. Upon hearing this, Xinhua's furrowed brow relaxed. "In that case, make sure to follow up with him closely. When there are developments, send Xiao and the others over." Understood. She hesitated to mention that Chen Jingpei had specifically requested her to conduct the interview. Chapter 70. Chen Guomin emerging from the office, a notification chimed on her WeChat. Xuan Zhi lowered her lashes as Chen Jingpei's message danced across the screen. "I'm at the back entrance of the newspaper building. Come out for a moment." He had a remarkable knack for timing. "Oh." Xuan Zhi grasped her phone with one hand, her thumb deftly navigating the keypad. Suddenly, a graceful figure swept past her, gently tapping her shoulder. Reacting instinctively, she quickly dimmed her phone's screen and raised her gaze to the woman who had touched her, beaming. "Oh, Meng Jia, are you here to see the editor-in-chief as well?" Wu Meng nodded, a wry smile gracing her lips. "I went out this morning for a political news interview, but inadvertently ran into a mishap and was summoned for a reprimand. Were you also in for a scolding?" As she inquired, she strolled towards the office, not particularly awaiting Xuan Zhi's response. Subsequently, to prevent anyone from inadvertently spotting Chen Jingpei's name, she had deliberately altered his contact to Chen Guomin. 5 minutes later, at the back entrance, Chen Jingpei parked his car in a secluded alley, and Xuan Zhi followed the coordinates he provided to locate him, just as she arrived at the door of the driver's seat. Before she could question his unexpected visit at midday, Chen Jingpei abruptly flung open the door, pulling her into the car, where she stumbled and found herself nestled between his legs and the seat. The position was undeniably intimate, and at the moment of settling in, she inadvertently brushed against the belt of his trousers, or perhaps something else entirely, causing her cheeks to flush a deep crimson, akin to a rose ready to bleed. Her heart racing as she gazed at him, momentarily forgetting to speak. Chen Jingpei's warm palm gently caressed the nape of her neck, pressing her furry head softly against his chest. Suddenly, with an affectionate concern, he inquired, "Are you tired?" Xuan Zhi, nestled in his tender embrace, felt a hint of weariness wash over her. Her voice, soft and delicate, replied, "Just a little." Every day, she rushed about, leaving no room for fatigue to escape her. Yet, upon seeing Chen Jingpei, the burdens and exhaustion seemed to dissipate like fleeting clouds. swept away by a gentle breeze. As Chen Jingpei caressed the back of her head, he murmured, "Then you should take a good nap." Xuan Zhi playfully toyed with his dark-patterned silk tie, teasingly asking, "You didn't come all this way just to coax me into a midday slumber, did you?" "Not precisely," he replied. He had just finished his work, and upon seeing the news concerning Grandpa Huang and the attention it garnered from the Central Publicity Department, he worried that she might be overwhelmed by public scrutiny. Thus, he rushed over to keep her company and to suggest that if she truly felt exhausted, she might consider resigning from her job and comfortably embrace her role as Mrs. Chen. His wealth could sustain her for a lifetime without worry. Yet, this was her cherished occupation, and he had no right to take that from her. It was not until Xuan Zhi had nestled in his arms for half an hour and awoke that he finally asked, "Has the publicity department taken any action?" Xuan Zhi hesitated for a moment before realizing he had indeed seen the news. She had assumed he would be indifferent to such matters. Chen Jingpei nodded slightly. It's hard not to notice when the entire nation is discussing it. With a playful smile, Xuan Zhi inquired, "Is this a compliment?" Chen Jingpei grasped her chin gently, admonishing her softly, "You still manage to smile?" He originally intended to suppress public opinion, but the incident had already garnered the attention of the propaganda department. It could not simply be resolved by erasing it. Moreover, the head of the propaganda department is his father. Chapter 71. 46 minutes and 8 seconds outside the alley, an occasional passerby would glance curiously at the gleaming sports car belonging to Chen Jingpei. However, the sunlight reflected off the car windows, obscuring the view of the occupants within. The man in military attire had sharp features and a gaunt visage. He smiled as he accepted a cane and nodded at Zhou Huilan, saying, "It's all right." After that, he did not linger, confidently making his way towards Zhou Zhenhai's hospital room. Leaning on his cane. Yet, Bongging had lost all dependence on Qin Huairu, often treating her with indifference. He would take whatever she offered without a word. And if there was nothing, he wouldn't say a single syllable. However, after learning about the experiences of other concubines, her mood had significantly improved. Compared to a night filled with singing, tea drinking, and pastry eating, she was indeed in a much better state, albeit a tad fatigued. Tong Jia was conferred the title of Tong Pin, while Dong Yi's Wan Yue was named Jin Pin. Following them were Tang Guiran, Chen Guiran, Yang Chongzai, and Wu Yasi, with the rest designated as Gij. After reflecting on the previous plot for quite some time, I felt my writing lacked quality and contemplated how to amend it or bring it to a satisfactory conclusion. Of course, there were also complaints from the workers. They were already busy with their own tasks and found it burdensome to listen to Su Dama directing this and that. Harry and Ron, unaffected by the levitation curse, plummeted into a heap of plants like two leaden balls, but the bouncing effect ensured they wouldn't break a leg. Everyone assumed that entry should be through the conspicuously opulent wooden door of the white building, which was equipped with a thoughtfully placed doorbell above. It is noteworthy that Lu Qingzhu's martial prowess had long surpassed the utmost limits of the Jin-style martial arts. Even the simplest knife aura he could wield would effortlessly crush the majority, if he were to unleash even a mere thread of knife energy. Even the five extremes would find themselves at his mercy, and it goes without saying that he also possessed knife clouds, knife intent, and a protective knife aura. After the meal, Anin and Nian Yin surrounded Grandpa Su, one diligently kneading his back while the other attended to his legs. Eating. "I am not one to sit idly by," Ren Yinshu declared, already approaching the dining table to take a seat and grasping his chopsticks to begin feasting. The ball that could not be completely sent flying, a glaringly bright infield fly, was securely caught by the third baseman Qing Lu, thereby securing an out. With a contemplative glance at Chu Wei-yi, Shifei smiled knowingly and led the way into the clubhouse. The truly formidable aspect of this junior was not merely his prowess and potential as a pitcher, which were beyond question. He genuinely possessed the potential of an ace. What needed to be elucidated was the inherent pride that emanated from the very marrow of his being. Unexpectedly, an elder of the martial king realm from Meizhuang arrived later, turning the tide of the situation. As Xue Feng approached, Nangong Tian feigned ignorance, continuing to peruse the martial arts introduction before him, his fingers gliding over the information as if his heart were deeply conflicted regarding this martial technique. The strike caused her arms to sink momentarily, and her palms trembled uncontrollably, seemingly due to excruciating pain. Su Lin disregarded her anger. Though he had married her over the years, he found himself unable to penetrate the fortress of her heart, a realization that filled him with despair. "Hello, I am here now." Tian Yu observed Tang Zhan with amusement, her legs crossed as she regarded him. Chapter 72. The more one tries to conceal, the more obvious it becomes. That evening, she needed to make another trip to Huangdong Village the following day, ensuring she was well rested. Chen Jingpei lingered by the bedside, leisurely untying his tie while watching her. "Are you going to sleep?" His voice was deep and gravelly, tinged with a hint of unfulfilled desire. However, Xuan Zhi appeared rather indifferent, rearranging her pillow as she replied, "Yes. Did I not just tell you that I need to wake up early for Huangdong Village tomorrow?" Yet, Chen Jingpei suddenly leaned in closer, capturing her lips with a kiss, asserting that it would not encroach upon her slumber. His breath was warm as he spoke in a persuasive tone, inching toward her mouth. "Just 5 minutes." His lips enveloped hers, leaving Xuan Zhi with no choice but to slightly part her lips in reluctant acquiescence, allowing him to take what he desired without restraint. 5 minutes later, true to his word, Chen Jingpei withdrew and retreated into the bathroom for a shower. He stood beneath the showerhead, tilting his head back. Yet his mind could not help but wander to the delicate, gossamer nightgown that Xuan Zhi had worn earlier, one that could be torn apart with the slightest pull. Along with her slender, straight, alabaster calves, and beneath her collarbone, the uncontainable allure of her snowy white skin. The flames of desire within him surged ever more fiercely, unfettered by the cold water's attempts to douse them. After an indeterminate time spent under the cascade, he finally emerged from the bathroom to find Xuan Zhi had drifted into a drowsy slumber. Her phone rested on the bedside table, charging, when suddenly its screen flickered to life, accompanied by the chime of a WeChat message. Instinctively, she reached out, but Chen Jingpei, lying beside her, took it upon himself to retrieve the device and read the message. It was from Shen and I. A frown involuntarily creased his brow as he read Shen's note. "Teacher Xuan Zhi, I won't be driving tomorrow. Please come over to pick me up." The next message contained Shen's address. He was to accompany Xuan Zhi to Huangdong Village the following day. An inexplicable restlessness settled within Chen Jingpei, prompting him to abruptly exit the chat window, only to inadvertently notice that Xuan Zhi had saved his WeChat nickname as Chen Allergy. Chen Jingpei. Chen Jingpei. In a state between dreams and reality, Xuan Zhi curled into his embrace, murmuring, "Who messaged?" "Shen and I," Chen Jingpei replied candidly. "He wants you to pick him up at his home tomorrow." "Oh," Xuan Zhi responded with a hint of indifference, as she sank deeper into his hold. She furrowed her delicate brows and opened her misty, alluring eyes, innocently yet enticingly asking, "What do you want to do?" With a graceful motion, Chen Jingpei flicked the fragile strap of her nightgown from her shoulder, which had come undone, and once more captured her soft, sweet lips, lingering as he murmured, "The allergy has flared up." Xuan Zhi found herself unable to resist him, ultimately succumbing once more. This time, Chen Jingpei seemed to be imbued with jealousy and a desire for retribution, leaving a conspicuous and evocative bruise on the left side of her snow-white neck. When Xuan Zhi awoke the following day, she furiously struck him with a few punches. Chen Jingpei, in a splendid mood, affixed a pink band-aid over the mark, which only served to draw more attention to it. Infuriated, Xuan Zhi chose to ignore him and rummage through the wardrobe, finally selecting a delightful champagne-colored shirt paired with an exquisite, lightweight autumn jacket. Noticing her meticulous layering, Chen Jingpei unexpectedly said, "Teacher Xuan Zhi, I don't feel like driving today. Could you possibly give me a ride?" "Xuan Zhi." "Chen Jingpei, if that is not feasible, then an additional 5 minutes of kissing would suffice. Your boyfriend is easily appeased." "Xuan Zhi." In the end, at 6:40, the unwilling driver found herself in the fortunate position of sitting in her girlfriend's car. Chapter 73, Wu Cixi Shun Ni resided in the Shenglan district. Crossing the Shenglan Bridge from Jiahu Bay and traveling another 5 kilometers would bring one there. Initially, Xuan Zhi intended to drop Chen Jingpei off at the Chongjing building before turning back to the Shenglan district to pick him up. However, seated in the passenger seat, Chen Jingpei was fiddling with her camera when she suddenly remarked, "I've never seen you at work. I rather wish to accompany you to Huangdong Village." Chen Jingpei had anticipated this issue, which is why he intentionally donned a pure black athletic ensemble when he stepped out earlier, a hoodie seamlessly attached to its cap, pulled snugly over his head, accompanied by a mask that rendered his identity nearly unrecognizable. Yet, despite this, his aura and demeanor remained undeniably striking. Xuan Zhi vehemently disagreed. Chen Jingpei was not in a hurry to reach a consensus with her. Instead, he casually twirled the red safety talisman attached to her camera with his fingers, gently tapping it against the camera, producing a muffled thud that echoed, a rhythmic reminder to Xuan Zhi of her camera's presence in his grasp. She found this tactic rather vexing and retorted with irritation, "Please don't shatter my safety talisman. If it breaks, I shall simply procure a new one for you," he replied nonchalantly, completely oblivious to the significance of the talisman to Xuan Zhi's true heritage. Unbeknownst to him, she was unaware of its importance. All she knew was that her mother had given her the talisman when she was transitioning to junior high, and for a long time. It had remained tucked within her wallet. It was only when she ventured to the battlefield in a foreign land as a war correspondent that she remembered to affix it to her camera. The talisman, shimmering and flawless, was composed of the finest glass-like imperial green jade, worth a fortune. Chen Jingpei initially overlooked its details until a beam of sunlight streamed through the car window, illuminating the talisman. Whereupon he caught sight of a few tiny characters inscribed upon it. WXX? He could not help but whisper the letters aloud. Strangely enough, he pronounced them as Wuxishi. Xianji, bewildered, questioned. Wuxishi? Shouldn't it be pronounced as Tabulu AI sure? What does WXX signify? After Chen Jingpei finished reading, he inquired about her name's abbreviation. WXX? XX? She. Just as Chen Jingpei was on the verge of connecting some thoughts, suddenly, Xianji's phone rang, disrupting his train of thought. The phone was linked to the car's Bluetooth, and Shen Ni's voice reverberated within the cabin. Teacher Xianji, where are you? At Shenglan Bridge. Oh, I will wait for you at the community entrance. All right. The call ended. Chen Jingpei scrutinized the peace buckle for a moment before asking, Who gave you this peace buckle? My mother. Xianji, fixated on the bridge ahead, simultaneously recalled that since she arrived in Feiqing at the age of 15, she had seldom explored the Xinglan district. When I was in middle school, she gave this to me, saying it was from my father. Just as she began to elaborate, another call came in. It was Shin and I again. Teacher Xianji, you haven't had breakfast yet, have you? I'll go buy you a crepe. Would you prefer fresh soy milk or red date tea? Your teacher Xianji has already eaten. Chen Jingpei's tone was chilling and piercing, akin to a clear spring water overlaid with frost flowers in the autumn morning wilderness. After saying this, without waiting for Shin Ni's astonishment, he abruptly ended the call. Continue, he directed towards Xianji. Continue what? Xianji's mind momentarily faltered. Chen Jingpei prompted her. You just mentioned your father. The full moon gift? Observing the peace buckle, Chen Jingpei discerned that it was no ordinary jade. Xianji's father's identity must be one of considerable wealth and status. After all, how else could one afford such a priceless imperial green jade? Chapter 74. The Photographer Brother, 7:19 a.m. The sun illuminated the vast expanse of the sky, while a long queue formed outside a small shop selling savory pancakes. After finishing his breakfast, Shin and I approached just as Xianji's car turned the corner. He hurried forward, only to pause momentarily upon seeing the man in the passenger seat. Masked and hooded, Xianji lowered half of the window and called out, Get in. Taking a deep breath, he opened the rear door and awkwardly squeezed himself inside. He could hardly fathom that he was sharing a vehicle with the wealthiest man in Feiqing. After calming the turmoil within, Shin and I leaned slightly. Glancing surreptitiously at the striking profile of Chen Jingpei, his words caught in his throat. Chen Jingpei, Shin and I. Upon hearing the words, Shin and I exhaled slightly, assuming that Chen Jingpei would disembark shortly. Little did he know that Xianji's notion of a ride was to have Chen Jingpei accompany them all the way from Jiahoan to Xinglan district, then to the airport, and finally to Huangdong village, as if he were indulging in a complimentary day trip. Shin and I was at a loss for words. He had never encountered a tycoon so unorthodox in demeanor. Inspectors had their own vehicles for transport. After meeting them at the airport, Xianji led them to Huangdong village. Today, Huangdong village was particularly bustling. According to several ants by the village entrance, multiple media outlets had arrived from yesterday to this morning, seeking to interview Grandpa Huang, which had left him in a foul mood and reluctant to speak. Please leave. Grandpa Huang does not wish to be interviewed. When Xianji and the inspector arrived, the caregiver from the previous day was forcefully escorting reporters and online bloggers from other media outlets out of the nursing home's entrance. The caregiver, visibly angered, exclaimed, Grandpa Huang has only suffered from mild Alzheimer's for the past 2 years, but your actions over the last few days have exacerbated his condition. At that moment, a discerning blogger noticed Xianji and the group, particularly the man who emerged from the passenger seat, adorned with a hood and a mask, drawing the most attention. Which newspaper does this photographer belong to, flaunting such an appearance? The blogger remarked, unable to suppress a laugh at the individual who resembled a hacker, clutching a DSLR camera. However, his companion, intimidated by the imposing aura of the group, refrained from further commentary. Another reporter interjected, saying, That must be from Feiqing Daily. The blogger, surprised, inquired. Are the reporters and photographers from Beijing Daily always this high profile? The reporter, offering no further response, merely fixated on Xuan Zhi and the others for a moment before abruptly raising his camera to capture several photographs of them, not wishing to leave empty-handed. The blogger decided to conduct a live broadcast at the nursing home's entrance, introducing the elderly residents of Huangdong Village. Yet, the viewers in the live stream clamored, "Where's Grandpa Huang? We want to see Grandpa Huang." The blogger, raising a selfie stick and turning the camera towards the nursing home's entrance, stated, "Grandpa Huang is throwing a tantrum and refuses to be interviewed. Let us observe other grandfathers and grandmothers, as they are quite similar." Just as his words trailed off, the live streaming room erupted with an avalanche of comments. Who was that just now? So cool, so handsome, so beautiful. Are they a celebrity? The host quickly lifted his gaze and realized that Xuan Zhi and a few others had inadvertently entered the frame. In an instant, he felt as though he had discovered the secret to gaining traction and mockingly remarked, "Those are the reporters from Beijing Daily, each one more pretentious than the last. Moreover, that girl from earlier must be the journalist who reported on Grandpa Huang. Who would have thought she resembled a celestial being?" Fans in the live stream responded, "The reporters from Beijing Daily are all so stunning. It's simply overwhelming. And that photographer, his physique is absolutely captivating. I wish to see what he looks like. The boy with the black bag is also exceptionally handsome. I think the silhouette of that photographer bears a striking resemblance to someone." Chapter 75. A flawed foundation leads to a crooked structure. Even if he felt an uncanny familiarity, the host dared not associate the photographer with Chen Jingpei. He merely fixated his gaze on Xuan Zhi and her companions as they swept through the entrance of the nursing home, a smirk of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. He proclaimed to his followers, "I wager they won't last a minute before being escorted out by the staff." However, as seconds turned into minutes, and 5 minutes elapsed without any sign of the caregivers ejecting Xuan Zhi and her group, the host's frustration mounted. He muttered under his breath, "This caregiver truly exhibits double standards." The fans, however, remained quite rational. Is it possible that it's not the caregiver's double standard, but rather that Grandpa Huang simply prefers to be interviewed by that beautiful sister? One must admit, the fans' conjectures were remarkably close to the truth. Nevertheless, today, Grandpa Huang's temperament had indeed turned rather irritable. No matter how patiently the caregiver attempted to feed him breakfast, he would simply overturn the bowl and spoon with one hand. She tried to engage him in conversation. "Grandpa Huang, we are here today primarily to ask you if you are from the 127th Regiment. Did you participate in the Battle of Buyu Mountain in 1957? Buyu Mountain was what Grandpa Huang referred to as the treacherous Yaoji Mountain. It was said that the terrain there was perilous, and the magnetic field was fearsome. Once one strayed into its secret depths, the chances of survival were slim." 127th Regiment? Grandpa Huang struggled to pronounce each word. 127th Regiment. Buyu Mountain? Buyu Mountain. His lips began to tremble once more. How could I forget? My brothers are all in Buyu Mountain. Are you here to take me to see them?" His aged eyes glistened with tears as he gazed tremulously at the inspectors surrounding him, Xuan Zhi, Shen and I, and Chen Jingpei. Chen Jingpei had truly positioned himself as a photographer, holding Xuan Zhi's DSLR camera, diligently capturing images and recording videos of Grandpa Huang. Meanwhile, the inspectors were too preoccupied to delve into the features concealed beneath his hood and mask. Their sole aim was to swiftly clarify the situation regarding Grandpa Huang. Yet, he always spoke in fragmented sentences, making it difficult to ascertain whether he was indeed a survivor of the 127th Regiment. What was Grandpa Huang's name? One of the inspectors, adopting an official tone, inquired of Xuan Zhi whether he had collected all the identity information. During a previous interview, Xuan Zhi had glimpsed Grandpa Huang's identification card. However, to ascertain the specific details, he would need to consult Director Huang. Unexpectedly, Grandpa Huang interjected, "Isn't my name Liang? I am not called Huang Yuyang." Xuan Zhi's heart skipped a beat as he hastily asked, "Grandpa Huang, what did you just say?" Grandpa Huang shook his head, repeatedly murmuring, "I am not Huang Yuyang. I am not Yuyang. Then what is your name?" "I am called." Grandpa Huang paused, seemingly forgetting again, gazing vacantly at Xuan Zhi. "What am I called?" "I am called the upper beam is not straight. The lower beam is crooked." The crowd fell silent. After a brief moment, just as the inspector was about to report to his superiors that Grandpa Huang was merely rambling, Chen Jingpei suddenly proposed, "I believe we should take him to the city for a thorough examination. He may not necessarily be suffering from senile dementia." To expedite the task at hand, The inspector accepted Chen Jingpei's suggestion and took Grandpa Huang to a major hospital in the city for an examination. The doctors were astonished to discover that Grandpa Huang retained 7 pieces of shrapnel within his body and had previously sustained severe head trauma, resulting in memory loss. Although he did indeed exhibit mild symptoms of Alzheimer's disease, his disjointed speech was primarily attributed to the loss of a portion of his memory. After concluding a meeting, Director Huang rushed from the county to the provincial hospital, arriving just in time to overhear the doctor's remarks. He was equally astonished and promptly informed the investigator. For so many years, my distant uncle has remained silent. We were entirely unaware that he harbored so many fragments of shrapnel within him, let alone that he suffered from amnesia. However, Grandpa Huang insisted that he was not named Huang Yuyang. Xuan Zhi interjected, emphasizing, "This is impossible. He possesses an ID card. How could he not be called Huang Yuyang?" Director Huang appeared somewhat taken aback, yet found this assertion absurd. The investigator pondered for a moment before inquiring, "Does he have any siblings? Has a genetic test ever been conducted?" Director Huang shook his head. "No, he is entirely alone. He and Grandpa Huang are merely distant cousins, separated by several generations, with a relationship so intricate that, in truth, there exists no significant blood connection. After so many years, many aspects are simply beyond verification. However, the singular clear clue remains the 7 pieces of shrapnel within Grandpa Huang. He must have genuinely participated in the Battle of Buyue Mountain, for otherwise, he would not refer to Buyue Mountain as Yaoji Mountain." The investigator recounted the details to his superiors. Xuan Zhi, overhearing, noted that the investigator addressed his superior as chief. She thought, "Isn't this a delegation from the propaganda department?" As night fell, the investigator, perhaps burdened with further duties, did not depart Huangdong village alongside Xuan Zhi and the others. Shin and I remained seated in the rear compartment. Feeling somewhat fatigued, Xuan Zhi nestled into the passenger seat, half of the window ajar, allowing the evening breeze to waft through. She recalled overhearing the investigator in the hospital, informing Chen Jingpei. "These 2 investigators do not seem to be dispatched by the propaganda department." Chen Jingpei gently nodded. Xuan Zhi, puzzled, inquired, "You know?" "Indeed," Chen Jingpei replied, his keen intellect at work. "They must have been sent by my uncle." Chen Jingpei's uncle is Chen Maoyang, the father of Chen Yunsa. "How did you come to know that?" Xuan Zhi failed to anticipate Chen Maoyang's involvement. Shen and I, utterly bewildered, had not caught a word of their exchange. He merely reclined in the back seat, languidly murmuring, "Could you kindly drop me off at my doorstep, CEO? I shall take a brief respite. Do wake me upon arrival." Chen Jingpei chose not to engage in banter with him, leisurely maneuvering the car along the rural lanes, sharing the same evening breeze with Xuan Zhi, gazing at the same constellation of stars. Time slipped away, and at last, they reached the Xinlan district. Shen and I reluctantly awakened, bid a half-hearted farewell to Xuan Zhi before shouldering his black backpack and exiting the vehicle. As Chen Jingpei restarted the engine and was about to turn onto the street, unexpectedly, a figure stumbled out from an alley, haphazardly lunging towards the car. Caught off guard, he instinctively slammed on the brakes just in time. "What happened?" Xuan Zhi's face turned pale, her heart racing. "Did we hit someone?" Chen Jingpei grasped her icy fingers and assuredly replied, "I believe we did not collide. Allow me to investigate." He suspected they might have encountered a scammer. Unable to remain seated in the car, Xuan Zhi hastily opened the door and joined him in assessing the situation. Yet, as they approached the front of the vehicle, before she could discern the identity of the person who had fallen, a feeble voice pleaded, "Please, help me." It was a young man. It was that boy whom Xuan Zhi had encountered on the road a couple of days ago, strikingly resembling her uncle Xuan Jin. In Chapter 77, as the light illuminated the scene, the boy sat pale and battered on the asphalt, his arms slightly propped behind him. His white shirt was stained with a vivid patch of blood, and his forehead and jaw bore several alarming abrasions. This wounded appearance was hauntingly reminiscent of her uncle Xuan Jin. Xuan Zhi was momentarily frozen in place, her feet feeling as though they were weighed down by 1,000 pounds, unable to advance even a single step. Her throat felt constricted, as if choked by cotton. Despite her desire to speak to Chen Jingpei, no sound escaped her lips. Suddenly, the boy lifted one arm, resting it against the car's headlight, attempting to rise. Chen Jingpei stepped forward to assist him. "Where did you get it?" "I'll take you to the hospital." "No, don't take me to the hospital," the boy replied, panic evident in his voice. "You didn't hit me. I just fell accidentally. But, please help me, take me away from here. Someone is trying to." He began to cough violently mid-sentence. Chen Jingpei placed his palm on the boy's arm, feeling through the fabric that his temperature was alarmingly high. You have a fever? The boy nodded in pain. I just escaped from the hospital. Someone wants to kill me. Please, I beg you to help me. Take me away from here. I need to find my parents. Please help me. Chen Jingpei's expression turned serious. Who wants to kill you? We can help you call the police. Who is your father? He sensed he was dealing with someone mentally unstable. Let me see your ID. I have no identification. I escaped. I possess nothing at all. The young man clutched Chen Jingpei's hand firmly, as though wagering his very existence on him. Convinced that he could guide him away from this torment. I do not even know my father's name, yet I can picture his visage. Chen Jingpei, contemplating this, became increasingly certain of the young man's mental instability. With this thought in mind, he reached for his phone, intending to call the authorities. Suddenly, the young man frantically seized his phone, pleading, Please, do not report me. My name is Wen Xiezhou. I recently arrived in Feichin from Ligua, and I am utterly unfamiliar with this place. All I know is that my family name is Wen, and they are devils. Please, I implore you to save me. The name Wen? Chen Jingpei and Xian Shi exchanged a knowing glance. The illustrious Wen family of Feichin? Chen Jingpei's gaze deepened as it returned to Wen Xiezhou. It must be so. However, Wen Xiezhou offered a bitter smile, admitting, I have been disconnected from the world since childhood. My understanding of my family is exceedingly scant. I do not even know my grandmother's name. No one dares to inform me. I feel like a puppet, constantly manipulated and threatened by them. Chen Jingpei pondered. If this individual is not mentally ill, he might be embroiled in a new type of scam orchestrated by a fraudulent syndicate. Yet, to dare to target him seems a reckless gamble. Chen Jingpei's lips curled into a faint smirk, as cold as ice, and he was about to proceed to deliver him to the police station. After a lengthy silence, Xian Zhi suddenly interjected, Chen Jingpei, his hand is bleeding profusely. We should tend to his wounds first. There is a first aid kit in the car. However, to assert that he belongs to a fraudulent organization seems somewhat implausible. Chen Jingpei, while dismissing his own conjectures, strolled towards the car in search of a medical kit. Yet, if he were indeed a member of the Wen family, which branch would he belong to, given the numerous branches of the Wen clan? I am aware that I have a half-sister. Perhaps noticing Xian Zhi. When Xiezhou then recalled another matter, struggling against pain and a high fever, he followed Chen Jingpei to the rear of the vehicle. Her name is Wen Cixi. Chapter 78. Proven effective, a half-sister named Wen Cixi? Chen Jingpei halted his actions of opening the medical kit, still grappling with this revelation. However, when Xiezhou seemed to have exhausted all his strength, suddenly succumbing to fatigue, his body gradually collapsing behind Chen Jingpei. Sensing something amiss, Chen Jingpei turned to support him. But he was still a moment too late. When Xiezhou appeared to have fallen heavily, his head striking the ground with a resounding thud. After the vehicle departed, a small, shocking pool of blood remained on the ground. Initially, Chen Jingpei had no intention of aiding the enigmatic Wen Xiezhou, yet from the moment Xian Zhi laid eyes on him, her eyes had been brimming with tears as she uttered a heart-wrenching remark. She said, if only someone had saved my uncle, he might not have died. He was perplexed as to why she suddenly mentioned her uncle. He only knew that she was in a state of distress, as if her own existence was intertwined with Wen Xiezhou's. She further confided, Chen Jingpei, my heart aches terribly. She had never been so vulnerable. When he inquired about her condition, she remained silent in the passenger seat, enveloped in her own thoughts. For a fleeting moment, he felt an impulse to drag the unconscious Wen Xiezhou from the trunk and toss him off the Samlin Bridge. Yet, reason held him back. He made a call to Jin Yin, asking if he was still in Feichin. Come over and help me with a patient. Also, grab some pain relief medication. Understood. Came the reply, though it was unclear what Jin Yin truly grasped before he hung up. Before long, Jin Yin arrived at the Jiahu Bay Villa to tend to Wen Xiezhou's wounds, clean and dress them, despite the entire procedure. Wen Xiezhou remained in a state of unconsciousness. Jin Yin, finding Wen Xiezhou rather unfamiliar, asked Chen Jingpei, which cousin is this? I've never seen him before. Chen Jingpei chose not to disclose the relationship and redirected the conversation. How serious are his injuries? The wound on his arm was not very deep. Jin Yin methodically applied disinfectant to the injured area, noting the high fever and a significant injury to the back of his head. We need to monitor him closely tonight and see when he regains consciousness. Chen Jingpei had already done his utmost by bringing him home for treatment, but had no intention of staying up all night to watch over him until his fever broke. He entrusted the matter to the robotic housekeeper. Jin Yin noticed and chuckled, however. I must say, it's quite unkind of you to leave your cousin in the room of your pet pig in such a large villa. Jin Yin, sensing the atmosphere, wisely chose to remain silent. However, After only a few seconds of silence, he scanned the surroundings, yet he could not catch sight of the person he longed to see, which only heightened his restlessness. Why was his girlfriend always so elusive? Was she afraid of being taken away? She is tired and resting, Chen Jingpei remarked, shaking a cigarette from his pack and placing it between his lips. Leaning against the window, he picked up a luxurious silver lighter and struck a flame. Through the hazy veil of smoke, his face appeared ethereal, like a fleeting reflection in water, unattainable and enigmatic. Jin Yin could not help but click his tongue, filled with curiosity about the girl who had managed to tame him so thoroughly. As he pondered this, he rummaged through the medicine cabinet and retrieved several packets of herbs. "Ah, right? This is a special tonic I prepared for you, a gift for your investment of 5 billion. Chen Jingpei chuckled coldly, his teeth slightly clenched. "My kidneys are perfectly fine. No need for you to worry, Mr. Chen. It would work wonders for your girlfriend as well." "Do not say I have not been of service to you," Jin Yin replied, delivering the most frivolous words with utmost seriousness, assuring a bond that would render them inseparable. "Are you certain?" Chen Jingpei, restricted to once a month, felt a flicker of temptation. Jin Yin nodded. "It is a time-honored secret of the Jin family, proven effective. Everyone who has tried it has sung its praises. For instance, his cousin, Xian Lan. Per Xian Lan, caught in the crossfire. I truly appreciate it." Chapter 79. This matter is quite strange. Chen Jingpei quietly pushed open the door. The ambient lights in the room were extinguished, enveloping the space in darkness. Yet, he could vaguely discern Xian Zhi curled up, cradling his pillow, lying on her side on the large bed. He walked over slowly, treading lightly as he slipped into the covers, anxious not to disturb her. Little did he know, Xian Zhi had not yet fallen asleep. At the moment he pressed onto the bed, she immediately turned away from his pillow, resembling a long-neglected, pitiful little creature, clinging to him with a heart-wrenching innocence. "Why are you still awake?" Chen Jingpei's voice grew hoarse from her actions. "Does your chest still hurt? I had Jin Yin prepare some medicine. Shall I brew it for you now?" "No." Xian Zhi softly shook her head. "It doesn't hurt anymore." Her voice was gentle and airy, like a feathered hook delicately tugging at Chen Jingpei's heart. He inhaled sharply, captivated by the faint scent of peach from her shower gel lingering on her neck, his throat igniting with a yearning that he struggled to suppress. "You should sleep. You've been through so much today. Don't wear yourself out." Xian Zhi was burdened with thoughts, utterly unable to find rest. Her arm unconsciously draped over his waist, her fingertips lightly resting lower. Yet her mind wandered to another man. How was Wen Ziza faring? Had he awakened? Perhaps Xian Zhi's delicate fingers had grazed a sensitive spot, causing Chen Jingpei's Adam's apple to involuntarily bob twice as he replied absent-mindedly. He should wake up once the fever subsides. The robotic caretaker will take good care of him. There's no need for concern. Xian Zhi wasn't genuinely worried. It was just that, from the moment when Zizu appeared, he evoked a complicated feeling within her. Moreover, if she recalled correctly, he had mentioned having a half-sister named Wen Cixi. So, he was the son of Wen Jinlang? As Xian Zhi pondered, she inadvertently spoke aloud, her thoughts clouded. Chen Jingpei gently cradled her head in his right hand, his fingertips softly massaging the nape of her neck. He had never heard of Wen Jinlang having a son. If he did, it would likely be an illegitimate child, for both his ex-wife and current wife, Pan Jiyun, had only borne a daughter. An illegitimate son? Why did the supposed son of Wen Jinlang bear such a striking resemblance to her uncle, Xian Jin? A pang of unease gripped her heart, and her fingers unconsciously toyed with the waistband of Chen Jingpei's trousers as she hesitantly inquired, "Is Wen Jinlang truly so flirtatious? Does he sow romantic entanglements everywhere?" He certainly projected an image of unwavering integrity and self-discipline, leaving no hint of being a hypocrite with multiple mistresses. Chen Jingpei appeared somewhat weary. Perhaps he was. Otherwise, he would not have abandoned his ex-wife to marry Pan Jieyun. Yet, an unsettling feeling lingered within her. Xian Zhi's intuition was strong. She felt that Wen Shizhou was not merely Wen Jinlong's illegitimate son. He claimed to have recently arrived in Feicheng from Laigua. And though he did not even know his father's name, he was aware of his father's appearance. Did she not find this peculiar? Moreover, he mentioned that someone was out to kill him. Who could be behind such a threat? Additionally, he asserted that the Wen family were all devils. And he seemed like a puppet, constantly manipulated and coerced by others. As Xian Zhi analyzed the situation further, her logical reasoning sharpened. Was this coercion a means for the Wen family to manipulate others, or? A soft chuckle escaped Chen Jingpei as he playfully tapped her forehead with his knuckles, saying, "You are fast becoming a detective. Sleep now, for I shall summon someone tomorrow to thoroughly investigate his identity." Sushi rubbed her forehead, reluctantly acquiescing. However, She neglected to inquire about Grandpa Wang. Chapter 80. The fever breaks that same night. The bodyguards of the Wen family traversed the streets, reviewing surveillance footage from every intersection in the Xinglan district. Yet they could find no trace of Wen Xiezhou. Pan Jiyun anxiously twisted the handkerchief in her grasp, consumed by jealousy and frustration, yet she bore it in silence. Mother, do not worry excessively. He is unfamiliar with this area and should not have ventured far. Perhaps he is hiding in some blind spot of the hospital's cameras. I have also enlisted the Pan family's assistance in the search. He will be fine. However, to speak frankly, he is your own grandson. Should any misfortune befall him in Feiqing, the royal relatives of Lai Guo would have no grounds to hold you accountable. This is your grandson, not. What do you understand? Madam Wen, in a fit of anger, chastised Pan Jiyun. If it weren't for your uncooperative womb, producing a useless daughter, that son of a pauper would not have had a chance. Pan Jiyun's countenance darkened profoundly. Madam Wen continued, the fact that Xiezhou is missing must never reach Jinlang. Otherwise, I shall have no leverage left to assist you in restraining him. As dawn broke, Tao Zhu lay sleeping on a sunflower pillow, snoring softly. The mechanical butler stood vigil at the bedside, replacing the fever-reducing patch on Wen Xiezhou and taking his temperature. It was normal. The thermometer displayed 36.5 degrees. He had finally broken his fever. The robot, feeling a sense of relief, lifted the medicine package from the bedside table and proceeded to the kitchen to prepare the concoction. This belonged to the master, specifically to the mistress. Once the medicine was brewed, it meticulously measured the timing for Xuan Zhi and Chen Jingpei to rise, dividing the potion into 2 bowls and placing them on the dining table. Xuan Zhi and Chen Jingpei awoke earlier than usual that day, and just as the robot began to prepare breakfast, the two descended the stairs. Is 24 awake? Chen Jingpei inquired as he entered the dining room. 24? At that moment, Xuan Zhi realized that the robot possessed a name. Perhaps sensing her confusion, the robot generously elucidated, Mistress, you might not be aware of the origin of my name. It was derived from the day you parted ways with the master 5 years ago. The master had remarked that day was December 24th, Christmas Eve. December 24th, Christmas Eve. Indeed, she had never favored it. For that day marked the loss of her uncle. Xuan Zhi's throat tightened, her fingertips icy with discomfort. He merely despised the days devoid of her presence. With a gentle nod, Xuan Zhi's throat remained too parched to utter a sound. Noticing a bowl of soup on the table, she lifted it and took a sip. To her surprise, it was the special zhangyang soup meticulously prepared by Zheng Yin for Chen Jingpei the previous night. Chapter 81. Adverse reactions as the bitter liquid coursed down her throat. Xuan Zhi's brows furrowed in distaste, scrutinizing the dark brown concoction in the bowl. What manner of soup was this, and why was it so unpalatable? It is zhangyang soup, the robot interjected. The package contains an efficacy description. It fortifies the spleen and nourishes the kidneys for men, while enhancing beauty and complexion for women. Ah, this familiar concoction. Xuan Zhi, upon hearing that it could enhance beauty and nourish the skin, did not give it much thought, yet resolutely decided never to partake in it again. She pushed the soup towards Chen Jingpei, suggesting that since it could replenish the kidneys, he should indulge in it and not let it go to waste. Chen Jingpei, however, suspected that its benefits might extend beyond mere kidney nourishment. Reflecting on Zheng Yan's words from the previous night, he felt a whirlwind of emotions yet still accepted the porcelain bowl, consuming all that she could not finish. The robot's pancakes were not yet ready. So Xuan Zhi seized the opportunity to enter the sleeping quarters of Tao Zhu, casting a glance at Wen Xiezhou. Even in slumber, Wen Xiezhou bore a striking resemblance to her uncle Xuan Jun, albeit with a youthful innocence that made him appear slightly younger. Had it not been for this youthful demeanor, she might have suspected that her uncle Xuan Jun had faked his death to undertake some clandestine mission. As she emerged to eat pancakes, she found Chen Jingpei standing by the door, his expression stern as he observed Xuan Zhi, who was lost in thought. Staring at Wen Xiezhou, a simmering frustration brewed within him, perhaps exacerbated by the effects of the zhangyang soup, leaving him in a state of discomfort. Unaware of his agitation, Xuan Zhi remained fixated on Wen Xiezhou, voicing her concerns. Why does he sleep so soundly? Surely nothing is amiss. With that, she tentatively reached out to shake his shoulder. Yet, Wen Xiezhou seemed ensnared in the depths of a dream, unyielding to her attempts to rouse him. A sudden pang of anxiety gripped Xuan Zhi, prompting her to call out to the figure outside. Chen Jingpei, come here quickly. He seems unresponsive. He's fine, Chen Jingpei replied, striving to suppress the tumultuous emotions within him. You should step out and have breakfast first. The robot prepared a rather large pancake. which Chen Jingpei then sliced into a grid pattern with her knife and fork, subsequently adding 2 pieces to her plate in accordance with her usual portion size. The pancake, filled with cheese, exhibited a delightful stretch. After silently consuming a few bites, Xuan carefully pondered aloud, what if he remains in a state of unconsciousness indefinitely? Can you get in touch with Wen Jinlang? For Chen Jingpei, reaching out to Wen Jinlang posed no significant challenge. Furthermore, keeping Wen Shizhou around might prove to be of some utility. I shall make the arrangements, she stated, her expression stern, clearly tinged with jealousy. You should focus on your work and refrain from concerning yourself with other men aside from your boyfriend. Xuan Zhi, slightly disheartened, lowered her gaze and continued to eat her pancake with a quiet demeanor. Meanwhile, Chen Jingpei felt a gradual warmth spreading through her chest, an intensity that made her abdomen feel uncomfortable. Curiosity nudged her to inquire of Xuan Zhi, are you experiencing any discomfort? Xuan Zhi slowly lifted her eyes to meet his, seemingly perplexed by his question. What discomfort? Regarding the chongang soup you just consumed, I noticed you seemed a bit unsettled. Did you experience any adverse effects after drinking it? None at all, Xuan Zhi replied as she took a moment to reflect. It feels as though my skin has been immersed in a refreshing toner, cool and hydrating. Quite remarkable, this remedy. Had she known, she would have indulged in a few more sips earlier. Cool and hydrating? Chen Jingpei, in contrast, felt as if she were standing in the equator, parched and in desperate need of hydration. She dabbed her mouth with a tissue, nodding as she gathered her belongings. I must head to work now. I have several drafts to complete today. Yesterday, Grandpa Huang's examination report revealed the presence of 7 shrapnels within his body, a matter that must be made public. Otherwise, those malevolent entities lurking online might truly believe that Grandpa Huang is merely suffering from senile dementia. She must confront them with the truth. Xuan Zhi hurriedly departed. And only then did Chen Jingpei realize he wanted to embrace her tightly, but found himself grasping at empty air. Left with no choice, he suppressed his desires, donned his suit jacket, and headed to a meeting at the whale company. The meeting commenced at 8:30 and concluded by 10. Xuan Zhi, could you come to my company now? I am feeling unwell, he sent a message, his distress palpable. Chapter 82. The mistress comes to inspect in the expansive office space. Only Xuan Zhi and Shun and I were present. Shun and I was engrossed in video editing, while Xuan Zhi was busy revising a draft. Suddenly, the screen of the phone resting on the desk illuminated, and Xuan Zhi glanced over, noticing a message from Chen Guomin. Voice message, 2 new messages. Curious. She entered the chat and switched the voice message to earpiece mode. In the next moment, Chen Jingpei's voice, laden with urgency, resonated in her ear. Xuan Zhi, could you come to my company now? I am feeling quite unwell. Unwell? As Xuan Zhi was lost in her writing, her mind momentarily stalled, and she simply assumed he was experiencing physical discomfort. Where exactly do you feel unwell? Are you ill? She inquired through text. Everywhere feels uncomfortable. My chest is heavy, and I am struggling to breathe, he replied, deliberately gasping for air as he spoke. Xuan Zhi regretted not having put on her headphones to listen more closely. In such a tranquil environment, even with the voice set to receiver mode, Xuan and I could still hear a considerable amount of what was being said from the adjacent workstation. She feigned calmness, continuing to type. I understand. You take a break first. I will head over now. Neglecting even the punctuation, Xuan Zhi sent the message and organized several drafts with different proposed titles into a single document for the editor's review and publication. Subsequently, she instructed Chen and I. Once you finish the video editing, just upload it to our newspaper's app. I have to step out for a moment. Chen and I was aware that she was going to find Chen Jingpei, and with a cheeky tone, he remarked, I finally comprehend why you adore the wine brewed by your brother. It turns out he is utterly irresistible when he gets flirty. TSK. Just a single phrase from him makes you lose your composure, Xuan Zhi. However, Shen Ni's words quickly shifted, Xuan Zhi. The younger brother's yearning can be quite perilous as well, especially when he longs for his sister's affection. Bang! Before Shen and I could finish his teasing remark, Xuan Zhi spotted a cardboard box beneath the table, seizing it and placing it atop his head. Shen and I, with the box perched on his head. A hint of amusement escaped from his chest, as if the more he was teased, the more he craved it. He declared, Xuan Zhi, did you know that this makes me like you even more? So much so that I would willingly be your backup. There was a brief silence from within the box, and he inwardly chastised himself, feeling a sense of loss. Why do I like her so much? Could it be the thrill of competing with a wealthy rival? Following the route provided by Chen Jingpei, Xuan Zhi entered the basement of the north building of the Chen Jing Company. The security personnel, evidently briefed, respectfully granted her passage upon seeing her license plate. The vehicle ascended into the lift, and upon reaching the lower level, Xuan Zhi beheld the spacious, well-lit underground garage, which housed only Chen Jingpei's sports car, likely his private sanctuary for vehicles. She leisurely parked beside the sleek automobile and subsequently sought out the exclusive elevator leading directly to Chen Jingpei's office. In the elevator hall, a robot awaited her. After scanning and verifying her identity from a distance, it entered the fingerprint code for the elevator and relayed a message to Chen Jingpei, Master. The mistress has arrived for inspection. Please conduct yourself accordingly. Xuan Zhi mused, surely, Chen Jingpei does not input her identity into every robot, does she? Curiosity piqued, she inquired. What is your name? The robot, resembling a simple-minded butler, responded. One is called 520, the other, 24. They had officially been in a relationship for 7 months. From May 20th to December 24th. Though brief, the experience was inexplicably profound and unforgettable. Clutching the medicine bag tightly, Xuan Zhi entered the elevator. Her heart a tumult of emotions, uncertain whether the predominant feeling was sorrow or sweetness. She found herself on the verge of tears. She and he had missed so many moments together, and it felt as though it would take several lifetimes to mend the gaps that had formed between them. Lost in thought, she barely reacted when the elevator doors opened, arriving at the top floor, until a tall and imposing figure enveloped her with a heated aura. She suddenly realized that her petite frame had been embraced tightly against Chen Jingpei's broad and sturdy chest. Xuan Zhi, slowly lifting her head within his arms. Her innocent and captivating gaze met his. Did you not say you were utterly drained? How is it possible that you hold me so tightly? Chapter 83. Endure for one more day. He grasped Xuan Zhi's delicate waist, effortlessly lifting her and carrying her into the office. She was all too aware of his intentions. Her curled eyelashes trembled slightly as her hands found no place to rest against his chest. Chen Jingpei, you are so warm. His chest radiated heat as if it could melt her. Chen Jingpei's voice carried a gravelly, velvety tone, the sunlight cascading through the panoramic glass behind the desk. He settled her into his spacious and comfortable office chair, leaning down to nibble on her earlobe. I want to. May I? No, that's not possible. She trembled both physically and mentally, though her words denied him. Her hands instinctively encircled his neck. Her period would not conclude until tomorrow. Typically, it lasted around 4 days. Moreover, you have promised me, once a month. I merely stated I would do my best. Now that they lived together daily, he could not genuinely maintain the restraint of a celibate monk. Even once a week felt torturous to her. Furthermore, the effects of the Chongang soup only exacerbated his inability to control himself at that moment. Xuan Zhi caught her breath. Her right hand gliding from the nape of his neck to the collar of his shirt, delicately toying with the topmost diamond button. She appeared somewhat indifferent. Yet her actions were undeniably provocative. But today, I find myself utterly powerless. Perhaps, she seemed to have a clever suggestion. But Chen Jingpei would not allow her to finish. Thus, the words lingering in her throat, endure for one more day, were forcibly silenced by his domineering and unyielding kiss. St. Lawn District. Due to Wenxiezhou's disappearance, old Madame Wen was too preoccupied to concern herself with the engagement between Wenxiani and Chen Jingpei. Why? Wenxiani could not comprehend how Wenxiezhou's vanishing was related to her engagement with Jingpei. What does it matter? Old Madame Wen scoffed sharply. You might as well ask your mother. She would know best. It felt as though overnight, old Madame Wen's demeanor had turned cold, leaving Wenxiani momentarily bewildered. With reddened eyes, she implored, Grandmother, you have never spoken to me this way before. Do you despise me now? Miss Shani, do not overthink it. The old lady is merely in a foul mood. The steward stood by, attempting to console her. However, Wenxiani shot him a fierce glare. I do not require your unsolicited commentary. And please remember to address me as Miss Cici. The steward, old Madame Wen, pained by the ruckus, retorted with displeasure, as a daughter of the Wen family, you present yourself with such a common demeanor. No wonder Chen Jingpei finds you unappealing. After all these years, despite sending you to a prestigious academy and allowing you to study at the Royal University of Lagua, how have you still turned out this way? I truly wonder from whom you inherited such traits. Madame Wen merely chided lightly, yet Wenxiani immediately crumbled. Grandmother, my behavior is a reflection of your teachings. Had it not been for you and my mother instructing me from a young age to assume the identity of Wen Cici and marry Chen Jingpei, would I have become this way? Therefore, you are also culpable for the course of my life. You must bear responsibility for it. The elderly lady was nearly driven to the brink of apoplexy by her words. The butler hastily offered her a cup of tea. In her fury, Madame Wen swept the cup aside, and the scalding tea splattered across the floor as the porcelain shattered. She pointed an accusatory finger at Wen Shanny, exclaiming, "I have truly raised a thankless wretch. All these years, my affection has been squandered on you. Leave my presence at once, if you choose to wed a mere stray. I shall no longer support your whims." Wen Shanny, taken aback, pleaded, "Grandmother, I was wrong. I beg for your forgiveness. I should not have spoken to you in such a manner. I was momentarily overwhelmed by emotion." As she spoke, she squeezed out a few tears, confessing, "I have been envious seeing you so concerned about Wen Shizhou since last night. You have always been the one who cherished and adored me the most throughout my life. I could not bear the disparity, which led me to act out against you. I truly regret my actions. Please do not harbor anger towards me, dear grandmother." Wen Shanny, only partially grasping the implications, inquired, "What does this mean?" Madame Wen cryptically replied, "Ask your mother, and you shall find out." At that moment, her phone suddenly pinged with a message from an unknown sender, which read, "At last, I have found Miss Wen's contact information. I have heard that you are searching for the enchanting vixen embraced by Chen Jingpei. It is quite fortuitous, for I happen to know who that young lady is. If Miss Wen is available, we could arrange a meeting. I possess numerous high-definition photographs." Chapter 84, Secretary Xian's office. Seated in a spacious and comfortable office chair, Xianxi found herself inexplicably repositioned by Chen Jingpei. As she emerged from the intoxicating fervor of his passionate kiss, she realized, with a blush of embarrassment, that she was kneeling atop his legs in a manner difficult to articulate. Although this was not the first time she had sat like this, it was indeed the first occasion in his office, and under the glaring light of day. The thought of being accidentally discovered by someone was utterly mortifying. "Chen Jingpei, please let me down." He held her tightly, and the silk blouse beneath his jacket had, by his playful nibbling, lost a couple of buttons at the collar. "Do not take this too far. Today is truly not the time." "I am aware," Chen Jingpei murmured, burying his face in the crook of her neck. His words were measured, yet his actions were unrestrained. "Allow me a moment longer to savor this." She could feel the beads of sweat forming at his temple, his body temperature unusually high. With a twinge of compassion, Xianxi gently cradled his head, permitting him to indulge in his whims. However, their reverie was abruptly interrupted by the shrill ring of a dedicated line. Chen Jingpei's expression darkened, showing no inclination to halt his advances. One hand caressed the back of Xianxi's head, while the other irritably pressed the speakerphone button. On the other end of the line, the voice of Qi Jian reported the schedule. "Mr. Chen, you are scheduled to attend the inauguration ceremony of the International Technology Expo in Fan City at 4 this afternoon. Do not forget." He intended to convey that they were nearly ready to depart. However, it seemed that Mr. Chen's girlfriend was still in the office. He did not dare to press too urgently. Chen Jingpei, cradling the beauty in his arms, truly wished to embrace the role of a quintessential tyrant. A moment of silence enveloped the receiver. Qi Jian, having waited for a brief interval without hearing Chen Jingpei's voice, tightened his grip on the phone and cautiously inquired, "Mr. Chen, are you listening?" "No more," Chen Jingpei replied. Xianxi, unaware that the dedicated line had not yet been disconnected, spoke almost simultaneously with Qi Jian. "My mouth hurts. It's almost peeling." Qi Jian thought to himself, is this something that a humble chief secretary, who has had his year-end bonus unjustly withheld, should have to endure? Nevertheless, Mr. Chen's girlfriend possessed a voice that was undeniably enchanting. No wonder Mr. Chen had been so distracted during the meeting today. It was evidently due to the sweet torment of his girlfriend as teasing. Xianxi's voice belonged to the realm of ethereal beauties, reminiscent of a crystal-clear spring flowing through the mountains, yet when she playfully pleaded, the tone transformed into that of a juicy peach, sweet and irresistibly soft. Listening to her please, Chen Jingpei chuckled softly, pressing her head further into his embrace. "All right, no more." Xianxi's ears flushed crimson, almost as if they would bleed, as she lightly tapped his shoulder with her fist and, in a bashful whisper, remarked, "You haven't hung up. They can all hear us." "It's truly infuriating." With a soft laugh, Chen Jingpei found amusement in her embarrassment, leaning closer to her ear. "What is there to fear? It's not as if they overheard anything scandalous." Qi Jian, already bracing himself for another deduction from his year-end bonus, cautiously asked, "Mr. Chen, what time shall we depart?" "It is already past 11. The flight departs at precisely 12:55 p.m., arriving in Fan City at 3:20 p.m. Acknowledged. Chen Jingpei's voice was cold and somewhat impatient. Having answered, he abruptly terminated the call. Xianxi pondered that he was headed to Fan City, concerned about delaying his time. yet could not resist asking, "Will you be spending the night in Fan City tonight?" A wave of inexplicable melancholy washed over her. Oh. Chen Jingpei fastened the buttons of her shirt dress one by one, noticing her gloomy expression. A glimmer of amusement sparked in his eyes as he teasingly suggested, "Why not accompany me?" Huh? Is that permissible? For reasons unbeknownst to her, Xuan Zhi suddenly felt an urge to join him in Fan City, but it seemed that the newspaper had no special correspondence assigned to cover the technology expo there. She lacked a suitable identity to participate. Chen Jingpei seemed to perceive her inner thoughts, playfully pinching her cheek. "You can be my secretary for a day." This notion appeared rather appealing. She smiled brightly as she picked up her phone. "Then I shall inform the editor-in-chief." "Very well." She obediently pressed her lips together. However, she mulled over her thoughts and recalled something, saying, "But when Shezhou is still at home, not yet awake, can we truly be at ease? I will have Jinyin check in on him again." Chen Jingpei removed her hair tie, skillfully gathering her silky hair into a neat ponytail. "Nonetheless, if you continue to worry about him so much, I shall have Jinyin take him away." "I'm not concerned about him," she retorted, feigning defiance. "I merely believe this is a significant news story." Chen Jingpei could hardly believe her words, yet she refrained from further contesting the matter. Instead, she adopted a mock-serious demeanor and declared, "All right, Secretary Xian, this is your exclusive time to serve me. Do not concern yourself with other men." She felt a pang of regret, sensing that she had drawn the short straw. Observing her silent discomfort, Chen Jingpei's amusement flourished as she gently grasped Xuan Zhi's chin, whispering enticingly, "However, should you excel in your duties, I shall duly reward you, Secretary Xian." Chapter 85. Stay close at 3:20 p.m. The plane arrived punctually in Fan City. A senior manager from Whale Technologies branch had sent a car to the airport to fetch Chen Jingpei. Upon noticing the stunning girl accompanying her, the driver stared in surprise for several seconds, only snapping back to reality when she approached, prompting him to open the car door. The vehicle was a Kian with a spacious rear compartment. Once Xuan Zhi settled in beside Chen Jingpei, she removed her mask and nestled into her embrace. The driver's back went rigid, his hands gripping the steering wheel tightly as he fixed his gaze ahead, not daring to glance back even once. Yet, his ears perked up, eager to catch a hint of intimate whispers. Alas, he was met with no scandalous revelations. Xuan Zhi calmly stated, "Secretary Qi provided me with an itinerary. The opening ceremony concludes at 7 in the evening, followed by a transfer to the Xinshin Grand Hotel for a soiree at 8. Interestingly, it seems our accommodations are also booked at the Xinshin Grand Hotel, which is quite convenient." She was indeed taking her role as her personal secretary rather seriously. Chen Jingpei could not help but lift the corners of his mouth, his fingers gently playing with her little swan earrings. Pressing her fluffy head a bit tighter against his chest as he affectionately murmured, "I wish Aji could report her itinerary to me every day." In essence, he longed to tie her to the company as the president's wife. However, he was uncertain when Xuan Zhi would be willing to obtain a marriage certificate with him. At the expo, within the main venue, the attendees of the technology fair's opening ceremony were all prominent figures from various nations' business circles. The scene was one of grandeur. Akin to the gathering of the elite, each person exuding an opulence comparable to the moon in the sky. Xuan Zhi suddenly regretted her decision to appear alongside Chen Jingpei at such a highly publicized event. He had attempted several times to take her hand, but each effort was in vain. A surge of impatience welled up within him, yet he restrained his temper and softly admonished, "Stay close, Secretary Xian." At that moment, a staff member guiding Chen Jingpei to their seats in the main venue paused upon hearing his voice. Xuan Zhi could only muster the courage to follow suit. Approaching Chen Jingpei, she spoke softly, "The inner area is reserved for leaders. I cannot accompany you inside." This was the International Technology Expo, drawing global attention. Just being present beside Chen Jingpei to witness the spectacle was an honor beyond measure. She could not shamelessly intrude further into the inner sanctum. Moreover, the seating arrangements were designated by the names of the prominent business figures from each country, without status or identity. It would be absurd for her to stand idly beside Chen Jingpei. Was that not a recipe for international ridicule? Nevertheless, Chen Jingpei obstinately insisted, "Today, many foreign presidents have also brought their secretaries and translators inside." Upon concluding her words, Xuan Zhi was rendered speechless, as the staff member firmly placed an additional seat next to her. With no alternative, she reluctantly took her place beside him. However, once seated, she was suddenly struck by the overwhelming presence of the esteemed individuals surrounding her, each exuding an aura that was both oppressive and awe-inspiring. Particularly notable was the figure to her left, whose demeanor was as formidable as a snow-capped mountain, instilling a sense of trepidation that deterred her from approaching or gazing upwards. Nevertheless, driven by curiosity, Xuan Zhi mustered her courage to subtly tilt her head and steal a glance at the name affixed behind his chair. To her astonishment, it was none other than Xian Lan, the president of the Xie family in Niche City. Unable to contain her excitement, she was about to share her thoughts with Chen Jingpei when, abruptly, another distinguished individual entered the room, radiating an even more formidable presence. This person, with striking silver-gray hair that exuded a certain rebellious charm, strode past Chen Jingpei and directly occupied the vacant seat next to Xian Lan. Unable to resist, Xuan Zhi turned her head to look, and there, emblazoned in bold letters behind the chair, were the characters for Meng Fanyan. The three titans of Niche City, Jiqing and Feiqing, had converged. Si Chong, feeling somewhat overlooked, pondered, "What about me? When will I be brought into this fold?" Chapter 86, A Married Man. Xian Lan and Meng Fanyan shared a somewhat distant familial connection. Furthermore, this year they had collaborated on a metaverse club project, which naturally provided them with ample topics for conversation. Thus, as soon as Meng Fanyan settled into his seat, he began to engage in hushed discourse with Xian Lan. In contrast to Chen Jingpei, who, despite possessing a lineage, enterprise, wealth, and charm that rival those of his counterparts, has maintained a long-standing adversarial relationship with Xian Lan since their student days. Their enmity could be likened to that of sworn enemies, forever avoiding each other. Thus, when the officials arranged for them to sit side by side, Chen Jingpei regarded it with palpable disdain. However, in order to shield Xuan Zhi from the prying eyes of live cameras, he reluctantly endured the arrangement. The advantage of sitting next to Xian Lan was that media reporters dared not encroach within a 2-meter radius of him. Whenever Xian Lan attended various business forums, he was always represented by his voice, with no one daring to publish his photographs or name online. He was invariably referred to simply as the president of the Xie Corporation. In this regard, Chen Jingpei conceded that Xie was indeed formidable. Yet, beyond that, he could not concede further. For instance, in the realm of robotics, he would never admit to being bested by Xie. "What are you staring at? Come over here." Reflecting on every world robot competition he had participated in from elementary school through university, where he had always been overshadowed by Xian Lan and had to settle for second place, Chen Jingpei felt a persistent discomfort, especially at this moment. As he caught sight of Xuan Zhi's bright eyes glancing eagerly towards Xian Lan and Meng Fanyan, his jealousy and ire surged within him. Without hesitation, he wrapped his arm around Xuan Zhi's shoulders and sternly admonished her, "Those gentlemen are all married. There is nothing of interest there." The meeting had yet to formally commence, and the venue was still filled with a cacophony of voices as various magnates engaged in discussions of business matters. Xuan Zhi assumed that Meng Fanyan and Xian Lan were also conversing about work. Unexpectedly, upon overhearing Xian Lan's teasing remarks directed at Meng Fanyan, one might ponder why Mr. Meng has adopted such a flamboyant appearance today, adorned with silver hair and emerald eyes. It appears that Meng Fanyan, buoyed by recent joyful tidings, smirks and proclaims, "I have no choice. My wife has recently become utterly fascinated with interstellar figures and insists that I please her in this manner." Yet, one might argue that such an extravagant choice of green eyes is unnecessary. Xian Lan's voice, soft as the gentle fall of early snow upon pine branches, carries a sharp wit. One could easily mistake you for a newlywed who has already been cuckolded. Meng Fanyan, Xuan Zhi. At this moment, Xuan Zhi found herself unexpectedly pulled aside by the disgruntled Chen Jingpei, who admonished her in a hushed tone, "Especially you, Xian Lan, must not look." Why? Xuan Zhi was unaware of the bitter rivalry between him and Xian Lan. Perhaps it was not entirely accurate to label them as mortal enemies. Rather, Chen Jingpei, proud and competitive by nature, could not abide being perpetually overshadowed by Xian Lan, thus establishing an adversarial dynamic between them. However, Xian Lan casually glanced in their direction, as though only then realizing that Mr. Chen was also present. It was undoubtedly intentional. The proximity of their seats rendered it impossible for him to be oblivious. His words were clearly a provocation. Xian Lan's gaze, icy and penetrating, settled on Xuan Zhi, whom he mistakenly assumed to be a temporary companion. And he quipped with a sardonic smile, "Otherwise, how could a man with a family, like Mr. Chen, be so unrestrained in his flirtations, even in inappropriate settings?" Chapter 87, The Proposal. At the Xingxing Grand Hotel. After the conclusion of the exposition, Chen Jingpei made a perfunctory appearance at the cocktail party before taking the elevator to the presidential suite on the top floor. Xuan had not accompanied him to the event, having already ascended to the suite to take a bath. The bathroom was spacious, adorned with 3 walls of glass that allowed for a view of the bustling cityscape and the river at night while soaking in the massage tub. However, the bathroom was designed without a door, connecting directly to the master bedroom, with only a Zen-style screen positioned outside the tub for modesty. His demeanor suggested he was in a rather poor mood. Fortunately, Chen Jingpei maintained a gentlemanly composure this evening, refraining from taking advantage of the situation. He held a cigarette, appearing calm as he gazed out over the panoramic view of the river with its sightseeing cruise ships in the distance. After a considerable pause, when Xuan Zhi thought he had not heard her speak, he suddenly, with a melancholic expression, declared, Zhi, I really want to get married. Xuan Zhi replied, I too wish to proudly boast that I am a person with a family. He had been troubled all evening by a remark made by Xie Yinlan at the exposition. I do not wish to hide you away. After a moment of silence, she clenched a handful of foam in her palm, watching it gradually dissolve before she spoke, her tone heavy. So, what does this mean? Are you now pressuring me to marry you? I am not pressuring you. Chen Jingpei felt a tumult of emotions within him. I am proposing to you. Oh, a proposal? Xuan Zhi's tone suddenly slowed, unable to suppress her sarcastic edge. Does this resemble the manner in which one proposes? Smoking a cigarette while turning away to admire the view. With neither a ring nor flowers, and you think this is a proposal? Chen Jingpei, as the ash fell, accompanied by a few sparks, he inadvertently burned his fingertips, which jolted him into realization that he had never formally proposed to her. No wonder she had been so reluctant to open her heart. It was my fault. I had been inconsiderate. Acknowledging his mistake, Chen Jingpei hastily extinguished the cigarette and turned towards the screen, declaring, I am now formally proposing to you. You are not allowed to come in. I am still bathing. Upon seeing his figure dart past the screen, Xuan Zhi's ears flushed crimson with anxiety. Who proposes in the bathroom? Are you a fool, Chen Jingpei? Hurry and get out. It's not as if we haven't tea-bathed together before. Since he was already inside, Chen Jingpei decided to abandon his gentlemanly demeanor. Moreover, didn't he find it romantic to propose in the bathroom? Romantic, you say? Xuan Zhi's face burned with embarrassment at his cheeky tone as she splashed water at him. Get out. Stop being ridiculous. She splashed him several times, soaking his shirt and trousers. Chen Jingpei seized the opportunity, leisurely unbuttoning his shirt, then leaning over the edge of the bathtub, capturing her mischievous hand in his. We're already wet because of you. Let us wash together. He murmured, his warm breath brushing against her earlobe, igniting a fire within Xuan Zhi. Is it convenient for you? Unable to resist, she obediently nodded, letting out a soft, timid sound. Chapter 88. My wife is so obedient. The bathtub was square-shaped, theoretically a small oasis for lovers to frolic in the water. The surface of the water was adorned with white foam and rose petals. As Chen Jingpei sank into the depths, the water rippled, causing the foam and petals to bob and sway with his movements. Xuan Zhi's eyes were tinged with a delicate peach hue, glistening with unshed tears, her hands languidly draped around his neck. She listened as he whispered enticingly in her ear. Zhi, marry me, will you? I long to hear you call me husband. Husband. Xuan Zhi, caught in a moment of dulled reflex, echoed his words softly, but Chen Jingpei clutched her tightly, his affection palpable as he replied, Yes, my dear wife. He had yearned for this for so long. Not wishing to see his disappointment, Xuan Zhi chose to indulge the misunderstanding, refraining from correction. Chen Jingpei's kiss descended once more, one hand cradling the back of her head, the other encircling her slender waist. In the daylight, the sun shone brightly, casting golden rays upon the bed. Xuan Zhi lay curled up in Chen Jingpei's embrace, sleeping soundly and peacefully. She even instructed him to attend to certain matters. In her drowsy state, she faintly heard something about needing larger dimensions. Noon arrived, and Chen Jingpei was also in a deep slumber. Suddenly, a hurried phone call disrupted their tranquility. It was Zhang Yan calling, perhaps to discuss matters concerning Wen Xiezhou. What happened to him? Chen Jingpei's tone remained cool and detached, lacking any fervor. I'm not entirely sure, but it seems he is reluctant to awaken. Zhang Yan, relying on his intuition, surmised, I have already conducted an examination. The cerebral hematoma has been resolved, and there are no abnormalities in his physical condition. Yet he may harbor insurmountable psychological barriers within, feeling a sense of disillusionment and reluctance to awaken and confront this world. Zhang Yan paused momentarily before inquiring of Chen Jingpei. Has he suffered any prior traumas, perhaps in the realm of emotions? Zhang Yan continued. He stayed vigil through the night, demonstrating remarkable compassion. However, Chen Jingpei resolutely replied, "Then take him to your medical facility and care for him until he awakens. I will cover the medical expenses." Jin Yin. Very well. After a moment's contemplation, Jin Yin acquiesced, for saving lives is indeed his solemn duty and responsibility. Yet fundamentally, he was loath to be at odds with Chen Jingpei over financial matters. "As long as your funds are in order, I shall personally ensure his care," Zhang Yin asserted with a hint of irreverence, vowing to nurture him to a state of robust health and vitality. Meanwhile, the still unconscious Wen Xiezhou. "I truly thank you." The call swiftly concluded. Chen Jingpei, unaware of her thoughts, noticed her gaze fixed upon him and playfully grasped her chin, teasing, "Do you desire something?" Yet Chen Jingpei remained steadfast, reiterating, "Once his identity is thoroughly investigated, I shall make the necessary arrangements." He had dispatched individuals to conduct the inquiry the previous day, and news should arrive shortly. Chapter 89. No upgrade. Jin Yin indeed took Wen Xiezhou to the Jin Medical Institution, personally overseeing his care. Xianxi. Upon discovering the absence of the male figure from the bedroom of the sleeping Peige, felt a sudden emptiness within, as if something vital were missing, unsettling her appetite throughout the night. "Chen Jingpei, I have a desire for wine." As they returned to the bedroom, Chen Jingpei had just unfastened his belt. When Xianxi suddenly embraced his waist from behind, her voice laced with a touch of playful charm. "I really want a drink. Could you fetch me some wine?" Chen Jingpei's wine cellar boasted an exquisite collection of rare spirits. What prompted this sudden craving for alcohol? He turned to face her, his gaze intent upon her eyes, as if seeking any hint of inconsistency. Was she feeling unwell? No, Xianxi shook her head, concealing her true thoughts. "I simply wish to enjoy a small drink before drifting off to sleep." However, Chen Jingpei was not inclined to acquiesce so swiftly. Instead, he playfully imposed a condition, stating that should she wish for wine, she must call him husband, and he would gladly oblige. Xianxi. In her mind, the titles of boyfriend and husband were not to be conflated. "We are not yet married." The implication was clear. She had no intention of elevating their relationship just yet. Although she had indulged him the previous night in a moment of spontaneity, it did not mean she would resort to endearing terms like husband before officially tying the knot. "Fine." Noting her serious expression, Chen Jingpei dared not press too hard. "I shall fetch it for you now." With that, he affectionately ruffled her hair, letting out a resigned sigh. "You must be sent by the heavens to torment me. Truly, I find myself at a loss." It was not that he was genuinely at a loss. Rather, he found it hard to part with her. Xianxi's spirits soared, and she cheerfully followed him to the wine cellar, adding, "I want to drink wine and watch a movie." Both the wine cellar and the viewing room were located on the second floor. 15 minutes later, the robot, summoned by Chen Jingpei, brought snacks and a fruit platter into the dimly lit screening room, where only the soft glow of the screen illuminated the space. Upon entering, the robot detected Xianxi and Chen Jingpei seated on the cashmere carpet, enjoying their drinks, and warmly reminded them, "Master, mistress, be mindful that alcohol can lead to indiscretions. Do remember to indulge sparingly." Xianxi, somewhat taken aback by the robot's lack of decorum, silently sifted through the film selections, choosing not to engage in conversation. Unperturbed by the silence, the robot, having placed the refreshments down, recognized the title of the film Xianxi had chosen and remarked, "Mistress, this film is not suitable for you and the master. It is a thriller, devoid of romance. You should opt for something sweeter and more romantic. Be quiet." Before the robot could finish its sentence, Chen Jingpei reprimanded it. "Go outside and play with Taozi." Oh, realizing that its presence was the least romantic aspect of the scene, the robot hurriedly departed, looking somewhat dejected. Ultimately, Xianxi selected a war film but still sought Chen Jingpei's opinion, asking if this choice was acceptable. "Very well," he replied. "I shall accompany you in whatever you enjoy." With the film decided, Xianxi grabbed a cushion to rest her legs upon, while Chen Jingpei delicately poured her half a glass of aged wine into a gilded, diamond-studded goblet. As the film commenced with the dramatic scene of fighter jets bombing a bridge, Xianxi suddenly recalled something important. She turned to Chen Jingpei and, with a soft tone, inquired, "It seems you have yet to tell me why those two inspectors were sent by Uncle Mo?" Chapter 90. Whom do they resemble? As she posed the question, Xianxi delicately sipped her wine and continued, "How did you come to know this?" After all, even Editor-in-Chief Shen stated that these individuals were dispatched by the publicity department. How did Chen Jingpei manage to uncover the clues so swiftly? Chen Jingpei, with a languid demeanor, poured herself another glass of spirits, her tone calm and measured, revealing little emotion. My great-uncle participated in the Battle of Nanwei Mountain. Shinji paused for a moment, pondering whether the guardian at the door was truly inadequate. I find him quite satisfactory. Yu Lingxiang interjected, her body shifting as she intended to descend and escort someone away. A man, impeccably dressed in a suit and wearing an earpiece, who appeared to be a staff member of the shopping center, pointed towards the Dior boutique ahead and bowed slightly to the group led by young Master Lin, remarking, she believed her words had utterly belittled Ji Shuhan. Yet she was oblivious to the extent of her own disparagement. However, upon reflection, she recalled that it was her disregard for Lan Ling's warning that had led her to be devoured by a monster, nearly meeting her demise within its belly. A shiver coursed through her, and she regretted her earlier actions. The third elder slowly turned his head, his face obscured by a bronze mask. It was then that Jiang Yixuan noticed Robert wore a similar mask to the three sorcerers. In his eyes, reminiscent of water, there seemed to be an ethereal quality, while his delicate fingers grasped the black microphone. With a dull thud, Lan Ling felt as if his Shura finger had struck against a solid rock, causing no damage whatsoever, but instead recoiling painfully from the impact. The barriers for driving away individuals and those suppressing magical energy have become intertwined, indicating a certain level of skill on the part of the caster. After a brief moment of contemplation, Si Kongsu spoke up. The village chief, who had recently been pursued, was unexpectedly among them. Which one of you is the village chief? Demanded a portly middle-aged man with an air of authority, casting a stern gaze at the surrounding villagers. In the center of the dance floor, they gently swayed their graceful forms, gradually nurturing their affections. Should they truly succumb to the moment, the sensation would be akin to a stampede of 100,000 wild horses, capable of inducing a state of intoxication and reverie. Your appearance is rather unpleasing. Please refrain from such styles in the future. The usual would suffice. After imparting this remark, Master Yang ascended the stairs. Wang Jie's words were met with skepticism. Others were merely engaging in self-promotion, while Wang Jie did not even acknowledge that he was selling anything at all. Ah, another envoy has arrived. Has your majesty not heard of the fate that befell the previous envoy? Zhang Yizhi continued to welcome the newly arrived envoy into his tent, arranging a seat for another envoy beside him. Xie Yao, who was previously ablaze with discomfort, found great relief after a few gentle pats, her intense heat dissipating significantly, leaving her in a state of unparalleled comfort, unable to suppress a soft moan. Moreover, what struck me as particularly peculiar was that since embarking on my path of cultivation, an aura of spiritual energy has emerged within me. This energy seems to exert a subtle influence on my body, though the change is not drastic. I can sense that this form of mine feels somewhat stronger than before. It becomes even more bewildering as the large white pig has taken the initiative to visit Lu Sanshu's home. Could it be that all of this was premeditated? This entity, seldom utilized even in its own right, represents the most formidable technique of malevolent spirits, a legendary power said to merge the sun and moon. Although such claims are undoubtedly exaggerated, one must not underestimate even a mere wisp. Once it spreads, it could lay waste to an entire city. It has the capacity to simultaneously dissolve both the corporeal body and the soul, inflicting excruciating agony. As we exchanged these words, we entered the classroom, only to find it abuzz with fervent discussions. While the spiritual stone mines in the northern desolation are not few, the ratio of monks to resources is dishearteningly low. In the north, aside from the four major superpowers, the remaining spiritual stone mines are predominantly controlled by several neutral families led by the Shen family. Chapter 91. When Shani Seek's trouble time swiftly passed, and by mid-September, Xianji, still nursing a hangover from the previous night, nudged Chen Jingpei's arm to rouse him. Chen Jingpei, I don't wish to drive today. Could you take me to work later? Only then did she remember that Chun Yun's car had likely been left in Chen Jingpei's company garage. In the early morning, men are often easily provoked by jealousy. Chen Jingpei, somewhat displeased, pulled her into an embrace and pressed her down against him, coldly stating, Don't use my brother's car anymore. I'll have Qi Jian bring one over to the South District. From now on, drive mine. We have plenty of cars at home. Choose whichever you like each day. Or if you feel tired and don't wish to drive, just sit in the passenger seat with me on the way to work. Yours are all sports cars. They're too ostentatious for my line of work, she replied. Chen Jingpei fell silent, conceding, All right then, I shall purchase a few more understated vehicles for you. Yet, his notion of understated undoubtedly begins at several million. As soon as she contemplated purchasing several vehicles, Xianji swiftly intervened, expressing her preference for her uncle Chen Yunji's car, with which she had become quite adept. Let us just buy the same model, she suggested. However, Chen Jingpei was adamant that she should no longer drive Chen Yunjia's car to work. Observing his resolute demeanor, Xuan Zhi reluctantly acquiesced, conceding that one would suffice. After all, Chen Yunjia's vehicle was valued at over $1 million. Upon arriving at the newspaper office, Xuan Zhi instructed Chen Jingpei to stop at the street behind the building, hurriedly unbuckling her seatbelt and exiting the vehicle. "Walk carefully, don't trip," she cautioned. Chen Jingpei felt as though he were a clandestine lover, caught between frustration and an irresistible pull. "Understood," he replied, as Xuan Zhi closed the door of the passenger seat. She reminded him through the window to drive cautiously as well. At times, she exhibited a genuine concern for others. Chen Jingpei, exasperated yet amused by her antics, suddenly extended his hand towards the passenger window, palm up, as though seeking something from her. Xuan Zhi, puzzled by his gesture, inquired, "What do you want?" She assumed he was about to take her car shopping, cheerfully noting, "I'm not working late today." Just then, a breeze stirred, tousling a few strands of her hair, accentuating her radiant smile. In that moment, Chen Jingpei found himself momentarily lost in thought, wishing that when he proposed to her, she would smile just as joyfully and say yes. Unbeknownst to her, he had plans to formally ask for her hand that very evening. Preoccupied, she picked up her phone to check the trending topic related to Grandpa Huang, which seemed to have once again captured public attention. Shocking. Grandfather Huang astonishingly harbors 7 fragments of shrapnel within him. It turns out he has indeed been a soldier on the battlefield. And the mythical Mount Yaoji is not merely a figment of imagination. The path depicted by Grandfather Huang has undeniably breached her defenses. Xuan Zhi observed Grandfather Huang continuously occupying 3 or 4 trending topics, intending to delve into the entries and discern what further remarks the self-proclaimed media influencers had to offer. Suddenly, a striking figure obstructed her path, accompanied by a tone of superiority. "At last, I have caught you, vixen." The familiar provocation lingered in her mind, indelibly etched even after 5 long years. She lifted her gaze with an icy demeanor, a hint of disdain dancing upon her lips, and regarded the haughty woman before her, deliberately slowing her speech. "When Shani?" Chapter 92. The intrusion. The shape of Xuan Zhi's lips was undeniably exquisite. The slight curve at the corner, reminiscent of an untouchable wild rose shrouded in autumn frost and dew, rendered when Shani's complexion pale and her composure faltering. Perhaps she was disgusted by the utterance of her own name, or perhaps she could not endure Xuan Zhi's sardonic tone when addressing her by her true name. In a haughty manner, she strode forward, her slender stiletto heels clicking assertively against the ground. Suddenly, a roar shattered the tranquil sky, resonating like a rolling thunderclap. Even the clouds seemed to tremble in response. Lin Qingwei had inexplicably vanished, having crossed paths with her only to disappear just as mysteriously. Luo Li had also exited, revealing herself to be a mere figment from the trees above, a delightful discovery indeed. The elder informed her that these were creeping vines, which delighted in entwining themselves around trees. If they were not removed, they would eventually wrap around the trunk, leading to the demise of the tree. There was no doubt about this, and he lacked the strength to guarantee otherwise. Overwhelmed by prolonged fatigue, Mu Jinghong found himself at the brink of exhaustion. He commanded his deputy to leave, allowing himself a moment of solitude upon the brocade couch. Sha Putong leaned back, resting against the chair's backrest, and with an open disposition. He candidly remarked, "I do not harbor any expectation for your trust, nor is it necessary for you to place your faith in me. Allow me to clarify the situation. Please make your choice based on your own judgment." Yi addressed Elder Yao, saying, "Elder Yao, let us dine here at noon. I procured a new delicacy yesterday, known as giant radishes." Li mentioned that consuming more radishes is beneficial. Upon hearing this, Elder Yao cast aside his beast hide pouch and followed Yi to inspect the radishes. Although Lu Xiangyue enjoyed testing his patience, when it came to significant matters, she proved to be remarkably reliable. Brimming with innovative ideas and suggestions, qualities undoubtedly well-suited for the entertainment industry, Qi Yunxing pondered for a moment, rewinding to listen again, and then directed his gaze towards the place where his master had attended to nature's call. Moreover, it seemed that not only could one earn a profit and gain levels, but also acquire new skills and expand into new professions. It was crucial to understand that engaging in battle could cost one their life. They had to weigh the choice between evading labor and risking death, an equation even a fool could comprehend. Clad in gray robes and donning broad-brimmed hats, they moved in unison beneath the setting sun, their sword energy emanating a chilling aura. Master Qingxiu, a renowned minister of the Turkic dynasty, has indeed suffered a significant loss of face this time, provoking much amusement. In this gathering, the 2 scions of the Li family turned their gazes towards Li Tian, aware only that the shadow clone was intended to assist the young master. Very well. Brothers, prepare yourselves, Li Jin declared, bringing the meeting to a close. Xianghe City lies to the north of Wuqing, merely 100 miles away. Hu Yinzhua and his companions set forth around midday, before the sun had set. They had already arrived at the outskirts of Xianghe County, 15 miles from the city. Hu Yinzhua ordered the cavalry to halt and dispatched several dozen scouts to investigate the vicinity. In the following moment after the main cannons of these warships unleashed their barrage, a relentless swarm of insectoid creatures surged forth, swiftly filling the cleared area once more within mere seconds. Li Tian had reached the impressive level of 74. Standing at the 4th tier of martial respect, with just 4 more levels, he would be assured of a safe retreat. The tattered swordsman swung his blade, sending a flash of lightning through the tent. As it landed, a chilling wind swept through, evoking the desolation of autumn. The continuous sword light resembled an endless stream of autumn waters, pure yet laced with layers of murderous intent. He was taken aback by Tang Mi's words, as if she had never suffered in matters of love. Although those pessimistic and weary emotions had arisen, they were swiftly severed by Bai Qi's consummate mastery of the Tao, employing the strength of a diamond and the wisdom of Prajna, which in turn could refine and hone his own understanding of the Tao, diligently brushing away any dust that dared to settle. Chapter 93. The Schemes of Chen Jingpei. As expected, within 2 days, Chen Jingpei returned to knock on her door once more. She uttered a soft affirmation. As she ended the call, the doorbell rang seamlessly. She knew it must be Chen Jingpei again. Was he here for the ointment? This time, she tucked the ointment into her hand before proceeding to open the door. Indeed, Chen Jingpei appeared to have anticipated her intentions, remaining utterly composed and unperturbed, despite the resurgence of his allergy. Beneath his calm demeanor lay a heart that was evidently restless with longing to see her. Xianzhi harbored no doubts as she slowly extended the ointment, which she had been holding, through the narrow opening of the door. Upon catching sight of her trembling hand emerging from within, Chen Jingpei could not help but chuckle softly. Hearing his light-hearted laughter, Xianzhi assumed she had made some clumsy mistake, prompting her to awkwardly inquire, "What are you laughing at?" "It's nothing," he replied, suppressing his smile as he accepted the ointment from her hand. "Thank you. I'll treat you to dinner another day." A week later, coinciding with the vernal equinox, Chen Jingpei returned to return the ointment, bringing with him a box of peach mousse as a token of gratitude. "Thank you for the ointment." This mousse was from a renowned confectionery in Feiqing, where even a small slice of cake could cost half a month's salary for an average worker. Xianzhi was well aware of its reputation, yet seeing his earnest demeanor, she refrained from exposing the truth. "Thank you," she accepted with a smile, acknowledging that it was indeed her little peach sapling that had brushed against his skin, causing his allergic reaction. It was only right for her to offer an apology. Yet the situation had unexpectedly shifted. After a moment of contemplation, she felt a twinge of guilt and said, "I would like to treat you to dinner sometime as well." "Sure," he replied with a refreshing ease. Xianzhi pondered, "Can't I just pretend to say that it's unnecessary?" Having reached this point, she found herself unable to retract her words and could only muster the courage to say, "Then tomorrow, I'll buy more ingredients to cook at home." As the words left her lips, a sudden realization struck her, and she wished she could retract them. Inviting a man into her home for a meal was indeed a perilous affair. After a moment of contemplation, Xianzhi considered retracting her invitation. But Chen Jingpei seized the opportunity, saying, "I have grown somewhat weary of dining out. Cooking at home sounds delightful." With his words, she found herself at a loss for a counterargument. "Then, let it be settled," she replied. "What dishes do you typically enjoy? I'll make a note of them." As she inquired, she retrieved her phone and opened the Notes app. Chen Jingpei couldn't help but chuckle softly. "I'll take some time tomorrow to accompany you for shopping. My tastes are quite varied, and I may not know what I want until I see it." His relentless charm left Xianzhi utterly defenseless. At that moment, she did not perceive anything particularly intimate about casually wandering through a mall with a boy. It wasn't until the following day, when Chen Jingpei arrived as promised, pushing a shopping cart like a considerate boyfriend, patiently assisting her in selecting vegetables and snacks, that she finally felt an epiphany. She realized that they resembled a young couple deeply in love, innocent, ambiguous, yet hesitant to cross certain boundaries. Gradually, this nebulous relationship became increasingly addictive for her. After just a couple of days without seeing him, she found herself yearning to knock on his door at every meal. Chapter 94. He is an excellent cook. Xianzhi stood before the door, extracting her key to unlock it. Chen Jingpei stood behind her, suddenly feeling both shy and earnest as he remarked, "This is my first time entering a girl's home. He seemed to indirectly convey that he was single and without a girlfriend. Ever since he moved across the street, Xuan Zhi had been aware of his solitary nature. "Oh," Xuan replied, her ears reddening as she clumsily fumbled with the key, struggling to insert it into the lock. Then, in a barely audible voice, she confessed, "This is also my first time letting a boy into my home." Her residence was a cozy one-bedroom apartment, small yet inviting. Chen Jingpei took a cursory glance around and noticed that each item within her abode exuded a healing charm. For instance, the refrigerator in the kitchen was adorned with adorable and whimsical magnets, while beside the fabric sofa in the living room. Even the coffee table tray was occupied by a plump, cheerful bear, in stark contrast to his own home, which was decorated in cold tones. Hers radiated a warmth and liveliness. "So this is what a girl's home looks like," he murmured to himself, before placing the shopping bag atop the entryway cabinet and instinctively removing his shoes. However, he soon realized that there were no men's slippers for him to change into at Xuan Zhi's place. She, too, became aware of this oversight and with a hint of annoyance said, "You don't need to take off your shoes, just come inside." Yet Chen Jingpei insisted, "Give me 2 minutes, I'll go change at my place." How convenient this is. Xuan Zhi touched her nose and proceeded to the kitchen to wash the vegetables. Not only did he change his shoes, but he also donned a more suitable outfit for household chores. It appeared he was quite adept at cooking, as he swiftly grabbed a frying pan and expertly ignited the gas stove upon entering the kitchen. Xuan Zhi originally intended to suggest that he, as a guest, should simply relax in the living room and watch television while waiting for the meal. However, as she observed his slender, immaculate fingers deftly grasping the freshly washed vegetables and tossing them into the frying pan, an utterly mundane action transformed in her eyes, as if touched by a celestial filter. It seemed that the dishes he prepared would undoubtedly possess an extraordinary flavor. Unable to restrain herself, she exclaimed, "I never expected you to be so handsome and such a skilled cook." Chen Jingpei, genuinely taken aback, felt his lips curl into a delighted smile. "I, too, did not anticipate that you would be so beautiful and adept in the kitchen." Xuan Zhi, unexpectedly flattered, felt a rush of warmth to her ears and hastily lowered her gaze to continue peeling the potatoes in her hands. Adopting a slightly haughty tone to mask her embarrassment as she declared, "I have been cooking since elementary school." However, perhaps feeling overshadowed by his superior demeanor, Xuan Zhi, unwilling to concede, added, "I have been cooking since 3rd grade. Noticing the seriousness of her expression, Chen Jingpei's gaze sparkled with mischief. "That is quite unfortunate. I have been cooking since 2nd grade. Xuan Zhi, inexplicably irked, retorted, "Well, you're clearly more skilled. You can prepare tonight's meal. Indeed, you are quite demanding." Chen Jingpei chuckled lightly, scooping a small spoonful of salt into the vegetables as he stirred them, his temperament remarkably gentle. "Very well, I shall take charge of dinner tonight. You can take a break outside." It was likely at this moment that she began to succumb to his charm. Chapter 95. Ordinary neighbors. Chen Jingpei swiftly prepared a sumptuous spread of 4 dishes and a soup. However, he barely managed to take a few bites before receiving a phone call. "Oh, all right," he said, but Xuan Zhi merely nodded gently, not taking his words to heart. Yet, his abrupt departure extinguished her appetite entirely. She left the meticulously arranged dishes untouched on the dining table and, feeling inexplicably despondent, retreated to her room to take a shower. She pondered, perhaps her heart had been captured by him. As midnight approached, she joyfully dashed to the entrance, peering through the tiny peephole to catch a glimpse of the man who had ensnared her heart. A melodious voice seeped through the slight crack, and Chen Jingpei, suppressing the rapid drumming of his heart, mustered the audacity to inquire in a calm tone, "Did you save me any food? I've been busy and haven't eaten a thing. I'm quite hungry." "Yes." Xuan Zhi's lips moved faster than her mind, as she scarcely considered the potential dangers of inviting a man, whom she hardly knew, into her home at such a late hour. At that moment, all that occupied her thoughts was his hunger. "But the food has gone cold. Let me warm it up for you." The sensation felt remarkably akin to that of a cohabiting couple, with every action flowing as if it were inherently meant to be. Chen Jingpei smiled, stepping over the threshold she had opened for him. "You haven't eaten?" His gaze fell upon the untouched dishes, and a flicker of disappointment clouded his eyes. Perhaps her words delighted him, for a radiant smile blossomed in his gaze. "So, you were waiting for me." His voice was exceedingly soft, yet each word struck like a hammer upon Xuan Zhi's heart, causing her little heart to thump vigorously and her ears to flush with an uncontrollable crimson hue. She lowered her delicate brows and eyes, her lips pressing together slightly, feigning that she had not heard clearly. The atmosphere grew quiet. with only the hum of the microwave reverberating in the background. After a moment of silence, Xuan Zhi endeavored to initiate a conversation. What do you do for a living? How is it that you are so busy this late? It was only then that Xuan Zhi realized her oversight and hurriedly placed another plate of seafood into the microwave for heating, while not forgetting to inquire. What kind of games do you create? The realm of gaming technology was not her forte, yet she could not resist the urge to delve deeper into his world. Infinite games. Chen Jingpei adjusted his chair, seamlessly returning the question, what about you? He was already aware of her workplace. I am interning at the Peige Daily, she replied. Still not yet a full-fledged journalist. That sounds quite promising, Chen Jingpei affirmed. Upon hearing this, Xuan Zhi's lovely lips curled into a crescent moon smile as they exchanged the most basic details about their professions, yet she forgot to ask for his contact information. However, given their close proximity, it seemed unnecessary. Ultimately, she abandoned the thought, for they were merely strangers, at best ordinary neighbors who had shared a meal. Chapter 96. A Lack of Education. After much hesitation, she grasped a pen and left a note on a sticky pad. Once completed, she affixed the pink note to his door and placed an unopened tube of ointment in the corner by his threshold. However, barely a few seconds after placing it down, a steady sound of footsteps suddenly resonated from the elevator hall. Xuan Zhi recognized the owner of the footsteps and, feeling a surge of anxiety, hastily tore the sticky note from the door and stuffed it into her coat pocket, casting a furtive glance at the handsome man approaching her. There she stood, lurking in front of someone else's door. Composing herself, Xuan Zhi feigned calmness, dragging her suitcase with a beaming smile as she briskly walked towards Xuan Jin. Xuan Jin's gaze was gentle as he freed a hand to help carry her luggage. Let us go, he said. The elevator descended slowly, and a green-capped ointment sat forlornly in the corner by the door, uncertain if Chen Jingpei would ever notice it. Xuan Zhi was preoccupied with her thoughts. Resembling a marionette controlled by unseen strings, dutifully trailing behind Xuan Jin, oblivious to the comings and goings of others in the building. Once Xuan Jin had placed the suitcase down and settled into the driver's seat, he called out to her, "What are you thinking about? Hurry and get in." Oh. Xuan Zhi finally snapped back to reality and quickly hopped into the passenger seat. Almost simultaneously, Chen Jingpei's car emerged slowly from the security booth, gliding past the front of the building and heading towards the underground parking lot. He caught a glimpse of Xuan Zhi slipping into a military green SUV, with what appeared to be a man in the driver's seat. Before he could discern the man's features, the SUV, exuding an air of arrogance, passed by his sports car. So, she already has a boyfriend. It was truly disheartening, a pang of anguish gripping his heart. A master of deception. How foolish he was to trust her so easily, believing himself to be the first man to cook in her home. She is so beautiful and such an excellent cook. It is unknown how many men she has fed. He actually foolishly fell into her snare. A desire to utterly ruin her surged within him. The seeds of madness slowly unfurled in his heart. Chen Jingpei was unwilling to remain a foolish fish, merely baited for others' convenience. He yearned to transform into a fierce dragon and consume her entirely, unwilling to permit her to share daily meals with any other man. Consumed by jealousy, he failed to notice the ointment resting in the corner by the door. Eventually, he could no longer restrain himself. He grabbed his coat, intending to seek her out at the Peige Daily. At that moment, his heart was more consumed with worry about whether something had happened to her. He hoped she had not been deceived by a scoundrel, hiding away while silently weeping. Chapter 97. A love letter. The sound of suitcase wheels scraping against the floor echoed slowly down the quiet, empty corridor. Chen Jingpei paused at the doorway, and upon lifting his gaze, he was suddenly met with the sight of the person who had tormented him for 5 long days and nights. He was momentarily stunned, but once he confirmed it was not an illusion, he regained his usual composure, maintaining the indifferent distance typical of neighbors, and asked calmly, "Did you go on a trip?" "No," Xuan Zhi replied, shaking her head. "My home is in Peige." "Peige?" he inquired, recognizing it as a coastal city. His long fingers curled slightly at his side as he gazed into her clear, sparkling eyes, and he could not help but seek clarification. "So, does your boyfriend also reside in Peige?" "Huh?" His abrupt change of topic left Xuan Zhi somewhat bewildered. "What boyfriend? I've never had a boyfriend. Yet." As I recalled that day, Chen Jingpei felt a twinge of jealousy nestled within his heart, though he was acutely aware that he had no claim over her. He had no right to feel discontent or to harbor grievances. Ultimately, he thought to himself, as long as she was well, that was what truly mattered. Xuan Zhi tilted her head slightly, gazing at him in confusion. Chen Jingpei, suppressing his emotions, explained, "I hadn't seen you for several days." and I was concerned something might have happened to you." "Oh, I see," she responded, realizing he had been worried about her. A sweetness spread through Xianji's heart, and she found herself unable to restrain her words. "I intended to inform you, but it seemed you weren't home, so let us exchange WeChat." He interjected abruptly, "It will be more convenient for future communication." Taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, Xianji stood still for several seconds before regaining her composure. "Oh, all right." With that, she dragged her suitcase to her doorstep and fished her phone from her coat pocket. In the process, a crumpled pink note slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground, unnoticed by her as she focused on opening her WeChat QR code. She extended her arm, presenting the screen to Chen Jingpei, signaling him to scan and add her as a contact. Out of the corner of his eye, Chen Jingpei caught sight of the pink note that had fallen. Initially intending to alert her, he suddenly misinterpreted it as a love note she had written for someone else. A mischievous thought crossed his mind, compelling him to sneak a glimpse. Seizing the opportunity while she was distracted, he subtly shifted his foot, concealing the pink note beneath his sole. With a beep, he successfully added her as a WeChat friend. Xianji forcefully suppressed the fluttering emotions within her heart, feigning a facade of indifference as she bid him farewell, saying, "See you tomorrow." Subsequently, she hurriedly entered her home, clutching her racing heart. Chen Jingpei slightly bent down, his hand reaching for the pink note she had left behind, slowly unfolding it only to discover his name. It turned out she had quietly penned a message for him, yet lacked the courage to deliver it. How foolish of her to have left him to ponder for a full 5 days. With a rush of exhilaration, Chen Jingpei instinctively searched for the small green-capped ointment, finally spotting it in the corner by the door. "Thank you. I received the ointment," he typed into his phone, sending a WeChat message. "However, please refrain from keeping such messages to yourself in the future, for I find it difficult to decipher." He attached an image of the pink note that Xianji had discarded. Upon seeing the enlarged image, Xianji's face flushed crimson, akin to the embarrassment of having her secret diary of infatuation discovered. Chen Jingpei listened to her voice message several times, chuckling lightly as he teased. Was it out of fear or simply forgetfulness? In truth, it was a moment of impulsiveness that led her to hastily tear it up, worried that her uncle Xianjun might see it. Yet, regardless of the reason, Chen Jingpei chose not to delve deeper. His sole desire was to explore whether she harbored similar feelings for him. Did she have time the day after tomorrow? Would she like to go see a movie? Many young couples enjoyed such outings, and Chen Jingpei interpreted her silence as a gentle refusal. A sense of heaviness filled his chest, and he resolved to retire early that night. In the days that followed, the two of them remained separated, without any further communication. On the 15th of April, the day of Guan Mingjia's birthday, who had taught her how to write news articles, a birthday celebration was held at a bar. She attended and indulged in quite a bit of alcohol that evening. Chapter 98. The sense of security, Strange, why won't it open? The key could be inserted into the lock, yet the cylinder refused to budge. Xuan Zhi mumbled to herself in a daze, "Is the door broken?" It was not the door that was faulty. Chen Jingpei leaned against the wall of the hallway, observing her for quite a while, ensuring she was genuinely intoxicated and unable to discern her surroundings. He chuckled softly, "It's your key that's incorrect." As he spoke, he teasingly offered her a gleaming silver key from his hand, saying, "Use mine." In such a state of inebriation, she mused that she might as well be sold off, left to foolishly count money for someone else. Chen Jingpei, exasperated, pressed his fingers against his brow, deciding against further teasing her. He grasped the collar of her coat to gently redirect her slight frame. "Your door is this way, young lady." There existed a sense of security bestowed upon her by Chen Jingpei. While her words were remarkably lucid, her fingers fumbled with the key he had given her, attempting to fit it into her door lock. In that moment, Chen Jingpei conceded to her, taking the 2 sets of keys from her grasp and unlocking the door. "Hurry inside and get some rest, you drunken kitten." His voice carried a tone of affection laced with a hint of admonition. Xuan Zhi, momentarily lost in thought, gazed at his strikingly handsome visage, her throat involuntarily swallowing. Then, perhaps driven by an impulsive whim, she brazenly invited him. "Would you like to come in for a moment?" Her cheeks, tinted by the effects of alcohol, glowed a delicate rosy hue, reminiscent of freshly ripened peaches, exuding a hint of innocent naivety, yet undeniably alluring in a way that was utterly irresistible. The men who yearned to savor this peach found their hearts ablaze with fervor, yet they were compelled to suppress their predatory instincts. "No, you should retire early. We shall meet again tomorrow." Desire is impulsive. Love, however, is restrained. Chen Jingpei had never anticipated that he would be so impulsively drawn to someone. nor that he would experience such profound restraint in his affection. He mused to himself that perhaps he had lost his sanity. After all, how long had he known her? A month? Or perhaps 2? Oh, well. Xuan Zhi was entirely oblivious to the words she was uttering. The only clarity she possessed was the identity of the individual before her, Chen Jingpei. Then you should also rest early. Good night. Her soft, lilting tone was akin to a playful hook, gently tugging at the door to his heart, rendering him momentarily dazed, causing him to forget that her key still rested within his palm. Xuan, he barely recalled, intending to return it to her. When she had already stepped into the entrance hall and locked the door behind her. Such carelessness. She might not even realize that she could be spirited away in the dead of night. Gazing at her charming peach-shaped keychain, Chen Jingpei gently scolded her in thought. Yet for a fleeting moment, he genuinely entertained the notion of secretly carrying her away in the night. Your key is with me. Remember to retrieve it in the morning. Nonetheless, as much as he desired to act on that whim, he ultimately adhered to the law and sent her a WeChat message. Upon entering her home, she collapsed onto the sofa, falling into a deep slumber. It was only the following morning that she awoke to discover Chen Jingpei's message. Xuan? When had her key sprouted legs and made its way to him? Last night. Did something happen between her and him? Chapter 99. Searching for the key. The morning light gently permeated through the hallway window. After reflecting on the absurdities of her actions the previous night, Xuan stood at the entrance of Chen Jingpei's home. Donning an awkward yet polite smile, she raised her hand and lightly knocked on his door, attempting to create an impression of casualness, as if she were merely stepping out. Good morning. Xuan was taken aback by how swiftly he opened the door. Stunned for a moment, she forced her smile into an even more awkward expression. I came to retrieve the key. I'm truly sorry for bothering you last night. As she spoke, her gaze faltered, and her fair, delicate ears betrayed her with a faint blush. Chen Jingpei's lips curved into a smile, his morning voice particularly alluring. Morning. The single word, a seemingly mundane greeting, flowed from his lips like intimate whispers of spring, sending Xuan heart racing uncontrollably. I came to get the key. Xuan weakly repeated her request. The key? Chen Jingpei appeared to momentarily forget about it, pausing for a while before responding, I'm not sure where I tossed it last night. Let me look for it. With that, he turned and entered the living room, searching with a semblance of earnestness. Xuan remained at the door, quietly and patiently observing his figure as he meandered about the room. Didn't you find it? She inquired after a few minutes. It seemed Chen Jingpei had been waiting for her to speak, seamlessly catching the cue. I distinctly remember placing it on the coffee table. I wonder where it has gone. Would you like to come in and search together? It was evident that this was merely an excuse to spend more time with her under the pretense of looking for a key. This marked the second occasion she had entered his room, in contrast to her previous hurried foray into his living room to retrieve a peach. During which she had no time to observe anything, she could now finally glean the general layout of his space. It comprised 2 bedrooms and a living room. Spacious yet somewhat desolate. The decor was adorned in cool tones, reflecting his aloof nature. I will search the room, Chen Jingpei said. Oh, Xuan replied, her little head bowing even lower as she absent-mindedly searched around the sofa. After an indeterminate period of searching, Chen Jingpei suddenly stood silently behind her. She was unaware and turned abruptly, unexpectedly falling into his embrace. In an instant, her face flushed crimson, and she stumbled back 2 steps in a flustered manner. I'm sorry. Have you found the key? She inquired, noticing his hesitation. I have found it. A blend of exhilaration and disappointment coursed through him as Chen Jingpei returned the key to her, revealing it had been hidden beneath the pillow. Oh. Xuan cheeks unknowingly flushed once more as she accepted the key, feeling the lingering warmth of his touch in her palm. Perhaps it was the thought that her key had spent the night beside him that made her feel this way. Oh dear, she realized she was acting strangely. Chapter 100. A direct confession following the incident of the lost key. Their relationship gradually became shrouded in ambiguity, often leading them to impulsively invite each other to shop for groceries and cook together. As they spent time doing so, the sparks ignited between them became uncontrollable. She distinctly remembered that day was May 20th. That evening, she and Chen Jingpei once again went grocery shopping together to prepare a meal at her home. Aji, please pass me a plate. Perhaps accustomed to this familiarity, Chen Jingpei particularly enjoyed calling her that. Xuan also relished the way he addressed her. It felt as if the moon were tenderly coaxing the stars, with his gentle gaze reflecting warmth. Oh, should it be a square plate or a round one? Her heart raced, and her thoughts momentarily dulled as she stood beside the sterilizer, uncertain which plate to choose. Chen Jingpei observed her like a malfunctioning little robot, chuckling softly. Take whichever you prefer. Upon hearing this, Xuan Zhi felt her earlier question had been quite superfluous. She awkwardly grabbed a square plate and handed it to him, casually inquiring. Is there anything else I can assist you with? Yes. Chen Jingpei picked up a silver fork, extracting a piece of fragrant roasted meat from the oven and bringing it to her lips. Help me taste it. The roasted meat was crispy on the outside and tender within. Just gazing at its enticing hue made Xuan Zhi's mouth water in anticipation. It looks so delicious, she remarked, without a hint of pretense, and opened her delicate white teeth to take a bite. However, in her eagerness, she inadvertently burned her tongue and lips, exclaiming, Ouch! It's so hot. Where did it burn? Chen Jingpei immediately grew anxious, cradling her small head in his hands. His movements, so natural, they resembled a couple who had been in love for centuries, completely oblivious to the fact that they were merely neighbors. Open your mouth. Let me take a look. At that moment, he was filled with regret for not allowing the heat to dissipate before feeding her. Unaware of how ambiguous and presumptuous his actions had become, her head was cradled in his warm palms, and for a moment, Xuan Zhi's mind went blank. As if all her cognitive faculties had been seized by him, she stared at him in a daze, unable to respond for quite some time. Eventually, she parted her lips slightly, her beautiful, lively starry eyes shimmering with moisture, and murmured, It's fine now, it doesn't tea hurt anymore. As she spoke, she chewed on a piece of hot roasted meat and swallowed it. Let us eat. I'm hungry. She deftly shifted the topic and her attention. Yet, Chen Jingpei was captivated by the charming curve of her lips, gradually succumbing to his infatuation, reluctant to let her go. Xuan Zhi, he suddenly called her name with earnestness. Meeting his fervent gaze, her heart ignited with warmth. What's wrong? He continued to cradle her head, and she felt no resistance. I like you, he confessed directly. Without excessive romantic embellishments or elaborate gestures, almost impulsively, yet as though it had been premeditated. Shall we date? I want to be your boyfriend. Xuan Zhi was taken aback. Who confesses so straightforwardly, especially in the kitchen? Don't tease me. Xuan Zhi thought to herself. Had she revealed her feelings so overtly? Let us eat first. Chen Jingpei replied. It's not too late to answer me after the meal. Xuan Zhi quickly gathered her thoughts. Feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger, retorted, Who said I would agree to you? You certainly take liberties. I don't even like you. Her voice trailed off. Lacking conviction, Chen Jingpei could not help but chuckle, lifting her chin with his long fingers and softly retorting, If you dislike me, why do you insist on inviting me to cook for you so frequently? Are you not afraid of letting the wolf into the fold? Chapter 101. The fragrance of peaches fills the room. He was not wrong. If she truly harbored no affection for him, why would she summon him so often to prepare meals? Her intentions had likely become as transparent as Sima Zhao's heart to any passerby. Yet, his sudden confession rendered her momentarily unsettled, akin to a fleeting dream, leaving her feeling rather unsteady. Noticing her ambivalence, neither rejecting nor accepting his words, he tempered his audacity. Adopting a gentler tone, this is my first confession to a girl, and it shall be my last. I prefer beginnings that lead to conclusions, rather than trifling with your feelings. From the very first moment I laid eyes upon you, I envisioned us growing old together. As he spoke, he cradled her face in his hands, his gaze illuminating the cosmos as if it were woven from countless stars. In his eyes, Xuan Zhi glimpsed the entirety of the universe. Captivated as he continued, to restrain my affection for you each day is truly tormenting. We are adults capable of governing our own emotions. Let us abandon childish games and be forthright with one another, shall we? Forthright? Candid? Xuan Zhi blinked in astonishment, momentarily unsure whether it was her own heartstrings that had been plucked or if something in Chen Jingpei's words had stirred her. Unexpectedly, she found herself responding. All right. To be honest, she was reluctant to retract her agreement, because his embrace was incredibly comforting. After holding her tightly for a while, Chen Jingpei prudently released her, perhaps due to their newly established relationship. He refrained from any bold advances and did not dare to seek any excuse to linger for the night. Good night. Xuan Zhi's cheeks flushed crimson. The term boyfriend lodged shamefully in her throat. She was, after all, more bashful than he. Chen Jingpei suppressed the urge to kiss her, reluctantly bidding her farewell with a soft, see you tomorrow. Xuan Zhi nodded, like a charming yet foolish beauty, awkwardly echoing his words, see you tomorrow. It seemed she had yet to fully comprehend the situation. Chen Jingpei chose to be patient. After enduring for about 2 weeks, his wolfish nature gradually began to break free from its constraints. On the day his primal instincts were unleashed, the sun shone brightly, and the cicadas sang joyfully. Xuan Zhi had not revealed to Chen Jingpei that today was her birthday. After all, it had only been half a month since they had confirmed their romantic relationship on May 20th, unsure of how to create a romantic date with him. She opted not to mention it at all. Unbeknownst to her, Chen Jingpei had once inadvertently glimpsed her ID and had silently memorized her date of birth. She had ventured out early that morning to purchase a multitude of peaches, some to be juiced, others to be salted, and some to be baked. Just as the sweet fragrance of peaches filled her home, the front doors suddenly swung open with a whoosh. It was Chen Jingpei. Xuan Zhi had given him a spare key, allowing him to come and go as he pleased. However, she had not anticipated his arrival in the middle of the day, as he had been busy developing a new game, and she assumed he would be preoccupied. "What are you doing? It smells so good." Chen Jingpei stood at the entrance, changing into house slippers while inquiring. Xuan Zhi had just tasted the unconventional dish of roasted peaches. Upon seeing him enter, she hurriedly ran over to block his way. Her voice tinged with concern. "Please don't come in. The room is filled with the scent of peaches. I worry you might have an allergic reaction." Chapter 102. Tasting peaches. Xuan Zhi herself radiated the fragrance of peaches. As she dashed toward Chen Jingpei, a gentle, sweet breeze enveloped her, leading her to tumble into his embrace. Chen Jingpei instinctively opened his arms, encircling her slender waist. The summer fabric of her attire was sheer and delicate, his fingers gliding over the silk-like texture and brushing against her back, faintly revealing the exquisite softness of her skin. The tenderness stirred something deep within him, igniting a longing to engage in intimate moments typical of romantic partners. "It's nothing," he murmured, his voice uncharacteristically husky as he lowered his head. Inhaling the subtle sweetness that lingered between her collarbones, his senses were immune to any allergic reaction. Only upon tasting would that be a concern. The concluding phrase hung in the air, ambiguous yet tenderly lingering. Xuan Zhi felt a sudden quickening of her breath, her heart racing in tandem with his warm exhalations. For this was the first time they were so closely entwined. She understood all too well his intentions. "Chen Jingpei," she stammered, her heart fluttering as she extricated herself from his embrace, seeking an excuse to escape. "I must check on the peaches. They're close to burning." With that, she swiftly retreated, hurrying into the kitchen. It wasn't that she was being coy. She had never been kissed, and the thought left her feeling somewhat unmoored. As the softness in his arms dissipated, Chen Jingpei rubbed his brow in quiet resignation, in an effort to dispel the restless desires swirling within him. He ambled into the living room and chose a sofa to settle upon, casually picking up a book from the coffee table to peruse. Xuan Zhi remained hidden in the kitchen, nervously leaning against the wall, gulping down an ample glass of freshly squeezed peach juice. It seemed that by doing so, Chen Jingpei would be dissuaded from his impulsive urge to kiss her. After finishing the juice and fortifying her resolve, Xuan Zhi slowly emerged with a plate of salted peaches. Chen Jingpei lifted his gaze from the pages of the book, stealing a glance at her and the plate of peaches. The sunlight cascading through the window and enveloping her in a warm glow, as if bestowing upon her a protective aura that rendered him unable to approach. Yet, paradoxically, the more she radiated that allure, the stronger his desire for conquest became. "Are the peaches sweet?" he inquired, his gaze fervently fixated on her beautiful lips, his intentions unmistakably clear. Xuan Zhi averted her eyes slightly, letting her curled lashes fall, before using a silver fork to pierce a slice of peach and pop it into her mouth to soothe her nerves. "Sweet, indeed, very sweet. But regardless of how sweet they are, you cannot have any." There was a hint of innocence in her demeanor, as if she believed that with her mouth filled with the taste of peaches, Chen Jingpei would retreat and refrain from encroaching upon her. "Little did she know," he replied. "I wish to taste." "No, you mustn't be reckless." Xuan Zhi immediately panicked, shielding the plate of peaches. "There are other fruits in the refrigerator. Why don't you wash some grapes to eat?" "I only wish to taste the peaches," Chen Jingpei coaxed gently. "I have never tasted them before." "Never tasted them?" Xuan Zhi's logic was sharp and her response swift. "If you have never tasted them, how do you know you are allergic to peaches? Could it be that you are deceiving me?" "I am not deceiving you." Chen Jingpei explained softly that, to be precise, he had tasted peaches in his childhood, but the memory had faded, leaving him uncertain of their flavor. He longed to experience it once more. As he uttered the last sentence, his gaze intensified, fixating on Xuan Zhi's crimson lips. It was evident that what he truly wished to savor was not the peach, but rather the innocent kiss of a young girl. "Is it permissible?" He leaned closer, progressively losing control as he approached her mouth. Yet, Xuan Zhi, unexpectedly emboldened, calmly picked up a slice of peach and held it between her lips, challenging him. "If you dare to consume it, I shall henceforth submit to your every whim. In truth, she was gambling on his hesitation, believing he would not take such a risk. After all, allergies were a tormenting affliction, and he would not jeopardize himself for a mere kiss, unless, of course, he were not allergic to peaches at all. Before her imagination could settle, pain suddenly shot through her mouth. Chen Jingpei, resembling an enraged wolf, fiercely bit into the peach she held and passionately claimed her lips with an insatiable fervor. In that moment, as his lips met the peach, Chen Jingpei's chest muscles and Adam's apple swiftly reacted with an allergic response. Nevertheless, he disregarded the consequences, succumbing to an insatiable craving as he fervently indulged in the sweetness of Xuan Zhi's soft lips. Xuan Zhi's mind went blank, her breath filled with the warmth of his presence intertwined with the fragrance of peaches. This was the sensation of a first kiss, so sweet, so soft, and utterly delightful. Xuan Zhi, lost in her infatuation, clutched Chen Jingpei's collar tightly, gradually yielding to his advances. Sensing her initiative, Chen Jingpei held her nape with one hand while wrapping the other around her slender waist, wishing to envelop her entirely in his embrace, indulging her without respite. The artisan clock on the wall ticked away, its second hand moving in endless circles. The shadows on the sofa entwined lazily in the afternoon sun, their intimacy palpable. At such a fervent age, it was inevitable to lose control. As the passion of their kiss intensified, the desire to progress further became overwhelming. Chen Jingpei, Xuan Zhi's eyes tinged with a blush of excitement, clung to the last vestige of her rationality, thwarting his repeated attempts to slip beneath her clothing. No, she could not allow it. Her delicate appearance was utterly disarming, evoking a deep sense of tenderness. Chen Jingpei was compelled to restrain his primal instincts. Leaning close to her ear, his breath a low, seductive whisper, "You clearly stated that I could do as I pleased." He was not one to engage in mere platonic affection. His desire for her was all-consuming, and he longed to share everything he possessed. "I mean, starting from tomorrow," Xuan Zhi replied, her cheeks blooming like a luscious rose, her voice barely a whisper. "You really have a way with words," Chen Jingpei chuckled, unable to suppress his affectionate pinch on her cheek, pulling her to sit on his lap in a gesture of concession. "Very well, if you insist that it cannot be, then so be it." However, his words hung in the air, his gaze still ablaze with fervor. "But I must confess, I am currently experiencing an allergic reaction. It is quite uncomfortable. Would you be so kind as to apply some ointment for me?" The anti-itch medicine lay in the drawer, and by the time she retrieved it, Chen Jingpei had already shed his shirt. Her gaze fell upon his alluring abdominal muscles, causing Xuan Zhi's ears to ignite with a burning heat, nearly making her heart race to the point where she could barely hold the cotton swab. Ultimately, it was Chen Jingpei who meticulously guided her through every step of applying the ointment. "I feel as though you are being a rogue," Xuan Zhi murmured, her head bowed in embarrassment. Chen Jingpei chuckled softly, leisurely donning his shirt, and playfully remarked, "I merely wish for you to gradually acclimate to my body, so as to avoid any shyness in the future." Xuan Zhi, her eyelashes fluttered gently in rhythm with her racing heartbeat. Just as she anticipated that he might engage in further impropriety, Chen Jingpei suddenly exclaimed, "Happy birthday." "Huh?" Xuan Zhi froze momentarily, unable to respond for quite some time. "What did you just say?" She had indeed heard him clearly, yet she hesitated to believe it, as she had never disclosed to him that today was her birthday. "Happy birthday, Xuan Zhi." Chen Jingpei earnestly added her name, wishing her a life free of worries and a year filled with him. Chen Jingpei, Xuan Zhi. In this day and age, can birthday wishes truly come with strings attached? She paused, momentarily taken aback, and playfully criticized. "Your audacity is akin to that of a concrete wall. I have never encountered anyone as shameless as you." Yet, upon finishing her words, her hands instinctively wrapped around his neck. "Nevertheless, I truly appreciate it. Thank you, Chen Jingpei." Chen Jingpei tightened his grip around her, saying, "It's my first time celebrating your birthday, and I was unsure about what gift to choose for you, so I casually picked out some clothing and jewelry. They will be delivered shortly." The so-called casual selection of clothing and jewelry nearly emptied the entire collection of this season's high-end luxury items. Xuan Zhi buried her head in the crook of his neck, whispering softly, "Thank you. I like whatever you give me." Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, nearly a month had passed. That night, a torrential downpour ensued. Chen Jingpei's desires stirred once more as he single-handedly held onto the door of Xuan Zhi's bedroom, feigning a pitiful demeanor. "Ah, Zhi, I haven't been sleeping well these past few days. May I move in with you?" In essence, he wished to share her bed, His daily endeavors in game development consumed a significant amount of mental energy. However, my bed might be a bit small. It could get quite cramped if we both sleep there. Do you mind? Chen Jingpei was taken aback. I thought you would make me sleep on the sofa. Xianzhi replied, you've been struggling to sleep for days. How could I let you sleep on the sofa? But you must promise me that you won't misbehave tonight. Otherwise, I assure you I will not misbehave. Chen Jingpei interrupted her. It's the dog that misbehaves. Xianzhi questioned, why do I suddenly feel less assured? Chapter 104. Acting cute. However, it turned out that Xianzhi's concerns were unfounded. That night, Chen Jingpei not only adhered to the rules but also dared not touch even a single strand of her hair. The sensation was akin to that of a deity who had long since renounced anger, greed, ignorance, love, and desire, even when ensnared by a captivating enchantress. He remained steadfast in his detachment. Yet, Xianzhi found herself tormented by her own feelings and softly murmured, aren't you going to hold me while sleeping? No, he replied, maintaining an impeccably composed posture, wary that embracing her might lead him astray. Xianzhi sighed, realizing her naivety. He was, after all, a dangerously alluring wolf, one not to be trifled with. She obediently closed her eyes and drifted into slumber. This arrangement persisted for nearly 6 months. Although there were nights when they succumbed to passionate embraces and kisses, they ultimately halted at the brink of surrendering to temptation. That was until 4 days before Christmas Eve when the first snow blanketed Feiqing, a scene both romantic and chilling. Xianzhi nestled into her blankets early. His gaze could not help but wander to the bed, where the girl lay soundly asleep. A sudden tightness gripped his throat, under the influence of alcohol. He unabashedly leaned down to capture her soft, sweet lips. Ji, he called her in a sultry whisper. Xianzhi stirred, her eyes barely opening as the intoxicating scent of alcohol filled her senses. She gently placed her hands against his warm chest and murmured, have you been drinking? Observing his restless demeanor, she silently speculated that he had indulged far more than just a little. With a resigned swallow, she attempted to push him away. You should go take a shower. It's quite late. However, Chen Jingpei's kiss trailed to her ear, clearly reaching a point of irresistible temptation. Later, he replied. His voice bore a rugged, sandpaper-like texture, particularly tantalizing on a tranquil, enchanting snowy night. Xianzhi acknowledged her inability to continually resist him, especially after sharing the same bed for over half a year. To claim she had never felt the stirrings of desire would be utterly disingenuous. Lost in her thoughts, she found herself instinctively lifting her leg to entwine it around Chen Jingpei's waist. In an instant, the world blurred, the snow fell in a flurry, and Chen Jingpei let out a muffled gasp, completely overwhelmed by the moment. As dawn broke, snowflakes continued their tender descent. The petite autumn-red peach tree on the balcony was adorned with a delicate layer of snow. Xianzhi stirred awake in the bedroom. Her head nestled comfortably in Chen Jingpei's embrace. He affectionately ruffled her fluffy hair, teasingly inquired, feeling shy? Who is shy? Xianzhi retorted with a soft, nasal tone, her ears flushed with embarrassment. Indeed, Chen Jingpei chuckled softly, complying with her whim, and continued to jest. You were quite the initiator last night. Hardly shy at all. You were the one who took the lead. Xianzhi's neck flushed crimson, insisting, I was not the one who initiated anything. I truly detest you, you rogue Chen Jingpei. As she scolded him, she playfully raised her petite fist to jab him lightly. Chen Jingpei enveloped her tiny fist in his palm, asking with a hint of intrigue. Feeling invigorated again, sensing the underlying meaning of his words, Xianzhi promptly softened her grip, playfully conceding, I am utterly exhausted. Even my fingernails ache. I have no strength left. Chen Jingpei lightly scoffed, charmed by her feigned innocence as he pinched her cheek affectionately. Knowing she lacked the strength, he suggested she sleep a little longer. Otherwise, she should not complain if he were to tease her later. Upon hearing the latter part, Xianzhi instantly buried her head beneath the velvet covers, rolling to the other side of the bed. All right, I shall sleep, and you needn't think of anything else. You fool. Observing her tightly wrapped form, Chen Jingpei anxiously pulled back the covers from her head, concerned she might suffocate. Come, sleep in my embrace. Reluctantly, Xianzhi nestled back against his chest. After drifting into a light slumber, just as she was on the verge of dreaming, Chen Jingpei gently whispered in her ear. Ji, once I become the richest man in Feiqing, I will arrange a grand wedding for you. Once you become the richest man in Feiqing? Xianzhi felt he was merely spinning grandiose tales and playfully inquired, how long must we wait for that? His eyes sparkled with a light that seemed to illuminate the path to her future. Xianxi's face broke into a radiant smile as she wrapped her arms around his neck. Yes, I believe in you. I will wait. In that moment, she felt a genuine anticipation and a yearning for a future where they could create a small home together. It mattered not whether the wedding was lavish or simple. What truly mattered was her profound affection for him, a love so deep that nothing in the world could ever replace his place in her heart. Chen Jingpei remarked, Ji, if you have someone you admire, pursue that feeling courageously. Your uncle does not wish for you to be forever influenced by your mother. He hopes you can be happy, carefree like other girls from different families, and if you wish to love, then love. If you wish to marry, then marry. In this world, not all men are as callous and unprincipled as your father, who abandoned his wife and children. Our Ji, so exceptional and wonderful, deserves to be cherished. Uncle has few wishes in this life. He merely hopes that Ji will find a kindred spirit by her side. As for the matter of searching for your mother, Uncle has been diligently employing people to look for her, and he will inform you immediately upon receiving any news. Ji need only focus on being joyful each day, without entertaining any unfounded thoughts. Furthermore, do not seek out your father. He is unworthy of the title. This is the one thing Uncle will not permit. She silently nodded in agreement, but could not suppress her curiosity as she asked him, And what about you, Uncle? Do you have someone you care for? At that moment, he was driving, gazing at the vast blue sea along the roadside, his expression serious and cold. No, my heart will forever belong to my country. Upon hearing this, she felt an inexplicable tightness in her throat. Xianjun, perhaps noticing her reddened eyes, offered a light smile to comfort her. But, Ji, you can experience love on my behalf, whether it be sweet or sour. You can share it all with me later. Will you promise me? This response was forced out after she held back her tears, struggling to maintain her composure. Thus, at this moment, her yearning to marry Chen Jingpei was imbued with a sense of hope for her uncle. Had it not been for the upheaval on that Christmas Eve, she truly believed she would have a blissful life with Chen Jingpei. The reminiscence is drawing to a close. Today seems to be Christmas Eve. May the little treasures find peace and joy. Simultaneously, in light of the recent fervor from numerous devoted readers of the Xiaxiang Book Academy urging for updates, I shall briefly elaborate. Regrettably, due to the absence of a stockpile of manuscripts and my sluggish pace in writing, updates will be irregular and I am unable to provide precise timelines. I sincerely apologize for this inconvenience. Nevertheless, I am profoundly grateful for the affection and support that my cherished readers have shown for tasting the peach. I wish to extend an immense, heartfelt gesture of love to all who appreciate this work. Furthermore, should readers find themselves anxiously awaiting updates, I invite you to peruse my completed works, particularly the series His Little Apricot, featuring the endearing tales of Xian Lan and Yao Xing. Chapter 105. Unyieldingly dominant 4 days later, on a serene morning, the calendar on the desk marked Christmas Eve. Chen Jingpei was set to attend a corporate annual report meeting. The snowfall had ceased, and a gentle winter sun streamed through the window, casting a soft glow that adorned the room with a touch of elegance. Xianji lingered in bed, while Chen Jingpei stood at the bedside, his slender fingers playfully toying with a section of his tie. Leaning down to softly beckon Xianji for assistance. Ji, I've suddenly forgotten how to tie this tie. Could you help me? His voice carried a hint of desire. What should have been an innocuous request ignited a flurry of thoughts within Xianji, warming her heart. For if memory serves her right, for nights prior, he had indeed used this very tie to blindfold her, murmuring, I fear you might feel shy. Do not look. Her cheeks suddenly flushed with warmth, and the blanket draped over her slipped down to her waist as she half-kneeled beside the bed. The strap of her nightgown slipped off one shoulder, but she had no time to adjust it. Instead, she reached out to take Chen Jingpei's tie, meticulously tying it with great care. Even in such an intimate setting with just the two of them, he exuded an overwhelming possessiveness, as if fearing that the air or sunlight might spy on them. His demeanor unyielding. Xianji nodded obediently. However, once Chen Jingpei left the room, she found herself wide awake. Rising from the bed, she changed into a fresh outfit and entered the kitchen to retrieve the breakfast rolls he had baked for her earlier that morning. Dipping them in peach jam, she leisurely sat on the sofa in the living room, savoring her meal. Having consumed nearly half, the doorbell suddenly rang. Hesitating, she wandered to the entrance to investigate and was met by the sight of a strikingly beautiful girl standing outside. A stranger to her. May I ask who you are looking for? She inquired, her brows furrowing slightly as she opened the door. Upon seeing her, the girl's expression momentarily paled. I'm looking for Jingpei, she replied, having finally managed to track down Chen Jingpei's residence through a private investigator, only to find a woman residing within. Had she perhaps knocked on the wrong door? Yet, the investigator had confirmed that this was indeed the correct address. Looking for Jingpei? Xuan Zhi was taken aback. What do you need my boyfriend for? Your boyfriend? The girl's face twisted with barely concealed rage, but she forced a semblance of calm, her laughter tinged with mockery. I've dealt with countless shameless vixens like you over the past month. What do you mean by that? Xuan Zhi's tone grew colder as her gaze fell upon the school uniform adorned with a nameplate bearing the name CC. What does it mean? The girl smirked mockingly, implying, I am his fiancée. You shameless vixen. A fiancée? Xuan Zhi felt a chill run through her. Are you claiming to be Chen Jingpei's fiancée? He actually has a fiancée. Don't pretend to be innocent and pure. Given Jingpei's esteemed family background, I refuse to believe you are unaware of it. The girl's demeanor became increasingly arrogant. I've encountered many scheming sparrows like you, attempting to ascend to a higher status. I advise you to recognize your place and leave voluntarily, or I shall ensure you regret your decision. Dear readers, I sincerely apologize for the erratic updates due to my high fever. Additionally, my obligations in the real world demand my attention, as writing is not my sole profession. Please bear with me. Once tasting the peach concludes, I may compile the new book in its entirety before release or gather sufficient content beforehand. I am truly sorry for my slow updates. Lastly, I wish to remind you all to keep warm as the weather turns cold and to take necessary precautions. Chapter 106. Rotten Cabbage. Until now, including this moment, Xuan Zhi had not taken the time to thoroughly understand Chen Jingpei's family background. He had merely informed her that he was the only child, with a mother who was a full-time housewife, while his father was a rather stern old cadre. He stated that his father believed his game development was a frivolous pursuit, and thus, since the beginning of high school, he was cast out of his home to fend for himself. Consequently, his current achievements are entirely the result of his own efforts, with no assistance from his parents whatsoever. Therefore, she firmly believed in his words, always considering his family background to be quite ordinary, never contemplating the existence of a fiancée in his life. Had it not been for this when CC seeking him out, she might have remained oblivious to the truth her entire life. Reflecting on this, Xuan Zhi felt a growing chill in her heart, casting a cold and piercing glance at the girl's face. The girl, catching her gaze, responded with displeasure. What are you looking at me like that for? Let me tell you, don't think that Jingpei would genuinely like you. To him, you are merely a discarded toy, something to be tossed aside once boredom sets in. It's truly pathetic, I must say. Xuan Zhi suddenly curled her lips into a cold smile, though inside, she felt utterly shattered. Who would be the one to cast whom aside remained uncertain. As for someone like him, who lacked self-love, she had little desire for. If he wished to pick up the pieces, so be it, after all. She had already experienced intimacy with him, and did not find it particularly remarkable. What did you say? The girl, taken aback by Xuan Zhi's audacity, felt her composure crumble, furiously raising her hand to viciously claw at Xuan Zhi's face, exclaiming, You shameless vixen, I will tear you apart. However, before her nails could touch Xuan Zhi's skin, her wrist was seized mid-air with a fierce grip. Despite her seemingly delicate and fragile appearance, she had been trained in self-defense by her uncle Xin Jun since childhood. Although she had not attained the formidable prowess to dispatch 7 or 8 robust men, she effortlessly subdued the pampered young lady before her with a single move. The girl winced in pain, her face contorted. You vixen, how dare you retaliate? Do you even know who I am? I will definitely. Just then, the shrill ring of Xuan Zhi's phone abruptly interrupted her venomous tirade. Xuan Zhi lowered her eyelashes, her right hand still firmly grasping the girl's wrist bone, while her left hand delved into her pocket to retrieve her phone. The caller ID displayed a familiar yet seldom contacted number. It was Chen Yunza. Without hesitation, she answered the call. What? Upon comprehending the message conveyed by Chen Yunza, her hand suddenly grew weak, and the phone nearly slipped from her grasp. In a frenzied rush, she dashed into the room to grab her backpack, stumbling as she burst back outside. Observing Xuan Zhi's apparent intent to flee, the girl, unwilling to concede, clutched at her clothing. Her face pale with fury. You can't leave. Was it Jingpei who called you just now? Xuan Zhi's mind was consumed by the news of her uncle Xuanjuan's sacrifice in the Luogua conflict, leaving her utterly disinterested in further banter with the girl. She was resolute in her determination to never see him again. At that moment, her resolve was unwavering, her silhouette devoid of hesitation. While Wen Shani remained skeptical, she found herself powerless, for soon she would depart for further studies at the Royal University of Ligua, making it impossible for her to monitor the situation daily. The pain radiating from her scalp was vividly acute, compelling Xuan Zhi to halt her advance toward the fire escape stairs. When Shani fiercely tugged at her low ponytail, her eyes narrowing with fury as she exclaimed, 5 years ago, I should never have believed you would so readily abandon Jingpei. You shameless, despicable woman. I am absolutely determined to confront you today. Let your colleagues witness how hypocritical you truly are. Yet Xianji merely smiled coldly, finding her utterly ludicrous. With a delicate lift of her slender arm, she effortlessly twisted it back, once again pinching Shani's wrist bone within her grasp. It seems you have inverted the order of affairs. The matter from 5 years ago is one I should be addressing with you, she said. Her gaze is frigid as frost, piercing into the very core of Shani's insecurities. You should be well aware whether your so-called fiancé title is merely a stroke of luck or a burdensome inheritance. Moreover, if you wish to escalate this confrontation to the point of public notoriety, I shall gladly engage you in such a spectacle. Pausing, she smiled innocently. For I do relish a good debate. I believe Miss Wen also enjoys being the center of attention in the city, does she not? You. How should the title be phrased to be more vivid? Xianji suddenly asked playfully. Shall it be Miss Wen, under the delusion of being the rightful wife? Boldly seeks out the vixen online, or Miss Wen throwing a tantrum at the doorstep, only to be pinned against the wall by the vixen, or perhaps something else entirely. Very well, I shall await your move. The corner of Xianji's mouth curled into an innocent smile, fully prepared for the impending clash. Unfazed by any tricks Shani might conjure. Even if it escalated to Chen Whiting, she remained unperturbed. However, I believe the plot transitions are rather smooth, essentially not hindering the reading experience. Chapter 107 G. In the evening, the entire city is immersed in the gentle, romantic glow of orange twilight. High-end sports cars speed away from the bustling city, racing towards the desolate outskirts. After a day of interviews, coupled with the commotion caused by Shani earlier that morning, Xianji appears somewhat fatigued and lost, nestled in the passenger seat. After a moment of distraction, she gradually realizes that Chen Jingpei does not seem to be taking her to buy a car. Chen Jingpei, why have you brought me out to the wilderness? She muses in silence, yet has not disclosed to him that Shani had come to pick a quarrel with her today. As she lifts her gaze, she is greeted by a landscape blanketed in reeds. Chen Jingpei, intending to propose to her, would not reveal such a surprise midway. Instead, he casually remarks, I brought you out for a drive. The mountain breeze, infused with the fragrance of grass and trees, offers a refreshing sensation. The weight of Xianji's inner turmoil is somewhat alleviated, and she finally musters a bit of energy to gaze at the distant sunset, uttering rather indifferent words. I wonder if there will be stars tonight. Since she got into the car, a hint of weariness has lingered in her eyes. Initially, Chen Jingpei assumed her fatigue stemmed from work and did not delve further. However, upon hearing her lethargic tone now, his heart involuntarily trembles, and he softly inquires, What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? No, she gently shakes her head. I just suddenly find it hard to feel happy. She would no longer conceal the matters that troubled her, as she did 5 years ago. Chen Jingpei's lips curve slightly. Just as he is about to ask her what is weighing on her mind, she continued with the revelation. This morning, when Shani came to find me, but I sent her away. She might go sob to your father. You should mentally prepare yourself for the possibility of our separation. The last sentence dripped with a languid playfulness, devoid of seriousness. Upon hearing this, Chen Jingpei abruptly halted the sports car, bringing it to a jarring stop by the roadside amidst the wilderness. You wish to break up with me again? His eyes glinted with a predatory intensity, as if her mere affirmation would compel him to harm her. Xianji, feeling inexplicably guilty, swallowed hard and reassured him. I'm sorry. I want to mention breaking up again. I was just. Marry me, Chen Jingpei suddenly declared, catching her off guard. I believe you. He could hardly contain his eagerness to propose, yearning to present her with the ring right then and there. Marry me, Xianji, I am formally proposing to you. Xianji was taken aback. His proposal was as straightforward as his confession 5 years prior. Intentionally challenging him, she retorted, isn't a proposal supposed to involve kneeling? You're just sitting there like a lord. Who would agree to that? Chen Jingpei, again struck by a moment of realization. He reignited the car's engine and took off like an arrow. The vast fields of reed flowers faded into the distance as the sports car entered a tunnel, swiftly unveiling yet another breathtaking vista. Xianji gazed at the undulating green trees ahead, their fruits resembling both oranges and tangerines. With curiosity, she inquired, What kind of fruit is that? Chen Jingpei's voice was as gentle as the soft breeze that meanders through the mountains and fields. Lingering sweetly in Xianji's ears, the bitter fruit of the southern orange and northern bitter orange. Such was her name. A flicker of curiosity stirred in Xuan Zhi's heart. Why were there so many bitter oranges? They seemed both sour and unpalatable, typically dried for medicinal use. How curious that Feiqing would cultivate so many. It was my order, Chen Jingpei replied nonchalantly. Xuan Zhi gasped in astonishment. You ordered them to be grown? Why would you do that? What do you think? Chen Jingpei countered with a hint of irony. Even if she were dense, the implication was clear. Xuan Zhi lowered her lashes, fiddling nervously with the hem of her garment. Am I truly worth such effort from you? Xuan Zhi paused, momentarily taken aback. Chen Jingpei cast a serious glance her way, his voice remaining icy. You are nearly driving me to despair. You tell me if it is worth it. After a moment of silence, Xuan Zhi unexpectedly proclaimed, I apologize. If need be, I shall marry you. Do not make it seem as though I am a heartless woman neglecting my responsibilities towards you. Chen Jingpei was momentarily at a loss for words. Before he could recover, she rummaged through her backpack and earnestly disassembled the red string of her protective amulet. I have never given you anything of value. This amulet is the only meaningful keepsake I possess. I now bestow it upon you, wishing you a life free from calamities and forever accompanied by prosperity. Prosperity forever accompanied. Chen Jingpei thought, both exasperated and amused by her words. He gently grasped her hand to halt her disassembly of the amulet, saying sternly, do not carelessly gift personal belongings. Keep it for yourself. All I desire is you. Chapter 108. Aspiring to be Mrs. Chen. The mountain breeze tousled the wisps of hair framing her forehead. Xuan Zhi, captivated by Chen Jingpei's sweet words, found herself momentarily lost in thought, unaware of when the sports car had come to a halt, nor how she had disembarked. Hand in hand with Chen Jingpei, walking into the peach grove. Huh? She tilted her head, puzzled by the unexpected sight of a peach tree nestled among the foliage. Suddenly, Chen Jingpei grasped her left ring finger, retrieving a velvet box from his outer coat pocket. He declared, I hope our love, which began with peaches, may also be forever intertwined with them. As he spoke, he knelt on one knee, his devotion unwavering as he proposed. Will you marry me, Xuan Zhi? I long to create a home with you, a sanctuary belonging solely to the two of us. Above them, several drones circled, perhaps operated by his company's team hiding in the shadows, capturing the proposal's enchanting moment. Xuan Zhi, devoid of any reservations, smiled through the tears glistening in her eyes, with neither modesty nor hesitation. Perhaps the confrontation with Wenshani earlier that day had stirred within her a desire to transcend the confines of merely being a girlfriend in this moment. She earnestly yearned to become his rightful Mrs. Chen. Yet it was also a reflection of her profound love for him, prompting her to take this leap without a second thought. All right, I accept your proposal, Chen Jingpei. Her voice was as light as the breeze, yet each word resonated with unwavering determination. Let us go and register our marriage tomorrow. Love is reciprocal. I shall no longer selfishly allow you to traverse this journey alone. I love you, Chen Jingpei. It seems I have never confessed my feelings to you. Before the final notes of his words faded, Chen Jingpei had already pulled her into his embrace, a fool. His voice trembled with emotion, his palm tightly grasping the velvet box containing a resplendent ruby ring. In matters of love, I have never perceived it as a burden. As his words concluded, the engagement ring was precisely placed upon Xuan Zhi's ring finger, sealing her fate as Mrs. Chen. The sudden weight on her finger drew her gaze, revealing a magnificent ruby of considerable size. She abruptly recalled the previous day in Fan City, when, in a drowsy haze, she had seemingly heard Chen Jingpei instructing Qi Jian to measure something, requesting it to be slightly larger. So, it was for the engagement ring. She had merely spoken her thoughts casually, yet he always treated them with utmost seriousness. Chen Jingpei. Xuan Zhi wished to articulate something, but suddenly, a loud bang echoed, followed by a flurry of colorful balloons, red, yellow, blue, pink, floating romantically in the air. How beautiful! She laughed joyfully, like a child filled with sweet confections, her laughter radiating pure happiness. Chen Jingpei gazed at her crescent-shaped smile, suddenly bewildered, and asked, Zhi, have you forgotten about it? Huh? Xuan Zhi was utterly confused. Forgotten what? It. Chen Jingpei gently placed his hands on her slender shoulders, turning her face toward the peach tree before them. Do you remember your little peach sapling? It has grown so much. My little peach sapling? For reasons unbeknownst to her, Xuan Zhi felt a profound vulnerability upon hearing those words. Was it not my golden autumn red honey? Chen Jingpei nodded subtly. I had thought it had withered long ago. A complexity filled Xuan Zhi's heart. After all, she had departed with such resolute decisiveness, discarding everything without a backward glance. She presumed it had either perished or been cast aside by Chen Jingpei. Little did she expect that he had nurtured it so splendidly, and it had borne fruit. No wonder Chen Jingpei had proposed to her earlier, saying, "I hope our love, which began with the peach, can also be bound by the peach." So that was the meaning behind it. "I am sorry, Chen Jingpei." As these thoughts swirled in her mind, her nose tinged with emotion, and she could not resist the urge to leap into his embrace, fervently assuring him, "No matter what transpires in the future, I will never abandon you again. I will face all hardships alongside you. I shall remain with you forever." Chen Jingpei, listening to her tender, quivering voice, tightened his embrace, soothingly saying, "Do not cry. We shall not encounter any more hardships. We will be well together from now on." He thought to himself, as long as they went to obtain their marriage certificate tomorrow, everything would be settled. Chapter 109. It is this woman. As night fell, the Wen family villa was ablaze with lights, yet the atmosphere was suffocatingly tense. Even the servants, while serving dishes at the dining table, appeared exceedingly cautious. She, unwilling to relent, made another phone call, only to be greeted once more by the administrative secretary. The administrative secretary once again addressed her in a tone that was strictly business, informing her that when Jean Lang had numerous official matters to attend to today and had yet to find a moment to spare, he suggested that if she had any urgent concerns, he could convey them on her behalf. Knowing the considerable authority wielded by the secretary at Wen Jinlong's side, Wen Shani, despite her rising frustration, dared not speak to him in an impolite manner. She could only plead, "Secretary Lin, you are currently using my father's phone. Would you be so kind as to check the contacts? I need to reach Uncle Chen Huiding for something quite urgent." Moreover, regardless of the context, he could not arbitrarily access Wen Jinlong's contact list or disclose the contact information of prominent figures therein, even though the Wen and Chen families shared a long-standing friendship. Such actions were impermissible. As Secretary Lin contemplated this, he prepared to end the call. In a moment of desperation, when Shani resorted to a coaxing tone, "Please, Secretary Lin, I truly need to contact Uncle Chen for an urgent matter. Just help me look it up." Were it not for the fact that she seldom had the opportunity to meet Chen Huiding, she would not have lowered herself to seek assistance from a secretary in such a manner. Furthermore, considering how much her father and Uncle Chen doted on her, it hardly seemed a significant request for him to check the phone number and send it to her. No one would fault him for doing so. However, Secretary Lin remained resolute, even posing a piercing question that left Wen Shani feeling as if she might throw her phone in frustration. He remarked, "Since Minister Chen cares for you so deeply, it stands to reason that you should have his contact information." One must admit, the secretary accompanying Wen Jinlang possessed an acute understanding of how to provoke others, and even when faced with Wen Jinlong's treasured daughter, he showed no inclination to be courteous or servile. Upon severing the call, Wen Shani immediately unleashed her ire upon the servants, carelessly overturning the soup they had meticulously brought to her, leaving them aghast, scarcely daring to breathe. As Lady Wen and Pan Jaeyun returned home, they were met with this disarray, prompting a stern expression to cloud Lady Wen's face as she reprimanded, "What folly is this? Day after day, you bring me no peace. We have yet to discover the whereabouts of Wen Xiezhou, and my heart is already burdened enough without your incessant disturbances. Despite my indulgence, I cannot tolerate your repeated acts of brazen defiance. I have finally uncovered the identity of the vixen that Jing Peige has been clandestinely nurturing," she continued. "She is a reporter for the Feiqing Daily, having ensnared Jing Peige in her web for the past 5 years. I have heard from her colleagues that she also has some connections with Chen Yunzi. This woman is utterly shameless, simultaneously courting Chen Yunzi while pursuing Jing Peige. Grandmother, you must take a stand on my behalf, ensuring that the elders of the Chen family become aware of this vixen's existence, revealing to them just how despicable she is for attempting to seduce their two most outstanding heirs. Furthermore, it would be best if she could be expelled from Feiqing, never to return to work here. Otherwise, I shall be unable to endure this affront." Listening to her grandchild's fervent outburst, Lady Wen's countenance remained largely unchanged, and with a dismissive scoff, she retorted, "What power could a mere reporter possibly wield? Is it truly worth your while to make such a scene at home? I truly wonder whether you possess any common sense at all. Grandmother, you cannot fathom the extent of that vixen's prowess and beauty. Her words are venomous. She warned that if I dare provoke her again, she would compose a scathing essay to ruin my reputation and turn our esteemed Wen family into a national laughingstock. You cannot imagine her audacity." Wen Shani's words were evidently embellished, intended to incite the venerable matriarch of the Wen family to personally confront the Chen household for an explanation. Indeed, the matriarch was roused by such remarks. And with a sardonic smile, she retorted, "Such bravado. I must truly see what kind of seductive creature has dared to challenge the Wen family with such impudence." As her ire intensified, she could hardly contain herself, declaring, "I shall immediately visit the Chen residence and have a word with the old matriarch there to reveal the depraved progeny she has nurtured." Upon hearing that the matriarch intended to head to the Chen household without delay, Wen Shani was overjoyed. She swiftly grasped her grandmother's elbow, retrieving her phone to show her a photograph sent by a stranger, exclaiming, "Grandmother, look. This is the woman, named Xuan Zhi." The photograph, taken from a covert angle, conveyed an impression that the girl was undoubtedly a pampered heiress, exuding an air of nobility that could only be cultivated in affluent families. Her demeanor appeared serene and pure, evoking a sense of endearment and protectiveness. However, when Peige leaned in to take a look, her complexion suddenly turned pale, and her body trembled uncontrollably twice. Nervously, she turned to old Madame Wan and said, "Mother, this girl. She bears such a striking resemblance to Zhou." She had only uttered a surname before hastily stopping herself. Old Madame Wan understood whom Peige was alluding to, for she too had felt a fleeting similarity at first glance, yet upon further observation, the resemblance faded. Nevertheless, it is often said that the student surpasses the master. I truly believe she bears a strong likeness. Enough, enough, old Madame Wan interjected, redirecting the conversation. It was imperative to seek an explanation from the Chen family first. Everything else could wait. Wen Shani, who was listening nearby, felt quite perplexed and inquired of Peige, "Mother, who are you speaking of? Who is this person from the slums? Is she the mad ex-wife of father, or perhaps the mother of the illegitimate child, Wen Xiezhou?" In truth, she had yet to ascertain which woman Wen Xiezhou was born of her father's indiscretion. "Don't speak carelessly." Peige scolded her angrily. "Look at you, crying so disgracefully. Hurry upstairs to tidy yourself up. If you present yourself in such a manner at the Chen residence, how could you possibly win the favor of the elder members of the family?" Old Madame Wan, however, found these words rather displeasing and retorted to Peige, "The Wen family is substantial and prosperous, with connections to overseas royal nobility. There is no need for us to go out of our way to curry favor with the Chen family. Only you hold them in such high esteem, though Nini's temperament may be a bit willful and domineering. The fact that the Chen family can marry into our Wen family is likely a blessing earned by their ancestors' virtues. It is they who should be courteous and respectful towards us." "Yes, mother, you are absolutely right," came the submissive reply. Peige's smile was rigidly forced. Yet, whether Wen Shani had truly ascended to the Chen family or had humbly condescended to them was a truth known only to her. In the wilderness, amidst the tangerine grove, the night sky was adorned with a multitude of stars. Xuan Zhi picked a basket of peaches nestled in the convertible and selected the largest, ripest one, meticulously rubbing off its fuzzy surface. Chen Jingpei lounged lazily in the driver's seat, having switched to a romantic, light-hearted tune, watching her adorable antics with keen interest. After 2 minutes of observation, an unexpected itch in his throat arose, possibly from a stray peach fuzz blown onto his skin by the wind. His thoughts began to stir restlessly. Unaware of his distraction, Xuan Zhi lowered her head, taking a bite of the succulent peach, savoring it with delight, exclaiming, "So sweet. My little peach tree must be repaying me. This is the sweetest peach I have ever tasted." With that, she took another bite. Chen Jingpei, already salivating, leaned in suddenly as she was lost in the flavor, pressing his hand against the back of her head, using the peach flesh she had just bitten as bait to seize it passionately for himself. Her mouth was occupied, leaving Xuan Zhi unable to utter a sound, as he pressed her against the seat, engaging in a fervent and tender kiss. Just as the moment grew heated, on the verge of indulgence in the wild, Chen Jingpei's phone rang, its tone jarringly interrupting their intimate exchange. The starry sky seemed to dim, casting a cold, desolate light over the grand yet lonely Chen family estate. Chen Jing and Pei Ruyu, with their delicate and ethereal features touched by a layer of frost, tightly grasped Xuan Zhi's soft and tender fingers as they passed through the flower-adorned door, heading towards the main hall filled with tension. Inside the hall, Grandma Chen, with her silvery hair intricately styled into an elegant bun, sat gracefully on a pear-wood sofa clad in a water-ink peony qipao. The sofa, designed for 3, was accompanied by a small table. On the table rested 2 exquisite white jade teacups. The butler approached to refill the tea. At the other end, the elderly matriarch Wan, adorned with jewels, sat with a stern expression. The freshly poured tea scalded her lips, and she refrained from drinking, instead directing her displeasure at Grandma Chen. "Your Chen family has gone too far in this matter. If you do not provide me with a satisfactory explanation today, do not blame me for resorting to external forces, making it difficult for your Chen descendants to progress in their careers. She believed that as a noble woman of the Laiguo royal family, and with her grandson Wen Xiezhou being named the future crown prince, she could indeed manipulate external influences to her advantage. However, Grandma Chen found her thoughts rather amusing. Resorting to external forces? Making my Chen family as descendants struggle in their careers? You are exceedingly naive, Bo Lanjin. The foundation of my Chen family was not built in a day or two. You should have inquired about my family's background before arriving. I dare say our lineage spans far longer than the establishment of your Laiguo royal family. Even just considering the last 10 generations. Though Grandma Chen had devoted herself to a life of vegetarianism, spirituality, and self-cultivation, she was renowned in her youth for her fiery temperament and would never allow herself to be threatened in silence for the sake of harmony. Hearing her full name called, Bo Lanjin felt a deep discomfort in her heart. In the realm of Laiguo, her name held unparalleled esteem, and no one dared to address her with such a disdainful tone. Upon hearing the venomous curse hurled at the Chen family by Bo Lanjin, the anxious Wen Shani, seated across from her, exclaimed, "Grandmother, please refrain from engaging in a war of words with Grandmother Chen. You are here to discuss a resolution regarding the seduction of Brother Jingpei by that vixen, not to quarrel with Grandmother Chen." She was genuinely concerned that this marriage proposal might be irrevocably jeopardized. After weighing the pros and cons, the matriarch Wen Shani restrained her displeasure, forcing a semblance of concession, and addressed Grandmother Chen with a more tranquil demeanor, saying, "I have no desire to escalate this matter into an embarrassing spectacle. Let us choose an auspicious date for the two of them to wed soon. As for Jingpei's past entanglements with various women, I shall overlook them. After all, men of his age often lack resolve and are easily beguiled by fleeting charms. As long as he cherishes our Shani in the future, we can consider this matter settled." Upon hearing this, Bo Lanjin's indignation flared once more. "Are you suggesting, then, that the Chen family intends to renege on this engagement? Shen Suqing, do not overstep your bounds. It was your family that sought this union in the first place, and now you wish to withdraw? Do you truly believe the Wen family is so easily intimidated? Let me make it clear. Jingpei must marry, even if he is reluctant. This engagement is not open to your capriciousness. Are you attempting to force a sale, Bo Lanjin?" Grandmother Chen took a sip of tea to moisten her throat, preparing to clarify the situation. In those days, Hui Ting had indeed chosen your eldest granddaughter, Wen Shishi, rather than the later substitute sister. And what of this substitute sister? The old lady nearly erupted in anger. "They are all still my granddaughters. The nature of the matter is profoundly different." Granny Chen calmly sipped her tea, asserting that they do not share the same mother. "What do you mean by that?" Shen Suqing. The old lady slammed her palm on the table in exasperation. "What if they do not share the same mother? Jia Yun was also lawfully married into the family, equally the wife of Jin Lang, in terms of both lineage and intellect. She far surpasses that madwoman from a lesser family. Do not let your old eyes deceive you and mistake a precious pearl for a mere clam. You. Very well, Shen Suqing." The old lady trembled with fury, unable to utter even harsher words before noticing Chen Jingpei entering with Xuan Zhi. Let us emphasize, why Wen Xiezhou is the designated crown prince of the Lion Nation will be elaborated in the subsequent narrative. Chapter 112. Little Chang'e men are akin to the resplendent moon in the sky, while girls resemble the enchanting Chang'e within its glow. The two walked hand in hand into the hall, an exquisite pairing that dazzled all. The old lady was taken aback, silencing herself. Her gaze fixed intently on Chen Jingpei and Xuan Zhi. The girl possessed delicate and refined features, her lips a tender pink, her skin smooth and fair, akin to fine porcelain radiating a cool, ethereal light. She was as beautiful as a Chang'e stepping down from the moon, far from the disreputable and beguiling ilk. In truth, her beauty transcended mere photographs by more than 2 dimensions. This was undoubtedly a child nurtured in a wealthy family, stunningly lovely and utterly captivating. Madame Wen found herself lost in thought, reminiscing about 23 years ago when a chubby toddler, barely 2 years old, clad in a rosy princess dress, clung to her leg. With her delicate lips pursed in a charming pout, the child looked up with innocent eyes and sweetly called out, "Grandma, let Cici baby sleep. Please don't be angry, Grandma. Cici baby will be very good, I promise. Grandma, please, don't scold Mama." That was her beautiful granddaughter, as exquisite as a porcelain doll. Alas, the child's mother hailed from a lowly background, and despite her striking beauty, she bore the stain of inferior blood that clashed with the noble lineage of the Wen family and the aristocracy of the Bo clan. What she desired was a daughter-in-law from a well-matched, distinguished family. Consequently, her grandchildren too must be born of a genteel lineage. Thus, faced with such a soft and endearing little creature, she felt no pity. Instead, her heart turned cold as she ruthlessly cast the child aside, declaring, "You little wretch. I am not your grandmother. You are forbidden to call me that from now on." Yet, whether the child understood or not, her dark, grape-like eyes soon shimmered with glistening tears. Then, with a shudder, she murmured, "Grandma. Fierce, Cece baby. Scared." The corners of old Madame Wen's mouth twitched inexplicably. She could not fathom why the sight of Xuan Zhi evoked an inexplicable association with Cece. Though they bore no resemblance, a peculiar sense of unease lingered in her heart. Peige experienced a similar sensation upon beholding Xuan Zhi in person. Her complexion turned as pale as water-soaked paper, and a chilling shiver coursed through her entire being. Only after gulping down a cup of hot tea was she able to regain some semblance of composure. As for Shani, her emotional stability was far less resolute, especially upon noticing that Xuan Zhi was draped in a khaki trench coat belonging to Chen Jingpei. She felt on the brink of a breakdown, exclaiming, "How could you bring this shameless vixen along? What do I mean to you?" After her outburst, tears cascaded down her cheeks like pearls, rendering her quite pitiful. Yet, Chen Jingpei paid her no heed, firmly grasping Xuan Zhi's hand as he made his way toward old Madame Chen's seat. "Grandma, allow me to formally introduce my relationship with Zhi. We have been together for 5 years, and tonight, I have proposed to her. We shall obtain our marriage certificate tomorrow." Chen Jingpei disregarded the Wen family, focusing solely on his declaration. He was a man of action, unyielding and indifferent to sentiment. In his eyes, the engagement with the Wen family was already concluded, devoid of any lingering entanglements. Had it not been for old Madame Chen's personal call urging him to sever ties with the Wen family, he would have preferred to avoid this confrontation altogether. "Have you been together with a Zhi for 5 years? A flicker of astonishment crossed Grandma Chen's eyes. "Why have you kept this from me until now, foolish child?" A wave of sorrow suddenly washed over her. "Have we made our dear Zhi suffer so much?" Shen Suching. The moment Grandma Chen's words fell, old Lady Wen was instantly enraged. "What do you mean by that? Are you implying that you have already accepted this seductress as your granddaughter-in-law? What about the immense grievances our NINI has endured? You truly are overstepping your bounds. Bolonjin, do not compel me to speak harshly." Grandma Chen was not easily intimidated. "If we were to discuss this matter in earnest, it was Huan Ting who came to me seeking a family heirloom, expressly for your eldest granddaughter Cece. From the very beginning, I have only recognized this engagement to be with Cece. I refuse." When Shani protested loudly, "This is mine, and no one shall take it away. I will seek out Uncle Chen to support me and advocate for my rights. I will not let this go easily." After when Shani stormed out, old Lady Wen muttered a few venomous remarks before leaving the Chen residence alongside Pan Jian. The atmosphere in the house returned to tranquility. Grandma Chen took Xuan Zhi's hand and seated her beside her, then summoned the butler to bring forth a small treasure box intricately carved from jade, inviting her to select any family heirloom that caught her fancy. "Choose whichever style you like. This is a gift from your grandmother." Xuan Zhi lowered her eyelashes, discovering that the box contained 7 heirlooms, each presenting a unique form. Their jade quality was exquisite, clearly worth a fortune. Yet, Xuan Zhi did not take any. Grandmother Chen had no choice but to select a piece and place it in her hand, saying, "In the future, it can be passed down to the daughter-in-law or granddaughter-in-law you hold dear." Xuan Zhi hesitated slightly, perhaps feeling a bit lost due to Shani's antics. Chen Jingpei seemed to sense her uncertainty and quickly accepted it on her behalf, gently saying, "Thank you, Grandma." Xuan Zhi, feeling helpless, could only echo, "Thank you, Grandma." Grandmother Chen affectionately ruffled her hair, smiling as she remarked, "Marriage is a significant affair. The wedding must be splendid. I will select an auspicious date for you, and you may obtain your marriage certificate tomorrow. However, the wedding customs of our Chen family must be adhered to without exception." Upon reaching this point, she solemnly instructed Chen Jingpei, "Pei, the elders from Zhi's family must also be invited to meet. We must not neglect the formalities." "Grandma." Chen Jingpei's throat tightened involuntarily. There's only her left in Zhi's family. Upon hearing this, Grandmother Chen's heart clenched. "I heard from A's that Zhi has lived with her mother since childhood, hasn't she?" Xuan Jingpei nodded, though her throat remained painfully constricted. "But her mother has been missing for 10 years, and her whereabouts are still unknown. A belated update. I apologize to everyone and wish you a happy new year. May all your wishes be fulfilled. In the new year, may your career and studies rise steadily, and may you achieve great success." Chapter 113. Service. Chen Jingpei wore a sulky expression, and Chen Jingpei, aware of her displeasure, seized her leg as she prepared to head to the bathroom in her nightgown, suggesting playfully, "Tonight, let your husband take care of you. I'll help you wash." He believed that with their impending marriage certificate, the title of boyfriend could seamlessly transition to that of husband. She decided not to be overly coy about this matter, yet a heaviness lingered in her heart, and no amount of coaxing from him could elicit her joy. After he dutifully washed her hair and gentlemanly dried her delicate neck, fragrant shoulders, and butterfly bones with a towel, she finally burst into laughter. "Chen Jingpei, could you be a bit more serious while washing? Why are you tickling me?" She playfully splashed foam from the bathtub at him, feigning anger. "If you keep tickling, I won't serve you anymore." "All right, I won't." Cherishing her radiant smile, Chen Jingpei restrained himself from indulging in his emotions, focusing solely on providing her with attentive care. Xuan Zhi fell asleep while he was drying her hair. He gently carried her to bed before quietly stepping onto the balcony for a cigarette. Meanwhile, in their WeChat family group, his siblings erupted with excitement, each sending fireworks and blessings for their everlasting union and hopes for early offspring. His mother also sent him several private messages. "Pei, such a significant event like your marriage to Ji. Why didn't you discuss it with your mother?" That night, Peige called me, and I am still in a daze, unable to comprehend. How could it be that you were with Ji? Ji. Mother seems to have quite an affection for her, so how did you end up with Ji? Chen Jingpei swiftly glanced over and exited the chat window, his fingers idly scrolling down. Suddenly, he came across a message from Jin Yan sent around 7 o'clock. Jin Yan's voice message conveyed, "Your cousin has awakened." But he appears somewhat dazed, sitting by the window in silence. He even attached a photo. Could he possibly be mute? "When will you come to take him away?" "Let him recuperate for now. I will transfer you the money tomorrow," he replied. Finishing that, he navigated back to the home screen of his phone, opened the contacts, and found Wen Jinlong's private number, staring at it for several seconds as if weighing his options. Perhaps he was concerned that calling here might rouse Xianji. After contemplating for a moment, he extinguished the cigarette in his hand and made his way to the study. At this hour, Wen Jinlang had long since completed his official duties and had been inundated with calls from Wen Shani and Pan Jian, leaving him utterly exhausted. Just as he was about to rest for a brief moment in the backseat, the phone rang again. It was an unfamiliar number, ending in 0609. He furrowed his brow and answered. On the other end, Chen Jingpei's cool voice quickly resonated. "Uncle Jean, I have something to discuss with you." "What is it?" Although when Jinlang asked this question, he could surmise the gist. It must pertain to the matter of the broken engagement. However, Chen Jingpei unexpectedly stated, "Your illegitimate child is in my possession." "Who are you referring to?" A sudden wave of excitement surged within Wen Jinlang. Chen Jingpei sat in the study, leisurely toying with a small robotic figurine, articulating each word with precision. When Xiezhou. Chapter 114. Negotiating terms. The business vehicle glided along the St. Lawn Bridge. The rear compartment was spacious and serene, furnished with luxurious massage chairs, and Secretary Lin occupied a seat beside him. He faintly caught the mention of Wen Xiezhou's name emanating from Wen Jinlong's phone. His dark eyes, concealed behind gold-rimmed glasses, flickered with a subtle tremor. He then lifted his eyelids, fixating intently on Wen Jinlong's phone, as if fearing the loss of some crucial revelation. Wen Jinlang mirrored this intensity, even expressing concern over a potential misunderstanding, repeatedly seeking confirmation from Chen Jingpei. "Pei, please repeat that. Who is in your possession?" "I have made myself abundantly clear, Uncle Jean," Chen Jingpei replied, refusing to reiterate. As the private investigator he dispatched to Lai Country to probe into Wen Xiezhou's identity had yet to furnish him with any feedback. He could not ascertain whether Wen Xiezhou was indeed Wen Jinlong's illegitimate son. Thus, he found himself in a position of chance, opting to gauge Wen Jinlong's reaction. If Wen Jinling exhibited an excessively vigorous response, it would provide him with insights for the ensuing negotiations. However, Wen Jinlong's reaction exceeded all expectations. His breaths became rapid and labored, each punctuation mark echoing a fervent thirst for knowledge. "How could Xiezhou be in your possession? Have you caught wind of something and come to jest at my expense?" Upon hearing Wen Jinlong's inquiry, Chen Jingpei's heart had already arrived at a definitive conclusion. His captivating peach blossom eyes held a subtle smile, reminiscent of a predator perched at the apex of the food chain, deeply enigmatic yet audaciously reckless. Coincidentally, he had inadvertently stumbled into a trap. Wen Jinlang? Trap? A frown creased Wen Jinlong's brow, momentarily unable to grasp the meaning of this phrase. Beside him, the astute Secretary Lin, with remarkable hearing, likewise furrowed his brow in confusion. Chen Jingpei, holding the upper hand, opted not to elaborate excessively, merely curving his lips into a faint smile, stating, "If you doubt my words, I can send you a few photographs. Once confirmed, we can engage in a detailed discussion regarding terms. What terms do you wish to discuss?" When Jinlong's gaze turned cold and restrained, perhaps unprepared for the day when a junior would seize upon his most vulnerable point. "No need for consideration." When Jinlang decisively replied, "I agree. First, send me the photos of Asia for my review." This unexpected response took Chen Jingpei by surprise. Soon after, when Jinlang received a series of multimedia messages from Chen Jingpei, as he gazed at the image of the youthful and strikingly handsome boy, tears welled up in Wen Jinlong's eyes, and he trembled as he whispered, "It truly is Asia." Secretary Lin felt a tightness in his chest, the depths of his dark eyes behind his glasses visibly clouded, yet he endeavored to maintain his composure. Analyzing, "No wonder I have sensed the presence of bodyguards from the Wen family trailing you recently. It appears Asia has gone missing," prompting the matriarch to discreetly send people to investigate. "I had thought it was because the matriarch discovered the existence of my godmother, which left my heart in a constant state of unease. If Asia has indeed gone missing and, by a twist of fate, fallen into Peige's hands, then matters would be significantly simplified. I would no longer have to endure the threats and constraints imposed by my mother. For years, I have treaded carefully, feeling as though I am on the verge of suffocating. This time, Peige has come to my rescue." Chen Jingpei, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, fumbled with a lighter in one hand, striking it idly yet failing to ignite the cigarette. When Jinlang seemed to have placed all his bets on Chen Jingpei, urging him fervently, "Please keep Asia hidden for the time being. Do not let my mother discover anything. In the future, Uncle Jin will certainly reward you handsomely." After a lengthy pause, the conversation concluded. Chen Jingpei lit another cigarette, perhaps pondering why Wen Jinlang had entrusted him with the task of concealing Wen Xiezhou. Moreover, who exactly is this Wen Xiezhou, the offspring of Wen Jinlang? What is Wen Jinlang apprehensive about? Secretary Lin, equally baffled, noted that as the conversation drew to a close, his voice gradually faded. His thumb incessantly caressed the photograph on the screen, lamenting, "If only she were still alive." As his words hung in the air, Secretary Lin watched as the tears he had been holding back fell onto the phone screen, shattering like a sorrowful blossom, obscuring the exquisite contours of Wen Xiezhou's striking visage. His heartstrings trembled uncontrollably as he mused, "If Wen Cece were alive, she would undoubtedly have grown into an exceptionally beautiful woman." A peaceful slumber enveloped the night until dawn broke. Xianzhi may have been indulging in a sweet dream, for she rose with remarkable enthusiasm early in the morning, nestling in the cloakroom to select an outfit for their marriage certificate photo. After a brief online consultation, it seemed that everyone unanimously agreed that a white shirt was the most aesthetically pleasing choice for such an occasion. "Therefore, I shall don this delicate white dress with a folded collar, and you shall wear this white shirt." Xianzhi, with a beaming smile, handed a carefully selected white shirt to Chen Jingpei. He did not hastily accept it. Instead, he encircled her, inching closer, and said, "You assist me in changing." Last night, he diligently attended to her bathing needs, and this morning, he felt entitled to a taste of sweetness from her as well. This modest request should not be deemed excessive. Should it, wife? His voice was irresistibly seductive, and Xianzhi, enveloped in his embrace, was overwhelmed by his scorching presence, making it exceedingly difficult to resist his audacious advances. Her ears quickly flushed a rosy hue, and she conceded, "Then you should crouch down a bit." Chen Jingpei wore a black shirt, devoid of buttons, necessitating its complete removal. Given his height, it would take some effort for her to assist him in this task. Otherwise, "Never mind. I shall stand on a stool," Xianzhi whimsically proposed. Chen Jingpei chuckled lightly. "Do as you please." Xianzhi, refusing to engage in his playful banter, swiftly stepped onto a small stool adorned with a velvet carpet, her bare, pristine toes barely making a sound. She then grasped the hem of his shirt and, with a fluid motion, lifted it over his head. Suddenly, a voice from outside the cloakroom exclaimed, "Oh dear. I seem to have stumbled upon something I should not have seen. Tofu, quickly cover your eyes." It was the robotic butler who had barged in. Xianzhi was utterly oblivious to whether the 24 had already developed an independent mindset. With its loud outburst, she felt an awkward urge to dig her toes into a Mary Sue castle and stuff it inside. What was it doing here? The delicate ambience of her life had been disrupted, and Chen Jingpei's gaze instantly turned icy, emanating an unmistakable displeasure as if contemplating transforming the robot into a toilet. Sensing the impending crisis, the 24 hastily tightened the leash on the peach pig and, with a mechanical stubbornness, declared, "Master, I did not intend to interrupt you and the mistress. It's just, your parents have arrived and are currently seated in the living room downstairs." Chapter 116. Unable to accept downstairs, in the living room, Zhang Lianyi sat gracefully on the sofa, delicately sipping her floral tea. Chen Huiting sat silently beside her, his expression devoid of amusement. After about 8 or 9 minutes, Chen Jingpei entered, leading Xuan Zhi through the elevator from the corridor. Today, they were both clad in matching couple attire, unmistakably preparing to obtain their marriage certificate. Despite his inner dissatisfaction, Chen Huiting endeavored to temper his explosive temper in the presence of Xuan Zhi, refraining from reprimanding Chen Jingpei on the spot. After all, given the circumstances, his fury would be of no avail. Moreover, a significant reason for his restraint was the phone call he received from Wen Jinlang around 3 or 4 in the morning, which effectively nullified the arranged marriage. When he inquired about the reason, Wen merely sighed and said, "It is our fate not to become in-laws. Let us not complicate matters for the children. Consider it a small act of kindness for Cici." Upon the mere mention of Cici, Chen Huiting felt an underlying tone of wistfulness and regret in the words. Thus, after contemplating throughout the night, he felt compelled to discuss his unease with Chen Jingpei. Consequently, as soon as they stepped into the living room, he broached the subject directly. "You are to marry Ji, and I shall not oppose it." His gaze settled on Chen Jingpei, his demeanor noticeably calmer. Xuan Zhi's eyes flickered with surprise at his change in attitude. However, the next sentence carried an undeniable weight of authority, imposing pressure upon Chen Jingpei. "But on the day of your wedding, you must first visit our Chen family ancestral hall and pay respects to Cici's spirit. She has been inscribed into the Chen family genealogy and is thus your nominal wife. Both you and Ji must honor her." "I am truly sorry, but I cannot accept this." The mere thought of Chen Jingpei bowing before the spirit of Wen Cici caused Xuan Zhi's fingers to clench involuntarily. "Uncle Chen, I cannot acquiesce to such a desolate arrangement. She is not merely a tool, she possesses her own emotional understanding. If you insist on recognizing Wen Cici as your nominal daughter-in-law and deeming her as Chen Jingpei's first wife, then let him remain with her spirit for eternity. I shall never compromise my principles, nor will I allow a third party to intrude upon my marriage, even if she is no longer in this world. I cannot accept it." With that, she forcefully wrenched her hand away from Chen Jingpei. The abruptness of her action nearly disoriented him. He hastily grasped her fingers once more, a hint of exasperation evident as he gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "I never agreed to this ridiculous arrangement. Must you always threaten to abandon me at the slightest disagreement? She has already been recorded in the Chen family genealogy as your wife. If I were to cast you aside, would it be to keep you for the festive dragon lanterns?" This was how Xuan Zhi was, when her temper flared. Her words became as venomous as if smeared with the deadly powder of a crane's crest. Zhang Lianyi, upon hearing this, was taken aback. She had merely sipped her floral tea, and suddenly the situation had escalated. She promptly rose, lightly reproaching Chen Huiting. "Darling, we had agreed upon this before we arrived. Why have you changed your mind?" The matter of their union had always been dictated by Chen Huiting, leaving Zhang Lianyi without any genuine decision-making power. Perhaps it was her inherently submissive nature that led her to rely on him for everything. Or perhaps it was because Chen Huiting had long desired a daughter. And at that moment, the adorably soft and rosy Cici, making her first visit, was simply irresistible. Holding such a delicate little treasure for the first time, he found it hard to part with her and jokingly yet earnestly proposed to Wen Jinlang, "Why not become in-laws? Look how unafraid Cici is on her first visit. She clings to Ape for play." Moreover, Cici's name had been whimsically chosen by Ape, signifying a serendipitous bond between the two children. The thought of not forming a union would be a tremendous regret. Zhang Lianyi understood that Chen Huiting, perhaps carrying this profound sentiment, was resolutely insistent on inscribing Wen Cici's name in the Chen family genealogy under the title of Chen Jingpei's wife. He was solely preoccupied with his own unresolved emotions, neglecting the feelings of others. A notable point, Wen Shanyi was driven to madness by the knowledge that Wen Shiqi's name was chosen by Chen Jingpei during his childhood, which compelled her to desire others to address her as Wen Shiqi. Chapter 117. The Remarried Man. From the Mid-Autumn Festival until today, Chen Huiting had only encountered Xuan Zhi on 2 occasions, leaving little room for a profound impression. At most, he found the girl remarkably beautiful and well-behaved. Quietly nestled beside Chen Jingpei while enjoying crab, resembling Beibei from a certain angle, as Zhang Lianyi had remarked. though he personally saw no resemblance. He couldn't help but feel a slight fondness for her initial impression. However, upon seeing her again today, his perception was entirely shattered. She was not the gentle and obedient figure she appeared to be. Deep within her, there resided a tenacity ready to challenge authority, a trait Chen Huiting admired. Nonetheless, he concealed this appreciation, maintaining an air of superiority and refusing to yield. Even when Zhang Liani mildly reproached him, he remained unfazed. Naturally, Zhang Liani dared not press further, having always adhered to his wishes with unwavering compliance, much like a traditional devoted wife. Unlike Xianxi, who appeared delicate and submissive yet possessed a fierce capacity for love and hate, and could tear apart the heavens at the slightest provocation. Just witnessing Chen Jingpei in a position of subjugation made Zhang Liani acutely aware. It was evident that her son was determined to marry that young girl. Given the prideful and arrogant disposition of Chen Jingpei, it is quite a rarity to witness him so easily commanded by his family to peel crabs for a girl. Reflecting further back, she had previously mistakenly assumed that Xuan Zhi was Chun Yun's girlfriend, and even casually mentioned it, which explains his immediate and furious rejection of his relatives. It appears he has harbored this secret for quite some time. The more Zhang Liani contemplated it, the more sorrowful she became, prompting her to attempt to advocate for him. She stepped forward to Xianxi, her eyes sparkling with warmth, and gently said, "Xixi, both your aunt and uncle genuinely appreciate you. If you could become a daughter-in-law of the Chen family, we would be overjoyed. However, your uncle can be rather obstinate. Do not take his previous words to heart. It is impossible for your aunt to truly expect Ape to bow before the spirit of Cece to propose." "Dear aunt, you need not elaborate," Xianxi replied, her beautiful eyes shimmering like autumn frost, radiating a chilling indifference. "Your stance does not reflect Uncle Chen's attitude. I, Xianxi, would rather remain solitary than marry a man who has been married before." Her words were indeed sharp. Were it not for the presence of their parents, Chen Jingpei would have eagerly pinned her to the wall and kissed her fiercely. "I must take my leave. I still have work to attend to," she concluded, forcefully breaking free from Chen Jingpei's grasp and resolutely departing the living room. Enraged, Chen Jingpei coldly summoned a robot to assist Chen Huiting and Zhang Liani as they exited, declaring with a bloodthirsty tone, "Do not disrupt my life again. This is my final act of tolerance. Should I fail to obtain my desires, you can forget about a peaceful existence for the rest of your lives." "You ungrateful child," Chen Huiting exclaimed, his fury ignited by the words. He reached for a nearby ornament, ready to strike. Zhang Liani, quick as a flash, intervened, raising her voice for the first time. "Enough, Huiting. Your arrangement is fundamentally flawed. It is also unjust to Xixi." Subsequently, Zhang Liani voiced further sentiments to Chen Huiting, but Chen Jingpei was too preoccupied to listen. All he desired at that moment was to swiftly comfort Xianxi. Chapter 118. Parting Chen Jingpei hastened to catch up, only to witness her removing his engagement ring from her ring finger and tossing it onto his pillow. A sudden pang of pain struck his eyes, and in anger, he grasped her wrist, demanding, "What are you doing? Are you truly intending to break up with me again? Just yesterday, you assured me that no matter what transpired, we would face it together and you would never abandon me. How can you be so fickle?" "Why can't I be fickle?" Xianxi's tone dripped with sarcasm. "You can indulge in multiple relationships, so why can't I change my mind?" She was relentless in her reasoning. As he spoke, tears shimmered in his eyes. But Xianxi feigned ignorance. She lowered her gaze, fixated on the faint ring mark left on her pale finger, unwilling to soften her resolve. "But your father has declared that when Xiqi will be recorded in the Chun family genealogy as your wife. This is something you cannot alter." Her voice trembled slightly. Tinged with self-mockery, "She has long been enshrined in your Chen family ancestral hall. Your father must have cherished her deeply. If she were still alive, you would undoubtedly marry her. And you and I would never have crossed paths or fallen in love. At this moment, I feel somewhat like a jest. Therefore, let us bring this to a close, Chen Jingpei. I refuse to be recorded in your family lineage as your second wife." What she desired was to be the one and only Mrs. Chen. Chen Jingpei's heart was in turmoil. He quickly embraced her, soothingly saying, "Please, cease your reckless words. Even if when Xiqi were alive, I would never marry her. I want you to be my wife. Moreover, this issue is not insurmountable. We can certainly resolve it. The Chen family, under the authority of my grandmother and uncle, would never allow such absurdity to persist." "Then why is when Xiqi's spirit tablet already enshrined in your family ancestral hall?" Xianxi found it difficult to accept. "I was still quite young at the time and did not fully comprehend." Chen Jingpei spoke the truth. When Xiqi passed away, He was barely 5 years old and truly did not know how his father convinced his grandmother to place Wen Shiqi's spirit tablet in the Chen family ancestral hall. With an expressionless demeanor, Xuan Zhi pushed him away, stating, "If that is the case, let us discuss this further once you have completely resolved the matter." Chen Jingpei was unwilling to relent, blocking her path, and with irritation said, "Are you planning to move in with Chen Yunze? I have so many rooms here. If you are genuinely upset and do not wish to sleep with me, I can temporarily take the study. The only course of action now is to placate her." Furthermore, if he disregarded her completely, who knows what wild thoughts she might conjure to torment him. Thus, even if he were to endure her sulking at home daily, he could never permit her to leave. However, as her feet are firmly planted, he could only restrain her temporarily, not indefinitely. Especially when Xuan Zhi coldly declared, "If you do not allow me to leave, then our relationship will truly be irreparably severed." Chapter 119. The identity of Wen Shiezhou. The engagement ring lay forlornly upon the pillow. The morning breeze diluted Xuan Zhi's unique fragrance. The vast bedroom felt desolate and empty. Chen Jingpei, dejected, sank into the sofa, lost in thought as he gradually came to terms with the harsh reality of being cast aside by Xuan Zhi for the third time. It was even conceivable that she might retreat to a place so distant he could never find her again. Suddenly, amidst his turmoil, his phone chimed with a new email. It was a message from the private investigator he had dispatched to uncover Wen Shiezhou's identity. He raised a finger and clicked on the document. Within it was a compilation of information regarding Wen Shiezhou's identity. The data revealed that Wen Shiezhou was the designated heir to the throne of the Light Kingdom, aged 25. Date of birth, June 9, 1997. Zodiac sign, Gemini. Blood type, Chen Jingpei. Upon reading this, Chen Jingpei felt a jolt in his chest, nearly mistaking the investigator's report for Xuan Zhi's identity information. Because Wen Shiezhou was born on the same day, month, and year as Xuan Zhi. As the sun ascended higher in the sky, the servants of the Wen family villa hurriedly prepared breakfast before retreating from the main building. Wen Jinlang, having spent the night awake, had Secretary Lin accompany him in a game of Go in the side hall. Pan Jiyun, adorned with alluring charm, descended from the upper bedroom, her meticulously made-up visage unable to conceal a hint of pallor and discomfort. His demeanor had evidently shifted to one of indifference. Though he had never been particularly warm towards Pan Jiyun, he had previously engaged in feigned affection, constrained by certain obligations and threats. Pan Jiyun detected a subtle difference but attributed it to his insomnia from being burdened with work, choosing not to ponder further. She took the liberty of sitting beside him and raised her hand, attempting to massage his temples. "Let me help you. It might bring you some relief." "No need," Wen Jinlang said, dismissing her hand as though it were a venomous serpent. "Is Shani awake? Go summon her. I have matters to discuss with her." Dismissed coldly. Especially in front of his subordinate, Pan Jiyun's smile faltered slightly. She took a deep breath, clenching her fists in frustration, then forced a more ingratiating smile. "Is this about the marriage alliance?" She cried and fussed all night, leaving me unable to sleep as well. When Jinlang picked up a black chess piece and placed it on the board, speaking slowly, "The engagement between the Chen and Wen families is entirely annulled." "What?" Both Pan Jiyun and the just arriving Wen Shani exclaimed in unison. Seeing Wen Shani's timely arrival, Wen Jinlang raised his gaze to her, each word piercing her heart. "Your engagement to Jingpei is null and void. The Chen and Wen families shall never unite." "Why?" "I refuse," Wen Shani shouted in a frenzy. "How can it simply be declared void? Father, you clearly promised to support me last night. Has Uncle Chen also been enchanted by that vixen? I will confront Uncle Chen myself for an explanation." Chapter 120. Please be kind to us yet cancelled? The words reverberated in Pan Jiyun's mind as she reacted more swiftly than Wen Shani, incredulously exclaiming, "Jinlang, you must be joking, right? You should understand how much NINI adores Jingpei. How could you unilaterally decide? Why can't I make such a decision?" When Jinlang interrupted her coldly. "This matter has already stirred up a tempest throughout the city. Are you not embarrassed? But NINI is your only daughter. How can you not consider her lifelong happiness? It is precisely because I care for her happiness that I must act decisively to minimize losses." When Jinlang's tone was resolute. "In the realm of aristocracy, there are many exceptional suitors besides Chen Jingpei. There is no need to cling stubbornly to a single tree. I will have Secretary Lin seek out several distinguished individuals and arrange a matchmaking banquet for NINI. She should not shamelessly pursue a man who does not love her." His words were double-edged, subtly alluding to Pan Jiyun's past persistence with him. At this, Wen Shani broke down in tears. "I don't want that. I refuse to marry anyone else. I only want Brother Jingpei." What is unattainable is forever the best. But when Jean Lang would no longer indulge her, whether you want it or not is not up to you. And I. Be quiet. Pan Jayan, flustered, hurriedly attempted to silence her. Apologize to your father. A resounding slap echoed through the room, forcefully striking Wen Shanny's cheek to the side. It was Wen Jean Lang who had delivered that blow. Wen Shanny could hardly believe it, tears streaming down her cheeks as she pressed her hand against her aching ear. Father, you struck me? You actually hit me over a child born from a slum? Jean Lang. At that moment, the matriarch of the Wen family entered the dining room and happened to witness this scene, her face flushing with anger and humiliation. What on earth are you doing? Have you lost your mind? Wen Xiezhou had been missing for several days, skillfully evading all hospital surveillance, leaving no trace behind. The matriarch had long since prepared a convenient excuse for this predicament. When Jean Lang clenched his fists discreetly, unwilling to expose her. What do you mean by that? The expression on the matriarch's face shifted, revealing her waning control over the situation. When Jean Lang's cold, bitter smile spoke volumes. What else could I possibly mean? I have endured your coercion for far too long. From now on, whether a Xie lives or dies is entirely at your discretion. I no longer wish to concern myself with it, nor do I care. You, in any case, you will no longer use a Xie as leverage to force me into discussing a marriage alliance with Huaiting. It is all over. I shall live solely for myself from this point forward. If you still possess a shred of compassion, then please extend it to a Xie. After all, he is your own grandson. With that, when Jean Lang concluded his remarks, subtly signaling to Secretary Lin. The secretary immediately understood and reported the schedule. Secretary 1. Time is of the essence. You are due for a grassroots inspection today. We must depart. Chapter 121. It shouldn't end badly. Within a day, the entire Chen family was aware that Chen Jingpei and Xuan Zhi had failed to obtain their marriage certificate. After Grandma Chen unraveled the complexities of the situation, she chastised Chen Huaiting vehemently. Chun Maoyang and Liang Yu, embodying the roles of elder brother and sister-in-law, also imparted their lessons to him. Ultimately, Chen Maoyang, believing that Huaiting's mindset was detrimental to the new socialist core values, expelled him from the family group chat in a fit of rage. Chen Huaiting felt utterly humiliated, yet he dared not protest. The younger generation in the group reveled in his misfortune, nearly bursting with laughter. Even the second uncle has his day, Chen Xinyu remarked. He deserves it. Indeed, uncle is quite something. Chen Jias gave a thumbs up. The most embarrassed minister of propaganda in history. Ha, the other Chen brothers teased. Chen Xinyu pondered for a moment and suggested, I wish I could pull Sister Xian into the group. Let's hold off on that for now. We should let Brother Pei soothe her first. Otherwise, it could backfire, Chen Jias advised, demonstrating a newfound maturity. Chen Xinyu nodded in agreement. Yes, that makes sense. However, I genuinely believe Sister Xian is extremely upset. Brother Pei might not be able to comfort her. Tut, you little crow, Chen Jias replied, sending a playful emoji to chide her. As the sun set and the stars emerged, the evening breeze carried the refreshing scent of mint oil. Xianji twisted open a bottle of essential oil, applying a bit to her temples to invigorate herself. Shen and I noticed her unusual demeanor and inquired, Miss Xian, has something emotional affected you? It's quite late. Aren't you planning to leave work? After applying the oil, Xianji retrieved a biscuit from her drawer to stave off hunger, her tone remarkably indifferent. You may leave. There is no need for you to stay with me. Shen and I gazed at her icy profile, feeling a mixture of vexation and an inability to express anger. It was not that I was accompanying you, rather, I was merely indulging in my own penchant for overtime. A moment of silence enveloped the air. Xianji, unwilling to engage further, bit down hard on a biscuit, only to discover that the manuscript she had begun was filled with Chen Jingpei's name, which only exacerbated her tumultuous emotions. Suddenly, she rose to her feet, stuffing the unfinished draft into her backpack, and addressed Shen and I. Since you enjoy working overtime so much, then by all means, do so. I shall take my leave now. Shen and I, taken aback, thought to himself, how could one possess such a heartless disposition? Truly, she is infuriatingly charming. He was at his wit's end, scratching his head in frustration, calling after her cool silhouette. Who in their right mind enjoys overtime? If it weren't for your presence here, I would have long since thrown in the towel. Xianji, seemingly oblivious, continued her stride toward the elevator lobby. The more Shen and I contemplated, the stronger his sense of foreboding grew, prompting him to rush after her and block the elevator doors. Have you had a quarrel? You have been acting quite out of character today. Would you like me to take you for a ride? I've just acquired a new motorcycle. It's incredibly cool. Shall we go for a spin? Thank you, but no. Although she was indeed embroiled in a conflict with Chen Jingpei, she would never let her emotions lead her to engage in ambiguous outings with another man, particularly with a cunning younger man who had long been eyeing her. Such a situation would undoubtedly pose a risk. She wished to avoid any misunderstandings and certainly did not want Chen Jingpei to be misled. Due to misunderstandings, the emotional turmoil is truly distressing. In Chapter 122, titled Danger, once again rejected, Xuan Zhi finds himself enveloped in a tinge of desolation. Yet, he maintains an exterior facade of indifference. He gazes at Xuan Zhi, whose beauty surpasses even the moonlight, and attempts to lighten the mood with a jest, saying, "Being turned down by you so often, it seems I must modify my motorcycle into a Barbie pink to attract some romantic prospects." His laughter fails to reach his eyes, and Xuan Zhi perceives his concealed sorrow. She refrains from addressing it directly, but offers a sincere smile and heartfelt wishes. May your future be as splendid as brocade, with love blooming in abundance. Xuan Zhi's expression twitches involuntarily at her words, and in a mix of frustration and humor, he retorts, "Xuan Zhi, your words are indeed sharp. If I were to have love in abundance, wouldn't I be overwhelmed? I earnestly implore you to be reasonable. A single blossom of love would suffice. For 10 blooms are beyond my grasp." As they exchange banter, the elevator descends steadily, arriving at the lobby. Xuan Zhi steps out first, only to find the information desk vacant, with only a security guard on duty. She lifts her gaze towards the enchanting night outside the revolving doors, perhaps secretly hoping that Chen Jingpei would be waiting for her. However, in reality, he is absent this evening. "Xuan Zhi, please take care on your way," Xuan Zhi gently advises, walking alongside her. From a distance, the scene resembles a heartbroken lover, cloaked in shadows, nursing their wounds without the courage to chase after the most radiant light. An inexplicable ache grips his chest as the night breeze rushes through the partially open window, carrying with it a piercing chill. Behind the vehicle, the heavy motorcycle roared in pursuit, and Xuan Zhi appeared like a leopard lurking in the shadows of the night, angrily shouting at her, "Teacher Xuan Zhi, are you reckless? Why are you driving so fast? Do you understand how dangerous this is? Slow down." A radiant smile graced Xuan Zhi's lips as he decelerated to match her pace. "I am a professional racer. How could you possibly compare yourself to me? Are you in a bad mood today? I know of a sky bar nearby. How about I take you there for a couple of drinks to lift your spirits?" "Juice would suffice," she replied. Xuan Zhi was undeterred. That bar is frequented by successful individuals and affluent elites. It's generally a place for listening to music and discussing business collaborations, nothing chaotic. Xuan Zhi paused momentarily, recalling a provocation, and cheekily remarked, "Teacher Xuan Zhi, your repeated refusals can't be because you're afraid that spending more time with me will lead you to uncontrollably develop feelings for me, can it? That would be rather timid of you. I have long assured you that you can regard me as a sister. I would never act inappropriately towards you. Would you grant me this one favor? At least we could be friends." As the traffic light changed, Xuan Zhi halted the car, the tightness in her chest persisting. An unwelcome sensation she could not shake off. Her fingers gripped the steering wheel tightly, and for a fleeting moment, she felt a hint of wavering. Suddenly, she turned to the window and asked Xuan Zhi in a soft tone, "Where is it? Lead the way." Xuan Zhi was momentarily taken aback, unable to react. "What?" Xuan Zhi seemed genuinely eager to release her emotions, regaining her patience, and repeated each word deliberately. "Where's the sky bar you mentioned? Lead the way." Chapter 123, Extravagance at the Sky Bar. As anticipated by Xuan Zhi, the atmosphere of this sky bar exudes elegance and sophistication, accompanied by melodious tunes that contrast sharply with the chaotic cacophony of heavy metal music. This establishment is truly a sanctuary for savoring exquisite wines while gazing at the enchanting nightscape of Peige. "Teacher Xuan Zhi, do you know who owns this sky bar?" Xuan Zhi inquired as he thoughtfully selected a booth. The design of the seating area is utterly dreamlike and opulent, reminiscent of a noble's throne within an interstellar imperial palace. Xuan Zhi found herself enveloped in its allure, with rose-shaped neon lights casting vibrant hues from the ceiling. Her clear eyes reflected a kaleidoscope of confusion as she gently shook her head, indicating her lack of knowledge. 5 years ago, during her time in Peige, this sky bar did not exist. It must have been constructed within the last 2 years. Observing her bewildered expression, which he found endearingly charming, Xuan Zhi informed her, "This is owned by the Ming family of Jiqing. You must have heard of Ming Fan Inn?" Ming Fan Inn. Xuan Zhi was indeed familiar with the name. She nodded affirmatively, recalling a night spent with Chen Jingpei and Fanqing. Teacher Xianji, why are your ears so red? You haven't even had a drink yet. Chen noted with keen observation. Xianji lifted her hand to pinch her earlobe, attempting to mask her embarrassment. They're not red. It's just the reflection of the lights. She replied. Chen did not press further, but shifted the conversation. Well, what would you like to drink? They offer a signature fruit wine called Brilliance of Starry Cherry. Would you care to try a glass? All right, that sounds good, Xianji responded, reassured by the thought that the fruit wine would likely have a lower alcohol content. Moments later, they awaited their order. A glass of pink fruit wine, shimmering like starlight intertwined with cherry blossoms, was presented by a waiter clad in an elegant tailcoat. Xianji took a sip, the flavor sweet and quite delightful. Without hesitation, she drank nearly half the glass in one go, treating it as if it were mere juice. Chen clicked his tongue, exclaiming, Xianji, this is alcohol. Please drink it slowly. It has quite the kick. Only then did he suddenly realize that after consuming alcohol, driving would be out of the question. Thus, he cunningly ordered himself a non-alcoholic beverage. He truly wished she could embrace his waist, sitting obediently on the back of his motorcycle. Yet, the cherry blossoms ultimately did not belong to him. His thoughts were just beginning to take shape. Moments later, the one who sought the cherry blossom arrived. Chen Jingpei rose from the VIP booth and addressed the youth before him, whose countenance was as cold and exquisite as jade. Please take a look at the bionic model. If you have any questions, feel free to consult my secretary. I must attend to a personal matter for the time being. The youth gazed intently at the laptop, his expression indifferent as he nodded. As Chen Jingpei strode away, the youth slightly turned, his gaze following the tall, elegant figure towards the diamond booth. There. Chen Jingpei's chest swelled with jealousy as he angrily grasped the girl's wrist, questioning in a coarse voice, Xianji, what are you doing here with him? Are you playing around? Xianji, that name felt so familiar. Mr. Si Chang, noticing the youth lost in thought, called out to him, saying, I apologize for the distraction. That young lady is our general manager Chen's girlfriend, and she has been in a bit of a mood these past few days. Indeed. From the moment Xianji and Chen entered the bar, Qi Jian's keen eyes had already spotted the two, leaving him at a loss for how to delicately inform Chen Jingpei. Fortunately, Chen Jingpei soon discovered it himself. Si Chang was merely making a brief appearance. At this juncture, nearly 20 years of age. Chapter 124. Revelry in Abundance. Chen Jingpei's voice, though restrained and painstakingly controlled, inevitably drew the attention of some distinguished figures seated nearby. He had no choice but to grasp Xianji's delicate wrist and escort her to the restroom. The public lavatory of the Sky Bar was extravagantly spacious, measuring an estimated 500 to 600 square meters, with every fixture exuding an air of aristocracy. Even the faucet was crafted from gold, resplendent to the point of overwhelming the senses. Chen Jingpei, let go. The potent after-effects of the fruit liqueur began to assail Xianji's consciousness. And as she felt her head spinning, Chen Jingpei forcefully pulled her into the men's area, causing her pale visage to reflect her alarm. You must be out of your mind. This is the men's restroom. Yet, Chen Jingpei remained undeterred, ruthlessly pinning her against the wash basin outside the restroom. The wash basin, ingeniously designed, featured an immaculate row of hexagonal mirrors that sparkled like diamonds, refracting light in dazzling patterns. Xianji found herself entranced by the blood-red gaze of the man before her, as if ensnared within a parallel world mirrored before her, unable to escape the grasp of a vampire. Instinctively, she recoiled, prompting Chen Jingpei's fury to flare even more intensely beneath the surface. He forcefully lifted her chin, compelling her to face him, and with a voice steeped in anger, he proclaimed, "Is this your idea of taking a moment to cool down? Engaging in an affair with another young man behind my back? That is your notion of solitude? Chen Xuanzhi, I have indulged you far too much, allowing you to behave so recklessly time and again. If I had not fortuitously been here tonight, would you have gone straight to a hotel with that young man?" His thoughts were indeed wild. Xuanzhi, her jaw aching from his grip, defiantly retorted, "Yes. I intend to share a hotel room with him. What business is it of yours?" The moment those words escaped her lips, they ignited Chen Jingpei's fury to its zenith. Infuriated, he pressed his right hand against the sensitive spot at the back of her neck, menacingly declaring, "Then let me show you just how much I can control you. I shall not rest until you are utterly subdued tonight." With that, he disregarded any further protest from Xuanzhi and leaned down, fiercely capturing her lips with his. The lingering sweetness of fruit wine danced between them, intoxicating. After a couple of fervent bites, he softened his approach. treating her with a tenderness akin to that of a gentle rabbit savoring its most cherished moon. Xuan Zhi, unable to withstand such affection, struggled briefly before succumbing to the overwhelming sensation. Their breaths intertwined in a delicate embrace. The restroom seemed devoid of any other presence. Chen Jingpei, his desires stirring, contemplated whisking her away to a secluded stall for a more intimate exchange. Suddenly, a rather inconspicuous teasing voice emerged from behind. "Hey, Mr. Chen, what a lively spirit." The speaker was a scion of a wealthy family. Chen Jingpei caught a glimpse of his mischievous grin in the mirror and instinctively unfastened the buttons of his suit jacket, pressing Xuan Zhi's blushing face against his chest to shield her from view. Unable to see Xuan Zhi's beauty, the young master grinned wider and remarked, "I always thought Mr. Chen was devoid of worldly desires. Who would have imagined you indulge even more than your peers? Have you said enough?" Chen Jingpei shot him a cold glance. The young master, sensing the intensity of his gaze, retorted sullenly, "Just a jest. No need to take it so seriously. Please, continue your enjoyment. I shall not intrude." With that, he discreetly slipped into a corner booth. Faced with such an encounter, Chen Jingpei found it difficult to regain his composure. He steadied his erratic breath, cradled Xuan Zhi's fluffy head in his hands, and tenderly smoothed her disheveled hair, not forgetting to admonish her, "I shall deal with you later." Xuan Zhi, perhaps feeling the effects of intoxication, refrained from retorting, allowing him to lead her toward the prestigious private booth. Chapter 125. Iris Flowers in the Private Booth. Chen Jingpei removed his suit jacket and wrapped it around Xuan Zhi, allowing her to rest her head against his shoulder for a moment's respite. Sitting opposite them, Sichong lifted her eyelids slightly, casting a fleeting glance at Xuan Zhi, before her lips curled into a subtle smirk as she addressed Chen Jingpei, saying, "Mr. Chen certainly does not treat me as a stranger." His insinuation was that, despite being a client of some consequence, Chen Jingpei had abandoned Jianshan to pursue a woman during an important collaborative endeavor. When they had finally managed to ascend to the Nyangyang Temple, Wang Jia and Xiao Luo unceremoniously ensconced themselves on the stone steps before the main hall, imbibing water with unrestrained gusto. The system would no longer intrude upon him abruptly. When he was at leisure, he could simply summon it with a thought to make inquiries. It transpired that 4 months prior, Zhuang Zichou's grandfather had passed away, and the elderly matriarch, overcome with grief and advanced age, had fallen ill, spending 3 months in the hospital. The family contemplated arranging a grand birthday banquet for her 80th birthday to uplift her spirits. Subsequently, the netherworld wolf procured another bucket of water and splashed it upon the countenance of the Japanese individual, affording him some respite. They were also curious as to the true identity of this Chen Fan, even with Li Xiaoxiao's backing. It seemed improbable that he could treat the Zhu family in such a manner, but the events had transpired, indicating that this host was certainly not to be trifled with. Yusun awakened the light brain evolution, emitting imperceptible brainwaves from his cerebrum, penetrating Modi's mind, and establishing a connection. Seeing Chen Baixian depart, Chen Jingong smiled, inquiring if her father was finished with his meal, remarking that the evening repast was excessively lavish and that her father was once again engaging in extravagant waste. Chen Jingong delivered her words with sardonic derision. Early the following morning, Yi Guangyuan and Lin Heng, having completed their morning exercises, were partaking of tea in the courtyard, while Tian Daong leisurely sat to one side. At times, personal connections are far more valuable than mere monetary considerations, particularly when the individual in question possesses a significant background. After all, Zhao Dongqiang had mentioned that he was a member of some special forces unit, which generally implies a person of considerable importance. At present, nearly everyone's attention is fixated on the imminent battle, oblivious to the fact that all the warships are ensnared in a formidable ocean current. The ultimate destination of this current is none other than the chaotic seas of the Demon Realm in the East and North Seas, where several vast oceans converge. Furthermore, there exists a track that traverses the expanse of space. This contraption, if one were to refrain from calling it a track, would defy all contemplation and seem more akin to a transparent dome obscuring the sky. They have finally fallen into the trap. Under the deliberate guidance of Chang Fei, the flames of war have reached Yamato. Just as the sage Shima and the sage Fumizaku were preparing for the frog's chant, Naruto, ensnared by the Earth explosion star, could no longer resist seeking the power of the Nine Tails. At that very moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. On the Millennium Thunderwood at the heart of the Thunder Domain, a disturbance erupted. Countless bolts of lightning surged and swirled, and in an instant, The outer layer of the lightning barrier disintegrated, with all the power of the thunder converging upon the central Millennium Thunderfruit. Ah, that's right. My father's disposition is not merely rigid, it is rather haughty. Chang Fei's eyes sparkled with inspiration as he recalled a clever ploy from his father. Lambert, lend us a hand. We need to carry Kin into the fray, Dallas remarked to the recently awakened Lambert. Although there are alternative means to perpetuate one's will, it cannot truly be considered a complete self. Ling Feng, without even glancing at the name, spent several hundred points to exchange for a multitude of elixirs and medicinal herbs to present to the mother serpent. Chapter 126. My girlfriend is jealous this evening. Chen Jingpei indulged in a couple of drinks, and unable to drive, he booked a couple's room at the Sky Bar. Shen and I sat alone in the diamond booth, observing from a distance as Xuan Zhi obediently followed Chen Jingpei away. His heart was perhaps irreparably shattered, prompting him to summon the waiter for 2 of the strongest drinks, which he downed in one reckless gulp. He truly was a masochist by nature, fully aware that her heart belonged to another, yet still foolishly hoping to play the role of a standby lover. Regrettably, it seemed that Chen Jingpei was genuinely enamored with her, leaving Shen and I without any opportunity to intervene. The bar remained open until 4 in the morning. Inside the couple's room, Xuan Zhi and Chen Jingpei engaged in a playful spat on the bed, and only after leaving a few small bite marks on his chest and shoulders did she relent and cuddle into his embrace, allowing herself to drift off to sleep. Tomorrow, I will personally go to the Chun family ancestral hall and retrieve Wen Cici's spirit tablet, Chen Jingpei whispered softly in her ear. Yet Xinji appeared to be in slumber, offering no response. Moreover, my grandmother and uncle have scolded my father thoroughly today. Please, can you stop sulking? Silence enveloped the room, the ambient lighting rendering itself superfluous in the passage of time. Chen Jingpei waited for a long while without receiving an answer, his heart sinking gradually. It felt as though Chan Sinyu's ominous words had come to fruition. Brother Pei, you should not expect to comfort her anymore. As autumn approached in early October, Feiqing was on the verge of a genuine chill. Xianxi awoke, resting her head on Chen Jingpei's arm, while outside, the sky was shrouded in a misty rain. The weather forecast on her phone warned of a wave of cold air arriving within the next 15 days. As Xianxi glanced at the clock, she noted it was already 9 o'clock. She quietly extricated herself from Chen Jingpei's embrace, believing she would not disturb him. Little did she know, Chen Jingpei had spent the entire night awake, merely allowing her the freedom of space, unwilling to draw her too close until matters were resolved. Thus, he could only let her slip away once more. Upon exiting the couple's room, Xianji felt an increasing sense of frustration. He had never slept so soundly before. And considering they had not engaged in any vigorous activity the previous night, it was bewildering how he could sleep like a log. Unbeknownst to Chen Jingpei, he had unwittingly created an additional layer of torment for himself at that moment. All he desired was to swiftly remove Wen Shiqi's memorial tablet from the Chun family ancestral hall. However, as this thought crossed his mind, Wen Jinlang, with impeccable timing, called him. The phone call arrived just when it was most needed. A cold smirk formed on Chen Jingpei's lips as he answered the green button. When Jinlang's voice came through, stating, regarding the marriage alliance, I have successfully negotiated with your father as promised. When would be a suitable time for me to meet with the Xia? Are you truly certain that you have reached an agreement? Chen Jingpei replied, a hint of sarcasm curling at the corners of his mouth, his tone chilling enough to seem as if it could conjure frost. Do you not realize that Shiqi's memorial tablet is still enshrined in the Chun family ancestral hall? My girlfriend is rather jealous at the moment, and I hope you can personally come today to retrieve Shiqi's tablet. After all, you are her father, and it is unreasonable for our family to continue honoring her. The memorial tablet of Shiqi? Wen Jinlang was taken aback by the revelation. Chen Jingpei chuckled coldly. Do not pretend you are unaware of this matter. When Jinlang hesitated, words caught in his throat. He was not entirely unaware of the matter. He simply never anticipated that Chun Huaiting would actually set up a memorial tablet for Shi in the Chun family ancestral hall. He thought Chun Huaiting had merely spoken of it in passing years ago. Chapter 127. Resolution. The rain fell in strands, enveloping the entire Fei city in a somber haze. Chen Jingpei stood elegantly outside the vintage corridor, holding a black umbrella, harmoniously blending with the ink-wash landscape, captivating the gaze of all who beheld him. Wen Jinlang arrived as promised, accompanied by Secretary Lin, who donned a black suit and bow tie, solemnly shielding Wen Jinlang from the rain with an umbrella. The memorial tablet for Wen Shiqi was cradled in Chen Jingpei's hands, cloaked in a piece of black cloth. As when Jean Lang received it with trembling hands, the tears he had been desperately holding back overflowed. His voice was barely above a whisper, so soft that it was almost lost to the patter of the rain. In that fleeting moment, Chen Jingpei felt an inexplicable tug at his heart, perhaps suddenly reminded of Xuan Zhi, who was without a father and without a home. His phone, charging in the alcove, rang twice. It was a private message from Sister Xiao Xiao of the finance team. He opened the voice message. Xiao Xiao politely inquired, Zhi, I heard from Editor-in-Chief Shin that you are assisting our finance group in liaising with Chen Jingpei, correct? However, I also heard from Editor-in-Chief Shin that Chen Jingpei might be inclined to grant us an exclusive interview. Additionally, I've heard that the bionic exhibition by Changjing Technology will be held this winter. Do you have a specific date yet? If possible, could you share his personal contact number with me? I would like to reach out to him to facilitate the progress of our work. Chen Jingpei's private number. Xianji felt a certain reluctance as she tightened her grip on her phone, promptly declining. I only have his secretary's number. On a personal level, Chen Jingpei is her boyfriend, and she would never divulge her boyfriend's phone number to another woman, even if it were merely a matter of work. She had no desire to share it. Professionally speaking, regardless of their relationship, Chen Jingpei's status dictated that such information was not hers to give. This is a matter of workplace protocol and professional ethics. Very well, please send me his secretary's number. Within 2 or 3 seconds of the voice message, Xianji quickly read through it, opened her contacts, and copied Qi Jian's number to send it to her, adding, I will inform Secretary Qi, so when you reach out, just mention that you're from Feiqing Daily. He will relay the message to Chen Jingpei. All right, thank you. Xiao Xiao excitedly sent her a heart emoji. The rain fell for a day and a night, and once again, Xianji worked late into the evening as she had the day before. Consequently, some began to steer public opinion, stating, in my view, even if Grandpa Huang has 7 bullet fragments in his body, it does not necessarily mean he participated in the Battle of Buyue Mountain. After all, given the harsh survival conditions of Buyue Mountain, it would be exceedingly difficult to emerge alive without modern technological assistance. One could reference those exploration teams. Moreover, all 1,499 soldiers perished, yet he alone, as if a chosen child favored by the divine, traversed thousands of kilometers to Huangdong village? Haha, this seems rather theatrical. I still believe Feiqing Daily is deliberately creating a spectacle. However, this viewpoint was soon met with rebuttal. Xianji, upon reading this, lifted her fingertip and offered a like to the netizen before quietly exiting Weibo. She drove her car into the garage of Jia Hoan and took the elevator directly to the 27th floor. However, the moment she stepped out of the elevator, she caught sight of Chen Jingpei leaning against the ventilation shaft, smoking. Her footsteps halted instantly as raindrops drifted in from the vent, dampening the tips of his dark hair, adding a touch of tenderness to the scene. The crimson embers of his cigarette ignited the fervor in his gaze. Xianji listened quietly as he spoke. The matter concerning when Cici has been resolved. Can you now marry me? Chapter 128. The Queen Lightning flashed outside, accompanied by a low rumble of thunder. The corridor's motion-sensitive lights flickered on and off. Chen Jingpei's voice bore a humble plea. Though he was a man standing atop the pinnacle of power, he repeatedly relinquished his pride for Xianji, willingly enduring the torment she inflicted upon him. Will you marry me? I ask you once more. He knelt on one knee, retrieving a new ring from his pocket. Xianji cast a glance downward at the ring, which resembled a crown adorned with priceless rubies. It was not the one she had discarded on his pillow, although that ring also held considerable value. It was evident that it belonged to a different echelon. This one, clearly imbued with profound significance, was purchased by Chen Jingpei himself at an auction earlier that afternoon. A singular piece in the world. This ring symbolized the Supreme Queen. Chen Jingpei wished for Xianji to be his queen, yet Xianji did not accept it. Her fingers, hanging by her side, curled slightly in a tight grip, conveying a sense of cold detachment. I do not wish to discuss marriage at this moment. Having spoken, she turned and approached the door, entering her fingerprint password. The matter concerning when Shichi had been resolved, and my father had received a reprimand from my grandmother. Is there still something weighing heavily on your heart that troubles you? Please, do share. As he spoke, he hastily moved to prevent her from shutting the door. Or perhaps, I could persuade my father to issue a public apology? Xianji remained silent. The disparity in strength led her to abandon the act of closing the door, instead striding directly into the living room, disinterested in his prattling. She regarded him as if he were air, proceeding to the kitchen to fetch a drink from the refrigerator. In an effort to assert his presence, Chen Jingpei shamelessly followed her into the kitchen, preemptively twisting off the bottle cap for her. She ignored him, then turned to the balcony to collect the sheets and blankets from the dryer. Once again, Chen Jingpei eagerly accompanied her, taking the sheets and blankets from her and carrying them into the bedroom. Chen Jingpei, though she was simultaneously vexed and unsure how to reprimand him, realized that while he was not at fault regarding Wen Shiqi's inclusion in the Chen family genealogy, the mere thought of Chen Huiting's rigid demeanor reignited the fissures of the marital shadows that Chen Jingpei had almost healed. Can we lay everything bare and speak openly tonight? Chen Jingpei held her tightly, refusing to loosen his grip, his voice exceedingly gentle. Tell me, is there still something that weighs upon you? Allow me to help alleviate your distress. Fortunately, a glimmer of rationality persisted. The discomfort lodged deep within her heart could not be alleviated in just a day or two. I fear that if I were to marry you, it would be akin to treading the same path as my mother. After all, the signs of disapproval had already emerged before the marriage, and post-nuptial life would surely be fraught with chaos and shattered dreams. She had once contemplated bravely embarking on a journey. Yet, when the moment truly arrived, she confessed to her retreat. Chapter 129. The cold and the rain. The sound of rain fell incessantly, with no indication of when it might cease. As she spoke, she forcefully tugged at the blankets and sheets entwined around Chen Jingpei. However, he held her too tightly, and she could only manage to extract a portion. Could you possibly let go of me? I still need to make the bed. Her demeanor was markedly less frigid than moments prior. Chen Jingpei, sensing the shift, graciously released her and said, I'll help you make the bed. Having done this together 5 years ago, it was ostensibly nothing extraordinary. Yet Xianji's heart inexplicably raced at these mundane domestic tasks shared with him. She remained silent, showing no signs of resistance, merely fiddling with the corners of the blanket before handing one side to him. The implication was clear. Chen Jingpei observed her compliance, her defiance reduced to mere words, and the corners of his mouth betrayed a pleased smile as he teasingly inquired, After we finish making the bed, may I stay the night? The rain outside is quite heavy. He certainly knew how to play the gentleman, and if he truly wished to remain overnight, Xianji found herself utterly powerless against him. After all, he possessed the electronic key, granting him unrestricted access. With a moment of silence, Xianji promptly seized a pillow and tossed it at him, declaring her intent to sleep in the living room. He pondered that as long as she could completely let go, taking things slowly would be acceptable. However, this situation persisted for over half a month. Xianji became increasingly busy at the newspaper, often leaving early and returning late. With his birthday approaching day by day, he could not tell whether she had simply forgotten due to her busyness or if other factors were at play, as she had yet to reveal any indication of remembrance. Growing anxious, on the morning before his birthday, a wave of cold air swept in. He donned a thin short-sleeved shirt and intentionally sat on the balcony, exposing himself to the cold wind for 2 hours in hopes of eliciting her sympathy and concern. Unfortunately, Xianji was preoccupied with an interview alongside Meng Jie regarding a political news event and failed to notice him shivering on the balcony. She left in a hurry, even neglecting to eat breakfast. Feeling neglected once more, Chen Jingpei nearly turned away in frustration, ultimately deciding to be resolute and stubbornly endure the cold until he caught a chill. As the elevator descended slowly, Xianji held her phone, her gaze fixed on 2 dates she had meticulously planned. One of them was Chen Jingpei's birthday. Truth be told, no matter how busy she was, she could not possibly forget. Yet, even now, she had not decided on a suitable gift for him, nor did she know how to celebrate the occasion with him. Today's news event attracted numerous provincial and municipal dignitaries, among whom the most notable was Wen Jinlang. The Feiqing Daily had secured a 15-minute exclusive interview slot, with Guo Ming responsible for the on-camera interview while Xianji handled the photography. This was the first time Xianji encountered Wen Jinlang up close. She harbored no particularly complex personal emotions. However, during the shoot, she occasionally recalled that he was the father of Wen Sisi and Wen Shani, as well as an illegitimate child. Wen Xiezhou, despite his seemingly pure and upright demeanor, why did his clandestine conduct reek of debauchery? Her fingers gripped the camera firmly, and as Xianji watched Wen Jinlang with indignation, she remained unaware that Secretary Lin was also observing her from a corner. Chapter 130. Copy and paste 15 minutes into the exclusive interview. Xianji contained her subdued emotions as she detached her camera from the tripod and stowed it into her backpack. She noticed the girl with her head lowered. Yet before she could discern her clearly, her attention was drawn away by a striking shade of green on the camera. a hue that felt remarkably familiar. However, the girl's swift movements and the urgency of other impending appointments left her no time to delve further. Surrounded by several accompanying staff members, she swiftly departed in a private vehicle alongside Secretary Lin. Inside the car, Secretary Lin hesitated momentarily before presenting a secretly captured photograph from her phone to Wenjin Lang, saying, "Godfather, I discovered this girl at the venue today. She bears a striking resemblance to Godmother from a certain angle. Particularly, her jawline and profile is almost a perfect replica of Godmother's." Upon hearing this, Wenjin Lang's heart jolted, and he quickly took the phone, exclaiming, "Let me see." The photograph depicted the girl he had noticed just as he was leaving. The girl exudes a frosty elegance, as if touched by the words of Secretary Lin. Her profile's jawline strikingly resembles that of Bei, radiating an unapproachable beauty. His fingers trembled uncontrollably as Wenjin Lang magnified the photo, searching for that hint of green hanging from the girl's camera. However, that elusive shade of green seemed to be clasped within the girl's palm, with only a red string entwining her jade-like fingers. Disappointment crept into Wenjin Lang's heart as he belatedly inquired of Secretary Lin, "Is today's exclusive interview with Feicing daily?" Weary, he rubbed the bridge of his nose and continued, "That girl whom Chen Jingpei favors, is she present today?" "She should be," Secretary Lin replied subtly, having conducted prior research. "No wonder," Wenjin Lang remarked, "no wonder Chen Jingpei is so captivated. Had it not been for Chen Jingpei's insistence on waiting until his girlfriend was willing to marry him before introducing him to Wen Shizhu, Wenjin Lang would not have felt the curiosity to learn what Chen Jingpei's girlfriend looked like. Thus, he granted Feicing daily this opportunity for an exclusive interview. Though he did not specifically request for Xuan Zhi to attend, it was merely a coincidence. "Godfather, I actually have gathered some information," Secretary Lin expressed, his confidence wavering as he prepared to present the data. "What information?" Wenjin Lang swiftly seized the tightly held folder from him. Taking a deep breath, Secretary Lin revealed, "It appears she is also 25 years old, her birthday on June 9th, but she has typo blood, which does not match yours or Godmother's." Hearing this, Wenjin Lang couldn't help but smile wryly. He raised a hand and gently patted Secretary Lin's shoulder, saying with profound significance, "What are you overthinking, Mo Su? Cece is no longer here." Lin Mo Su fell silent, yet a lingering feeling gnawed at him, suggesting that the matter was far more intricate than it appeared. For had he not witnessed Xuanji's appearance, he would never have harbored such intense thoughts. Chapter 131. Chen Jingpei has a fever. The cold wind howled. She thought that at this hour, Chen Jingpei should still be at the office. So she planned to prepare a small hot pot with the vegetables stored in the fridge to warm herself. However, upon entering, she was met with the sight of Chen Jingpei wrapped in a thick quilt, his expression pale and fragmented as he sat on the sofa. Xuanji's heart skipped a beat, and she anxiously inquired, "What happened? Are you unwell?" Finally eliciting her concern, Chen Jingpei feigned strength. "I'm not sick. Just feeling a bit cold." His voice was noticeably deeper and more husky than usual. Xuanji, half convinced, couldn't resist approaching him and reaching out to touch his forehead. "Let me check. You really seem unwell." Chen Jingpei raised his hand to block her fingertips, employing a strategy of feigned indifference. "It might just be a slight chill from this morning. A little warmth will do the trick." "This morning?" Xuanji's brows furrowed. "You've been feeling unwell since morning? Why didn't you tell me?" As she spoke, she forcefully slipped her other hand under the quilt, feeling his chest. Instantly, her palm was met with a wave of heat. Panic surged within her as she said, "You seem to have a fever. I'll go get the medicine box." "It's just a slight low fever." Chen Jingpei pressed her hand tightly against his chest, reluctant to let her depart. "I can endure this," he said. "Could you refrain from being willful?" Xuanji glared at him in anger. "Lie down properly. Otherwise, you can wait for your own demise. I will not take care of you." This tactic proved most effective. The man, who possessed an inherent tendency to submit to his wife's authority, immediately settled down, too timid to cause further mischief. Xuanji quickly retrieved the medical kit and procured a mercury thermometer, softly stating, "Let's measure your temperature and see what it is. Only by knowing the degree can we treat it appropriately." Chen Jingpei obediently complied, placing the thermometer in his mouth. Seizing this moment, Xuanji tore off a piece of fever-reducing patch and affixed it to his forehead, adding, "If the temperature is high, you'll need to take some antipyretics later." MHM. Chen Jingpei, unable to speak with the thermometer in his mouth, could only nod slightly, acquiescing to his wife's arrangements. Xuanji meticulously smoothed out the edges of the fever patch before suggesting, "You should sleep in the room tonight. Don't catch another chill." As she uttered these words, her gaze averted, avoiding Chen Jingpei's eyes, as if grappling with her own inner conflict. Noticing the faint blush blooming on her ears, Chen Jingpei's lips curled into a gentle smile. He freed one of his arms to encircle her neck, pulling her into his embrace with an irresistible charm. She nuzzled her fluffy head against his neck, secretly feeling guilty as she murmured, "I'm sorry, Chen Jingpei. I promise to love you well in the future." With Chen Jingpei's temperature soaring to 39 degrees, Shi removed the thermometer after checking it, administering medicine while chiding him, declaring that it was merely a mild fever. "If we neglect this further, your brain will surely be scorched," she remarked. A hint of exasperation in her tone. Chen Jingpei was amused by her slightly irritable tone, and his mood was evidently elevated beyond measure. It was hardly so serious. Xianji made an effort to quell her little emotions, deciding not to dwell on it. "I will prepare some kanji for you. You should rest for now." Affection and devotion are reciprocal. During her menstrual period, he would tenderly make her kanji, and when he fell ill, she would meticulously care for him in return. Yet, Chen Jingpei held her hand tightly, as if he had something to convey. "What is it?" Xianji patiently awaited his words. Chen Jingpei gazed at her intently for a prolonged moment before finally conceding. "It's nothing. I just realized it's been a while since I last kissed you. And I long to kiss you." This was partially true, for what he truly wished to express was that his birthday was tomorrow. Did she remember? Xianji acquiesced to his unspoken desire, gently pecking the corner of his mouth before saying, "You still have a fever. We can't do more than that. Once you recover, I shall make it up to you." Chapter 132. Chen Jingpei's birthday. The night was thick with darkness. Chen Jingpei's fever gradually subsided, and he slept soundly while holding Xianji close. She lay on her side, her back to him, discreetly retrieving her phone from beneath the pillow and silently counting down the moments. In just 1 minute, it would be midnight on October 19th, Chen Jingpei's birthday. She yearned to be the first to wish him well. As the clock struck 12, she leaned close to his ear and softly whispered, "Happy birthday." However, perhaps her voice was too faint, for Chen Jingpei, lost in dreams, did not hear her. She grew bolder, delicately kissing his exquisitely sensitive Adam's apple. Calling out to him once more, "Chen Jingpei, happy birthday." His throat involuntarily rolled, breaking free from the confines of his dreams, as he slightly lifted his eyelids. Upon seeing him awaken, Xianxi continued to play with fire, planting gentle kisses along his jawline, then shifting to his ear, repeatedly whispering, "Happy birthday, Chen Jingpei." Chen Jingpei was taken aback. So she had not forgotten. Was that all? With an insatiable desire for affection, he drew her closer, yearning for more. Xianxi, lacking the flourish of extravagant words, decided to relinquish the reins to him, asking, "What else would you like to hear?" "I can fulfill any wish you have." "Fulfill me?" Chen Jingpei adeptly seized the essence of her words. "Indeed." Xianxi nodded earnestly. "Today is your birthday. Whatever you desire, I shall do my utmost to grant it." "I want." Chen Jingpei gazed deeply into her beautiful, clear eyes, each word falling like a gentle raindrop upon her heart. "Marry me." This was his greatest birthday wish, the one thing he yearned for most passionately. Is that possible? Yet, despite his fervent wish, he did not dare to impose upon her. He always approached the matter with utmost caution. Even if Xianxi were as unyielding as stone, she felt a pang of compassion. "All right." After a prolonged silence, she finally acquiesced, "But let us choose a special day to obtain the marriage certificate, for such a moment occurs but once in a lifetime. It deserves to be extraordinary." Chen Jingpei understood that her feelings were still somewhat clouded, and thus, he complied with her wishes. "Which day do you prefer? Is today not special enough, being my birthday?" "Too soon. I fear there may be unforeseen complications." Chen Jingpei, reflecting on past experiences, refrained from further comments. He reached for his mobile phone on the bedside table, opened the calendar, and presented it to her. "All right, it's all up to you. Choose wisely." It had been too long. He found himself wishing he could hastily transport the Civil Affairs Bureau to facilitate their marriage, yet she insisted on making him wait. That night, her essence had rolled into his abode, marking the inception of their intertwined fates. Taking a deep breath, Chen Jingpei mused, "It has been far too long. I fear that prolonged waiting may lead to unforeseen dreams. I shall not flee again. What is there for you to fear?" She had resolutely decided to obtain a marriage certificate with him, though her youthful spirit craved a touch of ceremonial significance. "Let us play rock, paper, scissors." Chen Jingpei, unable to counter her whims, made a final concession, stating, "If you win, it shall be as you wish." Chapter 133. Cutely explosive rock, paper, scissors is a game often associated with childish behavior. Yet, even Chen Jingpei could not suppress the youthful exuberance within him. Xianji hesitated for 2 or 3 seconds, then leaned closer to his neck, inhaling his intangible aura deeply. Feeling invigorated and confident, she boldly accepted his proposal. Chen Jingpei found her silly demeanor irresistibly adorable, unable to resist teasing her smooth, fair skin. She quickly covered her ears against the gust of wind. Amidst the whirlwind, Linny felt as though the world around him was rapidly retreating, while his body was firmly ensnared by the force of the tempest. Within the villa, all the members were seated on the sofa, including Lu Qingwei, Lin Yanan, and Chen Xianzhong, who watched Yi Di, who was anxiously ruffling his hair. Each of them offered words of encouragement. The prospect of monopolizing two vast realms was tantalizingly close, and given Gui Feng Chiming's temperament, he would certainly not relent. As for the remaining kings, Xian Wang had always acted in concert with Yin Wang, while the other three were mere accessories, their presence inconsequential. With a swift motion, he extracted Guan Haidong's soul from his crown, employing the soul-gathering technique to plunder Guan Haidong's memories. Within those memories lay a restriction. And just as Huawuk attempted to breach it, Guan Haidong's soul exploded with a resounding crash. Upon reaching the mid-lane, he observed his ally Cassidan slowing down Yasuo with an E-skill. Yi Di swiftly maneuvered his Li Xin, using displacement to position himself beside Cassidan. At this moment, Tong Yin sat by He Zhao's hospital bed, peeling an apple. When her phone rang, she glanced at the unconscious He Zhao and quietly exited the ward. The other party comprised disciples of the enforcement team, and although the Beidou sect had numerous disciples, Linny was acutely aware that any conflict with the enforcement team would equate to a confrontation with the entire Qinglong Sword sect. Thus, he displayed an exceedingly polite demeanor. Yet, his body retreated rather than advanced, swiftly leaping several meters away from his opponent. Observing Yi Di's demeanor, Lu Qingwei felt a twinge of fear and nodded in a daze. Mu Shifeng had been cultivating for 3,000 years and had once been a top-tier assassin. Upon entering the city of Mijin, he sensed that he was being followed, yet he chose not to reveal any signs of awareness, simply to discern the intentions of his pursuers. If you wish to know in advance, it is not impossible. Just call me good brother, and I shall divulge the information. A mischievous glint flickered in Lu Lang's eyes. Sir, I believe you have mistaken me for someone else. I do not know you, Shen Rouge replied with utmost courtesy. Zhao Sun sidestepped and evaded, delivering a powerful thrust towards Shenhua's waist. Their parent company was not particularly large within the entirety of Japan. They typically relied on their sensitivity to news, reporting events with alacrity to garner attention. Observing an interruption to his affairs, the journalist naturally wore a displeased countenance. Zhao Lei, oblivious to the peril he courted, repeatedly instigated trouble, and thus could not blame others for their lack of courtesy. Yi Qingshan's divine might vanquished evil with overwhelming force, capable of annihilating formidable foes. However, Lin Bujing's Eagle Saint Strike was even more formidable, a genuine sacred-level technique that firmly suppressed the former. She remained silent, having swallowed her words. Gradually, she climbed onto the bed and lay down. She was truly fatigued, and as soon as she reclined, she fell into a deep slumber. Qin Qianying, do not overstep your bounds. Su Goatsai had just regained consciousness, and the thought of his recent cowardice being witnessed by his subordinates filled him with indignation. He could only imagine how they would mock him, igniting a desire to eliminate Qin Qianying. The words of Yun Imo Han evidently held immense credibility among the soldiers. In an instant, not only did his 30,000 troops respond in unison, but even the guards who remained behind tightened their grips on their weapons. After a brief hesitation of a few seconds, they echoed his sentiments in unison. Chapter 134. The Tun-Tun Cup as dawn broke. The rosy clouds enveloped the horizon in a delicate haze. Xianji packed various skincare products into her suitcase, then donned matching hoodies with Chen Jingpei, setting off with great enthusiasm towards Changling Mountain. This mountain lies at the junction of Fei City and Ji City. It is said that from the summit, one can gaze northward to behold the entirety of Fei City, while a southern view encompasses all of Ji City. Xianji had never visited Ji City. She only knew that the majority of its architecture was crafted by Ming Fan Yin, the head of the Ming conglomerate, resembling a world infused with cyberpunk aesthetics and futuristic allure. As their sports car ascended the broad asphalt road, they passed by hot spring resorts, charming inns, and boutique hotels nestled within the mountains. However, it was only 10 in the morning, and Xianji had yet to decide whether to spend the night there. She instructed Chen Jingpei to park the car at a mid-mountain lot, then unfurled a map of the attractions at Changling Mountain, stating, "The Chongqing Spring is at the very peak, and it requires us to ascend 999 steps on foot to reach it." "Indeed," Chen Jingpei replied gently, leaning over to unfasten her seatbelt while casually lifting her water-filled Tun-Tun cup onto his right shoulder. Xianji merely held her phone, capturing the picturesque scenery. When fatigue and thirst struck, she nestled her small head against Chen Jingpei's waist, leaning down to sip a few mouthfuls of warm water. The scene was utterly enchanting. Numerous single visitors seeking romantic fortunes at Changling Mountain were struck by an overwhelming wave of astonishment. "Oh my, is that Chen Jingpei? I feel faint. Dear sisters, please support me." A few meters away on the steps, several girls witnessed this scene, nearly gasping for breath in excitement. "It seems to be him," another girl exclaimed in agreement. "Goodness, I can't believe it. It truly is Chen Jingpei. Changling Mountain indeed works wonders." "Oh, why can't you come to your senses? He is out with his girlfriend." "I am envious. His girlfriend is stunning. I wish I could transform into that adorable tumbler." "Oh no, I am lost again. Chen Jingpei has also taken a sip. He has shared the straw she used, drinking from the tumbler she has sipped from." "Are you speaking in riddles?" One girl with short hair cast a disdainful glance at her friend before urging her companions, "Let us hurry up and move on. We should linger behind and consume their dog food. We are no longer young. We cannot bear to witness such things. But I can't move. My legs feel weak. His girlfriend is too beautiful." Their voices, though not loud, resonated distinctly in the tranquil mountain path, catching the attention of Xuan Zhi and Chen Jingpei, who heard every word. "Let us take a break over there." At the 666th step, there was a corner pavilions. Noticing Xuan Zhi's ears flushed from the comments of the girls behind them, Chen Jingpei seemed to feel a twinge of jealousy. Firmly grasping Xuan Zhi's hand to shield her from their gaze, Xuan Zhi noticed the displeasure etched upon Chen Jingpei's face and assumed it stemmed from her preoccupation with capturing the landscape while inadvertently neglecting him. In an attempt to make amends, she suggested, "Chen Jingpei, shall we take a picture together? Just one?" However, Chen Jingpei appeared less than satisfied, if her estimation was correct. She must have snapped no fewer than 400 landscape photographs, while he had not been afforded a single frame. He felt diminished, akin to mere weeds. Aware of her fault, Xuan Zhi reluctantly encircled his arm, playfully inquiring, "How many would you like to take?" Chen Jingpei did not respond. Instead, he deftly snatched the phone from her palm and, bathed in the warm sunlight, casually captured a photograph without seeking any particular angle. Only then did he declare, "For the remaining 333 steps, you may only photograph me." Chapter 135. Like when she was young, the subsequent 333 steps were steep and narrow, and halfway through, Xuan Zhi felt her legs grow sore and weak. Ultimately, it was Chen Jingpei who carried her up, taking one deliberate step at a time. Xuan Zhi rested against his back, her arms tightly wrapped around his neck. Listening to his labored breaths and irregular heartbeat, unbeknownst to her, a faint blush crept into her cheeks, and a strange pang of sorrow welled within her heart. "Chen Jingpei, let us seek a bond of destiny at the summit. Besides the pool of longevity, there lies an ancient temple. I wish to be with you through all eternity. Never depart." Chen Jingpei came to an abrupt halt, taken aback by her sudden heartfelt confession. He stood in stunned silence for a considerable moment, before truly realizing that this was no dream. His heart raced, responding with every ounce of vitality he possessed. Xuan Zhi delicately curved her beautiful lips and sweetly remarked, "I wish to bear you a daughter. I have already thought of a name, Chen Changling. What do you think of the name, inspired by Changling Mountain?" "It is lovely," he replied. Changling of Changling Mountain is indeed melodious. At the pinnacle, the vista was boundless, allowing one to behold both Fei City and Ji City in their entirety. It was breathtaking. Xuan Zhi gazed at the futuristic edifices of Ji City, and under the brilliant sunlight, her smile radiated innocence as she exclaimed, "Chen Jingpei, Ji City is so beautiful, akin to a Mary Sue world." Hearing such a description of Ji City for the first time, Chen Jingpei couldn't help but chuckle, gently tapping her head in jest. "If Meng Fanyan hears you say this, he might come after me wielding a 500-meter-long sword. Is it wrong for me to praise it?" Xuan Zhi retorted, "That is called a metaverse design concept, and you think it's appropriate to compare it to a Mary Sue?" Chen Jingpei countered. Xuan Zhi pondered. "It seems, indeed, somewhat inappropriate. It should belong in a temple." "Oh, then let us hasten inside to have a look." The temple, resplendently adorned, featured ancient prayer flags fluttering gracefully in the wind. Chen Jingpei took her hand and, guided by the signs, led her to witness the Changxing Spring. The so-called Changxing Spring was merely a warm spring well within the temple. However, the well's rim was sculpted to resemble a lotus flower, embellished with ancient runes. The spring water flowed from the lotus well, meandering towards a wishing pond. The pond was enveloped in ethereal mist, resembling a celestial paradise. Xuan Zhi approached, clasped her hands in prayer, and offered her wishes to the Buddha statue at the center of the pond. Chen Jingpei's fingertips suddenly grew cold as he noticed a niche at the base of the Buddha statue. Within it lay a memorial portrait, Aji. He could not help but interrupt her wish. Xuan Zhi opened her eyes, looking at him innocently. What's wrong? Chen Jingpei refrained from revealing the truth and merely said, Aren't you still going to seek a love talisman? Let us visit the Hall of Love. But I haven't finished making my wish. Before she could complete her sentence, she too noticed the niche. Her cheeks paled in shock as she inquired, Is this a wishing pool or a transcending pool? Why is there? Let us go. Before she could finish her words, Chen Jingpei wrapped his arm around her waist. It must be a transcending pool. Wishes cannot be made here. Moreover, the little girl's features appeared strikingly familiar. He felt as though he had encountered her before. No, that was not right. The girl in the black and white photograph bore a resemblance to her as a child. Chen Jingpei suddenly recalled the middle character. Was that one Shichi? Chapter 136. Arrogance derived from favorsome matters, perhaps, are destined to be unavoidable. The reason Chen Jingpei was so eager to lead Xuan Zhi away was to prevent her from seeing that the portrait in the niche was that of Shichi, fearing that any association with her would evoke Xuan Zhi's emotions anew. Unfortunately, she had already seen it. He let out a quiet sigh. And only after passing through the moon gate and distancing themselves from the spring of longevity did he reveal the truth to her. Yes, that is Shichi's portrait. It must have been taken over 20 years ago. Since we have already ascended, how could we possibly descend so easily, regardless of how the dragon flailed? Ah Shou clung tenaciously, unwilling to let go. Su Chu, serving as a close aide to Cao Cao, did not possess the liberty to charge into battle against El Bu as Su Huang and others did. His duty was to ensure Cao Cao's safety. Should he wish to engage El Bu, he must first seek Cao Cao's approval, and only upon receiving it could he take to the battlefield. Jun Emo gazed in disbelief at the riverbank below, restored to its former state. Such an extraordinary occurrence was beyond his experience. The strategist believed. What sort of person does Xiahou Dun think I am? My endeavor to slay Guan Yu contradicts the Lord's wishes. Why should I attempt to justify this? Yet, even if it was against his wishes, I remain resolute in my intent to eliminate Guan Yu. Xiahou Dun paid little heed to Guijia's words, retorting loudly. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that although the two Shui Fei donned identical attire, this one exhibited a distinct charm, imbued with a gentler demeanor. Before I could contemplate his words, he advanced upon me, leaving me no choice but to surrender, fully aware that I could not resist him. I struggled fiercely. But Huan Yu held me tightly. In a moment of desperation, I bit down hard, and as he released his grip, I fled. Had I not run away at that moment, had I not hastened downwards, how could I have possibly stumbled? How could I have tumbled down the stairs? Was it not all in the past? Why must it be revisited? Since regret accompanies guilt, why then persist in committing grievous errors? Alas, at that very moment, a large hand materialized silently, shattering the entwined shadow into fragments. Long Shuyang was certainly pleased. After the three of them got into the car, they headed towards Long Shufeng's residence. Long Shuyang devised a new scheme. Step by, why don't you go for a massage? It will make you feel more comfortable. The nickname Yer was a derogatory term used to mock Liu back in the day, and the fact that Cao Cao uttered it now indicated the extent of his fury. Despite this, Lin Yi still sensed the immense pressure emanating from the water column. Were it not for the numerous onlookers from the demonic sect, he might have already scurried away. It was also at this juncture that I began to suspect the intentions of the deity we had invited in. Yet I still dared not speak of it to my family. After all, I had no concrete evidence. And should my suspicions prove true, that the gentleman had ulterior motives, it would likely result in a counterproductive situation. Turning a corner, they beheld a towering archway adorned with colorful lanterns, bustling with traffic beneath it. Before her mind could fully comprehend the moment, Lu Qingji leaned in once more to kiss her. With a face marred by worry, an ethereal figure suddenly materialized before them. The dual cultivation of yin and yang, alongside the secretive techniques of absorption, were shortcuts devised by a practitioner of the yin-yang sect during its nascent period. Half evil and half orthodox, it garnered both admiration and disdain. By the mid-ancient era, the yin-yang sect had refined these techniques and began disseminating them, which were not originally part of the Wu clan's spiritual practices. In such a predicament, she found herself unable to offer counsel, nor did she know how to. Today's events, instigated by Chuanfei, were rather foolish, and the disgrace brought upon the Xinang palace was too much to bear. It was not only the Empress Dowager who would feel embarrassed. She herself felt a profound sense of shame. Chapter 137. Under someone else's roof as night fell, The autumn insects chirped softly, and the ethereal white curtains swayed gently in the breeze. The man, who had claimed to be suffering from aches all over, now held Xuan Zhi firmly in his powerful embrace, passionately kissing her against the wooden window of the guest house. The moon was absent from the sky, and the window faced uncharted peaks, shrouded in darkness and solitude. Outside, an expanse of blackness stretched for miles, while inside, a single dim bedside lamp cast a faint glow, allowing Xuan Zhi and Chen Jingpei to indulge in their desires without restraint. The following day, only as dusk approached did they shake off their fatigue and prepare to descend the mountain, embarking on an overnight journey to Peige, renowned for its flourishing shipping industry. Peige's ports and container terminals were nearly monopolized by the Xi family conglomerate. Having grown up in Peige, Xuan Zhi could navigate its most beautiful shores, the enchanting Liyuan Island, with her eyes closed. Her family resided nearby, nestled within an exclusive villa district on the mountainside. The sea breeze carried a hint of salt, and Chen Jingpei, perhaps unaccustomed to it, felt an inexplicable flush at the corners of his eyes. Unperturbed, Xuan Zhi removed her shoes and stepped onto the soft, fine sand. Continuing her reminiscence, when I was a child, I loved coming here to collect conch shells. I could hear the ocean singing. Do you know? She walked backward, eager to share every delightful childhood memory with Chen Jingpei. When the sun rises, this beach transforms into a silver expanse, and by night, the sea glimmers with blue light. It's particularly breathtaking. After school, I would secretly take a glass bottle to collect some to share with my little friends. At this point, Xuan Zhi abruptly fell silent, her words hanging in the air. The sea breeze tousled her long hair as the nascent sunlight delicately scattered upon her shoulders and neck. In that moment, as her gaze slightly lowered, there emerged a distinct beauty in its fragility. Why not speak of it? Chen Jingpei was utterly captivated, pondering which little friend to mention. This seemed to be the second occasion he heard her refer to a little friend. The first was that night at the bar in the sky. However, she was inebriated then and failed to articulate her thoughts clearly, so he did not press for more details. Yet today, her resurgence of this topic surely indicated a deeper significance. Are you referring to Si Chong? He inquired. Xuan Zhi nodded slightly, her voice tinged with melancholy. But they merely share a name. He is not the little friend I once knew. As she continued, her gaze drifted towards the sea, her vision becoming increasingly blurred. The little friend I knew perished at sea with my grandfather when he was 7. In an instant, Chen Jingpei felt a tightening in his chest. Xuan Zhi then raised her hand to point towards the villas on the hillside. My home is situated there, a place envied by all in Peige, yet also a ground rife with intrigue among affluent families. Half of the villas on the hillside belong to the Xi family. In truth, my grandfather's family is also part of the Xi lineage. My mother, uncle, grandparents, and I could be described as living under someone else's roof. As Chen Jingpei delved deeper, he increasingly realized that Xuan Zhi's childhood had been far from joyful. The father remains a mystery, the mother is missing. The uncle has sacrificed himself, and both grandparents have passed away. Even her childhood companions have departed from her life. She has grown up in a world fraught with sorrow and despair. Yet, fortunate is she, for her resilience and optimism have not allowed the misfortunes of reality to overwhelm her. She has transformed herself into a radiant little sun, blazing with warmth and brilliance. Since you are here, I am curious to see what tricks you will conjure, Ding Jiushi mused as she observed Su Peixin. Upon hearing Ding Jiushi's words, it seemed Ding Lingshu wished to smile, but as he opened his mouth, blood spilled forth, splattering onto Mo Ziqing's hands, yet he remained unfazed. Suddenly, a beam of sword light streaked from the heavens, flashing with incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, the dual guardians of gold and silver found their heads severed, their blood splattering upon the ground, lifeless in an instant. The crowd gasped in astonishment, only to behold an unparalleled sword immortal, ethereal and soaring upon the winds. She is a fairy, her ears attuned to sounds beyond the grasp of ordinary beings. On the other hand, the plans of the Ziying master to harness the power of the 5 elements grand formation, in conjunction with the techniques of the evil Emperor Bel, to unlock the forbidden path of celestial demons, have been utterly thwarted. As Sheng Mingzhu's carriage entered the imperial palace amidst the watchful eyes of the crowd, she donned a wide-sleeved cerulean robe, draped with a pale yellow cloak. The leather belt around her waist still bore an ivory-white jade pendant, but the hem of her skirt was marred with splotches of blood, remnants from the battlefield, due to the frequent offerings from salt merchants at the temple. This space was specifically designated for the leisure of the faithful disciples. Regrettably, the subsequent Timur committed a grievous error unbecoming of a military strategist. aptly described by the idiom of nepotism and corruption. Due to the misfortune of Tim Jin inadvertently entering the enigmatic Peige coffin, he suffered a devastating blow from the Song Emperor Bing. Even if he were to attain a higher level of cultivation and achieve the formidable blood divine power of the eternal god, he would only have a span of 2 or 3 years to live. This individual's aura was exceedingly faint, yet undeniably indicative of a formidable dozo. However, an inexplicable sense of familiarity lingered. Moreover, the embroidery was exquisite, depicting cats and dogs so lifelike that they seemed ready to leap from the fabric. There were also flowers and birds unknown to the villagers, said to be offerings made at the Guanshan, receiving the enlightenment of the Bodhisattva. A smile as warm as the spring breeze gradually cracked, following the unsettling sensation, revealing a considerable dampness on his trousers. Big brother Tian, what's the matter? It's only been a little over half a year, and you recognize me. The youth grinned at Yuan Tiansheng and spoke. Ha ha. I aspire to construct 100 true Taoist temples, Jin Wanshan chuckled, a flicker of helplessness glimmering in his eyes. Du Fei, you found this elder amusingly endearing. Should such a situation arise again, it remained uncertain whether he could contend with the demon sect. Le Jin felt a pang of regret. Had he known, he would not have stationed so many troops to guard the city. If all 3,000 were seasoned veterans, he would not have regarded them with such disdain, for they could easily dismantle the enemy's formation in less than half an hour and rush to the foot of Lonyang City. Now, they found themselves in a stalemate. Should Lonyang fall, it would be a tremendous embarrassment for him. Chapter 139, Viewing the Photograph. They may not be your grandparents. This phrase, akin to an incantation, has entwined itself from the coastal sands to the hillside villa, lingering persistently, refusing to dissipate. To be candid, Xuan Zhi had never contemplated such a notion. After all, certain perceptions are deeply entrenched from the outset. It is implausible for her to simply overturn them without reason. Moreover, pausing to reflect, she stood before Villa No. 27, burdened with a heavy heart, tilting her head back, her voice resonating. Aside from Feng Wanli, who is yet to express an opinion, the others have already voiced theirs. The 5 elders directed their gaze towards Feng Wanli. Arthur. The invincible knight bellowed, as flames erupted fiercely from the Black Knight's lance. The fiery steed beneath him seemed to resonate with an unspoken connection, unleashing a torrent of fire magic that surged forth from within, enveloping its entire form in blazing flames. Yet, irrespective of Ling Mountain's formidable prowess, it could not overpower the collective forces of the other factions in the West Noah continent. Standing at the forefront did not equate to dominance over the united might of others. Ling Mountain had become a target. Should it undertake any significant maneuvers, it would likely provoke a coalition of forces from across the entire West Noah continent to confront it. Jiang Boyan was acutely aware of the immense power wielded by the demon sect. The few present in Nahai County were merely subordinate disciples. Additionally, having heard from Wang Chunyang about the presence of 2 great saints and 2 formidable guardians within the sect, it was reasonable to suspect that they were even more formidable. Even in this holy war, the successful unification of the human coalition could not overlook the contributions of Emperor Constantine V. For it was this seemingly innocuous Caesar who managed to prompt other vigilant nations to dispatch their forces. Regarding such heart-wrenching discourse in the past, while serving the illustrious Emperor Haosheng of the Great Yu dynasty, Zhang Yang had profoundly grasped its intricate nuances and had become quite adept at its application. 2 shadowy figures swiftly entered from the left and right with swords drawn. Before they could register their astonishment, they were forcefully repelled by the heavy armor of a man wielding a hammer, who reacted with remarkable speed. The hammer was ensnared by the cloak of the assailant, leaving him involuntarily wedged against the doorframe, resulting in a sudden explosion of stone debris and a cloud of dust. I must say, I have several fine young ladies at my disposal, and I can summon them at once, Xu Fang remarked, tilting his head in contemplation. At that moment, he found himself utterly incapable of breaking free from the encirclement, his energy severely drained from expending his own strength, rendering him unable to deploy his supernatural abilities. The earth-based guiding spells required considerable time to cast, with only Shi Fei at his side that could not alternate their efforts, making a safe descent from the high cliff utterly impossible. Kong Xian nodded towards Zhaopu, signaling that it was of no concern. Zhaopu then addressed Li Song, saying, My dear brother, while the strategy may pertain to but a single city, the ambition for power encompasses the entirety of the realm. The implication was unmistakable. At this juncture, the Marquis Shenwu could no longer continue, bowing his head to conceal his face as silent tears streamed down. The current crown prince displayed remarkable courtesy towards the Yu family, and upon uttering his words, Yu Zhannan could scarcely believe his ears. Indeed, as two shovels struck the earth, a blackened human skeleton eerily emerged from the soil. Beneath the dim, yellow sunlight on a desolate road, the silhouettes of a dozen deceased individuals stood as if frozen in time, silently recounting the tragic tale of their devastating car accident. However, in the next moment, Su Chen realized something amiss. In the Nine Dragon village, he appeared as a coward, possessing a handsome visage yet lacking the courage to match. On the other hand, Guan Qingsan's expression remained impassive, resembling a complete outsider, utterly unwilling to acknowledge any peculiar sentiments towards Zhuge Bai at that moment. Meng Yu exhibited a commendable demeanor, allowing the old firebrand to take the seat of honor, which brought him great joy. He lavishly praised Meng Yu, expressing the extent of his efforts for such a talented disciple. Chapter 140. Adding chaos. The temperature in Luoguo was considerably lower than here. Sining had just disembarked from the plane, her neck adorned with a misty blue scarf that enveloped half her face, leaving only her captivating, store-laden eyes visible as they gazed at Xianji. It seemed that upon seeing Xianji, she was reminded of Xianjun, causing her eyes to brim with unshed tears. Struggling to suppress her emotions, she inadvertently transmitted her sorrow to Xianji, who embraced her tightly, feeling a deep sense of empathy. The two remained entwined, reluctant to part. Meanwhile, Chen Yunjia stood silently beside them, hesitant to interrupt. In contrast, Chen Jingpei's possessiveness surged, and he found himself unable to tolerate the situation. After waiting for a minute or two, his patience waned, and he exclaimed, "Dr. Chen, could you refrain from holding my girlfriend so tightly?" Sining, the eldest daughter of the Chen family, was 29 this year and had long-standing ties with the Chen family, having grown close to Chen Yunjia since childhood. Chen Jingpei was acquainted with her, yet he was unaware of the depth of the bond she shared with Xianji. Upon hearing the man's slightly displeased voice, Sining timely released Xianji, though she was not particularly surprised, for Chen Yunjia had informed her earlier today about the affair between Xianji and Chen Jingpei. She concealed the sorrow that should not have surfaced, and, in her capacity as an elder sister by family ties, deliberately admonished him. "Is it not too presumptuous to act so domineering before marriage? After tying the knot, will you not treat Xiji as if she were tethered to your belt?" Chen Jingpei, with a devilish smirk gracing his lips, Chen Jingpei unabashedly pulled Xianji closer and replied, "I indeed have such intentions." Xianji, Sining, the second young master of the Chen family, was indeed as notorious as rumored. He dared to act far bolder than Chen Yunjia. No one uttered another word, and the atmosphere lapsed into a brief silence. Eventually, it was only lightly broken as someone stepped across the threshold first. Xianji sensed that there was no progress between the two men, and thus detached herself from Chen Jingpei to take Sining's arm, covertly inquiring, "Sister Ning, what brings you to the Chen residence tonight? Is it possible that you and Uncle Yunza are?" The journey from the Chen family was rather lengthy. "Oh." Xianji observed Chen Yunza's solitary and forlorn figure ahead and genuinely felt he was utterly oblivious, for the person he longed for had followed him home. And yet he failed to seize the opportunity. Upon entering the third courtyard, they found the Chen residence overflowing, as all the cousins had gathered today, leaving the available rooms in short supply. Only 2 bedrooms remained unoccupied, those of Chen Yunza and Chen Jingpei. Upon learning of the situation, Sining knitted her brows tightly. Seeing her in a quandary, Xianji suggested, "Sister Ning, how about I share a room with you tonight?" Upon hearing this, Chen Jingpei's gaze immediately turned dangerously sharp as he asked her in a low tone, "Which room do you wish to share with Dr. Chen?" "Your room, of course." Xianji replied without a moment's hesitation. "My room is reserved solely for you. No other woman shall sleep there." Xianji continued, "Well then, I suppose I shall share Uncle Yunza's room with Sister Ning. Do you think it appropriate to sleep in my brother's bed?" Chen Jingpei's eyes grew even colder at her response. Without allowing her further retort, he assertively pulled her into the room, instructing her with an icy demeanor. "How my brother and Dr. Chen will arrange their night is none of your concern. Refrain from causing trouble." Xianji countered, "If he were truly capable of arranging things, the child would have long since made an appearance, and he wouldn't be a 33-year-old single man still oblivious to his circumstances." Chapter 141. Stealing glances outside the room. Sining stood awkwardly for a moment, her lips parting slightly as if to speak. However, Chen Yunza interjected before she could, "You may sleep in my room. I shall manage with the other brothers for the night." "Oh, very well." Since he offered so readily, she decided against being difficult. After all, both of them had weathered many storms, and there was no need to be coy about such trivial matters. Alternatively, if it came to that, they could consider a contractual marriage. it would certainly be preferable to being coerced into marrying another man. Moreover, Chen Yunzi had always exhibited gentlemanly grace and was well regarded by his family, so she trusted he would not act inappropriately. Thus, she resolved to adapt to this arrangement. As dawn broke, birds flitted about on the rooftop. Xuan Zhi felt as though she had merely closed her eyes for a moment, with no time even to dream. Before the day had already begun, she had not yet fully awakened and, with a hint of sulkiness, nuzzled against Chen Jingpei's chest several times. Unfortunately, a notification in the family group announced that all members of the Chen clan were required to gather at the ancestral hall promptly at 8 o'clock this morning. Chen Jingpei had no choice but to gently cradle her head and coax her to rise and accompany him. However, Xuan Zhi, inhaling the delightful scent emanating from him, lazily declined, stating, "We are not yet married. It would be inappropriate for me to attend the ancestral hall with you. Moreover, today is significant, as grandmother has important matters to announce to the Chen descendants, and it would not be suitable for me to be present. You have already accepted my proposal. Thus you are also a daughter-in-law of the Chen family," Chen Jingpei insisted, determined to take her along. He playfully nibbled at her soft earlobe, his tone both teasing and alluring, suggesting that if she remained uncooperative, he would continue until she complied. Ultimately, Xuan Zhi could not withstand his persuasion and relented. All right then. After completing their morning routines and stepping out of the room, they noticed that the door to Chen Yunji's room was still tightly shut. It appeared he had yet to awaken. Xuan Zhi couldn't help but wonder how he had spent the night with Chen Ning. "What are you staring at?" Chen Jingpei gently tugged at the back of her collar, teasing her, peeking at others sleeping so early in the morning. "You ought to feel a sense of shame." Xuan Zhi protested internally, insisting she was not peeking but merely observing openly, even though she hadn't seen anything at all. Just as she was musing this, the door to the guest room on the west side suddenly swung open, revealing Chen Yunji and Chen Jia stepping out. Well, she now knew how Chen Yunji had spent his night with Chen Ning. That realization left her feeling rather discontented. Xuan Zhi could no longer bear to inquire further. Approximately a week had passed. His response was vague, yet he could not help but reveal, "I need to assist on Ning with a matter." "What kind of matter?" "A lifelong affair." "A lifelong affair?" Xuan Zhi's heart trembled violently. "Is Sister Ning getting married?" "Yes." Chen Yunji nodded indifferently. Her parents have arranged a marriage for her. An arranged marriage? No wonder he appeared so discontent. It turned out Chen Ning was to wed another. However, what did he mean when he mentioned aiding Chen Ning with her lifelong affair? Confused, Xuan Zhi's lips parted slightly, wishing to ask further questions. Suddenly, the long-neglected Chen Jingpei interjected. He curiously inquired of Chen Yunji, "Brother, do you know what grandmother is going to announce today?" Yet, he maintained an air of suspense. "You'll find out shortly." Chen Jingpei. This was akin to asking a solitary question. He truly wished to curse him to a life of solitude, never to marry Dr. Cen. Chapter 142. March wedding. The ancestral hall of the Chen family boasted exquisite carvings and an ancient charm, exuding grandeur and magnificence. It was situated on the northern side of the Chen estate. 100 steps led up to it, rivaling the majesty of ancient royal palaces. When Xuan Zhi, along with Chen Jingpei, Chen Yunji, and Chen Jiaser arrived, the other siblings were already present, bustling in a lively throng, creating a scene of great festivity. Indeed, it was a testament to their noble lineage. The family lineage extended for centuries, blessed with wealth and fortune. Their ancestral worship flourished, destined to endure through the ages. This was the most harmonious family Xuan Zhi had ever witnessed, unlike the S family, which was riddled with deceit and rivalry, leading to bitter conflicts. "Sister Xuan," suddenly, a sweet call drew Xuan Zhi's scattered attention. She lifted her almond-shaped eyes and followed the sound, spotting Chen Sini cheerfully waving to her amidst the crowd. How adorable she was. When she smiled, a delicate dimple appeared on her cheek. Xuan Zhi's beautifully shaped lower eyelids, now infused with joy, waved back at her. The gathering today was indeed substantial, with numerous elder relatives present, uncles, aunts, and even great-aunts. Almost every distant relation had come, as if for a grand coronation. Yet, Xuan Zhi found herself quite fond of this familial atmosphere, possibly due to the profound sense of security emanating from Chen Jingpei. From the moment they stepped through the ancestral hall's entrance, he had not let go of her hand. Whenever they encountered elders who came forth to greet, he patiently reiterated her name and their impending marriage next March. Subsequently, those aunts and great-aunts, overwhelmed with joy, incessantly pressed jade bracelets and gold chains into her hands as gifts, expressing their hopes by gently stroking her hands, exclaiming, "What a charming bride! You must bear several robust children." This left her feeling rather embarrassed. Fortunately, as 8 o'clock approached, Grandma Chen arrived, prompting the relatives to disperse and engage in pleasantries with her. Xuan Zhi finally exhaled a sigh of relief, stuffing her hands full of jade bracelets and gold chains into Chen Jingpei's coat pocket. At that moment, Zhang Liani and Liang Yu entered as well. However, they headed towards the wives of the Chen family, and Xuan Zhi did not greet them. She remained closely beside Chen Jingpei, standing among the younger generation. After conversing with Grandma Chen and Auntie Gu, the housekeeper, Uncle Yuan, was summoned to light a large bundle of incense, distributing a stick to each person for the veneration of their ancestors. Once the incense was in hand, the Chen family members instantly adopted a solemn demeanor, bowing respectfully towards the ancestral tablets in a calm and orderly manner. Grandma Chen stood at the head of the gathering, flanked by her uncles and aunts. Noticing that all her descendants had assembled, she accepted a cup of sweet tea from the housekeeper to soothe her throat and raised her voice to formally announce, "Today, I have a momentous piece of news to share with you." The Chen family members held their breath, attentively listening. "Your great-grandfather." Grandma Chen's voice suddenly quavered with emotion, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "He is alive. He has returned safely." A wave of astonishment swept through the Chen family, eliciting reactions ranging from excitement to disbelief. However, her tone shifted abruptly as her gaze traversed the crowd, landing on the figure of Xuan Zhi. "This momentous occasion is thanks to Xi for enabling our Chen family to witness such a historic moment. Otherwise, it might have remained forever undiscovered." Suddenly being singled out, Xuan Zhi was momentarily taken aback. Before she could fully comprehend Grandma Chen's words, she saw Chen Mo Liang and Chen Huiding supporting a weary old man, who was slowly making his way from the side hall. Xuan Zhi was profoundly shocked. The elderly man was none other than Grandpa Huang. Chapter 143. The family's cherished treasure. Chen Mo Liang guided him to the center of the ancestral hall. The Chen family members remained in a state of disbelief, unable to fathom that the man who had recently stirred such a commotion online was, in fact, their own great-grandfather. A television drama would scarcely dare to depict such a scenario. It is utterly outrageous. Chen Jias stood behind Chen Jingpei, filled with boundless emotion, contemplating that Sister Xian is likely to become the cherished darling of our family. Just the thought of it is exhilarating. I am particularly eager to witness how our second uncle will manage to suppress his expression. However, as he spoke, he pondered for several seconds, seemingly conversing with himself. How did we suddenly come to know that Grandpa Huang is our family's great-grandfather? How astonishing. As the legitimate eldest grandson of the Chen family, the future inheritance largely rests upon his shoulders. He bears a heavier burden of responsibility for the family than Chen Jingpei. Thus, whenever significant events arise within the clan, the elders promptly inform him and engage him in discussions. Why, under normal circumstances, would one even consider conducting a paternity test? Chen Jias, unaware of the intricacies involved, found this line of reasoning somewhat disjointed. This was because the uncles noted that Grandpa Huang's demeanor closely resembled that of their great-grandfather in his youth. Furthermore, Chen Yunzi gradually elucidated that Grandpa Huang seems to suffer from amnesia and mentioned that his birth name is not Huang Yuliang. Hence, the elders approached the situation with a mindset of experimentation, opting for a bloodline test. To their astonishment, he indeed turned out to be our great-grandfather. Thus, it becomes clear why those two investigators remained in Huangdong village. After quietly absorbing Chen Yunzi's words, the clouds of doubt in Xuan Zhi's heart finally began to dissipate. As for Chen Jingpei, he must have made this connection the moment Grandpa Huang emerged. He remained silent throughout, merely tightening his grip on Xuan Zhi's fingers more and more. Xuan Zhi couldn't help but become distracted, resulting in her only catching fragments of what the elders were discussing later on. The narrative unfolds the valiant deeds of my great-uncle during his youth, particularly his participation in the Battle of Buyu Mountain. However, due to his amnesia coupled with mild Alzheimer's, he is utterly incapable of recounting how he led the 127th Regiment into the perilous terrains of Buyu Mountain. Nor can he elucidate how he traversed mountains and valleys to reach Huangdong village. This conundrum may well become one of the greatest unsolved mysteries of the century. Additionally, I must announce another matter. Grandma Chen has spoken. From this day forth, Zhi is my personally designated granddaughter-in-law. I shall not permit her to suffer even the slightest indignity within the Chen family, regardless of her family's wealth or modest means. She shall be welcomed with the grandest of ceremonies, including the 3 letters and 6 rites, a palanquin carried by 8 bearers, and a bridal procession adorned with a 10-mile-long red bridal attire and a phoenix crown. "Oh my, Grandma is so magnificent!" exclaimed the Chen descendants, filled with excitement. However, Xuan Zhi was once again taken aback. Although Chen Jingpei had previously promised her the most extravagant wedding in the world, she had never genuinely indulged in the fantasy of it. Yet, at this moment, with Grandma Chen's solemn declaration, she could vividly envision the breathtaking spectacle that her wedding with Chen Jingpei would entail. Gigi, come over here. With her announcement complete, Grandma Chen kindly beckoned Xuan Zhi to her side. Xuan Zhi hesitated, glancing at Chen Jingpei. He wore a tender smile, slowly releasing her hand to allow her to approach. Reluctantly, Xuan Zhi stepped forward, braving the eager gazes of the onlookers as she made her way to Grandma Chen. Uncertain of what further words Grandma Chen might impart, her mind raced with countless responses. Yet, to her astonishment, just as she arrived before her, suddenly, Grandma Chen turned to Chen Huiding and said, quickly apologize to my granddaughter-in-law. Chapter 144, Pretending to be a couple. As if it were to be expected, Chen Huiding did not display any significant embarrassment on his face. He did not view an elder apologizing to a younger person as a dishonorable act. After much contemplation over the past few days, he had indeed come to realize that his previous actions had been somewhat biased and undeniably laughable. Gigi, he said gently, exuding a paternal warmth, today, I solemnly apologize to you. I hope you will not hold the unpleasant matters of the past against me. It was my stubbornness that caused this, and I ask for your understanding. A faint smile graced her lips, indicating that she had truly set aside her earlier grievances. Uncle Chen, you are too kind. If I may have been disrespectful before, I ask for your forgiveness. Regardless of the circumstances, she always maintained her composure. Chen Huiding began to genuinely feel a sense of favoritism and protection towards this future daughter-in-law. Strangely, at the moment she smiled softly. He inexplicably saw a small shadow of Cici reflected in her. His story could not end here. He was still fervently thinking about bringing his 1,499 brothers home. At that moment, Xin Ning had just woken up and was sitting alone in the courtyard in a daze. Xuan Zhi approached her first, while Chen Jingpei and the other brothers were discussing matters in the main hall, and she chose not to join them. She walked over and sat down beside Xin Ning on the stone bench, asking, Sister Ning, I heard from Uncle Yunza that the family has arranged a marriage for you. Is that true? Previously, she fervently wished for Xin Ning to find love elsewhere and no longer remain in mourning for her uncle. Yet upon hearing of her family's arrangement for an arranged marriage, she found herself vehemently opposed to the idea of her marrying anyone else. The only exception would be if that person were Chen Yunza, whom she could accept. Well, my family has arranged a marriage for me. Xin Ning spoke with a heavy heart, but compliance was not an option. She had already devised a strategy, one that involved seeking Chen's assistance. What strategy? Xuan Zhi inquired. Xuan Zhi fell silent for a couple of seconds before reluctantly saying, Sister Ning, have you truly considered Uncle Yunza? He has harbored feelings for you for so long. Gigi, Xin Ning interrupted, the gene has completely captured my heart. There is simply no room left for Chen to squeeze in. Can you understand? I do. Xin Ning replied, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she forced a brave smile. Yet, I can't shake the feeling that he is still by my side. Never truly departed. Her words bore a hint of self-deception. Then have you ever thought about how pretending to be in a relationship with Uncle Yunza might hurt him? He is quite fragile as well. I genuinely wish for the two of you to be together. Gigi, Xin Ning seemed reluctant to entertain such notions. Has he bribed you? Why are you no longer on my side? The latter remark was an embellishment from Xuan Zhi, but summing up Chen Yunza's infatuation for Xin Ning. She believed his heart might indeed echo those sentiments. Thus, I wish to express that, in circumstances where marriage is inescapable, could you perhaps make a small concession for him? After all, he has cherished you throughout his youth. Is it possible that he has held affection for me during my entire adolescence? Xin Ning harbors doubts. After all, when I penned love letters and asked him to deliver them to your uncle, he exhibited no reaction whatsoever. Outside the drooping flower gate, Chen Yunza came to a halt. Xin Ning continued to articulate her innermost thoughts. In summary, I regard him solely as an elder brother, and I could never develop any other sentiments. Throughout my entire youth, it has only been Xian Jun. Chapter 145, The True Name. That evening, the night sky was adorned with a few twinkling stars. The clan banquet had concluded. At this moment, Zhang Liani finally had the opportunity to engage in a casual conversation with Xuan Zhi, inviting her to dinner at her home with Chen Jingpei on a future occasion. Xuan Zhi nodded in agreement, certainly. Subsequently, she and Chen Jingpei took their great-uncle for a stroll. However, perhaps due to the unfamiliar surroundings, their great-uncle had yet to acclimate and remained silent throughout. Great-uncle, may I buy you a sketchbook tomorrow? I wish to see the paths you have illustrated. After wandering a few laps, Xianji finally realized a crucial issue. The great-uncle's sketchbook was missing. Do you still recall how you navigated out of Buyu Mountain? Seizing the opportunity while he was willing to converse, Xianji inquired, what prompted your journey to Huangdong Village? Why did I go to Huangdong Village? Their great-uncle murmured, still somewhat unclear about his true identity. Because I am Huang Yuyang, that place is my home. No. Xianji corrected him, infusing him with new thoughts. You are not called Huang Yuyang. Your name is. What was it? She paused, lifting her gaze to Chen Jingpei, and softly inquired, what is my great-grandfather's name? Chen Ruinhui, Chen Jingpei replied, his voice melodious and particularly enchanting. Run, as in leap year. Hui, as in Hui bamboo. It must be said that the names chosen by the Chen family possess profound significance. Xianji silently repeated the name, then continued to speak to her great-grandfather. Great-grandfather. Listen carefully. Your name is Chen Ruinhui. This is your true name. Chen Ruinhui. The great-grandfather appeared dazed, pointing at himself and asking Xianji, am I called Chen Ruinhui? Yes, yes. Xianji's eyes sparkled with joy. You must remember this well. I will test you tomorrow. Oh, I am Chen Ruinhui. It seemed he had absorbed the information. However, moments later, he suddenly exclaimed in alarm, no, I cannot be called Chen Ruinhui. Why can't you, great-grandfather? Because the great-grandfather's memories intertwined chaotically in his mind. If I am called Chen Ruinhui, then what will happen to Yuyang? Xianji? Chen Jingpei? The two exchanged puzzled glances. In the next moment, the elderly man began to hum a disjointed folk song softly. Distant thorny mountains, a thousand-step ladder, drinking snow. Living on, living until victory plays the national anthem. Playing the national anthem. Oh, playing the national anthem. Until warmth envelopes the hearth at home. The warm hearth. Oh, the warm hearth. As he hummed, his vision grew increasingly blurred, the world before him transforming into a white haze. Akin to mountains and rivers frozen for 1,000 miles, obstructing his path forward. At that moment, Xianji felt a peculiar pain in his insides. Yet, just before drifting off to sleep, he suddenly uttered, my life is saved by Liang. His greatest desire was simply to return home and savor a bowl of millet and pumpkin porridge lovingly prepared by his mother. However, he could never return. Never return again. Chen Jingpei held her close, offering solace, urging her to sleep early and not to dwell on her thoughts. Promising to accompany her to buy a sketchbook the next day, Xianji let out a soft sob. Her discomfort stemmed from more than just this matter. She also recalled the words Ning had spoken to her during the day. Chapter 146, Conspiracy in the Shadows. At this moment, he lay on the bed in the adjacent room, resting his head on the pillow that Ning had used the night before, faintly catching the lingering scent she had left behind. It was the fragrance of lemongrass. The aroma was soothing and conducive to sleep. Yet, as Ning's words echoed in his mind, they tormented him, robbing him of rest. Ning had said, my. Luo Jiang nodded. He had requested her to masquerade as his fiancée, believing it was his duty to protect her. Yet, he had failed in that regard. However, witnessing Ji Jing's seemingly indifferent demeanor left him utterly perplexed. Why do you appear so unfazed? Are you even human? The meeting was convened at the historic Kyoto Grand Hotel, a venerable establishment that had hosted 2 consecutive selections, its walls bearing witness to the passage of time and the evolution of Kyoto itself. She displayed a look of alarm. If someone had been struck, she needed to descend promptly to assess the situation, as multiple injuries may necessitate an urgent call for an ambulance. Although the morning fog was dense, visibility extended for several paces, and soon the vague outlines of the brigands began to materialize. Upon disembarking, the long guns and short cannons were aimed squarely at the 2 of them, with inquiries sharper than the last. Embracing the customary approach, she extended her unscathed right hand and, with a pitiful gaze, blinked up at him, suggesting that this matter should be put to rest. Su Qianxian hesitated before speaking. She suspected something sinister was afoot, yet regardless of the truth, she could not gamble with their lives. He Yujun surveyed the condition of Xing Zhanyun and his 2 subordinates, relieved to find that their injuries were merely superficial and not of grave concern. Mei Chenju noticed some powder on the bed, had it not been illuminated by the candlelight. Casting a faint glow, it might have gone unnoticed. A cart was wheeled in, laden with a sumptuous and nutritious lunch. She stood momentarily, thanking the server absent-mindedly as she watched them depart with polite grace. Zhou Zishi, although not an artist, is involved in the entertainment industry, and her circumstances might shed light on potential solutions. You better not let me take you down, Jean Faguang muttered, directing a punch at Yuan Lang's instep. The ensuing sound was thunderous as Yuan Lang was propelled backward, crashing to the ground. He attempted to rise and continue the fight, but his legs felt as if they were shattered, rendering him utterly immobile. Meanwhile, Yizong, though enveloped in consciousness, still sensed his physical being. Slowly, he opened his eyes, only to be met with a jolt of terror as he beheld Li Yao, who had been struck away by Huang Rong. At that moment, despair engulfed him. He felt as though a darker version of himself had resurfaced. Seeing this unfold, the others, including Qi Hai, could not bear it any longer and descended from the air to pull Feng Lianqing away. Shang Guanji and the others immediately encircled them, eager to assess Chang Li's injuries. O esteemed Taoist, the reincarnation of the medicine master's primordial spirit has been nurtured for a decade, widely celebrated even in the Wind Forest tribe. Should we not also descend upon our realm with boundless auspicious signs, as in the case of the Feng Gun tribe? Zhuan Ti Dao Ren inquired solemnly. Thus, the enclosed location likely extended from one cave entrance to a fork in the path. Who, then, had opened the other exit? Upon their arrival at the arena, they found it brimming with disciples and followers, coinciding with the arrival of a new group of students, all under the age of 15. Ruan Lan quietly noted the promising candidates among them, marking those with exceptional potential. This is Yi Xiao, renowned as the burial master, our benefactor alongside Lu Da, and a savior to our village. He possesses the ability to assist us in unraveling this mysterious affliction. Yang Xiao explained to the village chief, who was so astonished that he dropped his cane. Xia Xinyun and Gui had spent an entire day together, though it was mostly her clinging to him, often gazing at him with a smile. Chapter 147, Not Fragrant. Ace, thank you. Sitting in the car, staring blankly at the newly acquired red booklet for a while, Sin Ning softly expressed her gratitude to Chen Yunjia. However, Chen Yunjia found her words more painful than if she had directly pierced his heart. I must also thank you. Thank you for being willing to obtain a marriage certificate with me. In this life, you should have no regrets. Let me take you out for a meal first. Unaware of her subtle thoughts, Chen Yunjia carefully tucked away his own marriage certificate. Yet, he secretly contemplated that from now on, he would hold the certificate close every night as he slept. Sin Ning casually took out her phone to check the time and said, "It's almost noon. My grandfather has a meeting with the heir of the Li family at 3 in the afternoon. We should return home to settle matters before eating. It would be more reassuring." That sounds good. From now on, whatever she said, he would comply. So, should we inform your parents as well? Yes. Chen Yunjia nodded steadily. However, Sin Ning suddenly furrowed her brows, belatedly realizing that this matter was not trivial. She began to feel a sense of worry. What if your parents want us to hold a wedding? She had underestimated the situation. After all, Chen Yunzhou was the legitimate grandson of the Chen family, and the elders at home would never allow him to simply obtain a marriage certificate without a proper ceremony. Rest assured, Chen Yunzhou spoke in a calm tone, concealing his desire to bestow upon her a grand wedding that would capture the attention of many. Yet, in consideration of her feelings, he restrained himself, as his current work commitments left him little opportunity to orchestrate such a celebration. Furthermore, in 3 years, this relationship would come to an end. Indeed. Sin Ning finally smiled with joy, exclaiming, "How wonderful it is to have you. Otherwise, I wouldn't know what to do." Wasn't there still a backup plan with a junior? Chen Yunjia had often been on the verge of impulsively voicing this thought, acknowledging that, in this seemingly hollow agreement of a marital relationship, he had no grounds for jealousy. He endured the discomfort, suppressing his feelings for a good 10 seconds before shifting the conversation to a less painful topic. Please send a message to Xianji. He wished for Xianji to be the first to know, hoping to bring her some happiness. All right. She read the message several times to confirm she was not dreaming. Chen Jingpei, she exclaimed excitedly, embracing him, feeling even more jubilant than if it were her own wedding. On Ning and Uncle Yunjia have registered their marriage. When did this happen? Chen Jingpei responded with a detached demeanor, seemingly unable to partake in the joy of the moment. Today was the simple reply. Meanwhile, Xianji, oblivious to the situation, continued to praise, Ning and Uncle Yunjia make such a perfect pair. This photo is truly beautiful. Chen Jingpei cast her gaze down at the bright screen of Xianji's phone, absent-mindedly agreeing, indeed, it is beautiful. Yet, this realization cast a shadow over her mood for the entire day, rendering even the most delightful of meals tasteless. In contrast, Xianji was brimming with energy, joyfully tapping away at her phone in the evening, presumably sending forth an endless stream of blessings. Chen Jingpei paid her no mind and proceeded to the bathroom for a shower. After approximately 20 minutes, he emerged, towel drying his damp hair, only to catch sight of Xuan Zhi, who had moved from the sofa to the carpet, propping her phone against the coffee table, engaged in a video call with a man, uncertain of the preceding conversation. He observed her as she seemed to ponder for a moment before gesturing with her thumb and forefinger, exclaiming, "His size? It seems to be about this big? Chen Jingpei, Chen Jingpei, Chen Jingpei. Is the size merely this small?" Chapter 148. A sense of accomplishment. Chen Jingpei's thoughts likely wandered astray, his expression sour as though he hadn't washed in 3 centuries. Xuan Zhi, catching sight of him in her peripheral vision, hurriedly informed the man on the video call, "Teacher Xiao, let us pause our chat for now. I'll contact you later, as I have an urgent matter at hand." "All right, let me know the size once you've confirmed it." Just as Chen Jingpei approached, the video call abruptly disconnected. His gaze turned icy. Who is Teacher Xiao? Xuan Zhi, initially intending to surprise him, found herself caught off guard by a sudden intrusion and apparent misunderstanding. She had no choice but to come clean. He is the renowned jewelry design master, Teacher Xiao Chenlian. Xiao Chenlian? A dangerous glint flickered in Chen Jingpei's eyes as he inquired, "You actually know him?" Leaning slightly closer, he pinched her chin with his long fingers, continuing to interrogate. "What were you discussing with him just now? Is my size really only this small? What else could it be?" Xuan Zhi and he were clearly not on the same wavelength, nor were they speaking from the same perspective. How much larger could you possibly be? Chen Jingpei nearly retched in exasperation. "Don't you know how large I am?" He clenched his back teeth in frustration, wishing he could wreak havoc upon her. Xuan Zhi responded, "Why does this sound somewhat absurd? Where is your mind wandering?" Gradually regaining her composure, she shot him an irritated glare. "I was discussing your ring size with Teacher Xiao." "You rascal! Ring size?" Chen Jingpei unconsciously loosened his grip on her chin. "What business do we have discussing that?" "To custom make your wedding ring," she replied. Xuan Zhi took hold of his ring finger, her expression unexpectedly tender. "I also wish to have a wedding ring made for you, inscribed with our names." However, Teacher Xiao had just mentioned that he had already designed a pair of wedding rings for Meng Fanyan this year, and he only crafted 1 pair annually. Yet, as she spoke, her eyes sparkled like a bright, clear crescent moon, brimming with radiant joy. "Fortunately, we are getting married in March next year, and he said he would exclusively design for us next year. How fortunate we are." Upon hearing her words, Chen Jingpei felt a wave of relief wash over him, dispelling the gloom that had enveloped him. Who can quietly obtain a marriage certificate without envy? He is set to marry in March of next year. A moment perfectly aligned with the heavens, the earth, and human destiny. He intends to flaunt this achievement on the trending news across the globe for 3 days and nights, driving all the single souls to madness. After spending 3 days at the Chen residence, Zhang Gani called, inviting Chen Jingpei to bring Xuan Zhi over for dinner. This was a promise made a few days prior, and naturally, Chen Jingpei did not decline. In a gentle tone, Zhang Liani mentioned over the phone, "I heard that Gigi particularly enjoys peaches. Early this morning, I learned to make several types of peach pastries from Aunt Chui, and I must ensure that Gigi gets to taste them." "All right, I will convey that to her." The sense of achievement Chen Jingpei felt was unparalleled. His beloved girl was cherished and esteemed by her parents. After concluding the call, he retrieved a hair tie from his coat pocket, standing behind Xuan Zhi to gather her wind-tousled hair, softly saying, "My mother has made peach pastries. Let us head over now." Xuan Zhi, momentarily distracted while flying a kite for her great-uncle, took a brief moment to respond. "Now, yes. Oh, then all right." She turned, passing the kite to the waiting butler. "Thank you, Uncle Hua." After informing her great-uncle, she exited with Chen Jingpei. Chapter 149. When Cici's mother to reach Zhang Lini's residence. One does not pass by Jiahu Bay. Xuan Zhi treasures her storage box, and of course, Chen Jingpei must first arrange his wife's belongings. Although placing them in the trunk does not necessarily mean they will be lost, he insists on prioritizing her needs. Moreover, he is eager to glimpse her childhood photographs, which must be utterly adorable. With a nod, he drives towards the villa at Jiahu Bay. Upon arriving at the underground garage, Chen Jingpei lifts the storage box while Xuan Zhi presses the elevator button, remarking, "I need to change into a different outfit later." She feels it is inappropriate to dress too casually for dinner with his parents, as she currently wears a sporty ensemble. Chen Jingpei slightly inclines his head. Complying with her wishes, her happiness is his utmost concern. Should we bring a gift? She ponders aloud. However, considering that his parents truly lack for nothing, she soon dismisses the idea. Moments later, the elevator reaches the 3rd floor. Xuan Zhi enters the cloakroom to select her attire while Chen Jingpei sits on the sofa. examining her password-protected storage box. Zhi, what is the password for the box? After attempting her birthday digits and failing, he feels compelled to ask. 4,567. She replies while changing. Chen Jingpei is taken aback by the simplicity of the password, which, nevertheless, eludes anyone's suspicion. As he deftly turns the dial, a click resonates, and the box opens before his eyes. Inside, it contains a variety of items, including a conch shell Xuan Zhi collected as a child by the seaside, a small glass bottle filled with sand, and 2 thick photo albums. One of the albums is dedicated to her awards and certificates. Another book lay open, adorned with photographs. Chen Jingpei cautiously turned to the first page. Immediately, a little girl with 2 braided pigtails nestled beside a young boy, overwhelmed his senses. Just then, Xuan Zhi emerged from the wardrobe, her dress in disarray, exclaiming, "The zipper is stuck. Could you help me?" She wore a luxurious, dark green velvet gown, complemented by shimmering swan earrings, exuding an ethereal aura that transcended the mundane. Particularly striking were her long, slender legs revealed by the high slit, which caused Chen Jingpei's throat to constrict. He promptly discarded the album, pulling her onto his lap, playfully murmuring, "You're making me lose my appetite. Hurry up. Stop being so coy." Xuan Zhi's ears flushed crimson as she gently scolded him. Unfazed, Chen Jingpei lowered his head, kissing her delicate shoulder blade before assisting her with the stubborn zipper, though he lingered, reluctant to release her so soon. Instead, he picked up the album again, pointing to the little girl with pigtails and inquired with curiosity, "Is this you as a child?" Upon first glance, he had thought it was Wen-Cixi. A chill of apprehension washed over him. She turned to the second page, revealing a family portrait. "This is my mother," she stated. Chen Jingpei's gaze followed hers, and his heart trembled violently at the revelation. Zhou Shubei, the mother of Wen-Cixi. "Is this your mother?" he asked incredulously. Chen Jingpei could scarcely believe his eyes. He distinctly recalled Xuan Zhi mentioning that her mother was named Xianli, so why was it Zhou Shubei? No, that couldn't be right. If her mother was Zhou Shubei, then who was she? Why did her childhood photograph bear such a striking resemblance to Wen-Cixi? Could it be? The deeper he delved, the more unsettling the thoughts became. Memories from before the first grade? In a moment of reflection, Xuan Zhi began to sift through her recollections. "I can recall most of it," she mused, "with only a few gaps from when I was 2 or 3. My memories from 4 or 5 are largely intact." She recounted to Chen Jingpei, "When I was 4 or 5, I didn't attend kindergarten. My grandfather hired a tutor to teach me." "Why weren't you allowed to go to kindergarten?" That seemed rather suspicious. "I'm not sure," Xuan Zhi responded, equally perplexed, "but it seems the children from the Xi family also had tutors, so perhaps my grandfather arranged it that way for me as well." This clearly indicated an attempt to obscure more of her childhood experiences. Chen Jingpei chose not to probe further. With a composed demeanor, he withdrew the family photograph, linking it to his previous promise to her, and said, "I will take this photo for now. I will help you find your mother." Xuan Zhi, trusting him, nodded obediently. "All right." Chen Jingpei placed the photograph into his coat pocket and then retrieved a long outer garment from the cloakroom to drape over her. Once he ensured that her long legs were covered, he suppressed the overwhelming surge of emotions within him, eager to rush to the place where Zhang Lianyi resided, to examine childhood photographs of Wen-Cixi and Zhou Shubei. His impression of Xuan Shubei had become quite hazy over time, with only a faint recollection of having glimpsed her in an album curated by Zhang Lianyi. Now, he felt an overwhelming urgency to seek the truth of it all. However, until matters were entirely clarified, he could not disclose anything to Xuan Zhi, as he feared it might inflict upon her a second injury. Thus, he was determined to unravel the events of that year thoroughly. Zhang Lianyi resided at Wanxiang Courtyard, located in the direction of Jingfei High-Speed Railway Station, where the architecture was characterized by traditional white walls and gray tiles, reminiscent of a courtyard-style villa. The front yard was adorned with flowers, while the back was cultivated with vegetables, exuding a simple and rustic charm. When Xuan Zhi and Chen Jingpei arrived, the sun was at its zenith. Zhang Lianyi and Aunt Cui had already set a delightful and exquisite lunch at the koi pavilion. Zhang Lianyi adjusted her silk shawl and warmly took Xuan Zhi's delicate wrist, smiling as she urged, "Come sit over here and savor the peach cake that Andy made." "Thank you, Andy," Xuan Zhi replied graciously as she took her seat. Aunt Cui, beside her, brewed a pot of health tea over a small hearth, and, as she poured a cup for Xuan Zhi, could not help but steal a glance at her. Unable to contain her admiration, she exclaimed, "The young mistress is truly beautiful." Xuan Zhi was taken aback, realizing she had yet to be wed, yet was already being addressed as the young mistress. She could only respond with an awkward smile that maintained her politeness. Observing her discomfort, Chen Jingpei instinctively sought to lighten the mood by asking, "Is the peach cake delicious?" "It is," Xuan Zhi replied earnestly, though she could not resist inquiring. "Would you like to try some?" Aunt Shui, quick to interject, exclaimed, "That won't do, young mistress. Young Master Jingpei is allergic to peaches and cannot consume them." Alas! You may be unaware that years ago, young Master Jingpei was fed a piece of peach by Miss Shi, resulting in an allergy of severe consequence. He must not be tempted by them. Xianji. To think he was once fed peaches by Wen Shi. Chapter 151. The Mischief of a Little Flower. Aunt Shui, please return to the kitchen and prepare some fish maw soup. Zhang Liani. Perhaps sensing Xianji's sensitivity to the name Wen Shi, intentionally diverted Aunt Shui to prevent the young couple from quarreling once more. Nevertheless, a tinge of jealousy brewed within Xianji's heart, while Chen Jingpei appeared oblivious, casually addressing Zhang Liani. "Mom, where are my childhood photographs? I wish to show them to Peige." "Oh, the photographs? They are in your father's study. I shall retrieve them for you." "No need." Chen Jingpei interjected, having his own intentions. "I will fetch them myself. You should spend more time chatting with Peige." He was evidently eager to evade the topic that Aunt Shui had just broached. Watching his hasty departure, Xianji seethed with her own assumptions. Unbeknownst to her, Chen Jingpei was deliberately withholding his affection for the moment. Or perhaps, the mere thought that she might resemble Wen Shi made him particularly eager to witness her endearing expression as she indulged in her own aged vinegar. In the study, the album was conspicuously placed on the third shelf of the bookcase, standing out amidst the myriad of books. Chen Jingpei spotted it immediately. He eagerly took it down, his heart brimming with excitement as he opened it. The first page revealed a childhood photograph of him and Wen Shi. Immediately following is a photograph capturing the 6 individuals: him, Zhang Liani, Chen Huiting, Wen Cixi, Zhou Shubei, and Wen Jinlang. Zhou Shubei appears solely in this particular snapshot, likely unknown to the other elders of the Chen family. After all, during that time, the internet was not as developed as it is today, and Zhou Shubei was akin to a canary, sheltered by Wen Jinlang. Had it not been for her friendship with Chen Huiting, she might have been too cherished to be taken out in public. Chen Jingpei hastily retrieved the photograph from his pocket for comparison. Indeed, Xianji's mother is Zhou Shubei, and Peige is Cixi. Chen Jingpei felt a surge of warmth in his eyes, nearly overwhelmed with tears. Peige is Cixi. It is astonishing that Peige is indeed Wen Cixi. As he turned to the second page, he was struck by the small inscription on the back of the photograph: Cixi's birthday, June 9th, written in Chen Huiting's hand. Chen Jingpei could no longer contain the tears that welled up. The glimmer in his eyes, once filled with sorrow, was now replaced by a gentle smile, softer than the autumn breeze. Yet, Xianji remained sulky, ignoring him. Observing this, Zhang Liani felt compelled to clarify matters for Chen Jingpei. She reached out, placing her hand on the back of Xianji's, and said, "Ji, your aunt knows that you might not be fond of hearing Cixi's name. However, she wishes to discuss the incident when Cixi fed Peige a peach, causing an allergic reaction. In truth, that year was Cixi's first visit to our home. At around 2 years old, bewildered and innocent, she had a large peach that she couldn't finish and offered it to Peige. Contrary to Aunt Shui's description, she believed that the term feeding was rather inappropriate. However, after hearing her explanation, Xianji felt even more troubled in her heart. "Aunt, you need not explain." Xianji forced a smile that is already a thing of the past. "Furthermore, when Cixi was so young at the time and is no longer in this world, I cannot be so petty as to hold on to grievances forever. I hope she finds peace. Let us not discuss it any further." "Very well, as you wish. I shall not bring it up again," Zhang Liani replied with a smile. As she spoke, her gaze met that of Chen Jingpei, standing to the side, and as if realizing something, she added, "You and Peige should eat first. I will go check on Aunt Shui's fish maw soup." Xianji nodded. After Zhang Liani departed, Chen Jingpei sat next to Xianji, pulling out his childhood photograph to show her. Xianji merely cast a fleeting glance before deliberately delivering a sharp and sardonic remark. "So you were a little menace even back then. No wonder everyone wanted to feed you peaches." What troubled her was that she was not the first to feed him peaches. "It is my fault." Chen Jingpei suddenly feigned a serious demeanor. "I should not have looked so mischievous as a child." With that, he picked up a piece of peach cake, playfully enticing her. "Shall I feed you now? Aside from you, I have never fed any other blossoms, particularly not with my mouth." Xianji, before her cheeks had the chance to redden, Chen Jingpei had already taken the piece of peach cake into his mouth and was feeding it to her with a blend of dominance and affection. Subconsciously grasping Chen Jingpei's collar, Xuan Zhi parted her crimson lips, ready to respond to him with a world-altering declaration, heedless of the possibility of being observed. The daylight gradually retreated towards the western wall. Upon exiting the Wanxiang courtyard, Chen Jingpei noted the time was 4 in the afternoon and contemplated taking Xuan Zhi to visit the Whale Institute to view the bionic robots. However, he was interrupted midway by a call from Jin Yin. As soon as Jin Yin spoke, he wove a narrative that left Chen Jingpei bewildered. He inquired, "Is your cousin burdened with an excessive amount of romantic debts? Today, my senior came to my herbal cultivation base, and upon seeing him, she appeared as though her life depended on it. Do you have a moment to come over?" Chen Jingpei was taken aback, realizing that the name Wen Xiezhou held profound significance. It was reminiscent of the encounter between Wen Jinlang and Zhou Shubei. A sudden jolt resonated within his heart as a critical piece of information intricately connected within his mind. He recalled that Wen Xiezhou and Xuan Zhi shared the same birthday. And today, he had seen on the back of a photograph that Wen Cici's birthday was also June 9th, unbidden. A bold conclusion crystallized in his thoughts. Wen Xiezhou must also be Zhou Shubei's offspring. Moreover, he and Wen Cici could very well be fraternal twins. Yet, Chen Jingpei hesitated momentarily, for if Wen Xiezhou was indeed born of Zhou Shubei, why had he never heard Zhang Liani or Chen Huiding mention him? Could it be that they were unaware of Wen Xiezhou's existence? "Hello, President Chen. Are you even listening?" After a prolonged silence without any response from Chen Jingpei, Jin Yin finally lost his patience on the other end of the line. Jin Yin exhibited a hint of vexation as she called out to your cousin, referring to him as Xianjuan. "Did you not inform me that his name is Chen Xiezhou?" Chen Xiezhou? Xuan Zhi faintly caught the trailing sound of the name and glanced at Chen Jingpei in bewilderment. It was truly remarkable how he seemed to assist others in altering their surnames. "You mentioned Dr. Tsin, calling him Xianjuan? Is Xianjuan not the uncle of Xuan Zhi? Why?" Chen Jingpei found himself somewhat perplexed. The narrative thread he had finally unraveled was now tangled once more. What happened? Upon hearing her uncle's name, Xuan Zhi's senses sharpened. Chen Jingpei's vehicle came to a halt on a street near the Qingjing Institution. He reached out a hand to gently pat her head, urging her to remain calm. Then, pondering over his thoughts, he inquired of Jin Yin, "Did my cousin exhibit any reaction?" What reaction could he have? He claimed to not know senior sister Sinning. It felt rather disheartening. He simply walked away without acknowledging her. "This has utterly overturned my previous understanding of him. He appears to be such an innocent young man. Yet this is how he treats my senior sister." Chen Jingpei. Had it not been for Xuan Zhi's revelation regarding the triangular relationship involving Sin Ning, Xianjuan, and Chen Yunzhe, he might have been unable to comprehend why Sin Ning, despite being married to Chen Yunzhe, still harbored feelings for Xianjuan. "Is Dr. Tsin still at the base? Your elder cousin just came over and took her away." Chen Jingpei. A sudden urge to laugh struck him. "Very well, I shall visit again tomorrow. I also have another matter for you to assist with." "What matter?" "We shall discuss it upon meeting." Xuan Zhi stood nearby, and he preferred to keep her in the dark. Chapter 153. The Substitute. Upon concluding the call with Zhen Yin, Chen Yunzi seamlessly received a message from WeChat. He had just escorted Sin Ning to the 27th floor of Building 5 in Jiahu Bay and, after a heated argument with her, was now inquiring about Chen Jingpei. "Who is that Chen Xiezhou? Why is he deceiving Jin Yin into thinking he is our cousin?" The voice message quickly appeared in the chat box. Chen Yunzi activated the speakerphone, allowing the tear-streaked Sin Ning to hear. He then tossed the phone aside on the sofa. His frustration evident as he loosened his tie, turning to Sin Ning and saying, "You should be hearing this now. He is not Xianjun. He merely bears a slight resemblance to him. I hope you can regain your clarity." "I don't care." Sin Ning sobbed, her shoulders trembling. "I want a divorce. I regret ever marrying you." Deep down, she understood better than anyone that he was not Xianjun, but her yearning for him had become an affliction. Now that she had encountered someone who resembled Xianjun, she found it impossible to resist falling for him. She even ventured into the realm of reincarnation. Speaking in a mystical tone, "I believe Xianjun must have been reborn. He doesn't recognize me now. Perhaps his consciousness has yet to fully assimilate." Huh. Chen Yunzi felt exasperated to the point of physical pain, his jaw clenching involuntarily as he replied coldly, "You are overthinking this, Sin Ning. You are clearly treating him as Xianjun's substitute. But if you can regard someone else as a stand-in for Xianjun, then why can't I fulfill that role? How desperately I adore you. Do you truly remain oblivious to this? Why must you continue to wound me time and again?" Is it merely because you penned a love letter to a Jean back in the day, and I remained unmoved, that you presume I hold no affection for you? Do you have any inkling of the anguish I endured when you implored me to deliver your missive? My heart ached unbearably, as Chen Yunzi spoke. His eyes grew increasingly bloodshot, teetering on the brink of losing all rationality, as he forcefully grasped Sin Ning's chin. I had intended to confess my feelings on your birthday, yet you chose to write a love letter to a Jean the day before. I stood helplessly, watching the girl I cherished secretly adore my best friend. Do you comprehend the excruciating pain that accompanies such a betrayal? Sin Ning. Nevertheless, at this moment, whether you ever held even the slightest affection for me or none at all, I wish to make it unequivocally clear, from the very beginning. When I coaxed you into obtaining a marriage certificate, I never contemplated divorce. Abandon any hope of that. You scoundrel. You deceived me. Sin Ning, in a fit of rage, raised her hand to slap him. Xuan Yunzi seized her wrist with force, no longer wishing to play the gallant gentleman. This is a consequence of your own actions. Were it not for your visit to Zhang Yan's herbal cultivation base today, where you called him in tears, demanding a divorce, he would not have been driven to such extremes. After all, it had been less than 3 days since their marriage, and merely seeing a stranger resembling Xian Jin had captivated his soul, leaving him no room for tolerance. Chen Yunzi, what do you intend to do to me? As Chen Yunzi tore off his tie and hastily unbuttoned his shirt, Sin Ning was taken aback and forcefully pushed him away, exclaiming, "You scoundrel! If you dare lay a hand on me, I will make you pay dearly." Unbeknownst to her, Chen Yunzi was utterly unafraid of her threats. Even in death, she would remain his ghost. "You are shameless," Sin Ning exclaimed, tears streaming down her face in a torrent of anger. "You beast in human guise! I must have been blind to have misjudged you." Chen Yunzi did not respond to her retorts, but instead forcefully leaned in, attempting to seal her defiant lips with a kiss. Sin Ning resisted with all her might, striking and kicking, her cries echoing. "Do not touch me. My body and heart belong to a Jin. You have no right to lay a finger on me." For a fleeting moment, Chen Yunzi paused, momentarily taken aback. Yet, this hesitation lasted but an instant. "I do not mind," he thought. His affection for her had transcended the corporeal realm. Whether she had been with a Jean 100 times or 1,000, it mattered not to him. "But I do mind," Sin Ning cried, her heart torn asunder. "Aside from a Jean, I shall never let another man touch me in this lifetime. Not even you, Chen Yunzi." It was this very declaration that ignited the flames of Chen Yunzi's fury. Without a care for the consequences, he leaned down and bit her crimson lips. His voice laced with rage. "There is nothing that Chen Yunzi cannot achieve. Even if you despise me for a lifetime, I shall have you today." Chapter 154, Trimming Nails. The Whale Institute, Bionic Robot Laboratory. Xianji had been absent-minded until Chen Jingpei gently pinched the tip of her nose, at which point she seemed to activate, suddenly brightening. "Are you tired?" Chen Jingpei inquired, observing her somewhat dazed eyes. "You seem a bit lost in thought." "You are the one who is lost," she retorted, showing a spark of spirit. Chen Jingpei smiled indulgently, pondering what had just crossed his mind. He understood that Zhao Ji, as the emperor, faced the burdens of his position. However, the actions taken had displeased Gao Qiu. Thus, this matter warranted a thorough discussion, for in the end, he would not suffer any loss. What was there to fear? This was the prevailing thought in Gao Qiu's mind. Setting aside the previous significance of the compass, it was now in a state of utter disrepair, its colors faded, and even a portion of the dragon head was missing. The spiritual patterns had begun to lose their vibrancy. He realized that he could do nothing against Lin Yuanhu, and rather than falter, it would be wiser to unleash his ultimate skill. Under the radiance of this power, the crumbling dragon city began to mend itself. Ning Jiuer was engaged in battle with Xie Tianmu, and at that moment, the teasing caused her to blush and her heart to race. Her movements slowed, nearly allowing Xie Tianmu to pierce her chest with a sword. Li Zichen and Mei Hanxia strolled together. Though relatively silent, they were acutely aware of each other's thoughts. Bai Wuchang's brow twitched slightly, and the barrier formed by energy isolation re-emerged, blocking Mo Bai's assault. Yet, before he could voice his defense, he was restrained by the soldiers who had been poised for action, ready to drag him from the city wall. In the midst of their exchange, Xian Can and the 3 heroes of the Chai family pursued them. Noticing the absence of Emperor Tianzhua, they paid no heed to Tai Yuer and hastily gave chase. But lacking the extraordinary lightness of foot exhibited by Shang Guanyun, they arrived only at this moment. "Master of the city, what shall we do now? It seems we are unable to handle Lu Chuan. He has awakened, and it is impossible for us to act against him," Zhao Buqiuan remarked. This was not the first time Zhe and others had been so perilously close to death, nor would it be the last. What about the others? Lika cast a glance at the girl. Foolish, too foolish. Yet, if this girl possessed any capability, she would not have remained as a receptionist in their company for 4 or 5 years without seeking other opportunities. Cao Cao also wholeheartedly supported the auction in Yuzhou, for he was a cunning old fox with his own schemes. He pondered that even if he defeated Zhang Weiyao, Yuzhou might still not belong to him. He would have to contend with Yuan Shu first. However, Zheng Feng had already anticipated the words that would follow. Her intention was unmistakably clear, a polite refusal. What on earth was her father up to? Their mother was on the verge of divorce, yet he still kept Bai Piapiao by his side, indifferent to the need for reflection. Vilia was, of course, a woman of unwavering resolve. For it was impossible to endure countless hardships and reach this stage without great determination and wisdom. In the perilous arena of power struggles, one cannot achieve anything without immense fortitude and sagacity. Upon hearing this, Xie Shurong's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of insight, and his gaze deepened, transforming him from the young man who had just been playfully leaning against Bai Xian. Do not doubt me. You may test me directly. Use your poison, I assure you. I will not need to employ my unique abilities, and your poison shall be equally ineffective, Lu Chuan declared. Mu Yun Jiancheng extended his palm, his fingers poised like a sword, pointing at the brow of the demon youth, Lin 12. Visible strands of sword aura surged from the demon youth's forehead and coiled into the fingertips of Mu Yun Jiancheng. Chapter 155, Coercion. The night was as dark as ink. In the living room and bedroom of the 27th floor apartment, chaos reigned supreme. From dusk until the deep of night, the girl who had fiercely resisted had long since cried herself into a fitful slumber. Chen Yunze stood beneath the shower, rinsing himself off, his neck, chest, and arms marked with the savage bites of Tsinning. Yet, despite the evidence of her struggle, he showed no inclination to release her. The tears on Tsinning's face still glistened, and he gently raised his hand to tenderly wipe them away. I'm sorry, he murmured, his voice low and hoarse. Ning. He was not repenting. He would continue this tormenting love. Tsinning instinctively shrank away, fully aware of Chen Yunze's presence beside her, yet too exhausted to muster the strength to open her eyes and curse him. Ultimately, she succumbed to sleep in his embrace. Chen Yunze's lips curled into a faint smile as he nestled his nose in her hair, inhaling the subtle fragrance of lemongrass, feeling for the first time a profound sense of peace and security in slumber. The following day, the sun rose, casting its light over the villa in the northern district. Xianzhi, deeply ensconced in her dreams, suddenly felt as though she had stepped into a void, jolting awake. Heart racing, she pressed her hand against her chest. Chen Jingpei, sensing her distress, tightened his embrace and asked, "Did you have a nightmare?" "No," she replied, uncertain of what dream had troubled her, only aware of a sudden heaviness in her chest. Just as she finished speaking, her phone on the bedside table emitted a sudden chime, signaling the arrival of a message from Tsinning. She said, "Zhi, I can no longer face a Jin. I am too ashamed to even meet him in death." Xianzhi was taken aback and hurriedly called her. However, the line was busy and she could not get through. She immediately dialed Chen Yunze's number. He answered promptly. "Xianzhi," his voice carried a calmness. "Is something wrong with Ning?" "Nothing is wrong," Chen Yunze assured her. "She is right here with me." "Oh." Xianzhi let out a slight sigh of relief. "Then why did Ning suddenly send me such a message?" "She is just sulking," Chen Yunze admitted candidly. "From now on, you should call her Aunt." "What? Aunt?" Xianzhi was momentarily bewildered. Before she could inquire about the reason behind this change, she heard Tsinning's furious voice on the other end of the line. "Chen Yunze, don't be so shameless. Give me back my phone." "Xianzhi, as for you and Ning, everything that needed to happen has happened," Chen Yunze stated bluntly. Xianzhi was taken aback. The speed of these developments left her reeling. She bit her lip, uncertain whether to extend her congratulations, for she perceived from Tsinning's message and her recent outburst that she was utterly heartbroken. "Oh, could you let Ning speak on the phone for a moment?" She hesitantly asked, unsure how to directly question him about the sudden turn of events with Tsinning. "She's rather upset at the moment. I'll calm her down first," he replied. Xianzhi responded, somewhat skeptically, "Are you sure? You can truly calm her? We must give it a try." She prefers a firm approach over a gentle one. It was only last night that he discovered this. The more forceful and domineering he became, the more she yielded. In contrast, his gentleness had no effect on her. Thus, should he adopt a tough approach? Could this truly be effective? Well, take your time to coax her, but do not provoke Sister N again to tears. Chen Yunjia hung up the phone first. Chen Jingpei, who had been listening intently, scoffed with arrogance. So he too has his brutish moments. I had thought him to be a paragon of virtue. Nevertheless, I should count myself fortunate that his affections lie with Ning and not you. Otherwise, having you by his side all these years could have been perilous. Xuan Zhi, utterly speechless. Chapter 156. Allergic to other females at the Zhen family herbal cultivation base, following yesterday's incident. He had instructed Wen Xiezhu to remain in his room this morning to avoid any further romantic entanglements. I do not wish to stay in the room. Unexpectedly, Wen Xiezhu protested. I adore sunlight, I cherish herbs, and I do not want to be disconnected from the outside world. Having experienced isolation in Laigua, he feared it. Albeit the Royal Academy provided him with one-on-one instruction in various subjects and physical training, he had always been limited to interactions with designated individuals, never having the freedom to forge genuine friendships outside. Jin Yinjin found this peculiar, as it was the first time when Xiezhu had spoken so much to him. He quietly counted. There were a total of 24 characters. Unable to suppress a laugh, he relented. Very well, let's not say that I mistreat you. However, you must wear a straw hat and mask to prevent the female pharmacists in the lab from becoming overly enamored. At the base, a laboratory dedicated to drug research has been established. When Xiezhu, without further comment, simply placed the straw hat, imbued with the essence of rural life, atop his head. Only then did Jin Yin express his satisfaction, stating, let us proceed. Today I shall introduce you to other medicinal herbs. He brought him to a verdant patch of grass, explaining the properties of Centella asiatica, which can clear heat, detoxify, and reduce swelling. At that moment, his phone in the pocket vibrated unexpectedly. He glanced down to see that the caller was Chen Jingpei. After sliding to answer, Chen Jingpei's graceful voice flowed through the device. I have arrived. Where are you? I am by the herb garden. I will send you my location. Please come over. All right. 10 minutes later, Chen Jingpei strolled over, holding the hand of Xuan Zhi. The air was filled with a delicate fragrance of herbs, creating a refreshing atmosphere. What a rare occasion, Mr. Chen, Jin Yin remarked, teasingly noting that Chen Jingpei had finally brought his long-hidden girlfriend into the open. Indeed, she resembled a fairy, adorned in a light, white dress, with an ethereal beauty that exuded an unforgettable elegance. It was no wonder that previously, Chen Jingpei had gone to such lengths to conceal her at the Zhen family pharmacy. As if afraid she might be taken away, she was truly a treasure. Chen Jingpei had come with serious business to discuss, lacking the leisure for banter. Nevertheless, he formally introduced Xuan Zhi, saying, this is my fiancée, Xuan Zhi. We will be married in March next year, and I will send you an invitation soon. Please prepare your gift accordingly. Jin Yin replied, discussing monetary gifts really dampens the mood. Jin Yanswen smiled gracefully and extended a courteous hand towards Xuan Zhi, saying, hello. Miss Xian, it is a pleasure to meet you. No need for a handshake, Chen Jingpei interjected, taking Xuan Zhi's place and firmly grasping Jin Yan's right hand, explaining that she had an aversion to physical contact with other males. Goodness, I have never encountered a man so miserly, he thought to himself. Changing the subject, Chen Jingpei directed his gaze towards a straw-hatted boy squatting by the herb garden, gently caressing the leaves of the plants, and inquired curiously, is that person Chen Xiezhu? Upon hearing this, Xuan Zhi couldn't help but glance at Wen Xiezhu as well. Chen Jingpei noticed her gaze and seized the opportunity to suggest, Zhi, I will be discussing matters with Mr. Zhen. Would you mind staying here to chat with Xie? All right. In truth, she felt an inexplicable desire to draw closer to him. Chapter 157. The royal token Chen Jingpei and Jin Yin retreated into a room to converse. As for the nature of their discussion, Xuan Zhi could only speculate it revolved around work-related matters. Little did she know, inside the room, Chen Jingpei extracted a transparent sealed bag from his coat pocket and presented it to Zhen Yin, containing two items, a toothbrush and a small glass vial filled with nail clippings. Zhen Yin furrowed his brow in confusion and asked, what is this? Please assist me with a verification, Chen Jingpei replied, his gaze drifting towards a western window, where he could just make out the figures of Xuan Zhi and Wen Xiezhu in the distance. He lowered his voice, even though Xuan Zhi could not possibly hear. Later, draw some blood from Wen Xiezhu and conduct a paternity test with this sample. Wen Xiezhu? Jin Yin was taken aback. How did it turn into one? That's a long story, Chen Jingpei replied. Chen Jingpei merely offered a brief explanation, clarifying that he was not actually my cousin. First, complete the identification, and then I shall reveal the truth. Jin Yin, intrigued, examined the sealed bag containing a toothbrush and nail clippings. He feigned curiosity, pray tell. Is he your father's illegitimate child? This sample couldn't possibly belong to you, could it? Yet, that seems unlikely. The toothbrush is pink, far too whimsical for your taste. And these nail clippings do not appear to belong to you either. Enough of your chatter, Chen Jingpei interjected, urging him to expedite the process without errors. Rest assured, I shall ensure everything is handled properly. Zhun Yin meticulously stored the samples, already surmising the ownership of the toothbrush and clippings. Outside, Xianxi stood against the sunlight, beaming at Wenzizu with a warm smile. Hello, Wenzizu, do you remember me? Upon hearing the sweet, melodic voice of the girl, Wenzizu took a moment to lift the brim of his hat, his clear, dark eyes gazing at her in slight confusion until memories of their previous encounter began to surface. Oh, hello. She was indeed his savior. And he dared not be dismissive. Rising promptly, he brushed off the dirt from his clothes and, for the first time in his life, smiled genuinely at Xianxi. May I know how to address you? I am profoundly grateful for your assistance in rescuing me. Upon awakening, he found himself under the attentive care of Zhun Yan. However, during that fateful night of high fever and unconsciousness, he was, in fact, aware, yet unable to open his eyes, and harbored a subtle reluctance to awaken. He was cognizant that the person who saved him was Chen Jingpei, and he understood that Jin Yan's devoted care was largely due to the financial support provided by Chen Jingpei. You may address me as Xianxi. Observing the rare flicker of vitality in Wen Xiezhou's previously vacant gaze, Xianxi smiled sweetly and introduced herself. Xian, as in unspoken understanding. Zhi, as in the bitter fruit from southern oranges and northern oranges. Such a lovely name. For reasons unbeknownst to her, his smile brought her joy as well. It felt as though they were bound by fate. Xianxi shared similar sentiments, perhaps influenced by his resemblance to her uncle, Xianjin. By the way, Xie, even the way she addressed him felt natural, devoid of any awkwardness or distance. You mentioned someone wanted to kill you. Would you be comfortable sharing the details with me? I could see if there is any way I might assist you. As a journalist, if a nefarious force truly sought to end his life, she could consider exposing the matter to the public. You might find it challenging to assist me, he replied. Wen Xiezhou likely wished to keep her out of danger. For now, he only sought to locate his father. Surely, my brother knows who my father is? His intuition was remarkably strong. Xianxi nodded, for on their journey to the base, Chen Jingpei had already informed her that Wen Xiezhou was indeed the illegitimate son of Wen Jinlang. The current situation is rather intricate. Chen Jingpei mentioned that once he finalizes a few matters, he will naturally take Wen Xiezhou to meet Wen Jinlang. Please be patient a little longer and focus on recovering from your ailments and injuries. I believe that soon, you will be able to reunite with your father. Wen Xiezhou's eyes suddenly welled with warmth, and he expressed his gratitude, unsure of how to repay the kindness shown by you and your brother. He hesitated, as if recalling something of value on his person. He lifted his wrist, reaching towards his collar, and removed a silver chain from around his neck. The silver chain bore a royal token symbolizing noble status. This is for you, he insisted, pressing the item into her hand before she could respond. Upon closer inspection, she was taken aback. It was indeed an imperial green peace token, identical to the one she had tied to her camera. However, this peace token possessed subtle differences. Wen Xiezhou's lacked any engravings. Furthermore, his silver chain was exceptionally crafted, intricately designed. A meticulous examination would reveal that the chain was adorned with the unique emblem of the royal family of the Lai Kingdom. This was clearly a royal token. Unlike her own peace token, which was merely a red thread. This is your personal belonging. I cannot accept it. Yet, Jiang Xiong observed that his son, with those occasionally revealing expressions, possessed a depth that surpassed even those seasoned by worldly experiences. Qin Zhan had initially intended to discuss the specifics of the ninth forbidden zone with Yuan Chongyuan, but upon carefully observing Yuan's expression, it became apparent that Yuan was already aware of the ninth forbidden zone. The enemy has begun to establish their encampment at the foot of the mountain. And atop the peak, Su Qingling and her companions finally felt a profound sense of relief. The garments that had cloaked them were discarded, and the once cherished Zizaxi Luo was severed in two and carelessly cast into the cage. This was a manifestation of a joy that arose from the depths of their souls, born from experiencing the most beautiful sentiments of humanity. Suddenly, with the rebound of countless sword intents, Luo Jinghong retreated several paces, her longsword piercing astonishingly into her own dantian. The floating dream star, a second-tier life star, belonged to one of the most formidable beings across the vast realms of the spirit world. Thus far, she has been an active participant in the ongoing and intense battle of creation, exerting a significant influence that prolonged a conflict that should have already reached its conclusion. As her words fell, seeing that Xiao Munin remained unresponsive, Chuiying felt a tumult of uncertainty within, yet she rose and stepped outside. However, both Inner Cool Lord and Upper River Lord nearly broke free from Jiang Han's illusionary path. Had it not been for the control of the formation, Jiang Han would have suffered a backlash. The question mark preceding Lu Qingyuan's name and the parentheses containing Qin Yong denote that Lin Jia is currently unable to ascertain whether Lu Qingyuan obtained the bronze incense burner, purchased from Zhou Wei by Ruan Fuchen and Wei Dongdong, through Qin Yong or another means. Ordinarily, a tombstone should bear inscriptions. Yet this particular stone was utterly devoid of any markings. The earthen house here features wooden windows, with the once white paper that adorned them long since fallen away, leaving only a few dusty fragments clinging to the edges of the window frames. He picked up the chain from the counter and, grasping a bar stool, positioned himself to sit down. Fasky stood watch nearby, while Illidan himself began to recite incantations around the Eye of Sargeras. This was a form of spell, which, when combined with the array on the ground, could harness the energy contained within the eye. It is said that upon reaching the Yuaning realm, one may grasp the laws of space. However, such enlightenment is reserved for the most extraordinary of talents. The terrifying visage of the demon lord began to cast a vast psychological shadow over their hearts. It is indeed a curious matter, although Zhuoma's motives were less than pure. Her affections could not be concealed, marking the arrival of spring for Zhang Lin. Had Zhang Yi been aware of this, he would have undoubtedly raised both hands in approval. The void trembled with the sound of shattering as the ghastly face was struck solidly by the, subsequently expelled from the void, revealing the true form of the specter. Chapter 159. Why not post a photo? Hello, brother? A casual glance revealed Chen Jingpei and Jin Yan emerging, prompting Wen Xiezhu to greet Chen Jingpei with a mix of excitement and restraint. His eyes sparkled with fervor, as though only Chen Jingpei existed within them. The overlooked Jin Yan felt a pang of jealousy, feigning rivalry as he remarked, "You truly are heartless, after all the effort I've put into caring for you. You've yet to call me brother even once." When Xiezhu gently embraced Ling Xiao, her eyes filled with compassion, always appearing by his side in moments of his helplessness. The portly figure had selected the maximum quantity of food that could be consumed raw, stuffing his mouth with these items while grilling, devouring the meat as soon as it was cooked and continuing to roast more. Upon reaching the first stage of the nascent soul, his spirit had gained further capacity. Expanding the soul to its utmost potential was a step away from refining the primordial spirit. No, the zombie holds significant value for me. It must not be exposed prematurely. This matter is not urgent. I shall arrange it once my affairs are settled. If they discover our actions, those individuals will become mere pawns. Ling Xiao remarked with a faint, sinister smile. Safety was assured. Our families had been secured well in advance. The higher-ups likely feared that pressing us too hard might backfire. Hence we took it upon ourselves to ensure our families were safe. Shen Song seemed to grasp Zhou Yu's intentions and promptly spoke up. The notion of the extraterrestrial demons was known to all practitioners on the path of cultivation, albeit to varying degrees. Yet, before achieving the primordial spirit, an ordinary cultivator could scarcely recognize an extraterrestrial demon even upon encountering one, mistaking it for some form of spirit or a being of the primordial level. Li Yunqing shook his numb arms and pinched his own face, as if awakening from a dreadful nightmare, struggling to believe he had emerged unscathed from such a terrifying divine thunderstrike. Li Mo was aghast, realizing that if others were to learn that Xiao Nu had simply brewed a remedy to cure his mother's ailment using for seemingly useless herbs, it would undoubtedly stir a tremendous uproar. The divine light intertwined with the tempest, as sacred brilliance clashed against the forces of darkness, divine energy surging forth, threatening to rend the very fabric of space. Moments later, silence enveloped the adjacent room. It dawned on Li Donglai that his rightful spouse must be in the next room. The two of them were occupying a suite, and he had mistakenly entered the wrong chamber. The climate here was rather warm, with a hint of moisture, more befitting for indulging in hot pot. It seemed he would have to establish a hot pot restaurant in the coming days. After several attempts, ensuring it would not impede flight, the Falcon 77 grazed the vicinity of the tower, and in that instant, she opened the hatch and leapt down, silently infiltrating the enemy's ranks. "Very well, I shall grant you death. Go meet your demise, for I shall not," Qin Yang stated with remarkable decisiveness. "You are right. We are akin to lambs awaiting slaughter, targeted by those who are not easily dealt with," Hu Fei remarked. "What on earth have you done?" Hua Qianchen, Bu Hui exclaimed, her voice raised in indignation. Yun Hao had escorted Xiao Teng down the mountain, and as they prepared to part ways, Yun Hao made a decision, a resolution he had long contemplated but had been unable to act upon due to various concerns. Now, witnessing the poised and carefree demeanor of Xiaoting ignited his innate spirit. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. The young sovereign of his generation had finally arrived at the dragon's tomb, and this battleground of death was poised to erupt into chaos. Fortunately, this expedition was meticulously planned. With military tents erected in a circle, and the lighting equipment unloaded from the vehicles illuminated the campsite as if it were broad daylight. Chapter 160. The Grand Green Package. As she was about to leave, she removed the dazzling crown wedding ring from her finger and entrusted it to Chen Jingpei for safekeeping, instructing him to place it back on her finger during their wedding ceremony. He acquiesced without a hint of dissent. Mindful that he had caused her displeasure a few days prior on the observation deck, and it had taken him several nights of earnest coaxing to mend their rift, he felt compelled to cater to her every whim. Do you know what she later said about him? She remarked, Chen Jingpei, I suspect that your sudden imposition of such thoughts upon me stems from something nefarious within you. Let me be clear, regardless of circumstances. My father's abandonment of his family is an undeniable truth, and he shall never redeem himself in this lifetime. Moreover, I lack the authority to forgive him on my mother's behalf. Should you dare to bring this up again, I will interpret it as an indication of your intention to stray, and I shall present you with an extravagant green package to deal with at your discretion. Truly, she was not to be trifled with, and he felt the weight of her words. Consequently, he treaded carefully in the days that followed, even concealing the paternity test results sent by Zhun Yin with great caution, fearful that they might inadvertently come to her attention. He pondered the difficulty she would face in accepting such a reality, fearing it might deepen her anguish. Just a little longer, he thought, as he clasped the wedding ring in his palm, gently caressing her slender waist. The unquenched desire in his eyes gradually transformed into a tender affection. After speaking, he did not probe her expression further, instead shouldering his backpack and departing. Though he feigned a casual demeanor, his mind was resolutely focused on the matter at hand. He retrieved his phone and dialed Wen Jinlang. Wen Jinlang, perhaps just roused from slumber, spoke in a slightly subdued tone. Is there a matter for such an early call? Pei? Uncle Jean, I wish to confirm something. Chen Jingpei stood by the window, a cigarette perched between his fingers, which he lit with a flicker of flame. What is it? A rustling sound emanated from Wen Jinlang's end, as if he were multitasking between the call and dressing. Without preamble, Chen Jingpei inquired directly, Is Wen Shizhou the offspring of Aunt Bei? Wen Jinlang was momentarily taken aback. Yes, he replied hastily, fully aware that Chen Jingpei was merely attempting to intimidate him. Yet, he did not shy away from revealing, I haven't even disclosed this to your father, I have only shared it with you. Xie is indeed born of your Aunt Bei. He paused, his gaze falling upon the woman slumbering peacefully beside him. She. Both are the children of your Aunt Bei, a pair of twins. As he had suspected, the revelation was indeed true. His hand, clutching the cigarette, tightened involuntarily. Chen Jingpei's voice trembled with barely concealed excitement as he pressed on. Then why have you kept it a secret? Is she the younger sister, or the elder sister? She is the elder sister. At the mere mention of she, Wen Jinlang's eyes brimmed with tears once more. Fearing to awaken the woman beside him, he quickly exited the room to continue the conversation outside. Pei, this matter is rather intricate. Shall we meet to discuss it further? Certainly. Chen Jingpei also wished to unravel the full story promptly. I shall send you an address. Please come over now. Chapter 161. A meeting with Father Chen Jingpei provided Wen Jinlang with the address of the Zhen's herbal cultivation base, informing him that Wen Shizhou was also present there. He then instructed Secretary Lin to prepare the vehicle. Secretary Lin, however, spoke to him with a somewhat grave expression. Godfather, it seems that the old lady has sent someone to follow us here. I just overheard the security guard on duty mention that 2 private cars have been lurking outside the courtyard since last night, and they have yet to leave. Do you think they might discover Godmother? He remained deeply concerned about this issue. Not at all, he reassured. In this matter, they cannot enter, nor would they dare to. Freed from control and coercion, Wen Jinlang now feels no fear. After pondering for a moment, Wen Jinlang devised a plan and said to Secretary Lin, Mo Su, why don't you take my private car to divert them? I will leave shortly in the housekeeper's vehicle. Understood. Secretary Lin immediately grasped the situation and demonstrated his strong execution skills. I will divert them right away. Half an hour later, Secretary Lin led them to the provincial government building and then took them to the countryside. Meanwhile, when the bodyguards of the Wen family realized that Wen Jinlang was not in the car, he had already made his way to the cultivation base. Old lady, We discovered last night that Mr. Wen has a residence on the outskirts of Jiqing. Having lost track of Wen Jinlang, the bodyguards could only report a new lead. The outskirts of Jiqing? Upon hearing the name, the old lady's expression changed dramatically. What could he possibly be doing there? We are uncertain. The security here is tight, and we cannot infiltrate. Keep a close watch on it. We must find out who resides there. Yes, ma'am. Upon receiving her orders, the bodyguards hurried back to the outskirts of Jiqing to stake out the location. Mom, what is wrong? Pan Jiayun set down her spoon. Her gaze fixated anxiously on the elderly matriarch, inquiring who had gone to Jiqing. The elderly lady, her appetite for breakfast extinguished by indignation, replied, "The bodyguard has just reported that Jinlang possesses a residence on the outskirts of Jiqing. It is likely that he is concealing some unworthy woman there. You, my dear, bring me nothing but disappointment. No wonder he claims to be too busy with official duties to stay here overnight." Upon hearing this, Pan Jiayun's heart raced. Mother, are you speaking the truth? She had always believed he would not associate with any woman apart from Zhou Shubei, but now, no. I must go and see for myself. With that, she hastily rose from the dining table. Observing this, Wen Shani also set down her utensils, hastening to follow her. Mother, where are you going? I wish to accompany you. Meanwhile, Wen Jinlang had arrived at the cultivation base. Wen Xiezhou, unaware of his father's visit, was engrossed in the garden, diligently documenting the properties and effects of the herbs. Xia, Zhenyan approached him. He lifted his head from his notebook. What is it, Yango? Your father has arrived. Really? Wen Xiezhou was both startled and elated, scanning the area. Where is he? By the laboratory. I shall take you there now. Zhenyan's demeanor appeared somewhat complex, his tone subdued and lacking the usual playful banter, perhaps astonished that Wen Xiezhou's father was none other than Wen Jinlang. Chapter 162. Difficulties Laboratory. Lounge. In the herbal pot, licorice and honeysuckle were added, releasing a delicate and fragrant aroma into the air. Chen Jingpei, with his slender, pale fingers gripping the handle of the pot, leisurely prepared a cup of tea for Wen Jinlang. Observing the scene, one could sense a harmonious atmosphere reminiscent of filial piety and familial affection. Alas, it was a lamentable truth that Chen Jingpei could never become his son-in-law in this lifetime. With a quiet sigh of regret, Wen Jinlang resumed their previous conversation, recounting in detail, in truth, Xia was taken away by my mother the moment he was born. Initially, I was unaware of this. At that moment, a figure suddenly rushed in from outside the hall, calling out, Dad. It was the voice of Wen Xiezhou. Wen Jinlong's eyes instantly glistened with emotion. His lips trembled for a long while before he finally managed to choke out the words, Xia. Dad. Wen Xiezhou exclaimed again, his excitement unabashed as he threw himself into Wen Jinlong's embrace. His eyes reddened as he expressed, I miss you so much. Clang. The cup slipped from his grasp, producing a crisp sound. Chen Jingpei, keenly attuned to Wen Jinlong's last remark, quickly inquired, Uncle Jin, what did you just say? Who are you planning to take him to see? No, it's not about anyone, Wen Jinlang stammered, realizing he had let something slip. Adjusting his silver-framed glasses perched on the bridge of his nose, he feigned calmness. You must have misheard. Chen Jingpei's gaze turned cold as he firmly grasped Wen Xiezhou's arm, pulling him back to his side. Then, his tone turned chillingly threatening as he addressed Wen Jinlang, if you do not clarify this matter, do not expect to take him away today. Pei, I beg you, please don't pressure Uncle Jin like this, Wen Xiezhou pleaded. Having endured so much tumult and bloodshed, he now finds himself gripped by fear, hesitant to allow too many to know of Zhou Shubei's existence. However, Chen Jingpei is not one to be easily swayed. My greatest flaw is my inherent rebelliousness. If you do not grant me satisfaction, I shall not yield to your desires. Yet, I must caution you on one point. My girlfriend is currently cherished and protected by our entire family, rendering me unafraid of any potential upheavals. Conversely, you must contend with the formidable power of the royal relatives, which could prove quite troublesome for you. Thus, weigh your options carefully. After a prolonged silence, he finally gazed at Chen Jingpei, as if grappling with his thoughts, and said, Then you must assure Uncle Jin that no one else will be informed. Chen Jingpei, sensing an impending storm within, resolutely replied, Very well, I promise. With this assurance, Wen Jinlang hesitated for a brief moment before finally speaking. In truth, Aunt Bei has been by my side all these years. What? Chen Jingpei's heart raced violently. Despite a hint of suspicion, the revelation from Wen Jinlang left him utterly astounded. No, she is still alive. A pained expression crossed Wen Jinlong's face as he continued. It was only 10 years ago that I finally found her. 10 years? the decade during which Xian Zhi's mother went missing. Uncle Jean. Chen Jingpei wished to inquire further, but at that moment, a phone call interrupted Wen Jinlang. Upon answering, his demeanor shifted to one of panic as he listened to the caller. Immediately after, Chen Jingpei was once again entrusted with the task. Pei, please take care of Xie for me for a while. I have an urgent matter to attend to. What has happened? Wen Jinlang, without the luxury of time to elaborate, hurriedly explained. Pan Jiyun has located Aunt Bei's residence and intends to force her way in. Chapter 163. Secure the door at the boundary of Jiqing. Within a private estate, Pan Jiyun was halted by several security guards outside the courtyard. Her face turned a shade of fury as she demanded, "Do you know who I am? How dare you block my way? Do you believe I can make you regret this?" The guards, well aware of her identity, remained unfazed by her threats, for their allegiance was not to her, and they were resolute in their duty. Fuming with indignation, Pan Jiyun clenched her teeth in frustration and resorted to commanding her accompanying bodyguards to subdue the guards in an attempt to breach the premises. However, these guards were specially trained and matched the bodyguards in skill. Pan Jiyun found herself at a disadvantage. Amidst the chaos of the scuffle, when Shani stealthily slipped from the vehicle, seizing the opportunity to dart through a small gate beside the guard booth, unnoticed. "Not good. Miss Wen has entered. Quick, pursue her." One of the guards shouted urgently. Inside the courtyard, adorned with pavilions and flowing streams, when Shani frantically sought a place to hide, the household staff, alerted to the situation, promptly dispersed to search for her, determined not to allow her to reach the main building. Unfortunately, at that very moment, the lady of the house had risen for her morning stroll. By the time the steward noticed, Zhou Shubei had already made her way into the courtyard. "Madam Bei," the steward called out anxiously. Zhou Shubei traversed a charming little bridge adorned with koi, oblivious to the butler's calls. Upon reaching her cherished garden of white camellias, she was taken aback to discover a delicate figure nestled beneath the bamboo grove and rockery, a stranger. "Who are you?" Zhou Shubei inquired, her elegantly arched brows knitting together. Her visage, a blend of intellect and beauty, betraying a hint of youthful innocence. "What are you doing hiding here?" When Shani, having never encountered Zhou Shubei before, was unaware of her identity, seeing a woman in the expansive estate, she instinctively sprang to her mother's defense, exclaiming, "And who might you be?" "You vixen. Why are you trying to seduce my father?" "Seducing your father?" Zhou Shubei found the accusation laughable. "Who is your father? When have I ever attempted to seduce him?" She had resided there for so long without even stepping out the front door, so where could she have possibly seduced him? "My father is Wen Jinlang," when Shani retorted, exasperated, as she pulled out her phone to capture a photo to send to Pan Jiyun. Realizing her intent, Zhou Shubei snatched the device from her hands, her voice rising in righteous indignation. "Wen Jinlang is my lawful husband. We have yet to bear children, so how could you claim to be his daughter? Unless you are the result of his indiscretions with some wayward woman. Truly shameless. You are the shameless one." When Shani erupted, her fury palpable. For the first time in her life, she felt such humiliation, her expression contorting into one of rage. "I am Wen Cici, the cherished jewel of the Wen family. My mother is my father's legitimate wife, while you disgraceful old woman, are merely deluding yourself." 1. Cici. A sudden pang of pain surged through her mind, rendering her complexion pale, as if something profoundly significant had fleetingly passed by. She yearned to grasp it tightly, yet ultimately found herself grasping at emptiness. Fortunately, the security guard and the butler arrived just in time to catch her and pull her away. Once they had distanced themselves, the butler anxiously inquired, "Madam Bei, are you all right?" Zhou Shubei gently shook her head. "I am fine." The butler let out a sigh of relief. "Then I shall prepare a bowl of ginseng soup to soothe your nerves." "No need, I shall not drink it." Zhou Shubei felt a heaviness in her chest, as if a colossal stone pressed upon her. After a prolonged moment, the feeling refused to dissipate, and she could no longer contain herself, asking, "Is Wen Jinlang keeping another woman outside? A love child, no less, and she is already so grown. How capable he is. Lock the door tightly, and do not allow him to set foot here again. That wretched, despicable man." The butler replied, "Yes, Madam Bei. Wen Jinlang, I'll pay. What should I do if my mother-in-law refuses to let me in? Quickly, think of a solution. Chen Jingpei, apologies, but I am unable to assist." Chapter 164. The Strange and Unusual. In the newspaper office, within the workspace, the date for the bionic exhibition by Chongjing Technology has been confirmed for December 20th. Upon receiving this news, several female colleagues from the finance team could hardly contain their excitement, discussing what makeup and attire to don when meeting Chen Jingpei. Xuan Zhi quietly sat at her workstation, perusing news articles while listening to their chatter, her heart remaining largely unperturbed. Suddenly, Ding Tao intruded into the conversation. Sardonic remarks directed at the female colleagues of the finance team. I advise you to abandon your daydreams. No matter how beautifully you adorn yourselves. Chen Jingpei would never spare you a glance. His preference lies with those who, while appearing demure and aloof, possess an underlying allure that is utterly beguiling. Even the daughters of the one family cannot compete with her. She is truly formidable. His eccentricity was palpable, as the final syllable lingered in the air. A smirk stretched across his lips, his gaze unabashedly darting towards Xuan Zhi, clearly imbued with personal animosity. Xuan Zhi's fingers hesitated momentarily on the mouse, her mind racing as she pondered the latter part of his statement, increasingly convinced that there was something awry in his words. It seemed he was aware of when Shanny's previous visit to the newsroom to stir trouble. She distinctly recalled that at that time, no colleagues had yet arrived at the office. How could Ding Tao have known? Was it possible that he had witnessed Chen Jingpei escorting her to and from work, subsequently selling that information to Shanny? With this thought, Xuan Zhi's eyes dimmed slightly, and she addressed him. Teacher Ding, I would like to consult you about something. Would it be convenient for us to step outside for a discussion? Her voice was soft and unassuming, yet it carried an irresistible pressure and allure. Ding Tao set aside the interview notes he had been perusing, his expression turning hostile as he replied, Very well. On the rooftop, the expanse was open and silent, quite suitable for a standoff. However, as Xuan Zhi and Ding Tao ascended the fire escape to the top floor, they unexpectedly encountered Chen Jingpei, who had just descended from Shenhua's office and followed them up. Xuan Zhi and Ding Tao stood facing each other, separated by a distance of 2 to 3 meters. The wind tousled her long hair, yet Xuan Zhi remained indifferent, her exquisite face cold as she addressed Ding Tao directly. Teacher Ding, I hope you can conduct yourself with integrity and refrain from engaging in petty maneuvers behind our backs. We are a team, news is ever present, and significant stories abound. Just because I was assigned a high-profile political story upon my arrival does not mean the sky is falling, nor does it indicate that Editor Xuan is biased or unfair. I must clarify that my years abroad were not spent idly. I did not ascend to the role of a formal reporter through nepotism. Like you, I began as a mere intern and gradually worked my way up, accumulating experience along the way. You lack a comprehensive understanding of the situation, so please refrain from spreading unfounded rumors. Even if my relationship with Chen Jingpei were intricately connected, it would be entirely legitimate. However, I do not wish to dwell on how you have previously treated me with sarcasm. From this day forward, I hope you can attempt to set aside your prejudices and engage with me sincerely in our work. You will surely discover that the reality is not as you have imagined. As a journalist, you should pursue the truth, not distort it. This is the most fundamental quality expected of a news professional. I shall stop here, hoping my words resonate with you and that you take a moment for self-reflection. With that, she turned and walked away decisively, leaving Ding Tao standing in the wind, visibly uncomfortable, leaning against the dimly lit staircase. Xuan Zhi suddenly extended his hand and gently tugged at Xuan Zhi's sleeve, earnestly stating, Teacher Xuan Zhi, I have unexpectedly developed a genuine fondness for the profession of journalism. Xuan Zhi paused, taken aback by his sudden transformation. Why? She inquired. With a light chuckle, Xuan Zhi's eyes sparkled with fervor and ambition as he replied. You have illuminated my path. Light? Xuan Zhi gazed at him intently, noticing for the first time that he seemed to have matured and steadied. No longer the rebellious youth she had encountered initially. Yes, light, Xuan Zhi solemnly reiterated. Thus, I shall strive diligently in my work. I aspire to be an exceptional journalist. Just like you. Very well, keep it up. I believe in you, she responded, her face blossoming into a radiant smile, akin to a healing sun breaking through the clouds. Regardless of the passage of time, Xuan Zhi mused, he would forever cherish the memory of having deeply admired a girl who had granted him not a single opportunity. Truly, he adored her. Yet, from now on, he would conceal his affection. Goodbye, Teacher Xuan Zhi. He was destined for a more distant realm, in pursuit of his dreams. Suddenly, the clear sky was obscured by a dark cloud, reminiscent of Wen Jin's gloomy, pallid visage. Upon arriving at the private estate, he found the Wen family's bodyguards and security personnel engaged in a fierce scuffle, while Wen Shanny stood beside Pan Jiayan. Weeping as she lamented, Mom, Dad is truly harboring a woman inside. I saw her, and she is stunning, more beautiful than an international film star. Even her own daughter praised the beauty of the mistress. indicating that she must possess an extraordinary allure. Pan Jiyun was instantly thrown into a state of agitation, having long been devoid of such a sense of crisis. The last time she felt such jealousy, nearly 2 decades ago with Zhou Shubei, remained etched in her memory. Thus, regardless of the circumstances, she was determined to discover the true nature of the woman within. Fueled by resentment, she retrieved her phone, intending to summon reinforcements from the Pan family. Just then, when Jean Lang emerged from the rear compartment, his voice thunderous, "Cease this at once." Upon recognizing Wen Jinlang, the Wen family bodyguards promptly halted their actions and retreated. With a stern expression, Wen Jinlang advanced towards Pan Jian, questioning her indignantly, "What madness brings you here? Do you seek to disturb the peace of the Wen household?" "Madness?" Pan Jian seethed, struggling to contain her fury. "You are here secretly harboring another woman. How could I not be enraged? I am your rightful wife. Am I wrong to catch you in the act? If you do not confront that woman inside and resolve this matter today, I assure you, I will not allow you a moment's peace with her. Just like Zhou Shubei. Do not expect to enjoy any tranquility." With a resounding slap, the force of his hand struck Pan Jian's heavily made-up face, a manifestation of Wen Jinlang's fury that left him trembling, having succumbed to a second bout of impulsive violence. "Wen Jinlang," Pan Jian interrupted, her facade of the gentle and dignified wife, carefully maintained for years, crumbling before her eyes. "You strike me? You dare to lay a hand on me for the sake of those unscrupulous women? I shall not let this go." As she spoke, she clenched her phone tightly, striking at Wen Jinlang's chest, shoulders, and back in a flurry of blows. Wen Jinlang chose not to retaliate, allowing her to unleash her frustration. However, when Shani was too frightened to utter a word, recalling the sting of Wen Jinlang's slap from their last encounter, she realized that Zhou Shubei, Wen Xiezhou, and Wen Cixi were all subjects he deemed off-limits. "Have you finished?" After several minutes, Wen Jinlang finally seized Pan Jian's hand and flung it away, exclaiming, "I have tolerated you long enough, Pan Jian. Today, since you insist on having this settled, I shall meticulously tally every detail with you." Pan Jian's face turned ashen, her voice laced with anguish. "What do you mean to settle? I am your wife." "Wife?" Wen Jinlang found this notion utterly ludicrous. "Pan Jian, have you forgotten that we merely held a wedding ceremony without ever obtaining a marriage certificate? In the realm of high society, it was common for couples to celebrate weddings without legal documentation, especially in their era, where a mere piece of paper was often deemed inconsequential. They typically believed that a wedding was sufficient to legitimize their union, oblivious to the fact that, in the eyes of the law, it held no validity." "What do you mean by that?" Pan Jian suddenly felt a chill, her fingers gripping Wen Shani tightly for support. "The entire city knows that I am your wife. Wen Jinlang, you cannot deny this. On what grounds? On what grounds?" Wen Jinlang concealed beneath his lenses a gaze imbued with icy mirth, as if granting her the utmost dignity, which she stubbornly sought to shatter, questioning whether I truly believe that Shani is my biological daughter. "I shall undertake another paternity test." Chapter 166, Conducting the Test. In truth, from the moment when Shani entered this world, Wen Jinlang had requested a paternity test. However, the hospitals in Feiqing were predominantly under the control of the Pan family, rendering the authenticity of any paternity report utterly unverifiable. Additionally, at that time, Wen Xiezhou was under the influence of his mother, leaving him with no choice but to swallow his doubts in silence. Yet now, he was no longer under constraint. It was high time to uncover the truth. After all, during that fateful night, when he had been intoxicated beyond measure with Pan Jian, he had no recollection of any encounter with her. "Impossible. I shall never permit you to pursue another paternity test. You are inflicting pain upon me, as well as upon our dear Nini. From the moment she was born, a test was conducted, and the report clearly indicated a 99 biological relationship. How can you still harbor doubts? Are you even human, Wen Jinlang?" Pan Jian suddenly wept, her tears streaming down her cheeks. "We grew up together as childhood companions, innocent and untainted. I have dedicated my life to the belief that I would marry but you. Yet what of you? You are utterly entranced by that Zhou Shubei, abandoning me to face the aftermath alone at the engagement banquet. You are so heartless, Wen Jinlang. Even if you no longer hold affection for me, you cannot treat me in this manner. You possess no heart. You truly possess no heart." She wept as if her heart were shattered. Yet Wen Jinlang maintained an impassive countenance throughout, coldly stating, "Do not think to change the subject. The decision regarding the paternity test is no longer in your hands. No amount of tears will sway me, only my mother would fall for such theatrics. However, should Shani truly not be my biological daughter, I'm certain my mother would not show you any favoritism. After all, you should be more aware than I of her stringent views on bloodlines." With that, he ceased further discourse, gesturing for the security to escort Wenshani into the car. "Father, I do not wish to undergo the test, I beg you." Unconsciously frightened, Wenshani felt a sense of dread, perhaps spurred by fear or the dawning realization that she might indeed not be his daughter. "Mother, please save me," she cried out, panic-stricken as she pounded on the car window. However, the bodyguards of the Wen family, in the presence of Wen Jinlang, dared not intervene, and Pan Jiyun, feeling powerless, could do nothing to stop them. She could only follow the bodyguards to ascertain which hospital Wen Jinlang intended to visit. Yet, he merely instructed the doctor to draw 2 small vials of blood from Wenshani before releasing her. Observing this, Pan Jiyun grew increasingly anxious and confronted Wen Jinlang, asking, "Where are you going for the test?" Without hesitation, he replied, "To the family you cannot control." "The rival family?" Pan Jiyun's expression hardened as realization dawned upon her. "You mean the Jin family? This is truly disastrous." Weak in the knees, she slumped onto the long bench in the hospital, while Wenshani softly sobbed, "Mother, am I truly not my father's daughter?" "Silence!" Pan Jiyun shouted at her like a tempest. "It's all your fault. You have proven utterly useless. After 5 years of studying at the Royal University of Ligua, you still cannot win even a sliver of favor from the royal family. What purpose did I serve in bringing you into this world?" In that moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of regret, lamenting her past decisions, how utterly unworthy it all seemed. Her heart ached in silence. Wenshani, chastised by her, felt tears of grievance spill down her cheeks as she replied, "I too wish to earn the favor of the noble family, yet my uncle holds no regard for me. In his eyes, only Wenshiejo, his true nephew, matters." At the mention of Wenshiejo, Pan Jiyun's anger flared even more, and she retorted fiercely, "How dare you speak? I have questioned the bodyguard. On the night when Shiejo escaped, you were the one who sent the bodyguard outside. You are nothing but a hindrance to our endeavors." Upon hearing this, Wenshani felt utterly defeated. She had believed that warning the bodyguard to remain silent would suffice, only to discover that the bodyguard had betrayed her nonetheless. Chapter 167, A Sour Mood. The bodyguards of the Wen family were astute in their awareness of circumstances. Sensing that Pan Jiyun was on the verge of losing her influence, they pretended to shadow Wen Jinlang for a while before leisurely retreating to a nearby CAF for tea. That evening, he intended to enjoy a meal with Wen Shiejo and, incidentally, deliver their blood samples to Zhen Yin for testing. Around 6 or 7 in the evening, during the peak of rush hour, she found herself stuck in traffic, unable to advance or retreat. Feeling suffocated, she called Chen Jingpei. After a prolonged ring, her call was finally answered. Xianji furrowed her brow. "Are you busy at the office?" "No." Chen Jingpei extinguished the freshly lit cigarette in his hand and candidly confessed. "I am at Jin Yan's place. Have you finished work?" "Yes, there wasn't much to do, so I left early." Chen Jingpei raised his gaze from the porch into the leisure hall, where Wen Jinlang and Wen Shiejo were warmly engaged in a game of Go. After pondering for a few moments, he ventured to ask, "Would you like to join us for dinner with Wen Shiejo?" His intention was to facilitate an encounter between her and Wen Jinlang, allowing her to gradually interact with him without prior knowledge, so that when the truth eventually emerged, it would not be so difficult to accept or repulse. "Dinner over there?" Xianji's soft voice sounded rather dulled, perhaps affected by the long traffic jam ahead. "I'm not keen on going. The traffic is horrendous tonight, and I have no idea how long it will take." "Traffic?" Chen Jingpei felt a pang in his heart, realizing he should have picked her up from work earlier. "Which route are you on?" "I'm almost at your company, just 2 traffic lights away." As they spoke, the long line of cars ahead began to move slowly. Chen Jingpei quickly devised an alternative route from his memory, saying, "If you reach the next traffic light, turn left towards the Sky Bar, and wait for me there. I'll come to pick you up now." "Oh, all right then." Since he was coming to get her, she had no objections. 30 minutes later, Xianxi arrived at the main square of the Sky Bar. Chen Jingpei drove his sports car swiftly along the highway, weaving through several streets, until he finally reunited with Xianji beneath the neon lights as the first splash of the fountain at the square soared into the air. "You've worked hard, Chen Jingpei." For some inexplicable reason, seeing him navigate through so many routes to pick her up made Xianji's nose feel a bit tingly. It was merely dinner, yet he treated it as if he had traversed countless mountains and treacherous paths to fetch her. Why were her eyes red? Despite being bathed in the glow of neon lights, Chen Jingpei keenly noticed the hint of a heart-wrenching blush at the corners of her eyes. Yet, with her stubborn nature, she refused to admit it, claiming, "No, it must be the wind tonight." It's quite strong. Chen Jingpei found himself at a loss with her defiance. But he was reluctant to scold her, so he simply took off his coat and draped it over her shoulders, snuggling into his warmth. Xuan leaned into the passenger seat and asked, "Why the sudden desire to have dinner with Wenxiezhou tonight? Is it his birthday?" Huh? Xuan paused. The first thought that came to her mind was Wencici's father. She hesitated. Should I go too? Would I be in the way? In the way? Don't overthink it. Chen Jingpei pecked her at the corner of her mouth, adding, "If anyone is in the way, it's me." Xuan. In an instant. She was charmed by him and burst into a radiant smile, saying, "I suppose you're right." Chapter 168. A perfect match. The night sky was enveloped in complete darkness, with countless stars shining brilliantly. Zhang Yin had already instructed the chef to prepare a sumptuous feast, with 6 seats set at the table, awaiting only Xuan Zhi, Chen Jingpei, and Lin Moxu, who was called in at the last moment by Wen Jinlang. "Where are you now?" Wen Jinlang made another call to Lin Moxu, inquiring about his arrival at the main entrance. As Lin Moxu steadied his vehicle and finished speaking, he lifted his gaze and noticed Chen Jingpei parking his sports car in the adjacent space. In the car was a girl strikingly reminiscent of Zhou Shubei, named Xuan Zhi. Lin Moxu momentarily lost his train of thought. He had previously conducted a discreet investigation into her family background, yet it remained shrouded in mystery, yielding no pertinent information, an enigma indeed, with her connections appearing formidable. After 2 minutes of silence in the car, once the pair had moved away, Lin Moxu finally opened the door and ambled after them. In the dining hall, the housekeeper set the table with cutlery while Zhen Yinqi uncorked a bottle of champagne. Xuan Zhi and Chen Jingpei entered first. Upon entering, their gaze naturally fell upon Wen Jinlang's seat. Chen Jingpei instinctively tightened his grip on Xuan Zhi's delicate fingers and was the first to speak. "Uncle Jean, this is my girlfriend, Xuan Zhi." Strictly speaking, she could be considered his fiancée, as they were set to marry in March of the following year. He felt a swell of pride each time he mentioned this. "Very well," when Jinlang replied, his gaze lingering on Xuan Zhi's youthful visage, faintly recalling Lin Mox's observation that her jawline bore a striking resemblance to Zhou Shubei's. "When the time comes, Uncle Jean will prepare a generous red envelope for you. Then I shall express my gratitude in advance, Uncle Jean," Xuan Zhi replied graciously, while Chen Jingpei, with a sly smile, moved to pull out her chair, contemplating that it would indeed be he who should present a substantial betrothal gift to Wen Jinlang. Before taking her seat, Xuan Zhi courteously nodded her head towards Wen Jinlang in a gesture of greeting. Wen Jinlang gazed into her autumnal eyes, clear as water, and suddenly recalled that day during the interview when he had caught sight of the dazzling emerald hue on her camera. He had generously complimented her, saying, "This young lady is quite lovely, a perfect match for Ape." The sentiment remained unchanged, yet the shift in emphasis rendered it a different experience. A smile crept across Wen Jinlang's face. Indeed, to wed such a beautiful girl is a stroke of fortune. No wonder one would go to great lengths to annul the engagement between their families. Up close, her beauty was even more breathtaking. What extraordinary, high-caliber parents could nurture a daughter of such exquisite elegance? It was truly enviable. As Wen Jinlang pondered, a shadow of melancholy flickered in his gaze. Perhaps a reflection of his thoughts on his own daughter, Wencisi. If only Cici could grow into adulthood, she would surely be stunningly beautiful. "Apologies for my tardiness," Lin Moxu entered at that moment. Noticing that everyone had gathered, Wen Jinlang concealed his inner sorrow, picked up his chopsticks, and said, "Please, take a seat and enjoy the meal. The food is getting cold." "Very well." Lin Moxu pulled out a chair and sat beside Zhen Yin. Zhen Yin, holding a glass of champagne, inquired, "Would you like a drink?" "Not for me, thank you," Lin Moxu replied politely. "I still have to drive later." "Then allow me to pour you some juice." Zhen Yin set aside the champagne and poured a glass of freshly squeezed grape juice for him. Lin Moxu held the stem of the glass gracefully and said, "Thank you." Yet, his gaze involuntarily drifted beyond Zhen Yin and Chen Jingpei, landing on Xuan Zhi. Perhaps his stare was too overt, as Chen Jingpei casually lifted her eyes and was immediately captivated by his gaze. He was uncertain about Lin Mox's feelings towards Xuan Zhi, yet having him openly stare at his girlfriend was undeniably displeasing. "Secretary Lin, this is my girlfriend," he felt it necessary to remind him. "Ah, she is indeed very beautiful." Lin Moxu, momentarily confused, assumed Chen Jingpei was making an introduction. With a cold smirk, Chen Jingpei chose to remain silent. Wen Jinlang cleared his throat to alleviate the tension and turned to Wenxiezhou, saying, "Xie, this is Moxu. He is 5 years your senior, so you should address him as Brother Moxu from now on." "Oh, all right." Wenxiezhou set down the phone that Zhang Yin had given him and greeted Lin Moxu. "Hello, Brother Moxu." "Hello, Usya." Lin Moxu observed him, genuinely pleased to meet him. He noted that when Xie features bore no resemblance to Wen Jinlang or Zhou Shubei, but rather reminded him of a martyr who, like Xian, also bore the surname Xian. Chapter 169, Brother-in-Law. The meal extended late into the night, with no particularly noteworthy topics of conversation. However, as they were dispersing, Chen Jingpei and Wen Jinlang stepped outside to discuss some matters privately. He stood beneath a climbing plant, its deep green stems and leaves concealing half of his figure. His eyes, imbued with profound wisdom, focused intently on Wen Jinlang as he inquired, "Uncle Jin, may I visit Aunt Bei tomorrow?" He wished to first gauge the situation and gain a clearer understanding of the events of years past before deciding whether to reveal Xian Zhi's true identity. However, after listening to his words, Wen Jinlang appeared somewhat melancholic as he remarked, "It is indeed possible to meet Aunt Bei, but you must prepare yourself. She may not remember you." "Why?" Chen Jingpei furrowed her brows. Could it be that Zhou Shubei has truly lost her mind to the extent of forgetting people? Wen Jinlang refrained from elaborating, merely letting out a weary sigh. "You will understand when you meet her tomorrow. By the way, please bring a Xie along with you." After falling out with Pan Jian today, he is concerned that his mother may send someone to keep a closer watch on him. Chen Jingpei comprehended his apprehensions and readily agreed. "All right." The following day, as dawn began to break, Xianxi remained cocooned in her blankets, lost in deep slumber, while Chen Jingpei had already risen early, dressed impeccably. As she, before leaving, he cradled her beautiful, enchanting face and softly informed her, "I have an important matter to attend to today, so you should sleep well." Noticing her obedient demeanor, he couldn't help but steal a gentle kiss from her soft lips, adding, "The car has been sent over by Qi Jian. When you go to work later, just collect the keys from 24. She hardly reacted to his kiss, which suggested she was genuinely too tired. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Jingpei deepened the kiss, lingering for a few extra seconds. "I'm heading out now." She always had a knack for knowing exactly how to touch his heart. Suddenly, Chen Jingpei regretted having stirred her so early. It only left his own heart ablaze with unquenchable desire, caught in a state of indecision. Taking a deep breath, he gently exited the room after calming himself. He personally selected a few precious supplements from the collection room. At the cultivation base, when Xiezhou had endured a sleepless night, as the first rays of sunlight streamed through the window, he arose to brush his teeth and wash his face. He then knocked on Jin Yan's door, solemnly bidding farewell. "Brother Yin, I am immensely grateful for your attentive care during this time. I will be heading home today, and we shall keep in touch via WeChat." "All right," Zhang Yin replied with a meaningful gaze. "You can come visit me whenever you have the time." Feeling inexplicably reluctant, when Xiezhou realized he had come to regard Jin Yin as his first friend, "May I have a hug?" he asked. Of course, Jin Yin responded with a calm smile, wrapping his arm around Wen Xiezhou's shoulders. "Take care of yourself." As the sun rose higher, Chen Jingpei arrived punctually to pick him up. He donned the straw hat that Jin Yin insisted he wear daily and settled into Chen Jingpei's vehicle. Today, Chen Jingpei was driving an SUV, with an exceptionally spacious trunk and tinted windows for privacy. When Xiezhou felt secure inside, while Chen Jingpei glanced at him through the rearview mirror and, unable to suppress a chuckle, remarked, "What do you need that straw hat for?" "Well, Zheng Yin certainly has his charms," Chen Jingpei replied, a momentary silence enveloping them. As when Xiezhou gazed out at the fleeting scenery, the cultivation base receding into the distance weighed heavily on his heart. He then spoke up, "Brother, I heard my father mention yesterday that when Cici is actually my biological sister. If she were still here, you might have been my brother-in-law, wouldn't you?" "Perhaps," came the thoughtful reply. Chen Jingpei indirectly acknowledged, "However, if you prefer, you may address me as brother-in-law." "That simply won't do," when Xiezhou promptly declined, maintaining a firm stance. "After all, you have not married my sister, and the title of brother-in-law cannot be casually bestowed. Furthermore, it would not bode well if your girlfriend were to overhear such a thing." Chen Jingpei smirked mischievously, choosing not to pursue the topic further. Yet he was determined to have him utter the word brother-in-law eventually. Chapter 170. Encounter with Zhou Shubei. When Xiezhou dozed off briefly in the car, when he opened his eyes again, the vehicle had already entered a grand estate. The butler, with great formality, led a cadre of servants and security personnel to greet them at the entrance of the main building. Such scenes were familiar to Wen Xiezhou from his time in Ligua, and he felt no discomfort, although a sudden worry arose about being confined within these walls in the days to come. He yearned to experience life as an ordinary person, capable of socializing, venturing out for leisure, and perhaps even engaging in a romantic relationship. He had never experienced love and was unaware of its sensations. Looking rather worn and seemingly deprived of sleep, he inquired, "Dad, where is Mom?" He halted the conversation he intended to have with Chen Jingpei and redirected his question to Wen Jinlang. "Why?" The light in Wen Shizhu's eyes dimmed suddenly. "Does she not wish to see me?" "Not exactly," Wen Jinlang explained helplessly. "It's just that Dad failed to consider her feelings yesterday, and now she is sulking." He continued, "Why don't you and Peige go upstairs and call for her, see if she is willing to open the door?" "Okay," Wen Shizhu replied. His heart stirred as he nodded in agreement. On the second floor, outside the master bedroom door. Yesterday, Wen Jinlang revealed to him that Zhou Shubei had suffered a car accident a decade ago, resulting in a severe brain injury that left her in a coma for 5 long years. Upon awakening, however, she experienced selective amnesia. She forgot her identity and even the fact that she had once given birth to a pair of twins. During these years, it was Wen Jinlang who exerted considerable effort to help her readjust to her current life. Hence, he crafted a new narrative for her, asserting that she had only borne a son, Wen Shizhu, who had just returned from studying abroad. Yet, Zhou Shubei remained unconvinced by this fabricated account, firmly believing that she had never given birth. "Mom, could you please open the door? I miss you so much." After numerous calls, the woman inside remained silent, unwilling to respond or open the door. When Shizhu turned to Chen Jingpei, standing beside him, for assistance, "Brother, could you please help me call her?" Chen Jingpei felt a swirl of emotions, for just before ascending the stairs, when Jinlang had finally disclosed that Zhou Shubei had lost her memory and forgotten everything. This, of course, implied that she had also forgotten about Xuan Zhi, who had been renamed and resurnamed by her. "Aunt Bei, I'm Chen Jingpei, and I have something very important to tell you." He expressed this merely to coax her into opening the door. Faced with the current predicament, he found himself in a dilemma, uncertain whether to mention Xuan Zhi. Yet, to keep this secret indefinitely would be profoundly unjust to Xuan Zhi, who had never truly experienced the warmth and love of her parents. She was truly a figure deserving of compassion. He could not allow her to fade into oblivion, nor permit the tale newly crafted by Wen Jinlang to feature only Wen Shizhu without her presence, even if it were merely a diminutive space. He was determined to ensure that in Zhou Shubei's memories, her charming and unforgettable name, Xuan Zhi, would linger. "Aunt Bei, may I come in? I wish to introduce someone of great importance to you." "Who are you?" came Zhou Shubei's inquisitive voice from within. Perhaps, after all this time, she had yet to hear that name, evoking her curiosity. "I am Chen Jingpei," he replied, his voice irresistibly alluring. "I am your daughter's boyfriend." Chapter 171. Where is she? My daughter's boyfriend? Chen Jingpei, brother, what nonsense are you spouting? Wen Shizhu remarked, lowering his voice in astonishment. "Dad instructed me not to mention my sister in front of Mom. Besides, you are not my sister's boyfriend. Why deceive my mother?" At that moment, Wen Jinlang and Lin Moxu ascended from the staircase. Chen Jingpei refrained from explaining, still addressing Zhou Shubei behind the door. "Aunt Bei, if you doubt me, I can show you a photograph." The family portrait of Xuan Zhi was tucked away in his pocket. "What photograph?" Zhou Shubei and the approaching Wen Jinlang echoed in unison. A family portrait. Once Chen Jingpei set his mind to accomplishing a task, he endeavored to execute it with utmost efficiency. He abhorred procrastination and detested beating around the bush. "What family portrait?" When Jinlang hastily approached him, his expression fraught with anxiety, clearly fearing that Chen Jingpei would unveil the tragic demise of Wen Sisi. Little did he know, Chen Jingpei was poised to reveal another astonishing secret. "Pei, please do not provoke your Aunt Bei," he implored, his voice nearly a plea. "She has only just begun to find a semblance of happiness. Do not make her revisit those painful memories." Chen Jingpei, however, smiled with a hint of mischief. "So, Uncle Jin, are you suggesting that you intend to forsake your daughter?" "That is not my intention," Wen Jinlang countered, still processing the words. Suddenly, his mind was jolted, as if a primordial beast had surged forth, causing his gaze to falter. "Pei, what do you mean by that? What do you mean by forsaking my daughter?" With a nonchalant demeanor, Chen Jingpei slipped his right hand into his coat pocket, gripping the edge of a photograph tightly, taking his time before drawing it out. "What if I told you that Sisi is still alive? Would you believe me?" "What?" When Jinlong's eyes widened in disbelief, and Lin Moxu, standing behind him, felt a jolt of shock as well. "Where is she?" "Pei, do not jest with Uncle Jin. Such matters are no trifling matter. I would never jest with you." Chen Jingpei replied earnestly. Although he was known for his rebellious nature, he was always profoundly contemplative when it came to serious matters. Now, please tell me, where is Cece? Wen Jinlang pressed, gripping Chen Jingpei's arm in fervent inquiry. Chen Jingpei, unhurried, leaned against a grand oil painting in the corridor. The vibrant hues of the artwork accentuated his already striking features, rendering him even more enigmatic. Slowly, he extracted the photograph from his pocket, revealing its back, and handed it to Wen Jinlang. Take a look. A thin sheet, scarcely weighing half a gram, lay in the palm of Wen Jinlang's hand. Yet it felt as though it bore the weight of 1,000 mountains. It rendered him breathless, causing his fingers to tremble uncontrollably. And he struggled for what seemed an eternity before summoning the courage to turn the photograph over. He was uncertain of what he feared, perhaps disbelief, or maybe the dread of being unable to bear this sudden surge of joy. Yet, the youthful visage of Wen Cece was undeniably present within the image. She beamed radiantly. A little girl of 6 or 7, nestled in the embrace of Zhou Shubei. Beside Zhou Shubei stood 3 individuals unknown to him, a young man and a couple. Were they her parents? How could this be? He distinctly remembered that she had no family before he met her. From whence did this photograph originate? Wen Jinlang's eyes immediately brimmed with tears. Where is Cece? Please tell me. Ape? Chapter 172. Cece is Xuan Zhi. In this world, there is perhaps nothing more precious than the restoration of what was lost. Chen Jingpei deeply understood the emotions swirling within Wen Jinlang at that moment. All right. When Jinlang replied repeatedly, his mind too consumed with urgency to ponder how Chen Jingpei knew that when Cece was still alive, all he desired was to uncover her whereabouts. Then please, tell me, where is Cece? In truth, Chen Jingpei's gaze fell slightly as he looked at the photograph. You met her last night. Wow, what? He had seen her the previous night. Could it be Xuan Zhi? Chen Jingpei fixed his steadfast gaze upon him. Cece is Xuan Zhi. A moment passed, and after 2 or 3 seconds, when Shizhou began to regain his composure, he was unsure whether to laugh or cry. His expression was undeniably one of joy. Yet tears shimmered in his eyes. Brother, are you truly serious? Is Xin really my sister? Absolutely, Chen Jingpei affirmed with unwavering evidence. I had Junyin conduct a bloodline test for both of you, and the genetic similarity reached an astonishing 99. It cannot be mistaken. That is truly wonderful. When Shizhou was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face as he spoke from the depths of his heart. No wonder I felt such an inexplicable connection upon meeting her. She is indeed my twin sister. But why? When Jinlang's lips trembled violently, struggling multiple times before finally articulating, since Cece is Xuan Zhi, why did you previously annul the engagement between our families? And why wait until now to reveal this? Because I only learned of it recently, Chen Jingpei explained candidly. However, at present, Zhi remains unaware of her origins. Aunt Bei once changed her name to Xianli and resided in Peige. 10 years ago, she vanished upon arriving in Feiqing. And Zhi has been searching for her all these years. Had it not been for a serendipitous encounter with a photograph of her alongside Aunt Bei, I might never have realized she is Cece. Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. When Jinlang clutched the family portrait tightly against his chest, his voice choked with emotion. Thank you, Ape. Fortunately, you were here. Otherwise, he raised his gaze to the tightly shut door, where Zhou Shubei remained silent within. Otherwise, in this lifetime, I would never have known that Cece has been living well in another place. You, Aunt Bei, have concealed the truth from me with great difficulty. In truth, no one witnessed the tragic demise of Wen Cece. It was merely captured through a gruesome image. Yet, the little girl in that image undeniably bore Wen Cece's delicate features, bruised, pallid, drenched in blood, accompanied by Zhou Shubei's heart-wrenching cries. When Jinlang, Cece is dead. Our daughter is gone. Surely, your mother must be pleased now. I curse your entire family to suffer. His mother retorted that it was Zhou Shubei who had lost her sanity. Chapter 173, He Huan. However, she appeared to be in remarkably good spirits. Entering the bedroom with a beaming smile, Chen Jingpei had just concluded a phone call with Zhang Lini and, upon seeing her, playfully remarked, "Have you found a treasure? You seem so joyous." Indeed, the thought of receiving the provincial award for the top 10 outstanding journalists tomorrow filled her with delight. Yet, that was not the sole reason. Earlier that day, Ding Tao had surprisingly requested her assistance in interviewing a prominent political figure, signifying an official reconciliation between them. Perhaps Chen Jingpei was infected by the joy radiating from her eyes, as he too broke into a cheerful smile and said, "Tomorrow, I have some even more delightful news to share with you." Xuan Zhi's eyes immediately sparkled with curiosity. What news? She was utterly intrigued. playfully wrapping her arms around his waist, tilting her head back to gaze up at his chiseled jawline, feigning a pitiful expression as she gently coaxed. But I am so eager to know right now. If you don't tell me, I might not be able to sleep tonight. Once I can't sleep, my mind will wander. As I indulge in whimsical thoughts, I might just reconsider my desire to marry you. The latter part of my sentence was promptly silenced by Chen Jingpei's hand. Very well, I shall divulge this to you. He feigned a look of helplessness, but in truth, it was my mother who had just called, expressing her intention to personally embroider your phoenix coronet and bridal attire. Is that truly so? This revelation undoubtedly brought her immense joy. Of course, it's true. Chen Jingpei affectionately pinched her small face, adding that there would also be a joyous fan and wedding shoes. However, I informed my mother that we would craft the joyous fan together. The joyous fan symbolizes harmony, as he wishes to build the happiest little home with her. That sounds wonderful. Xuan Zhi was both elated and touched, yet concealed within her heart was an unspoken sorrow. She longed for her mother to attend her wedding, yearning for her to personally embroider the phoenix coronet and bridal attire. At the very least, having one of those would suffice. Thank you, Chen Jingpei. Unbeknownst to her, she clutched his clothing tightly, tears silently brushing against his chest. How wonderful it is to marry you. Silly girl. Chen Jingpei scoffed lightly, unwilling to indulge her sentimentality. Go wash up first. I've instructed Nishi to prepare a midnight snack, and I shall bring it to you. Xuan Zhi replied softly. Yet she remained buried in his embrace. Chen Jingpei finally sensed something amiss. Are you crying? No, Xuan Zhi concealed. I am just overwhelmingly happy, not crying. A feeble defense. Chen Jingpei gently lifted her chin, noticing the telltale redness around her eyes that tugged at his heart. He conceded, saying, Very well. I shall watch with you to prevent you from secretly crying in the bathroom. Xuan Zhi was clearly seeking a grandiloquent justification for his flirtatious demeanor. In the dead of night, amidst the dim glow of lights, Xuan Zhi nestled in Chen Jingpei's embrace, peacefully asleep. Yet, Chen Jingpei found himself unable to surrender to slumber. What he truly wished to disclose to her the following day pertained to her lineage and the whereabouts of Zhou Shubei. He was uncertain whether she would be able to accept this revelation. A wave of apprehension washed over him. Fearing that she might struggle to come to terms with the truth of being Wen-Sisi, he dreaded the idea of her tears. The thought of failing to console her filled him with trepidation. Mom, where are you? I'm getting married. I miss you so much. Suddenly, Xuan Zhi murmured in her sleep, her words piercing through Chen Jingpei's heart, causing it to tremble with pain. With reddened eyes, he held her tightly, whispering gently in her ear, Be good, don't cry. Tomorrow, I will take you to meet your mother. In Chapter 174, Warmth, he personally awarded Xuan Zhi with a certificate. As she accepted the accolade from his hands, she noticed his fingertips tremble slightly. Unsure whether it was from the chill of the day or another reason entirely, Xuan Zhi could not delve into the mystery, but she cheerfully expressed her gratitude. Today, it was Chen Jingpei who had brought her to the awards ceremony, patiently waiting for her outside the venue, seated in his sports car. He gazed at the photographs of the award and certificate she had sent, a smile blooming upon his lips, as he praised her with affectionate admiration. Wonderful. The host's voice resonated powerfully throughout the venue. After listening to the announcement, Xuan Zhi sent a text to Chen Jingpei, her words imbued with a humble yet profound pride. Even through the screen, her joy was palpable, a testament to her deep passion for this vocation. However, Chen Jingpei did not acquiesce. He stated, I will take you to another place shortly. Xuan Zhi, perplexed, responded with a question mark, inquiring about their destination. She switched to voice mode. Xuan Zhi could only bide her time until the event concluded, and as soon as she exited the venue, she promptly sought out his parking location. In the parking lot, Chen Jingpei leaned against the front of the car, sharing a cigarette with Lin Moxu. Upon catching sight of her approaching figure, he hastily thrust the half-burned cigarette into Lin Mox's hand, as if under the thumb of a strict wife. Xuan Zhi found this amusing. It was not as if she had never seen him smoke, nor did she prohibit him from doing so. Was it really necessary to be so flustered? Yet, she surmised he probably wished to spare her from secondhand smoke. Lin Moxu also noticed Xuan Zhi making her way over, and instinctively glanced at the cigarette Chen Jingpei had handed him. With a resigned smile, he promptly discarded it to the ground and extinguished it beneath his foot. I'll take the blame. Following this, he spoke briefly to Chen Jingpei before walking in another direction, avoiding a confrontation with Xuan Zhi. Perhaps he feared that he might not be able to suppress his inner excitement, so it was wiser to remain unseen for the moment. Xuan Zhi, unaware of his thoughts, approached Chen Jingpei and persistently inquired, Where are you taking me? Let us discuss it in the car. Chen Jingpei affectionately ruffled her hair. helped her gather the awards and certificates she had cradled in her arms, and handed her a cup of warm milk tea with a straw that had been placed on the car seat. A comforting gesture likely stemming from his earlier wait in line to procure it for her. Xuan Zhi felt a warm sensation radiate from her palms to her heart. Holding her cup of warm milk tea, she took a delicate sip and, moments later, as she settled into the passenger seat, she sweetly raised the cup to Chen Jingpei's lips, saying, "You should warm yourself too." At that very moment, Lin Moxu, upon entering the private car with Wen Jinlang, eagerly picked up his phone and opened the album to share a few recently taken photos with Wen Jinlang. "Godfather, this is the safety pendant that Gigi tied to the camera. Take a look." The photos were exceptionally clear. And as Wen Jinlang's gaze fell upon that familiar shade of emerald green, his voice became thick with emotion. "It's Cici. It really is Cici. This was my gift to her for her full moon celebration." Originally, the pendant was adorned with the royal emblem of the Ligua, but it had been angrily chipped away by Zhou Shubei, who had also carved the name Wen Cici into it, WXX. She claimed that this would finally ruin it, and Pan Jiayun would no longer covet the pendant daily. This was expedited for Xinyan's testing, and the identification report indicated the exclusion of any biological connection. "You are not her biological parent." Ha ha ha. Wen Jinlang could not help but laugh heartily. "I knew it would turn out this way." At that moment, he truly felt a sense of relief and freedom. Chapter 175. Unveiling the Truth in the Evening. The sunset resembled a bashful young maiden hiding behind the mountains, revealing only half of her rosy face, secretly observing the enchanting romance of the world. As Xianji noticed the car heading towards Jiqing, she suddenly remarked, "You're not planning to take me to see the Mary Sue Castle in Jiqing, are you?" Chen Jingpei. It seems that Jiqing cannot escape the halo of Mary Sue. Chen Jingpei could not help but smile, his lips curling slightly as he indulged in her whimsical chatter, not to mention visiting the Mary Sue Castle. The first part of his statement bore a hint of solemnity, while the latter was utterly frivolous, suggesting they were going to meet the mother of Mary Sue. Xianji's expression was one of bewilderment. "The mother of Mary Sue? I have never heard of such a thing." "Because I made it up," Chen Jingpei replied, his playful demeanor fading as he chose not to tease her further. However, he trailed off mid-sentence. Xianji, distracted, picked up on his unfinished thought. "But what?" Chen Jingpei took a quiet breath, gazing at the buildings ahead. Drawing closer to the residence of Zhou Shubei, unable to hide his intentions any longer, he confessed, "I genuinely wish to introduce you to my mother." "Ah? Whose mother?" Xianji's long eyelashes fluttered like a frightened butterfly before a storm. "To meet." Chen Jingpei's throat tightened, suddenly realizing that the closer he drew to the truth, the harder it became to articulate. It was only when the car smoothly entered the grand estate and halted before the flower bed of the main building that he finally dispelled the tension in his throat. Cradling her fair, delicate face, he stated, "You are to meet your mother." "I have found your mother." What? Xianji almost believed she had fallen into a dream under the midday sun. If not for the warmth of Chen Jingpei's hand, she could hardly believe it. "Are you serious, Chen Jingpei?" "It is indeed true." Chen Jingpei gazed intently and resolutely into her eyes, stating, "Your mother resides here. For all these years. She has been living with your father." "What?" Xianji found this revelation utterly incredulous, feeling as though she were caught in a surreal moment. "How could this be? Are you certain you are not mistaken?" "There is no error," Chen Jingpei assured, steadying her trembling shoulders and unveiling the entire truth. "However, your mother suffered from amnesia following a car accident a decade ago. She no longer remembers you." "A car accident?" Xianji's countenance drained of color, her breath quickening with anxiety. "What happened? Where is she? I must see her now. She cannot possibly have forgotten me." As she spoke, she attempted to unfasten her seatbelt to exit the vehicle. Yet, inexplicably, it felt as if it were ensnared, refusing to yield no matter how she tugged. Desperation welled up within her, causing her nose to tingle and tears to cascade down her cheeks as she pleaded, "Chen Jingpei, could you please let me out? Why won't your seatbelt allow me to leave?" Chen Jingpei found himself torn between sympathy and amusement, gently resting her head upon his shoulder to offer a moment of solace. "Please, calm yourself and listen to me. Aside from her amnesia, your mother is in good health. Your father has been exceptionally attentive to her. She is doing well." "My father?" Despite her reluctance to confront the truth, Xianji had no choice but to muster the courage to face this inquiry. "Who is my father?" Wen Jinlang, Chen Jingpei pronounced each syllable with precision. "Your father is Wen Jinlang." "Impossible." Xianji immediately dismissed the notion, exclaiming, "Do not jest with me, Chen Jingpei. I am not jesting with you, Cici." With a thunderous crash, Xuanji's mind erupted like 1,000 bursting fireworks, leaving her momentarily voiceless. You called me what? Cici. Chen Jingpei recited her name with the tenderness of a love poem. When Cici. You are indeed when Cici. Chapter 176. The broth of chicken. It felt as though the light of day had dimmed in an instant, with an overwhelming sense of impending collapse. Xuan Zhi struggled to regain control over her chaotic breathing, yet she found it impossible to accept this desolate truth within such a brief span of time. With tears brimming in her eyes, she gazed at Chen Jingpei and uttered, "You must be deceiving me, right? How could I possibly be when Cici? Wasn't she long thought to have perished?" In truth, many truths bear traces of their origins. From her first encounter with Wen Xiezhu, where he bore an uncanny resemblance to her uncle Xuanzhuan, to her visit to Chongling Mountain, where she beheld the portrait of Wen Cici and recognized the striking likeness to her own childhood, and subsequently witnessing the serene descent of Wen Xiezhu. All these moments had sparked her doubts, yet she had never dared to truly entertain such thoughts. Even now, as Chen Jingpei laid bare all the gruesome truths, she found it exceedingly difficult to accept. Calmly listen to me, as Chen Jingpei pressed her small head against his chest, soothing her unrest and agitation. Only your mother knows the full story of those past events. She might have deceived everyone by feigning her own death, and then taken you to Peige to start anew. I cannot believe it, she retorted. My mother has been mentally unstable since my early childhood. She could not possibly deceive everyone so flawlessly. This is an absolute mistake. I cannot be Wen Xiqi. Be brave, okay? Is she? Chen Jingpei said, his voice thick with emotion. Regardless of whether you accept it or not. This is an unalterable truth. Furthermore, Wen Jinlang already knows you are Xiqi. And do you know who Wen Xiezhu's mother is? She is also your mother. You are twins. Yet from the moment of your birth, he was taken away by Bo Longjin, who used him to coerce your father and mother. So, please, summon your courage. Chen Jingpei gently encouraged her. After all, you are a journalist who once dared to venture into perilous war zones. Why then, do you falter when it comes to your own matters? How can you reconcile this with the award you received today? If you cannot even muster the courage to uncover and accept your own origins, how can you ever pursue other truths with any semblance of integrity? Xianji. It seemed his words had awakened her. She suddenly lifted her head from his embrace. Yes, you are right. I truly should seek the truth. I will not shy away any longer. Her transformation in attitude was remarkably swift. Chen Jingpei was momentarily taken aback, but then his expression softened. And with a gentle pinch of her cheek, he smiled affectionately. This is the Peige I know. As their exchange unfolded, the landscape lights beside the flower bed flickered to life. He unfastened her seatbelt, emerged from the sports car, and took her slightly cold hand. Stepping onto the red-carpeted steps as he said, "Come, let me take you to meet Mother." She nodded, her heart fluttering with apprehension. Uncertain if her mother's visage had retained its enchanting beauty after a decade. She also pondered whether her mother would even remember her. Brother, lost in thought. A clear and crisp voice echoed from the living room, when Ske called out, and then he eagerly approached, addressing Xianji with a simple, "Sister." Xianji abruptly halted. Her expression one of confusion as she looked towards Chen Jingpei. Understanding her bewilderment, Chen Jingpei explained, "Xie is your younger brother. You are the elder sister." Strangely enough, after having breakfast with him that morning, she felt a shift, as if she no longer harbored any aversion towards him. Unlike the previous day when she had refused to open the door despite his persistent pleas. However, later in the evening, even after finally seeing him, her demeanor remained lukewarm. "Chicken soup?" Xianji inquired, slightly taken aback, for it seemed to her that her mother had never personally cooked for her. Since third grade, she had learned to prepare meals on her own. 5 years ago, she had debated with Chen Jingpei over who had mastered cooking first, both speaking the truth in their claims. Mother. In the kitchen, the silhouette of the woman was as slender and exquisite as she had been in years past. Xianji's eyes immediately brimmed with tears as she called out twice, "Mom." Zhou Shubei heard a sound, and instinctively turned her head to glance outside the door. In an instant, the mountains could topple, and the stars could be subdued. Zhou Shubei merely cast a fleeting glance. Xianji's heart collapsed in that very moment. "Mom." She could no longer contain herself. As she beheld the woman's still beautiful and gentle face, tears welled up in her eyes, and she rushed forward, enveloping Zhou Shubei in a tight embrace. "Mom, I miss you so much, Mother." Zhou Shubei was shaken to her core, frozen in place. Perhaps it was a piece of her own flesh that had fallen away, or perhaps it was the deeply etched bonds of affection. As Xianji's tender little hands held her, she found herself neither repulsed nor resistant, even though she truly could not recall who this girl before her was. The inexplicable utterance of Mom softened her heart. This scene evoked a bittersweet envy in Wen Xiezhu. For while Xuan Zhi had shared over a decade of companionship with Zhou Shubei, he had never been by her side since birth. And thus the depth of his feelings could not compare to Xuan Zhi's. Furthermore, when Jinlang had informed him that when Zhou Shubei underwent her cesarean section under full anesthesia, she was unaware that she had given birth to twins. Previously, Lin Moxu had referred to her as her godson. "Mom, I am Zhi. How could you forget me?" She struggled to recall the details, only vaguely perceiving blood, sinister laughter, and a shard of jade that had been taken from her, inscribed with the intricate character Chen. Amidst the chaotic memories, she seemed to hear the innocent and endearing voice of a little girl. The little girl asked, "Mom, am I playing the role of Sleeping Beauty?" Her mother gently reassured her, "Indeed, my dear. So she must be obedient and eat this candy without moving, while I record a video for Daddy." The little girl happily held the candy in her mouth and replied, "Okay, Mommy, she will be very good and won't move at all." However, shortly after consuming the candy, the little girl fell into a deep slumber. The scene then shifted rapidly. She beheld flames, ships, and the vast ocean. It was Peige. Ultimately, she heard the conversation between the little girl and her mother again. Yet, it was no longer a tender exchange, but rather a stern dialogue laced with psychological control and indoctrination. The mother harshly instructed the little girl, "From now on, your name shall be Zhi. Zhi. How many times must I tell you before you listen?" The little girl appeared frightened and began to cry, stammering, "Mommy, she will remember. I will be called Zhi from now on. Please don't be angry. Say it again. Say it again." In her frustration, the mother swatted the little girl on her backside. "Mommy, I am Xuan Zhi." Seeing Zhou Shubei's complexion as pale as a sheet, Xuan Zhi grasped her hand. Attempting to awaken her memory, "You once said my name was the most beautiful." It is the implicit Xian, Enji as in the saying, "Southern oranges and northern Xi." A thunderous jolt echoed in Zhou Shubei's mind, causing her to sway unsteadily, retreating 2 steps until she leaned against the kitchen counter. Behind her, the bubbling medicinal chicken soup simmered on the gas stove. She paused for a moment, gazing intently at Xuan Zhi, scrutinizing her from head to toe several times before finally speaking. "I am not so talented. However, your beauty resembles that of a little fairy. So I shall reluctantly accept you as my biological daughter." After losing her memory, not only had she become somewhat superficial, but she also seemed to possess a hint of arrogance. Xuan Zhi found herself unable to cry, instead managing a forced smile, temporarily yielding to her. After all, matters of amnesia cannot be rushed. One might awaken to clarity overnight, or perhaps never recall it all. Yet, if the latter were to be true, Xuan Zhi thought, it might not be so bad, for she quite liked her mother as she was now. At least she would no longer be regaled with bedtime stories of her father abandoning his wife and child to marry his childhood sweetheart. "Mother, may I stay here with you?" Xuan Zhi pondered before asking. At that moment, Chen Jingpei, who had been silent outside the door, felt a pang of anxiety upon hearing her words. Meanwhile, Zhou Shubei responded with delightful eagerness, "Of course, you are my daughter now. Stay however you wish." "Zhi," Chen Jingpei interjected, unable to maintain his composure, "we are about to get married, so please do not cause trouble for Aunt Bei." "Aunt Bei?" Xuan Zhi was unaware that Xian Li was not Zhou Shubei's real name. Oh, she began to grasp a fragment of the situation, so that was how it was. No wonder when Xie Zhou's name was Xie, not Zhou Xie. It turned out that was her mother's surname. How enviable that was. Unlike her original name, when Cici, which under such stark contrast appears rather ordinary and devoid of special significance, she mused that regardless of any inherent meaning, she would not find it appealing. "Are you getting married?" Zhou Shubei's inquiry shattered Xuan Zhi's fleeting sense of disappointment. Xuan Zhi lifted her gaze, her eyes sparkling with silver laughter. "Yes, Mom. Chen Jingpei and I are getting married next March." However, Zhou Shubei's delicate brows furrowed slightly as she, assuming the role of a mother, rigorously questioned, "What is his family background like? What do his parents do? Has he had any scandalous romantic entanglements in the past? Marriage is no trifling matter. One cannot simply marry him because he is handsome." "Not at all, Mom." Sensing Zhou Shubei's concern, Xuan Zhi's smile blossomed even more brilliantly. "His family is reputable. His father is a retired official, and his mother is a homemaker. I am his first love, and I am to be his bride. There are no messy romantic histories." She recounted this based on Chen Jingpei's earlier descriptions of his family. That is reassuring. Zhou Shubei felt a sense of relief upon hearing this. Otherwise, if he were like when Jinlang, secretly keeping a mistress, he would surely face dire consequences. Xuan Zhi, Chen Jingpei, when Jinlang, Fortunately, he was currently occupied with resolving matters concerning Pan Jiayun at the Wen family, or it could have been quite perilous. Chapter 178. Fractured. When Jean Lang had thrown the authentication report before Madame Wen and Pan Jiayun, yet Pan Jiayun stubbornly refused to acknowledge it. She sat beside Madame Wen, weeping like a heartbroken maiden, lamenting, "Mother, this report is undoubtedly forged. You cannot trust Jean Lang. He has found a new love and is determined to cast both me and Shani aside. Throughout these years, I have never wronged him." As she spoke, her fingers, adorned with crimson nail polish, gently tugged at Madame Wen's sleeve, hoping she would once again stand by her side as she had in the past. "Mother." Pan Jiayun attempted to call out to her once more. However, Bo Lanjin turned her face away, shaking off Pan Jiayun's grasp and retorting angrily, "Do not call me. I do not have a daughter-in-law who is so reckless and unfaithful." This was the first time Bo Lanjin had hurled such harsh words at her, leaving Pan Jiayun on the brink of fainting. In the past, no matter how theatrical she had been, Bo Lanjin had always tolerated her flaws and misdeeds. Moreover, Bo Lanjin had once instructed her that a woman should possess a modicum of cunning, otherwise, she would be deemed foolish. Now, to hear such words directed at her, the more Pan Jiayun contemplated, the more she struggled to fathom this stark contrast, and in a fit of rage, she cried out, "Mother, how can you say this about me? While I may be fiercely jealous and have a wretched temperament, I absolutely cannot accept the notion of being unfaithful to Jean Lang. You are insulting me, do you realize that? If I have not been with other men, then where did Shani come from?" Bolanjin, with piercing clarity, understood that when Jean Lang would never resort to fabricating such matters. "Mother, what more must I say for you to believe me? After I shared a bed with Jean Lang, I became pregnant with Shani. You are well aware of this." Pan Jiayun, at this juncture, showed no signs of remorse. When Jean Lang, incensed, laid bare the truth, "I was utterly intoxicated and unconscious. I never laid a finger on you. You truly excel in self-scripted performances. Had it not been for the multitude of entanglements that hindered my ability to defend myself, I would not have endured in silence until now. Regardless of your acknowledgement, I shall disclose this matter." "You are out of your mind, Jean Lang," exclaimed old Madame Wen, slamming her palm down in anger. "Do you intend to disgrace our family with such a scandal? And given your current status, do you not fear becoming the laughingstock of the entire city?" "What I have to fear? I have lived my life with integrity, never engaging in any unlawful or immoral conduct. Why should I fear mockery? Moreover, I have already resolved to resign from my position." You are truly insane." Old Madame Wen trembled with fury. "How could I bear to have given birth to such a reckless, unambitious wretch? For the sake of those dubious women, you are willing to forsake a promising career. Who can the Wen family rely upon to flourish now? All are a bunch of good-for-nothings." "Good-for-nothings?" When Jean Lang scoffed derisively. "Were it not for your actions that led to my wife and children being torn from me, would we be facing this predicament today? It is you who should engage in some introspection. You truly have the audacity to speak to me in such a manner, regardless of my circumstances. I am still your biological mother. Do you even acknowledge your own mother?" When Jean Lang's smile appeared rather hollow. "For what mother would treat her own child in such a way? Merely because I married a daughter-in-law you disapprove of, you have resorted to every conceivable form of torment. When have I ever wished to be estranged from my own precious grandchildren?" She internally struggled to justify herself. Xia was thriving in the kingdom of Lai. Was he not? I secured for him a splendid future, one that would allow him to ascend to greatness. What more could you possibly desire? A splendid future? When Jean Lang seemed to be hearing the most ridiculous joke. "How eloquently you speak. From the moment Xia was born, you curtailed his life, restricted his choices, and stifled his freedom. For the past 25 years in the kingdom of Lai, he has lived like a mere shell of a person. And all for your own pursuit of power and prestige, without a thought for his well-being. Is this how a grandmother should behave?" "Oh, wait." When Jean Lang interjected, retracting her previous statement, "You possess no such benevolence. Were it not for Este's uncle and aunt's compassion and affection, you would have long regarded him as nothing more than a vessel bearing the inferior blood of Bei, unworthy of your esteemed royal lineage of the kingdom of Jadin Lai. You may have been completely right." Bolanjin pressed her hand against her heart, which ached with frustration. After a prolonged silence, unable to articulate her thoughts, she finally shifted the focus of the discussion, stating, "I do not wish to debate this matter with you at present. Regardless of your uncle's circumstances, Xia is destined to become the future heir of the kingdom of Lai. This is beyond our control. The royal lineage of the Kadonglai Bol family has always ensured that the heirs are direct descendants of pure Chinese heritage, not those of illegitimate mixed blood branches. Yet, your actions are driving him into an abyss of despair. How many side branches in Lai are eyeing him with malicious intent, each secretly wishing to eliminate him? Should your uncle fall gravely ill, he will undoubtedly become a target. He is merely 25 years old. Who would allow him to ascend? Humph. There will naturally be supporters for him in Lai. Why are you fretting unnecessarily? Besides, did you not claim that you would no longer concern yourself with Asia's fate, whether he lives or dies? Why bring him up again now? I merely wish to remind you to cultivate some virtue for yourself. Ah, truly, my dear son. Each word from Bolanzin seemed to be bitten out of her silver teeth. For in the face of national affairs, I would willingly sacrifice 10 or even 100 grandchildren without a second thought. You still do not comprehend, Jinlang. I firmly believe that Asia, if he understood the reasoning behind it, would willingly make such a sacrifice. On this note, Bolanzin felt a genuine headache. For when Shezhou's passport does not permit him to remain in Huahua for an extended period, and as of now, he remains elusive. Should Lai send someone in search of him, it could potentially alarm the embassy. Upon hearing this, when Jinlang's expression shifted dramatically, he had nearly forgotten about this matter. Clenching his fists in frustration, he found himself utterly powerless, as this was an irrevocable fate that could not be altered. Ultimately, he slumped his shoulders in defeat and sank into the sofa, lost in despair. Bolanzin did not attempt to decipher his emotions, instead. Her simmering anger turned towards Pan Jieyun. Have you made up your mind? Will you finally confess? Whose illegitimate child is Shani? Initially, Pan Jieyun believed she could evade the looming crisis as the two confronted each other, but she soon realized that Bolanzin would not allow her to escape unscathed. Mother, why do you still refuse to believe me? No matter how many times I declare it, Shani is Jinlong's own flesh and blood. Still stubborn, are we? Very well. Bolanzin had her methods of dealing with this. She commanded the 2 bodyguards stationed at the doorway, go upstairs and bring Shani down to me. I intend to break her legs. In recent days, when Shani's behavior had been exceedingly peculiar, she had become timid and reclusive, often hiding in her room. Mother, you cannot act this way. Shani is innocent. Pan Jieyun exclaimed, urgently attempting to prevent the bodyguards from ascending the stairs. Innocent, you say? Then that implies Shani truly is an illegitimate child. How audacious of you, Jieyun, to deceive even me. After all the years I've cared for you. Is this how you repay my affection? You have deeply disappointed me. It is not like that, mother, please. Allow me to explain. I do not wish to hear any explanations. Bolanzin sharply interrupted her. What I desire is for you to confess honestly. Perhaps I might consider our past and show leniency. Otherwise, not only will I eradicate Shani, but I shall also eliminate you and the entire Pan family. Mother. Pan Jieyun trembled both in body and spirit, realizing her grave mistake. I was wrong, truly wrong. Yet I swear, I have never shared a bed with another man. Then how did Shani come to be? Shani. She is the result of my application for assisted reproduction at the clinic. I genuinely do not know who her father is. Pan Jieyun laid everything bare, consumed by profound regret at this moment. This was also the reason why she had previously deemed it not worth it. You were truly foolish, Jieyun. Bolanzin was so infuriated she was at a loss for words. You were indeed foolish. Now, get out of my sight. Mother. Do not call me that again. Take Shani with you. Grandmother, I do not want to leave. When Shani, having overheard everything from upstairs, rushed down in tears and clung to Bolanzin's legs, pleading, I beg you, do not drive me away, please, grandmother. I promise I will be very obedient and well-behaved from now on. I beseech you, grandmother. Do not make me repeat myself. Bolanzin shot a piercing glance at Pan Jieyun. She was not one to show mercy. Pan Jieyun, alarmed, quickly pulled Shani away from Bolanzin's legs. Yet when Shani was reluctant to leave, clinging to the edge of the sofa and crying for a long while, until she was ultimately dragged out by the bodyguards. Throughout this entire ordeal, when Jinlang remained silently indifferent, offering no words, as many past events were shrouded in ambiguity due to Zhou Shubei's amnesia. And since most matters were tacitly approved by Bolanzin for Pan Jieyun to pursue back then, he found that holding anyone accountable would indeed be an exhausting endeavor. Moreover, although Pan Jieyun is indeed flawed, she has not descended to the depths of irredeemable wickedness. One can only hope that she will reflect deeply on her actions and sincerely repent. After all, they share a bond that traces back to their childhood. He cannot bring himself to be utterly merciless. The crux of his forbearance lies in the fact that Zhou Shubei, Xinji, and when Xie mother and daughters are all safe and sound, without this, his compassion would certainly falter. As he contemplated this, when Jinlang noticed the sky darkening and observed Bolanzin, who was gasping for breath and on the verge of requiring oxygen assistance. driven by a sense of filial duty. He gently assisted her into the room to rest before preparing to meet Xuan Zhi. At that moment, Bo Longjin, seemingly filled with regret, grasped his arm and, in anguish, said, "Jean Lang, it is I who have wronged you. Can you forgive me?" The last few words took her an eternity to articulate. She likely anticipated his response. Bitterly smiling as she added, "It matters not if you do not forgive me. My treatment of Zhou Shubei was unforgivable in itself. However, I must clarify one point. No matter my feelings towards Zhou Shubei, I would never wish harm upon her or Shi. The loss of Shi grieves me more than anyone else." "I understand." Bo Longjin gazed forlornly out at the moonlight, finally grasping the essence of what it means to feel shattered. Chapter 179, Plain Water with Chicken Essence. Zhou Shubei, Xuan Zhi, Chen Jingpei. And when Xiezhou were joyfully gathered around the dining table, savoring chicken soup, a scene so warm and heartening that he had never dared to imagine such luxury in his lifetime. He strode into the room with purpose, instructing the butler to set 2 additional places, one for Lin Moxu, who followed closely behind him. Upon hearing that voice, Xuan Zhi paused momentarily with her spoon, slowly lifting her lashes to meet the gaze of Wen Jinlang. She suddenly tightened her lips, uncertain of how to utter her first words to him. After all, the term father felt utterly foreign to her, a word that she could not bring herself to say. Moreover, they had yet to truly recognize one another, making it impossible to address him as father. With these thoughts lingering, she lowered her head once more, continuing to sip her soup. Meanwhile, when Jinlong's eyes began to glisten, his throat constricting with emotion as he called out to her, Shi, my precious daughter." This phrase caught in his throat. Xuan Zhi halted her actions again, grappling with her emotions for a long moment before managing a faint smile, though she said nothing. Yet, this silence was the best form of acknowledgement they could muster at that moment. When Jinlang, wary of rushing things within a single day, understood that he must afford her the time to gradually adjust, he then feigned a casual demeanor and initiated a light conversation. His gaze drifted over the bowl of chicken soup on the table as he remarked, "This chicken soup must be delightful tonight. Its rich, creamy color and the faint aroma of herbs mixed with milk suggest it was prepared by your mother. Am I right?" "Indeed, Dad," she replied, only when Xiezhou supported him, declaring that her mother's chicken soup was superb. Zhou Shubei, however, cast him a disdainful glance and ignored him entirely. When the butler brought 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks, she only served Lin Moxu, deliberately withholding the soup from Wen Jinlang. She declared, "A man who cheats does not deserve chicken soup. Let another woman prepare it for you." When Jinlang muttered under his breath, "If I am unworthy of soup, then am I fit to gnaw on a chicken bone?" His thoughts inadvertently slipped into words. Zhou Shubei overheard and retorted sharply, "Let the dog gnaw at it, but I shall not permit you." When Jinlang found himself at a loss for words, bemused by the unreasonable demeanor of the amnesiac woman, with a touch of pity, he summoned the butler to fetch him a bowl of plain water, adding a dash of chicken essence. Unable to restrain her laughter, Xuan Zhi erupted in mirth. Her laughter, it seemed, was infectious, prompting Chen Jingpei, Wen Xiezhou, and Lin Moxu to stifle their chuckles, nearly choking on the chicken soup. Yet, this light-hearted incident enveloped the atmosphere in a warm and harmonious embrace, truly evoking a sense of home. Zhou Shubei, in a sudden fit of sardonic wit, remarked, "Look at how pitifully you cling. I shall begrudgingly grant you a spoonful." As she spoke, she ladled a spoonful of chicken soup into his bowl. "Thank you, dear wife," When Jinlang replied, eager to please. Zhou Shubei, in a haughty manner, discarded the soup spoon, intentionally challenging him to do the housework. "After we finish eating, you'll be responsible for cleaning up." "Very well," he acquiesced, not daring to utter a word of complaint. After all, he yearned for the simplicity of daily meals, occasionally preparing soups, washing dishes, tidying the table, and listening to his wife's gentle admonitions. That was enough for him. After dinner, she asserted, "Do not believe everything you hear. There is no basis for it. It is acceptable for her to stay here for a few days, but if she intends to remain until March of next year, how shall I endure it? I care not. You may slowly tear off the calendar at your leisure. I intend to stay here." She possessed the privilege to be willful, and Chen Jingpei feared this very trait in her. Indeed, perhaps it has been an entanglement since childhood, exacerbated by her inadvertent nurturing of his sensitivities. His vulnerability now rests solely in her grasp, and it appears only she can hold it. "Fine," he ultimately concedes. "I shall rise a little earlier each day to escort you two in from work." "No need. I can manage on my own." Before she could finish her sentence, Chen Jingpei suddenly bit her lip fiercely, warning her not to push him, since Zhou Shubei would not permit him to stay overnight. He could always procure a caravan or pitch a tent outside the premises. "You are truly incorrigible," he said, feigning annoyance at her. At that moment, a soft cough resonated from outside. It was Wen Jinlang. He interrupted their playful banter, stating, "Ape, I would like to speak with Gigi privately. Is that convenient?" Chen Jingpei had no grounds to refuse. Of course it was convenient. After responding, he turned to Xuan Zhi, saying, "Have a good chat with your father. I will call Qi Jian and ask him to deliver the clothes." All right," Xianji replied obediently, and then followed with Jinlang to the study. "My dear friends, I shall first conclude the small activity tonight. For details, please refer to the pinned comment.